I was mocked as the trash of trash. Everyone despised me. Even my girlfriend of 4 years left me on the day of awakening. She said, "You're talentless, Soo-yoon. We're done." That day, I lost everything. My pride. My love. My place in this world. But that night. Ding! Heaven stealing system activated. Chapter 1, start by choosing the Naruto world and steal the complete nine-tailed demon fox. Name, Soo-yoon. Realm, nothing. Awakening talent, none. Looking at the cold screen of the test machine, Soo-yoon's face was full of bitterness. Even though this was the 5th time he had seen such a result, he still felt a little disappointed. 3 years ago, he traveled to Blue Star. Here we have China and the land of Sakura, which is almost the same as the Earth. But the area is tens of thousands of times larger. When the people of Blue Star reach adulthood, they can awaken their talents. Powerful talents can move mountains and seas, fly into the sky and escape into the ground, and enjoy endless glory and privileges. On the contrary, if one fails to awaken his talent, he will fall to the bottom of society and be as humble as an ant. To put it simply, this is a world where strength is respected. Talent is the foundation. However, as a time-traveling party member, Soo-yoon did not enjoy the benefits of the time-traveling party. For 3 whole years, he didn't even see the shadow of the golden finger. Without any talent, he is destined to never succeed. Soo-yoon sighed several times, turned around and left the testing hall. Just then, a few people walked by and their eyes fell on Soo-yoon. He seems to be Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon? Is he the guy who licked the campus beauty Lu Qingshan crazily, claimed he had unparalleled talent, but was ultimately found to have no talent at all and went into hiding in disgrace? That's right, it's this guy. Where does he get the courage to pester Lu Qingshan? She's a super genius who has awakened an S-level talent. She's the only one of her kind in the entire Kanglan city. Of course it was given by Ms. Liang. But to be honest, I really envy Lu Qingshan. She's beautiful, comes from a good family, and has awakened an S-level talent. Her future achievements are limitless. Next week is the National University selection. I heard that several schools have already noticed Lu Qingshan. Soo-yoon ignored the sarcasm and continued walking forward. Lu Qingshan, the school belle of Kanglan No. 1 Middle School. During the talent test 3 days ago, she awakened her S-level talent, Goddess of Life. The entire Kanglan city was shaken. But Soo-yoon has never licked Lu Qingshan. In fact, instead, it was Lu Qingshan who kept pestering Soo-yoon. 3 years ago, Soo-yoon had just traveled to Blue Star and accidentally saved Lu Qingshan's life. Then, Lu Qingshan decided that Soo-yoon was her true love. Soo-yoon was thirsty, so Lu Qingshan took the initiative to buy water. Soo-yoon was hungry, so Lu Qingshan took out the loving lunchbox she had carefully prepared. To put it bluntly, as long as Soo-yoon wanted, Lu Qingshan was willing to give up everything she had. Of course, Soo-yoon didn't do anything to Lu Qingshan. To Soo-yoon, Lu Qingshan is just a young girl who has not experienced much of the world. What a hero saving the beauty, what Mr. Right, it's just the result of reading too many Mary Sue novels. In addition, Lu Qingshan has an excellent family background and is considered a prominent family in Kanglan City. In contrast, Soo-yoon has no parents and lives in a slum. Therefore, Soo-yoon always kept his distance from Lu Qingshan. He didn't want to get caught up in the bloody vortex of feuds among wealthy families. But for some reason, after the talent test, rumors spread from Kanglan No. 1 Middle School, saying that Soo-yoon had been harassing Lu Qingshan, and there were many false accusations against him. To the point that Soo-yoon inexplicably became a bootlicker. He's the kind of miserable guy who ends up with nothing after licking everything. Not only Kanglan No. 1 Middle School, but now in the entire Kanglan City, many people are talking about it. Having ended up in this state, I've brought shame to the time travel community. Soo-yoon laughed at himself. He doesn't care about the rumors. After living a new life, I have become more open-minded about many things. What really made Su-yun unwilling was that he traveled to a completely new world but had no chance to experience all the wonderful things. In the end, he was still as mediocre and indistinguishable as in his previous life. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Therefore, Su-yun has been testing his talent repeatedly these days, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. What a pity! It's all in vain. Ding! The theft system has been repaired successfully. The system is binding with the host. System loading. The system started successfully. System? Hearing the cold mechanical prompt, Su-yun was stunned. 3 years. 3 whole years. My golden finger finally arrived? Dear host, this system can gather the hand of God and help the host steal anything in the heavens and myriad worlds. In an instant, countless pieces of information emerged in Su-yun's mind. He saw many bizarre worlds, such as the Dupo world, the Jutian world, the Naruto world, the Bleach world, and so on. At the same time, he also saw strange fire, ninjutsu, and zanpakuto. All of this can be obtained through the theft system of all heavens. However, in order to steal, one must concentrate the hand of God. The hand of God is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced and divine levels. The higher the level of the God's hand, the higher the success rate and better the quality of the stolen items or abilities. As for how to condense the hand of God, it is obtained by the host defeating or killing the enemy. The higher the level of the hand of God, the lower the explosion rate. So, as long as I continue to defeat or kill my enemies, I can continuously obtain all things in the heavens to enhance my strength, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Su-yun's eyes lit up. This is his golden finger. So strong. The newbie gift pack has been opened, giving the host a God-level hand of God X1. Do you want to steal it? Yes. Su-yun responded immediately. The God-level God's hand has condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. Note, due to the host's low level, 2 worlds will be randomly opened, Naruto World and Snow White World. Naruto World. Su-yun didn't hesitate at all. As an anime fan, he is well aware of the various ninjutsu and bloodline limits in the Naruto world. Flying Thunder God can travel through space at will, Amaterasu's black flames are eternal, and his summoning technique can shake people like crazy. Any one of them can change the predicament Su-yun is facing now. In contrast, what's in Snow White's world? Could it be possible to steal Snow White? It's not impossible. Only, it's very difficult to get a household registration on Blue Star. The host has chosen the world this time, Naruto World. The next moment, a colorful planet appeared in Su-yun's vision. God's hand reached in silently. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Nine-tailed Demon Fox. The item has been stored in the system warehouse. The host can take it out with his mind. Nine-tailed Demon Fox, a tailed beast formed from one of the 9 chakras that the 6 paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo separated from the 10 tails. It is an orange demon fox with 9 tails, and ranks first among the 9-tailed beasts. Note, this 9-tailed fox is in its complete form. Sci-fi novel merchandise. Digital art tools. Su-yun sighed, it seemed that he could only figure it out on his own. But the things you don't know, the things that are beyond your cognition, you will never understand no matter how hard you try. At this moment, Honilio's voice came over. Find your original intention. If you find it, you will find the answer. Looking for your original intention? Su-yun was speechless. Is he so childish? Su-yun once again traveled through the universe, but he could not find his so-called original intention after searching the entire universe. In the end, Su-yun came to the origin of the universe again and communicated directly with the will of the universe. It was really difficult for the octogenarian to communicate with Su-yun, but the only thing he had was that he was extremely patient. You're almost dead, and you're still talking nonsense. The will of the universe was quite open-minded and even teased Su-yun that even if the universe was gone, Su-yun himself would not die. With Su-yun's current level of cultivation, he can already leave the universe and survive in areas outside the universe. But the universe is one's root, and fallen leaves return to their roots. Without roots, drifting in the outside world, Soo-yun couldn't imagine such a life. Meditation is very time-consuming, and before you know it, billions of seconds have passed in the blink of an eye. The universe has been completely swallowed up by the underground, and the survivors can only hide in the divine realm of the powerful gods. But the gods cannot transcend the cycle of reincarnation, nor can they be reincarnated. During the last 3 days of destruction, Luota finally understood the mystery of reincarnation, but his realm was slightly lower, so he could only reincarnate into the next reincarnation. The universe was about to be destroyed, and Rhoda had no chance of reincarnation. In other words, even if one becomes a reincarnator, the end result will be destruction. At least Soo-yun has achieved the ultimate realm, and our human race still has roots. Luota said helplessly. There was only one chance, and he had already lost the possibility of breaking through again. All the gods took refuge in the Lotus Samsara realm. The only thing Rhoda can do now is to change the speed of time flow in the reincarnation world and stretch time to the limit. The 3-day boundary of the destruction of the universe is stretched to 1 trillion years in the reincarnation world. But Rhoda immediately realized that something was wrong. After a period of time, the creatures that began to reproduce started endless disputes again. In the end, he returned time to its normal state. Only the crisis of genocide can unite the human race again. The universe is rapidly collapsing inward, and the entire underground space is in a state of rapid collapse. 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. 12 hours, 7 hours, 1 hour. When the time of the universe's destruction began to be counted in minutes, Rhoda had given up struggling and chose to return to his own reincarnation world, drinking and chatting with a group of old friends, to welcome this final moment of destruction. At the origin of the universe, the will of the universe incarnated into an old man. He wanted to transform into a human form and say his final goodbye to Soo-yun, but Soo-yun was still in meditation. Well, when you wake up I'll be completely destroyed, so it won't be so painful. You can go to the vast world outside the universe to gain experience. Your journey has just begun. Even though you failed to inherit my will, it's better than perishing with me. The figure of the old man, the embodiment of the will of the universe, quickly dissipated like bubbles. Destruction only took a moment, but time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Buzz. Soo-yun's eyelids were twitching wildly while he was meditating. So this is the original intention. Such a simple question, but I just figured it out now. When I first met Hong, I asked him about my background. How did I come to this universe? Since I can come to this universe, it means that I have the ability to cross the stars. My appearance is not accidental. I came to this universe for my own mission. When you find your original intention and fully understand it, fragments of memories are put together. Only at this moment did Soo-yun know who he was. He is called Su Shaoshang. Beyond the universe, the strongest being in the world of Dakian Guasian. A being even stronger than the great ultimate realm. The earth in his memory and the universe he was in were the world inside Su Shaoshang's body. The world he was in now belonged to a predecessor, and it was also the world left behind by Su Shaoshang. That senior was the strongest person who was closest to the great sage level, and the starry world where his remains remained after his death. I am here to carry on the will of this old friend. I was wondering why the incarnation of the will of the universe looked so familiar. It was originally a remnant of his. When everything comes to an end, that is the best time to understand the truth. Soo-yun paused the universe that was heading towards final destruction with a thought. Time is a substance that can be completely controlled. In a moment of thought, time goes back, and eternity passes by like a shuttle, replaying itself quickly in front of Soo-yun's eyes. This time Soo-yun saw clearly that every reincarnation represented that his old friend had reached the peak of his cultivation again. Soo-yun gained insights and breakthroughs again and again, until he arrived at the final moment of the destruction of the universe. So that's how it is. In this way, I have broken through the last restraint. From today on, you must call me Su Dasheng. Soo-yun, who had fully comprehended the breakthrough, took control of the universe and merged the regrets of this old friend of his into one, truly and completely inheriting all the will of his predecessor. The two universes merged into one, but Soo-yun did not combine the two worlds into one, but let them separate and exist independently. This is the world that Soo-yun comprehended by himself. Two gives birth to yin and yang, yin and yang give birth to the four symbols, all things evolve, and life continues endlessly. Soo-yun, who completed this step, has broken through to the great saint realm. As for the previous system, it was actually transformed by Soo-yun's own will. The system is himself. The boundaries between the two internal universes are clear, the inherited universe is revitalized, and a new cycle begins. As the only one who achieved reincarnation, Luwata successfully reincarnated into the next cosmic era. When his cultivation returns to the peak level of God, his memories of his previous life will be activated. As for the other practitioners, Soo-yun transferred them to his original inner world. In his own great saint realm, the cosmic era had just passed its peak and was heading towards decline. It is at the moment of decline that we can better understand the truth. Soo-yun transferred them here so that they could better practice and make breakthroughs. In the perception of a group of powerful people, they were inexplicably teleported to a completely unfamiliar universe. The laws and rules here were completely different from before, but the general difference was the same. Laws were extremely adaptable, and rules could incarnate everything. Soon, the star gods adapted to the laws of survival here. At this time, Soo-yun will also transmit a scene that will happen into their bodies in the form of a picture. It's still Soo-yun. It was Soo-yun who saved us. But this is not our original universe. Fuck. Who cares where this is? I'm still alive. That's right. Our former universe has also begun a new cycle. Rhoda is still in that universe. Perhaps in the near future, he will break through the limitations of the universe and reach our new universe. When all the strong men were excited, Soo-yun brought Huan Yue and Phyllis to Earth. The star system where the Earth is located is an independent and transformed world by Soo-yun. Here, there is no such thing as a cultivator. This is a world where Soo-yun can relax. The creatures living here are the remaining wills of the companions who once followed Soo-yun. Their will never be forgotten in this reincarnation. Of course, as long as they are willing, they can end the reincarnation at any time and return to the real universe to practice. The ruler, Iron Maniac, Dongyun, Beerus, all the former companions in the other world, and even enemies are all on Earth, experiencing reincarnation as various mortals. When they get bored, they will return to the formal universe to practice. When they get bored with practice, they will come back to chat with Soo-yun again. Now, Soo-yun has called Phyllis and Huan Yue back. They have no objection to this. Nothing can be happier than being able to accompany Soo-yun for a long time. On the contrary, Xiaojiu, who was transformed into a cultivator by Soo-yun, was very unhappy about this. Oh my god. I'm still just a superstar god. Everyone else has become a god. How can you do that? I'm already so miserable, and you still want me to be immortal. I won't accept it. Xiaojiu was full of resentment. When Soo-yun asked how to compensate her, this guy's evil intentions were exposed and he wanted to marry Soo-yun. What the hell, your predecessor was an intelligent life form, and intelligent life forms have no gender. Soo-yun said with disgust. But you've made me a woman now. And I already like you, okay? If you don't marry me, I won't forgive you. Xiaojiu said angrily. Well, since I owe you something, I'll just accept it reluctantly. So in order to take care of Xiaojiu's emotions and give her a perfect explanation, Soo-yun held a grand wedding for her in the world inside his body. The wedding was arranged by Xiaojiu and was extremely luxurious. Call all the relatives and friends you know to the scene. In the universe inside Soo-yun's body, before he could fully understand the rules and regulations of this universe, a group of star gods were inexplicably teleported to Earth to attend a wedding. Luolan, Tang Xiao, the speaker of the Supreme Council, Gui, the leader of the Dark Star sect and a group of disciples, and even the leaders of the Fighting God Palace from the Palace Master to the Silver-level Fighting God were invited to the scene. The first group of strong people to arrive are friends from the original universe. Then a group of people arrived and became Soo-yun's companions through the ages. Hong was among them, and several human ancestors who broke through from the predecessor's world were also among them. Taekwang-tu Dong-yun and other friends from the other world also appeared here to attend the wedding of Su-yun and Xiao-jiu. Looking back, Su-yun's obsession with resurrecting his partner has always been with him. However, they didn't know that Taekwang-tu, ruler, Dong-yun and Beerus had already achieved the realm of reincarnation. Their will is to follow Su-yun to the new universe to gain experience, and voluntary sacrifice is also part of the plan, so that Su-yun can keep this obsession and help Su-yun find his original intention at the last moment. The wedding was successfully completed, just like Su-yun's cultivation has now reached its peak. The luxurious palace built by Xiaojiu. After the wedding, Su-yun and Xiaojiu lay on the big bed together. Xiaojiu clung to Su-yun like an octopus. Both of them couldn't help but recall the thrilling adventures in the starry universe. Time flies. Looking back now, it only took me a few days to break out of the inner world and travel the universe as a small world master. In a moment of distraction, his cultivation reached the pinnacle, achieving the supreme realm of the great sage. Su-yun. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Kiss me quickly, let me confirm whether it's true or not. Xiaojiu lay on Su-yun's chest with a pout, asking for a hug. Su-yun rolled his eyes high. Real or not, you can't even decide for yourself, seriously, if you want to take advantage of me, just say so. Holy crap! We're married, and you're my husband. You have an obligation to be affectionate with me. Xiaojiu snorted and was about to force his way through. At this moment, Huan Yue, who was dressed up carefully, quietly entered the room with Phyllis. A cool and aloof lady, and a blonde beauty. The two of them looked at Su-yun with sad eyes. Su-yun couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and instinctively felt a sense of danger. What are you two doing? I'm warning you not to do anything rash. I am now the great sage Su who has achieved the supreme realm. Seeing this, the cold and aloof sister Huan Yue raised her eyebrows and gave Su-yun a contemptuous look, which immediately angered him. Oh my god! How dare you look down on me? I, the great Su Dasheng, have overcome so many difficulties, and I am afraid of you, a little queen? As soon as Su-yun waved his hand, Yu Jia and Phyllis flew to his side. Everyone thought that Su-yun would use force to show his masculinity, but unexpectedly, the next moment Su-yun gently embraced them in his arms. It's all over. Today, my cultivation is complete. I have no other desires. For the remaining endless years, I just want to be with you all the time. It's time to enjoy life. End of the book. Name, Su-yun. Realm, nothing. Awakening talent, none. Looking at the cold screen of the test machine, Su-yun's face was full of bitterness. Even though this was the 5th time he had seen such a result, he still felt a little disappointed. 3 years ago, he traveled to Blue Star. Here we have China and the land of Sakura, which is almost the same as the Earth. But the area is tens of thousands of times larger. When the people of Blue Star reach adulthood, they can awaken their talents. Powerful talents can move mountains and seas, fly into the sky and escape into the ground, and enjoy endless glory and privileges. On the contrary, if one fails to awaken his talent, he will fall to the bottom of society and be as humble as an ant. To put it simply, this is a world where strength is respected. Talent is the foundation. However, as a time-traveling party member, Su-yun did not enjoy the benefits of the time-traveling party. For 3 whole years, he didn't even see the shadow of the golden finger. Without any talent, he is destined to never succeed. Su-yun sighed several times, turned around and left the testing hall. Just then, a few people walked by and their eyes fell on Su-yun. He seems to be Su-yun. Su-yun? Is he the guy who licked the campus beauty Lu Qingshan crazily, claimed he had unparalleled talent, but was ultimately found to have no talent at all and went into hiding in disgrace? That's right, it's this guy. Where does he get the courage to pester Lu Qingshan? She's a super genius who has awakened an S-level talent. She's the only one of her kind in the entire Kanglan city. Of course it was given by Ms. Liang. But to be honest, I really envy Lu Qingshan. She's beautiful, comes from a good family, and has awakened an S-level talent. Her future achievements are limitless. Next week is the National University selection. I heard that several schools have already noticed Lu Qingshan. Soo-yun ignored the sarcasm and continued walking forward. Lu Qingshan, the school belle of Kanglan No. 1 Middle School. During the talent test 3 days ago, she awakened her S-level talent, Goddess of Life. The entire Kanglan city was shaken. But Soo-yun has never licked Lu Qingshan. In fact, instead, it was Lu Qingshan who kept pestering Soo-yun. 3 years ago, Soo-yun had just traveled to Blue Star and accidentally saved Lu Qingshan's life. Then, Lu Qingshan decided that Soo-yun was her true love. Soo-yun was thirsty, so Lu Qingshan took the initiative to buy water. Soo-yun was hungry, so Lu Qingshan took out the loving lunchbox she had carefully prepared. To put it bluntly, as long as Soo-yun wanted, Lu Qingshan was willing to give up everything she had. Of course, Soo-yun didn't do anything to Lu Qingshan. To Soo-yun, Lu Qingshan is just a young girl who has not experienced much of the world. What a hero saving the beauty, what Mr. Right, it's just the result of reading too many Mary Sue novels. In addition, Lu Qingshan has an excellent family background and is considered a prominent family in Kanglan City. In contrast, Soo-yun has no parents and lives in a slum. Therefore, Soo-yun always kept his distance from Lu Qingshan. He didn't want to get caught up in the bloody vortex of feuds among wealthy families. But for some reason, after the talent test, rumors spread from Kanglan No. 1 Middle School, saying that Soo-yun had been harassing Lu Qingshan, and there were many false accusations against him. To the point that Soo-yun inexplicably became a bootlicker. He's the kind of miserable guy who ends up with nothing after licking everything. Not only Kanglan No. 1 Middle School, but now in the entire Kanglan City, many people are talking about it. Having ended up in this state, I've brought shame to the time travel community. Soo-yun laughed at himself. He doesn't care about the rumors. After living a new life, I have become more open-minded about many things. What really made Soo-yun unwilling was that he traveled to a completely new world but had no chance to experience all the wonderful things. In the end, he was still as mediocre and indistinguishable as in his previous life. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Therefore, Soo-yun has been testing his talent repeatedly these days, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. What a pity. It's all in vain. Ding. The theft system has been repaired successfully. The system is binding with the host. System loading. The system started successfully. System? Hearing the cold mechanical prompt, Soo-yun was stunned. 3 years. 3 full years. My golden finger finally arrived? Dear host, this system can gather the hand of God and help the host steal anything in the heavens and myriad worlds. In an instant, countless pieces of information emerged in Soo-yun's mind. He saw many bizarre worlds, such as the Dupo world, the Jutian world, the Naruto world, the Bleach world, and so on. At the same time, he also saw strange fire, ninjutsu, and zanpakuto. All of this can be obtained through the theft system of all heavens. However, in order to steal, one must concentrate the hand of God. The hand of God is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced and divine levels. The higher the level of the God's hand, the higher the success rate and better the quality of the stolen items or abilities. As for how to condense the hand of God, it is obtained by the host defeating or killing the enemy. The higher the level of the hand of God, the lower the explosion rate. So, as long as I continue to defeat or kill my enemies, I can continuously obtain all things in the heavens to enhance my strength, thus forming a virtuous cycle. Soo-yun's eyes lit up. This is his golden finger. So strong. The newbie gift pack has been opened, giving the host a God-level hand of God X1. Do you want to steal it? Yes. Soo-yun responded immediately. The God-level God's hand has condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. Note, due to the host's low level, 2 worlds will be randomly opened, Naruto World and Snow White World. Naruto World. Soo-yun didn't hesitate at all. As an anime fan, he is well aware of the various ninjutsu and bloodline limits in the Naruto world. Flying Thunder God can travel through space at will, Amaterasu's black flames are eternal, and his summoning technique can shake people like crazy. Any one of them can change the predicament Su Yun is facing now. In contrast, what's in Snow White's world? Could it be possible to steal Snow White? It's not impossible. Only, it's very difficult to get a household registration on Blue Star. The host has chosen the world this time, Naruto World. The next moment, a colorful planet appeared in Su Yun's vision. God's hand reached in silently. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Nine-tailed Demon Fox. The item has been stored in the system warehouse. The host can take it out with his mind. Nine-tailed Demon Fox, a tailed beast formed from one of the 9 chakras that the 6 paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo separated from the 10 tails. It is an orange demon fox with 9 tails, and ranks first among the 9-tailed beasts. Note, this 9-tailed fox is in its complete form. Su Yun was completely stunned. A surge of blood rushed to my head. Without any hesitation, he immediately extracted the 9-tailed fox. Buzz! A powerful and mysterious force instantly surged through my body. Su Yun felt that he had plenty of physical strength, as if he had endless energy. He quickly closed his eyes and saw a cute little orange fox lying in the dantian area of the human body. The 9 tails are sometimes raised and sometimes lowered, appearing relaxed and comfortable. This shape is a little bit wrong, isn't it? Su Yun was stunned. Because this 9 tails is so cute. It lay there obediently, its orange-red ears trembling slightly, and the insides were black. The cute nose twitched slightly, and from time to time it would scratch its ears with its hind paws. Is this still the ferocious 9-tailed fox? It looks just like a little husky. Suddenly, Su Yun thought of something and his expression changed. The 9-tailed fox is unruly and difficult to control. What's more, this is the complete form of the 9-tailed fox. If it gets unhappy, it will explode from the inside out. Wouldn't that be the end of it? It was hasty. We should have observed it first and then extracted it. Su Yun frowned slightly. He immediately asked, "System, will QB hurt me?" Host, please rest assured. All creatures stolen from any world will completely submit to you. Su Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then there is nothing to worry about. The Yin 9-tail possesses infinite spiritual energy, and the Yang 9-tail possesses infinite life energy. After the fusion of Yin and Yang, as the host, I am equivalent to possessing infinite chakra. Besides that, there's also malice perception, tailed beast ball, and the complete 9-tails mode. One cool and powerful skill after another replayed in Su Yun's mind. I immediately wanted to release the 9-tailed fox to experience it. But in the end, Su Yun calmed down. A big tree attracts the wind. Let's go home first. The depression caused by the repeated failures in awakening has now disappeared. Etc. Before he had taken a few steps, Su Yun suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have said the word repair just now. System, what's the repair situation? He asked. The system was damaged when the host traveled through time, but has now been fully repaired. So, it took you 3 years to repair it? 3 years, 3 whole years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? Su Yun gritted his teeth. When he first came here, he thought he was about to reach the peak of his life. Things like he could shatter the void with one punch, and everyone would surrender when he released his domineering aura. This is the standard equipment for time travelers. The system is good, it breaks down without binding. No. Compensation must be made. Otherwise it would be such a loss. System. To compensate the host's spiritual trauma, I will compensate him with an innate talent, the Hongmeng immortal body. Su Yun was ecstatic. This system can handle it, and if there is any problem, it will really compensate. System, what is the function of the Hongmeng immortal body? Please introduce it to me. Su Yun asked curiously. Hongmeng immortal body, born from the origin of Hongmeng, the possessor is naturally in tune with the great way of the universe. Their cultivation will never encounter bottlenecks, Their comprehension is unmatched, their soul is immortal, and their life force will never dry up. As soon as he heard the explanation, Su Yun immediately extracted the Hongmeng immortal body. At the same moment, above Kanglan City, the wind and clouds change suddenly, and the sun and moon change. Faintly, a layer of light purple light enveloped the area. In the mayor's office in the center of Kanglan City, a middle-aged man suddenly looked up. This aura is so pure. The middle-aged man was burly and had a deep voice. He flashed and appeared on the top of a tall building, gazing at the sky. But this situation lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. Strange, could it be that someone has awakened a special talent? The middle-aged man whispered. On the street. Su Yun closed his eyes slightly, and his whole body was surrounded by purple light, mixed with a faint golden light. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a light breath, his eyes clear. Immediately afterwards, the body couldn't help but tremble. I feel it. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is moving towards me. Su Yun looked excited. The original owner of this body, including him, has been trying to practice since they were old enough to understand. But his talent is so poor that he cannot come into contact with spiritual energy at all. Aura is the ubiquitous cultivation substance on the blue planet. Due to regional differences, the concentration of spiritual energy varies greatly. Everyone will awaken their talents at the age of 18, which will determine the direction of their life. Blue Star has been developing for many years now and has a clear level of talent. They are F, E, D, C, B, A, S. People with S-level talents are national strategic talents. So when Lu Qingshan was found to have S-level talent, it caused a sensation in the entire Kanglan City. You know, Kanglan City is only a third-tier city in China, and an S-level genius has never appeared in it in 100 years. Because of this, the college selection a week later has attracted much attention. Even the top 10 famous universities in China will come. I heard from the teacher that there's an SS level above the S level, but I don't know if it's true. System, what level is the Hongmeng immortal body? Su Yun asked the system. According to Blue Star's rating, the Hongmeng immortal body surpasses the SSS level and is even called the God level. Su Yun's pupils trembled and he took a breath of cold air. If above S level is SS level, then there is SSS level. The Hongmeng immortal body is super SSS level. Now that Su Yun has extracted the Hongmeng immortal body, there is no bottleneck in his cultivation anymore. His comprehension is extremely high, his soul is immortal, and his life is not withered. This compensation is quite intense. Well-deserved God level. In an instant, Su Yun no longer had any complaints. With the Hongmeng immortal body, what else do you need a bicycle for? At this moment, Su Yun suddenly wanted to say, System, how about you damage it for another 3 years? In the end, Su Yun held back. Quit while you're ahead. Don't accidentally break the system. Then, Su Yun looked at the little nine-tailed fox in his dantian. He asked, System, what level is QB? The fully formed nine-tailed fox is SSS level, also known as the demigod level. If special requirements are met, it can be promoted to the god level. Su Yun's eyebrows suddenly danced with joy. Although it is not as good as the Hongmeng immortal body, the SSS level is already very abnormal. If he could be promoted, he would be no worse than the Hongmeng immortal body. The Nine Tails was born from the Ten Tails. Speaking of the Ten Tails, it involves the Otsutsuki clan, and even has a connection with Madara-sama. Su Yun's mind was in turmoil. Dad Ada. At this moment, the crisp sound of high heels was heard. Su Yun looked up and his expression gradually became restrained. I saw two people walking side by side. One of them was wearing a pure white dress. She was 18 years old, graceful and elegant, with a beauty that could topple a country. She is the school belle of Kanglan No. 1 Middle School and also a celebrity in Kanglan City. Lu Qingshan. As for the other person, she was a beautiful young woman wearing gold and silver jewelry and expensive clothes, with a look of arrogance in her expression. When the beautiful young woman saw Su Yun, her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. There was even a tisk sound from the corner of his mouth. The beautiful young woman looked down at Su Yun from above. It was like looking at a little beggar, with no trace of disgust concealed in his eyes. Su Yun, what a coincidence! Lu Qingshan saw Su Yun's eyes light up slightly, and said to the beautiful young woman, "Mom, he is." Before she could finish her words, Lu's mother sneered, "I know who he is, a little loser living in the slums." Su Yun frowned slightly. In fact, this was not the first time he met Lu's mother. I saw it half a year ago. At that time, Lu's mother warned Su Yun to leave her daughter. "Otherwise you will bear the consequences." "Mom, don't talk about Su Yun like that." Lu Qingshan looked embarrassed. But Lu's mother ignored him and continued to look down at Su Yun. "You little waste, I'm warning you one last time. Qingshan is already an adult and has a bright future. How can a lowlife like you get in touch with her? What a toad wanting to eat swan flesh." The cursing was so loud that many passers-by slowed down their pace and looked over with their heads tilted. Su Yun didn't say anything, but his fist slowly clenched. "What? You want to hit me?" When Lu's mother saw Su Yun's actions, she laughed even harder. She crossed her arms and raised her head arrogantly. "Beat me. I'll make sure you stay in jail for the rest of your life until you're old and helpless. After being released after several decades, I can only work as a laborer on a construction site until I die. The lowest kind of trash, garbage." Mother Lu was arrogant and every word she said hit home. This made Lu Qingshan a little confused. She didn't quite understand why her mother was targeting Su Yun. "Look at Su Yun again." He took a deep breath, still without saying anything, and walked away. Seeing that Su Yun didn't react, Mother Lu clicked her tongue again. "Coward. Do you know why so many people call you a bootlicker? I hired someone to do this specifically to ruin your reputation. From now on, you will always be a joke." Su Yun stopped abruptly, turned around, and looked at Lu's mother with cold eyes. "So it was you who did it?" He felt strange. Lu Qingshan had just awakened his S-level talent, and so many rumors attacked him. It turns out that this crazy woman is causing all the trouble. On the side, Lu Qingshan also looked surprised. She looked at Su Yun with wide eyes, feeling a surge of self-blame in her heart. But he didn't say anything and just stood there in a daze. Seeing Su Yun's eyes and expression, Lu's mother was ecstatic. She is not brainless. Everything she had just done was to provoke Su Yun and make him attack her in front of Lu Qingshan. In this way, Lu Qingshan's impression of Su Yun will be shattered in an instant. He could also get Su Yun sent to jail. Kill two birds with one stone. Then, Mother Lu quickly walked up to Su Yun and said viciously, 3 years ago, Shanshan was almost kidnapped by the demon cult. I suspect you're behind all this, deliberately trying to get close to Shanshan and the Lu family. You human traitor. This sentence made many passers-by's faces change drastically. The demonic cult. An alien sect lurking in the blue planet. They are good at using words to persuade people to join their organization and work for it at all costs. These foreign sects have destroyed countless families. Countless happy families were torn apart. There was even an incident where a husband chopped off his wife's head with his own hands, and said with a crazy laugh, "This is a gift for my leader." Today, China severely punishes foreign religious sects. Any foreign sect members caught will be killed. Su Yun stared at Lu's mother and really wanted to punch her in the face. Smash those disgusting facial features to pieces. Traitor of the human race? This slander is too serious. But he didn't do that, he turned around and left silently. Before you have the strength, all insults and revenge are traps. I want to become stronger, so that no one can bully me. Su Yun swore in his heart. When Lu's mother saw that Su Yun still had no temper, her face turned dark. Good man, I said so much, but you didn't listen to a word? Are you deaf? She screamed angrily. Su Yun shrugged and said, Yes, I'm deaf. As he spoke, he continued to walk forward. In the sunlight, Su Yun's shadow gradually moved away, seeming a little thin. A bit more lonely. Lu Qingshan looked at the gradually receding figure and bit her red lips lightly. Mom, are you going a little too far? Too much? My daughter, please be more careful. Who are you? You are the first genius in Kanglan City in 100 years to awaken an S-level talent. What is he? He's just a piece of useless wood thrown on the side of the road. No one pays attention to him, and some people even spit on him out of disgust. Mother Lu stared at Lu Qingshan and said earnestly, how can the bright moon be obscured by dust? Lu Qingshan's expression froze. Although she felt that her mother's actions were a bit excessive. But the truth is there. He has awakened his S-level talent, and his future stage will be the entire China, and even the entire Blue Star. And Su Yun will have to live in the slums for the rest of his life. If I continue to tangle with him, I'm afraid. At last. Lu Qingshan sighed deeply. Maybe there is a gap between his world and mine. Seeing that Lu Qingshan had figured it out, Mother Lu looked at Su Yun's back and deliberately shouted loudly, remember, you are my daughter. You are not from the same world as this little loser living in the slums. She was showing off her status and belittling Su Yun. Su Yun paused when he heard this. He glanced at the nine-tailed fox in his body, feeling the infinite spiritual power between heaven and earth, and a faint arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Indeed, we are not from the same world. Su Yun left without arguing with Lu's mother. There is no such thing as arrogant and immature declarations like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Because, there is no need. Kanglan City, East section of the slum area, number 211. Most of the houses in the slums are built with old wooden boards and iron sheets. The streets are paved with various types of sand or broken bricks. Sometimes you can see drunks in the corner, emitting a foul smell. Su Yun's house is not big, just surrounded by a few pieces of iron sheets. There was a bed, 2 chairs, and a radio in the room. These are all Su Yun's belongings. To be honest, the most valuable thing he has is this mobile phone. The light bulb hanging on the iron sheet was lit, providing rare light into the house. 300 blue coins a month, haha. Su Yun laughed at himself. He didn't think too much about it, rubbed his cheeks, and slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, little nine-tailed fox appeared in Su Yun's arms. As soon as it came out, it nudged Su Yun's chest with its furry head, adding vitality to the dull little house. Little guy, from now on you and I will depend on each other. Su Yun stroked the little nine-tailed fox's fur and smiled gently. The little nine-tailed fox closed its blood-red ruby-like eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Her nose moved and she made a sweet humming sound. Then, the little nine-tailed fox jumped down, biting here and rubbing there, which was very cute. Su Yun stared at little nine-tailed fox, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Then, he rubbed his hands excitedly. Since I have nothing to do, I will try the nine-tailed mode. First, Su Yun is very excited and looking forward to it now. What would you look like if you activated the nine-tailed fox mode? Concentrate your mind and calm your breath. Su Yun relied on a very special feeling to connect with the nine-tailed fox. At this moment, a pure and powerful force suddenly surged out from his dantian. Boom! The next second, airflow appeared around Su Yun. Golden light burst out from within like the color of the sun. The originally worn and wrinkled school uniform was now rendered like a divine robe. Soft and bright. The neck collar extends upwards, adding a sense of mystery, and the Magatama wheel appears, as if overlooking the world as a peerless overlord. The black lines gradually spread from the chest to the limbs. The fusion of black and gold, unparalleled dominance. At the same time, a golden cloak appeared on Su Yun's back, moving without wind. When the bits of golden light spread out, they looked like steaming flames. So beautiful. Very handsome. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. The irises are blood red, and the vertical pupils exude sharpness and indifference. He showed excitement again. The endless power provided by nine-tailed mode is amazing. Su Yun looked at himself and was very satisfied. Suddenly, the consciousness in his mind moved involuntarily. A strange wave continued to surge from all directions. Emotions such as resentment, viciousness, tyranny, etc. can be clearly perceived. This is malicious perception. Soo-yun nodded secretly. From now on, if anyone has malicious intentions towards him, he will be able to detect it immediately. The slums are a lawless place. It is natural that these emotions converge, so it is inevitable. Soo-yun didn't think much about it and threw a punch out of urgency. But then he thought about the fact that he would have to pay compensation, so he had to give up with a bitter smile. After releasing the nine-tailed fox mode, Soo-yun had the illusion of entering the sage mode. But he still felt his blood boiling. It's like a door appears before your eyes. As long as you open it, the world behind will be wonderful, gorgeous, and beautiful. Soo-yun used to have nothing and lacked the key to open the door. After the system was repaired, a key appeared in his hand. Snap! The door is open. He is qualified. The college selection will be held in a week, and all 10 prestigious universities will come to observe. That will be my moment to make the leap. Soo-yun has a far-sighted gaze. He let out a light breath and was about to sit down to rest when he was slightly stunned. In the past, he would always look extremely tired no matter what he did. But today, I feel full of energy. My legs don't hurt anymore. My waist doesn't hurt anymore. My mind is clear now. What's going on? He muttered. The host can call up the personal panel to check the physical status. Soo-yun did as he was told immediately. Name, Soo-yun. Age, 18. Realm, half-step 1-star warrior. Abilities, 1, nine-tailed fox, spirit pet. Talent, 1, Hongmang immortal body. Martial arts, none. Soo-yun was shocked after seeing the message on his personal panel. He used to be a loser with no talent or ability. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the realm of a half-step 1-star warrior. After a moment of thought, Soo-yun suddenly realized. It's the Hongmang immortal body. Hongmang's indestructible physique gives him abnormal recovery ability, comprehension ability, and cultivation speed. Then it all makes sense. It's worthy of being a god-level talent. Soo-yun exclaimed again. After the excitement comes the cooling-off period. Soo-yun sat in the chair, looked up at the light bulb and thought. The college selection will begin in a week, and those with outstanding grades will be selected by the top 10 universities. The top 10 prestigious universities are a gathering place for China to cultivate new forces. Talents from all over the country will enter and receive the best education. It can be said that the teachers and students in the top 10 prestigious universities are either extremely talented or have family investments. Now that I have the opportunity, I must seize it. Soo-yun didn't want to be bullied all his life. I don't want to be at the bottom forever. He wants to change. People change their thoughts depending on where they are or the power they hold. But Soo-yun thought about it again and again, and realized that he had nothing now. No family, no teachers, and no resources. No. There is a ferocious beast canyon outside Kanglan City. Soo-yun's eyes lit up. The Beast Canyon is a place strictly controlled by the military. At the same time, it also provides a way for the people at the bottom of society to make money. When humans fight ferocious beasts, the casualty rate is very high. Basically, he is living with his head tied to his belt. Soo-yun slowly stood up. I have the ability, but I have almost no actual combat experience. The Canyon of Ferocious Beasts is my starting point. Do what you think. He immediately left the house and headed towards the nearest station. Outside the Beast Canyon, Military Base Number 1. The bus came swaying. Soo-yun got out of the car and looked at the military camp in front of him. The tall fence, filled with high-voltage electricity, is obviously used to protect against ferocious beasts. The base is huge, with tents everywhere and noisy sounds constantly heard. A group of soldiers stood solemnly, holding guns and carrying knives or swords behind their backs. Their cold features were as if cut by a knife or an axe. Especially the eyes, like a wolf or a leopard. This is murderous intent. Soo-yun lowered his head and did not dare to look at the soldiers. He could tell that these soldiers had fought their way out of blood. ID card. 18 years old? The middle-aged soldier at the gate of the military camp frowned slightly when he saw the ID card Soo-yun handed over. My advice is to find the team inside the barracks and don't act alone. Thank you, uncle. I understand. Soo-yun got his ID card back and paid 500 blue coins. His face was twitching slightly. Damn it! This is too expensive. Entrance to the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts is not free, an entrance fee is required. But if you can capture or kill the ferocious beast, you will make a profit. The ferocious beast is full of treasures. It's all money. The middle-aged soldier glanced at Soo-yun who had entered and shouted, "Next one, don't dawdle." In the military camp, people gathered in groups of 3 or 4. They are all in their 20s to 40s. When they saw Soo-yun, they all showed a playful look. At 18, I don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Let's take a gamble. Do you think he can come out alive? About 20,000 people die in the Ferocious Beast Canyon every year. If a beast tide breaks out, there will be countless of them. Many people were teasing Soo-yun. Soo-yun simply chose to ignore it, took the dry food and water provided in the base, and walked forward silently. A slightly dim dense forest appeared before our eyes. Soo-yun did not feel scared, but instead felt inexplicably excited. When we were about 100 meters into the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts, a fishy smell hit us in the face. There was dead silence all around, which made people feel boundless fear. Roar! Suddenly, the beast roared like thunder, echoing in the forest. The birds were startled and they fluttered their wings and flew high. Here we go. There was a gleam in Soo-yun's eyes. He wants to use the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts to shed his own body. In the forest. The figures were running, making crisp sounds continuously. He ran for 300 or 400 meters before stopping. This place is where the real danger begins. Soo-yun stood on a small path and whispered. In the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts, many warriors die every year. So we choose teamwork to reduce the mortality rate. Not everyone is as skilled and courageous as Soo-yun. Or maybe he's just a greenhorn. Most importantly, Soo-yun didn't want others to see his abilities. Let's wait until we grow up. Suddenly, a faint fishy breeze blew from the front. Soo-yun's expression changed slightly, and he vaguely saw 2 sturdy figures from the trees and bushes. Gurgle. A deep and powerful roar sounded like thunder. Under Soo-yun's gaze, 2 powerful claws crushed the bushes, emitting a ferocious aura. Blood-toothed tiger. Soo-yun's muscles were tense and his pupils shrank slightly. The 2 ferocious beasts in front of him were strong and slender, with light red fur that looked soft but could withstand ordinary swords and guns. The tiger's head was ferocious, and its pupils were shrinking as it stared at Soo-yun. The blood-toothed tiger is an extremely ferocious beast in the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts. The most famous thing about them is their teeth, which are cast in blood and as hard as steel. The body of a 1-star warrior can be crushed in an instant in its mouth. Roar! At this moment, a blood-toothed tiger suddenly pounced. As the saying goes, clouds follow the dragon and wind follows the tiger. The blood-toothed tiger came with a bloody storm, which had a great impact on the spirit. But there was no fear in Soo-yun's eyes, only anticipation. 9-tailed mode. He growled in his heart. Instantly. Soo-yun's whole body was radiating golden light, and black light from his chest spread in all directions. The black pupils also turned into blood pupils at this time. Twist around and punch. No tricks, just pure power. Bang! Flashing golden light. The blood-toothed tiger was like being hit by a truck on the highway. It exploded on the spot, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. Ding! The host kills the blood-toothed tiger and drops a primary god's hand *1. Soo-yun was stunned for a moment. Oh shit! A blood-toothed tiger equivalent to an early-stage 1-star warrior was killed with 1 punch? A primary god's hand also dropped. Su-yun raised a satisfied smile and turned to look at the other blood-toothed tiger. The blood-toothed tiger's fur instantly stood up. I can tell from the look in his eyes that he is a human who cannot be defeated. Turn around and prepare to run away. Want to run? Stay. Su-yun had an idea. The nine-tailed chakra behind him transformed into the sharp claws of a demon fox, grabbing the blood-toothed tiger at lightning speed. The blood-toothed tiger had no power to resist and couldn't even struggle. Bang! Su-yun punched the blood-toothed tiger in the heart. Snap! Heartbroken. The blood-toothed tiger died instantly. Hot and smelly blood kept gushing out from the tiger's mouth. Ding! The host kills the blood-toothed tiger and drops a primary god's hand *1. After dealing with the two blood-toothed tigers, Su-yun finally calmed down a little. After 2 lifetimes as a human, this is the first time I kill. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. They wanted to eat me, and I just fought back. Su-yun gave himself a psychological hint. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Su-yun opened his eyes. Afterwards, he used the fox's sharp claws to begin collecting materials from the blood-toothed tiger. Teeth can be used as medicine. Intact pelts fetch high prices. Not to mention tiger blood, tiger bones, and tiger whip. In the end, only a bloody body was left lying on the ground. Su-yun threw all the materials into the system warehouse. Continue. I need more practical experience. Su-yun moved forward again. In today's era, whoever has the stronger fist is the boss. No strength? Can only be bullied. In the huge canyon of ferocious beasts, Su-yun was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and undercurrents began to stir. Military Base Number 1. A military green armored vehicle drove along the wide road. The middle-aged soldier who was recording outside stood up to greet him. 3 men and 2 women got out of the car, all around 20 years old. Commander Gu. The middle-aged soldier and the other soldiers shouted in unison. The man called Commander Gu was very young, wearing a black combat uniform, and nodded calmly. The group entered the base, and only after they were far away did the warriors dare to discuss. Surname Gu? Can't it be Gu from Longdu? Shoo! Don't call his name. Are you looking for death? That's not right. Why is he here? Is he interfering in the college selection? The soldier who replaced the middle-aged soldier shouted, "Quiet, don't talk nonsense." Within the base. The middle-aged soldier followed Commander Gu respectfully. Are the people from the half-blood cult really in there? Asked Commander Gu. The middle-aged soldier replied, "Yes, it is said that there have been sightings, and many people have mysteriously disappeared recently." New. Commander Gu narrowed his eyes slightly. He waved his hand, opened the tent curtain, and stepped into the canyon with 2 men and 2 women. Deep in the Beast Canyon. Dark, moldy, and with a strong smell of blood. The towering ancient trees blocked the sunlight, causing the deep soil to lack moisture all year round. Bang! A palm covered in blood appeared in the sunlight. There was dirt between his fingernails and he was shaking violently. It seemed as if the owner of the palm was suffering endless torture. Save! A weak and frightened voice slowly came out. Before he could finish his words, a thick purple-red tentacle about 20 centimeters long instantly wrapped around him. He, become my nourishment. A cold laugh was heard. Then, the eerie sound of bones and internal organs breaking drifted in the depths. Beast Canyon, Tiger Road. Rumble. Trees fell down, broke in half, and sent up clouds of dust. A golden flash flashed, and the punch was as heavy as a mountain. All the blood-toothed tigers that appeared died suddenly. Puff, puff, puff. Blood was all over the ground, not even a speck of it could splash onto the golden figure in front. The fierce tiger road that once stopped countless warriors in their tracks was actually slaughtered by one person. Ding! The host killed 20 blood-toothed tigers, and dropped 20 primary gods' hands. A good harvest. Su-yun turned around and smiled. He killed all the blood-toothed tigers he encountered along the way. In addition to obtaining a large number of primary divine hands, his realm also officially entered the 1-star warrior level. This perfectly demonstrates the supernatural power of the Hongmang immortal body. Become a 1-star warrior in just one day. If it were an ordinary person, it would be a fantasy. Just when Su-yun was feeling complacent, the atmosphere suddenly changed. An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere permeated down from above. Murderous look. Su-yun suddenly raised his head, and his pupils reflected a mighty and majestic beast. The beast was huge, with blood-red hair all over its body and its fangs shining with a cold light. It looked down at Su-yun like a king looking at an ant. Bloodtooth Tiger King. Su-yun frowned. Roar. Immediately, the Bloodtooth Tiger King roared to the sky, shaking the mountains and forests. A bloody atmosphere arrived in an instant. The ferocious beasts within 1,000 meters were trembling in fear. The Bloodtooth Tiger King crushed the rocks, turned into a red flash, and pounced towards Su-yun with murderous intent. A sudden change occurs. The Bloodtooth Tiger King pounced and tore Su-yun apart. But when it landed on the ground, it found that what was torn was just a faint golden shadow. Su-yun himself had already disappeared several meters away. After the 9-tailed fox mode is activated, his damage, defense, and speed will be greatly improved. The Bloodtooth Tiger King possesses the combat power of a late-stage 1-star warrior. I hope you can give me a surprise. Su-yun smiled faintly. The Bloodtoothed Tiger King is 2 to 3 times larger than the Bloodtoothed Tiger. If it were any other 1-star warrior, the murderous aura emanating from it would be enough to make it unable to move. The tiger is as powerful as a prison. But Su-yun did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead he was eager to try. Roar! The Bloodtooth Tiger King's beard trembled as he attacked again. The blood shadows danced like flashes of light. It raised its thick and huge tiger claws and swung them out suddenly. The air actually trembled slightly. Swish! The wind was blowing violently and cracks were flying everywhere. The rocks were unable to stop it and shattered on the spot. Even the giant tree that 5 or 6 people could hug broke with a snap. If any 1-star warrior encounters the Bloodtooth Tiger King, there is only one result: death. Change. Su-yun stopped still, with heroic spirit surging in his heart, and shouted in a low voice. The golden light rising from the surface changed instantly, turning into a 2-meter-long fox claw, which blasted out violently. Boom! The moment of contact, the fox demon's sharp claws crushed the Bloodtoothed Tiger King like a rotten wood. The tiger's claws shattered instantly, and the Tiger King flew backwards with a howl. A bloody path of more than 10 meters was left on the ground. After a few final twitches, the Bloodtoothed Tiger King died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Bloodtoothed Tiger King, challenging a higher level, and dropping an intermediate God's Hand *1. The intermediate God's Hand has been revealed. Su-yun was surprised. He killed no less than 40 blood-toothed tigers along the way, all of which were killed by the hands of primary gods. The Bloodtooth Tiger King actually revealed the intermediate God's Hand. This is a pleasant surprise. Su-yun pondered secretly, could it be that the system encourages me to challenge opponents of higher levels? He wanted to know how the explosion rate of Hand of God was calculated. Will challenging someone of a higher level give you a higher level of divine hand? Or is there a greater number? A 1-star blood-toothed tiger isn't much of a challenge anymore. I need to go kill some higher level beasts. While Su-yun was packing up the materials of the Bloodtooth Tiger King, he began to plan. The country encourages warriors to kill ferocious beasts. For example, the top 10 universities and the 4 major martial arts schools. They issued orders to eliminate the ferocious beasts and would give rewards. There is one prerequisite: you must be from a prestigious school or martial arts school. There were people who coveted these rewards and wanted to kill the ferocious beasts. But as a result, countless people fell on this road. The path of a warrior is never easy, it is filled with blood and death. Roar! The tiger roars again. Su-yun turned around and said softly, "Clean up this place first." After he finished speaking, he transformed into a golden stream of light and swept through the forest. About a kilometer away from here, a 5-man team is searching for prey. These people looked depressed. Where's the prey? Along the way, there were corpses of blood-toothed tigers everywhere. Do you think it's some mysterious boss who's behind this? Big boss, can you appreciate these things? Could it be that the boss is in a bad mood and came here to vent? We can only say that we don't understand the world of big bosses. Half an hour later, Suyun released the 9-tailed fox mode and rested against a rock. System, what good things can the primary god's hand touch? The primary god's hand has only a very small chance of stealing high-value treasures. If the host needs it, he can exchange the primary god's hand for the intermediate god's hand. Suyun, can it be exchanged? What's the exchange rate? 50 primary god's hands can be exchanged for 1 intermediate god's hand, and so on. 50:1. Suyun frowned slightly, then felt relieved. The primary god's hand can be easily dropped. The intermediate god's hand is probably given after challenging or defeating a stronger opponent of a higher level, and it may even be given to a high-level god's hand. Where is the god-level hand of God? Suyun continued to ask. Unable to redeem, reason unknown. Suyun was speechless. Damn it, didn't they say it was repaired? He couldn't help but complain. The system did not give any explanation in the end, so Suyun had to give up. He stood up, looked around, and took out the simple map given by the base. The map simply depicts the living areas of some ferocious beasts. Suyun immediately looked at the thorny bull 2,000 meters away from the blood-toothed tiger's territory. The military also carefully marked a sentence, thorny bull, a half-step 2-star warrior, remember not to get close. Suyun recalled the information about the thorny bull in his mind. The thorny bull, a herd animal with densely packed spikes on its skin that can stretch and retract at will. Its charge is no less powerful than a high-speed chariot. Why does Suyun know this information? Because the school teaches not only basic combat, but also a variety of cultural courses. A man who only knows how to fight with his muscles is nothing but a reckless man. Suyun is relatively good at academic subjects. Name, Suyun. Realm, 1-star warrior mid-stage. Abilities, 1, 9-tailed fox, spirit pet. Talent, 1, Hongmang immortal body. Martial arts, none. Wow, it's already the midterm? Suyun was slightly surprised when he saw the attribute panel. Normally, if a 1-star warrior wants to advance from the early stage to the middle stage, he needs not only to fight but also to practice. At the same time, a lot of time accumulation is required. Suyun, on the other hand, kept fighting and his realm breakthrough was not slow. It can even be said to be perverted. Suyun smiled, turned his gaze towards the direction of the thorny bull, and said softly, "It's your turn." Before leaving, Suyun used the primary god's hand 10 times to test whether he was a lucky guy or a fool. Primary god's hand *10 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly. Please choose, Earth world or future world. Future world. Suyun's eyes lit up. It would be great if I could get some exoskeleton armor or a nanomech like Iron Man. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal 100 sauces from the Big Monkey Barbecue restaurant. Steal blood flower beer *10. After 10 times, Suyun's face turned black. Damn it. This is incredible luck. You, a beginner god's hand, are such a scumbag. Why steal barbecue sauce? And beer? This is the coolest. Wrong. The thorn bull is known for its strength and explosiveness, simply because its heart is a treasure. There's a very small chance that the bull demon heart will appear. Suyun changed his mind. The main thing was that he caught a glimpse of the sauce, and he became greedy. Nyo-moxin is quite popular in the market, but the quantity is still small. The price of one piece is between 8,000 and 10,000. I'm not greedy, I want to practice and become stronger. Su-yun muttered as he ran towards the territory of the thorny bull. Ferocious Beast Canyon, Green Park. Hundreds of spiny bulls were leisurely chewing green grass. The cow has a strong body, with bulging muscles all over its body, as if carved from granite, and its body is covered with densely packed small holes and sharp thorns. Not far away. Su-yun looked at these thorny bulls, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. I want to see how strong the half-step 2-star thorn bull is. After saying that, he was about to take action. But at this moment, a team suddenly appeared on the opposite side. The team consisted of 4 people, observing the thorny bull in the woods. After a while, they took out their hot weapons, as if they wanted to wipe out the thorny bull in one fell swoop. Idiot, aren't you afraid of provoking a full charge from the thorny bulls? Su-yun cursed softly. On today's blue planet, thermal weapons may be effective. But it is only aimed at the warrior level. The general level combat power, speed, and defense are beyond imagination. There are videos circulating online. A general level warrior can rely on his body skills to move through dense artillery fire. Unharmed. A 100-man hot weapon team was wiped out in an instant. Of course, if you use nuclear bombs to bomb a general level warrior, there is nothing to say. When Blue Star entered the period of national awakening and rise, nuclear bombs were used to bombard ferocious beasts. While the ferocious beasts were being destroyed, they were also adapting to the radiation from the nuclear bomb, transforming into even more terrifying beings. Since then, nuclear bombs have gradually declined. That's why Su-yun complained. If the gun cannot completely kill the thorny bull, there will be a terrifying counterattack. Click. The crisp sound of guns being equipped rang out. Is it really okay? The only female in the team had a worried look on her face. A slightly frivolous man grinned and said, "Don't worry, there are no 2-star thorn bulls here." The next moment, flames spewed out of the muzzle and bullets were fired like rain. Puff, puff, puff. The thorny bull, which was closer, roared and wailed, and soon fell down with a loud bang. The other thorny bulls suddenly turned around, their eyes red, and charged forward with howls. E-level talent, Earth Control. A strong man growled. His hands were planted on the ground, and his torso was surrounded by a pale yellow glow. Rumble. The ground shook and turned into yellow earth hands, grabbing the thorny bull. F-level talent, Black Shield. The third male in the team shouted and rushed out. The man extended his arms into a large black shield about 3 meters long and wide, and smashed it towards the head of the thorny bull. Snap. The bull's head was festering and blood was gushing out. Su-yun was slightly surprised. It seemed that he had made some preparations before daring to do this. One after another, the thorny bulls fell down under the powerless attack of bullets, and the frivolous man smiled even more widely. Moo! Suddenly, angry and powerful roars were heard from the herd. All the yellow earth palms on the ground exploded. The woman's face was slightly pale. A 2-star warrior level thorn bull. Bang! The shield warrior in front was thrown into the air, spitting blood. A more majestic thorny bull with billowing white smoke all over its body. Its muscles were tensed, veins bulged, spikes extended, and its red eyes let out an angry roar. Suddenly, the thorny bulls in the area rushed over frantically. The earth shook, as if there were thousands of troops. The momentum is extremely shocking. The frivolous man's expression changed. He grabbed the man with one hand and the woman with the other. With a flash of green light under his feet, he quickly fled. D-level talent, speed increase. As for shield battles. In an instant, it turned into meat paste under the feet of the thorny bull and mixed into the soil. Su-yun sighed softly. This is what it's like to be brainless. In the blink of an eye, the 3 frivolous men had approached this side. Brother, I am Lu Wanong from Kanglan City. Please help me. There will be a generous reward. The frivolous man saw Su-yun and immediately shouted loudly. Su-yun narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter whether to save it or not, what matters most is the bull demon heart of the thorny bull. I wonder what the drop rate is. 10,000 blue star coins. Lu Wanong said hurriedly. Suyun suddenly smiled. Okay, you have to give me the body of the thorny bull as well. Make a deal. Lu Wanong was delighted. He wanted Suyun to delay the herd so that he would have time to escape. Call out. Suyun immediately passed by Lu Wanong and the other two. All three of them were dumbfounded. Is this guy trying to kill himself? How terrifying is the power of the thorny bull when it charges? Even middle-level warriors dare not touch it. Too young. You're only in your teens, come back soon. They shouted hurriedly. But the next scene made Lu Wanong and the other two unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Buzz. Golden light surged in the forest, the long cloak fluttered, and the figure looked like a god descending from heaven. Nine-tailed mode. Open. Suyun's black pupils turned into blood-red ones, and his expression was filled with excitement and anticipation. Demon Fox Claws. A golden light flashed behind him, turning into a claw that grabbed a giant tree and blocked it in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The cattle could not stop and charged forward one after another. Some of the thorny bulls were turned into meat paste on the spot and were unable to shake the fox's sharp claws at all. Boom! A strong wind wave swept over, shaking the area. The grass and trees were flying all over the place, floating in the air. Lu Wanong and the other two forgot to run and stared at Suyun's back stupidly. Advanced warrior? A powerful general. So young. Ding. The host killed the 2-star warrior Thorn Bull, dropping intermediate god's hand *2. Ding. The host killed a 1-star Thorn Bull *89, dropping a primary god's hand *89. Suyun was delighted. The system really encouraged him to challenge opponents of higher levels. 2 intermediate gods' hands suddenly appeared. So cool. When the remaining thorny bulls saw Suyun, they felt a fear spreading from their souls and fled in panic. Why are you running? I'm not going to kill you. We can coexist peacefully. At most, I'll just have a meal. Suyun shouted loudly. Lu Wanong and the other two? The ferocious beasts on Blue Planet must be raised from childhood. Otherwise, if we meet humans, we will fight to the death. They are like water and fire, incompatible. Lu Wanong originally thought that Suyun was a small character, but now he dare not think so. He asked cautiously, Boss, are you here to inspect? Suyun was speechless. You really have no vision. Have you ever seen a boss come to inspect in school uniform? If the boss becomes like this, he'd better not live anymore. Do you have a knife? Suyun asked back. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Wanong hurriedly took out the dagger and handed it to Suyun. Suyun skillfully cut open the skin of the thorny bull, which was extremely tough. After a while, a bloody cow heart appeared, with a faint blood mist rippling on the surface. Bull demon heart. The woman exclaimed softly. Do me a favor. Give me the bull demon heart if you have it. Suyun threw the dagger to Lu Wanong and said with a smile. The three of them obeyed immediately. Who dares not listen to the boss? Suyun glanced at Lu Wanong and thought to himself. Lu Wanong, sounds familiar. Is he the youngest son of the Lu family? He didn't think much about it and looked at the system panel. Primary God's Hand, 134. Intermediate God's Hand, 3. Advanced God's Hand, 0. God-level God's Hand, 0. Suyun will never use the primary God's Hand again. What a huge pit. Fusion. Use 100 primary God's Hands to create 2 intermediate God's Hands. Intermediate God's Hand *5 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, please choose, Dupo World or Yangsuan World. Sheep Village? Good fellow, I stole a big bad wolf, right? Suyun complained unhappily. The next second, he chose to fight against the world. The useless person who changes things over time creates the world. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal failed. A black line appeared on Suyun's forehead. This is too dark. It won't be the Air Force. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Baji Bang. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Black Magic Cauldron. Baji Bang, a close combat martial art renowned for its powerful attack power. Upon reaching its peak, it can contain 8 levels of hidden power. Black Demon Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Cauldron rankings, Yao Lao's exclusive medicine cauldron. Suyun was ecstatic. He was just about to say that his martial arts were useless when the pillow appeared. There is also the Black Demon Cauldron. Is this a hint for him to become an alchemist? Suyun immediately extracted the Baji Bang. In an instant, a strong wave spread in my mind. Name, Suyun. Realm, 1-star warrior mid-stage. Abilities, 1, Nine-tailed fox, spirit pet. Talent, 1, Hongmang immortal body. Martial arts, 1, Baji collapse, top level of Shen level. The Blue Star Admiral's martial arts and techniques are also divided into 4 levels, Heaven, Earth, Profound Yellow. Each level is divided into low level, intermediate level, advanced level, and top level. As for the Black Demon Cauldron, he doesn't need it for the time being, so let it gather dust in the system warehouse. Boss, there are 5 bull demon hearts in total. At this time, Luan On and 2 others came over. Suyun smiled lightly and said, "Thank you." The 3 were flattered and said quickly, "Thank you for saving us, sir." Having said that, he immediately transferred the money to Suyun. Unfortunately, the signal in the Beast Canyon is very unstable. Let's talk about it after we get out. Suyun was not in a hurry. The most valuable thing about the Thorny Bull is the Bull Demon Heart, which may not be produced. Suyun didn't keep any of it and put it all into the system warehouse. Luanong and the others' eyelids were twitching. Space treasure. Since coming into contact with other alien races, human blacksmiths have also been able to create things that can store things. A yellow-level space ring, market price 100,000 blue star coins. The area is very small, only about 10 cubic centimeters. Dozens of thorny bulls were taken away in the blink of an eye? How big is this? But what does the boss want to do with these 1-star beasts? It's getting dark, you guys should leave quickly. Suyun turned around and was about to leave. He originally came in to practice alone. The others are just a burden. Luanong hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm willing to give you an extra 10,000 yuan. Can you bear with me for a little longer tonight?" "Okay." Suyun readily agreed. "Give money? Do it. I'm poor now, I want money for everything." As night falls, everything is quiet. The aroma of barbecue wafted from a remote cave. Suyun took out the sauce and grilled the beef demon heart. There's also blood flower beer on the side. Wine plus barbecue equals awesome. Luanong admires this very much. The boss is really extraordinary. Others come here to gain experience, kill ferocious beasts and make money to support their families. The boss is here to travel. Suyun's mouth was full of grease, and he gestured to the 3 people to feel free to do so. "What are you doing here?" he asked casually. Luanong smiled bitterly and said, "I brought them in to practice, but I didn't expect one of them to die." Suyun felt contempt in his heart. It's better to stay away from such people, they are extremely unreliable. After eating for a while, Luanong whispered, "Boss, I heard someone from the Half-Blood cult appeared in the ferocious Beast Canyon. Are you here to capture him? Mixed blood religion?" Suyun raised his brows slightly. This sect is active in China all year round. Unlike other foreign sects, the half-blood religion is extremely vicious. It is said that the half-blood cult is a practice that involves devouring the blood of humans, strengthening oneself, and thus developing the treasures of the physical body. Every warrior in China knows it very well and hates it terribly, and will kill anyone who catches him. Catch? Shouldn't he be killed? Suyun asked back. Luanong shrugged and said, "I don't know. I just overheard it. A few days ago, groups of warriors disappeared in the ferocious Beast Canyon. Finally, someone left a clue that directly points to the half-blood cult. The military has sent people in, but it's unclear what the outcome will be. He began to explain. Su-yun nodded slowly. As a Blue Star person, it is the duty of every warrior to kill foreign sects. A woo! At this moment, the howling of wolves outside interrupted his thoughts. The woman shrank back in worry. Su-yun glanced at her and said softly, "Tomorrow, I will take you back to the entrance." "Thank you, sir." Luanong and others breathed a sigh of relief. After they fell asleep, Su-yun began to refine the spiritual energy of Neil Machine. Not long after, he looked outside with eyes as bright as stars and whispered, "It's the late stage of a one-star warrior. This cultivation speed is truly overbearing. It wasn't long since I awakened, and I almost gained 1 star a day. If there were enough resources, the speed would be even faster." Half-blood religion. Su-yun recalled the conversation just now and then shook his head. Let's just wait and see. There's no point thinking too much. No words were spoken that night. Tomorrow morning he would take the 3 of them to the entrance of the Ferocious Beast Canyon and then turn around and leave. "Boss, are you okay?" the woman asked in a low voice. Luanong rolled his eyes. "It's okay even if the boss dies, let's wait for news in the barracks." The 3 entered the rapid military camp. On the second day in the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts, Su-yun stepped into the territory of the iron-toothed wild boar. The iron-toothed wild boar is known for its tenacious life. Its body is covered with red bristles. It is about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. The 4 hooves are pitch black and the 2 fangs are extremely sharp. The strength is equivalent to that of a 2-star warrior. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook. The iron-toothed wild boar ran wildly, and its sharp fangs stabbed towards Su-yun like spears. Su-yun activated the 9-tailed fox mode, his figure flashed, and he rushed forward. Boom! He forcibly blocked the impact. A flying knee strike shattered the iron-toothed boar's face. He pulled out his fangs, turned around and took a step forward. The fangs are thrown out. Puff! The tusks pierced through the skulls of the 2 iron-toothed wild boars, and they fell to the ground with a bang. Even though his body was covered in blood, Su-yun didn't care. A trace of blood on his face gradually faded away his original childishness. Men should grow up in blood. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 2nd star level. Su-yun chuckled. Just as he was about to put away the iron-toothed boar, his blood-red pupil shrank slightly. Malicious perception. The murderous aura is surging. 2-star beast. No, maybe Samsung. Even higher. Su-yun suddenly looked up, his eyes moving through the forest, and saw 2 figures staggering and running in the distance. The smell of blood is very strong. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of monkeys calling was heard. Monkeys with black hair were hanging on the trees and leaping at an incredible speed. These monkeys have red eyes and open their mouths to make sharp cries. One of the 2 was Commander Gu from yesterday. "Captain, you go first," the teammate growled. Commander Gu frowned and shouted, "Fuck. Killing them still leaves us with a glimmer of hope. Go!" The 2 stopped running and turned to kill the black ape. Suddenly, the forest was stained with blood. Roar! A roar sounded. A giant ape appeared, and its red palm as big as a palm fan came down with a strong wind. Commander Gu and the other 2 gritted their teeth, ready to withstand the attack. 8 extremes collapse. At this moment, a low roar suddenly arose. A golden figure rushed out like a god, clenched his 5 fingers, and rushed out violently. The fist is powerful and the light is spreading. Puff! Under Commander Gu's astonished gaze, the giant ape's arm first twisted strangely, and then the force penetrated through the muscles and bones, and turned into a bloody mist. The sunlight covered the man who was shining with golden light. In a trance, Commander Gu saw an overlord. Ding! The host killed 1 3-star warrior-level giant ape, dropping 5 intermediate divine hands. The one who took action was naturally Su-yun. At this moment, his face was full of indifference and his posture was very casual, but in fact, he kept shouting in his heart. Fuck, Baji Bang is so powerful. A 3-star warrior was killed in just 1 second? Wait, there are outsiders here. I can't lose my composure. Calm down. Pretend to be an expert and don't speak. The giant human-faced ape was blown to pieces by Su Yun with one punch. A large number of bone fragments shot out, piercing the surrounding black monkeys. Killed instantly. Ding. The host killed 15 1-star ferocious beasts, Black Spirit Ape *, and dropped 15 primary gods' hands. Commander Gu was stunned. Where did this tough guy come from? How are your injuries? Su Yun asked. Commander Gu swallowed and said quickly, not bad. May I ask, who are you? A student from Kanglan City No. 1 Middle School. Su Yun thought about it and decided that it didn't matter if he told his name. Commander Gu and the other man looked at each other. Face full of shock. That's right. Just shocked. They had never heard of a student being able to blow up a giant ape with one punch. This is outrageous. Superhuman type? But it looks like a spirit beast. Commander Gu felt like he was on a roller coaster. Suddenly, his companion began to bleed from his mouth and nose, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Big, little brother, can you take us back to the barracks? The situation is very serious. Commander Gu said in a deep voice. Su Yun didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. He could tell that these people were either rich or noble. Besides, there are combat uniforms, which probably have something to do with the military. Golden light enveloped the two of them, and Su Yun quickly went away. Not long after they left, strange tentacles appeared and madly absorbed the blood in corpses on the ground. Military Base No. 1. The atmosphere in the military camp was already serious, and now it was even more depressing and dull. Commander Gu and his companions received timely treatment and are out of danger. Do we need to close the ferocious beast canyon? The person in charge of the base is a middle-aged bald man. He was as strong as a tiger or leopard, and his military uniform was so tight against his skin. Commander Gu's face turned pale as he shook his head. No, this guy will run away once we seal him off. For the next few days, no warriors are allowed to enter. Yes. The bald uncle agreed and left. Commander Gu looked at Su Yun and smiled. Brother Su, I will need your help to enter the mountain next time. The other soldiers in the tent were stunned and looked at Su Yun. Judging from his appearance, Su Yun is too young. Even though he had killed many ferocious beasts in the past 2 days, he still hadn't changed much. Su Yun lowered his brows and thought. In any city in China, warriors are obliged to temporarily join the army and become a fighting force. No room for rejection. Is it an individual, or does he represent the army? Su Yun asked with a smile. Commander Gu smiled and said, not much difference. It's still a big deal. I can earn merit points by fighting for the military. For your own sake, I refuse. Su Yun remained calm and composed. As a warrior, it is our responsibility to kill foreign sects. He is still a student, not a warrior. It is worth mentioning that merit points are a kind of virtual currency. Things that cannot be purchased with ordinary blue star coins can be exchanged for merit points. This was Su Yun's first meeting with Commander Gu, and he didn't want to reveal too much. Commander Gu raised his eyebrows and became more and more interested in Su Yun. Then let's call it the military, he replied. Su Yun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a commotion outside the tent. Su Yun saw someone he knew and strode out. After he left, a female soldier in the tent said dissatisfiedly, Sir, why are you bringing a student with you? It cannot be a help, but a burden. This is an order. Commander Gu's face turned serious. Everyone in the tent stood at attention instantly, demonstrating the soldier's strict obedience to orders. What's going on? Why is the ferocious beast canyon blocked? I was counting on making money these days to pay for my daughter's tuition. Hey, we paid the fee, why won't you let us in? A large group of warriors started to make a commotion. Suyun stood in front of Lu Anon, smiling as he looked at the 20,000 blue star coins transferred into his mobile phone. Lu Anon glanced at the tent and whispered, "Boss, you are indeed a military man." "Suyun? You really dare to think so? Commander Gu is from the Gu family in Longdu. I don't have much talent, but I have a good father." Lu Anon sighed. Suyun was shocked. Longdu. Longdu is a first-tier city in China, and is ruled by a war god-level strongman. After a while, Commander Gu came out and shouted, "This time, we will definitely kill the half-blood cult. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Inside the military camp, the soldiers had murderous looks in their eyes. The warriors also quieted down, their expressions becoming clear. It turns out there is a mixed-race religion. Set off. Although Commander Gu was injured, he still led the troops. After a while, a team of more than 200 people entered the mountain canyon of ferocious beasts. Suyun followed Commander Gu and carefully observed the soldiers, about 220 of them. 200 of them are in the late stage of 1-star warriors. The remaining 20 people are all 2-star or almost 3-star fighters. Commander Gu is approximately a 4-star warrior, which makes him a mid-level warrior. Are you wondering why the people in Longdu are so weak? Commander Gu turned around and asked with a smile. Suyun's expression didn't change, but he felt a pang in his heart. How did this guy guess that? Commander Gu snorted lightly, "TSK, I was on the list back then, too. If it weren't for later." As he spoke, he lost confidence and just moved his lips. Is the half-blood cult a group or just one? Suyun changed his tone. Commander Gu's brows were gloomy as he whispered, "A fellow named Lin Jing must have devoured at least 30 people. The canyon is vast and it will be difficult to find it." Suyun pondered. Commander Gu smiled, and a shining iron rune emerged between his fingers. Iron Brand Talisman, I can sense his location. He activated the Iron Branding Talisman. A flash of fire shoots towards a location. Everyone be careful, Lin Jing can control beasts with his blood. Once we meet him, we must kill him with lightning speed. Commander Gu announced loudly. All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes." March quickly and reach your destination directly. Deep in the Beast Canyon. A bloody egg that looked like it had been peeled in half was stuck in the ground. The tentacles wriggled on the ground like earthworms, slowly dripping blood. Inside the blood egg, there was a man practicing. He was covered in blood from head to toe, as if soaking in a pool of blood, and there seemed to be burn marks on his back. Suddenly, his pupils widened and he grinned, "I smell delicious flesh." Lin Jing's tentacles poked the ground, holding up a bloody egg and emerging from the dense forest. At the same time, a pair of cold and ruthless eyes were staring at him, accompanied by the sound of loading guns. Commander Gu appeared and said coldly, "Lin Jing, I will spare your life if you can reveal the other members of the half-blood cult." Lin Jing did not reply, but stared at Suyun beside Commander Gu and licked his lips frantically. It's like a pervert. Suyun felt a chill in his heart. Damn it. This guy doesn't have any special fetishes, right? Boy, are you interested in joining the Half-Blood Church? Lin Jing grinned at Suyun. Seeing this, Commander Gu's expression suddenly changed. He clearly saw a mental fluctuation flash across Lin Jing's eyes. He immediately shouted, "Do it!" In an instant, the sound of killing shook the sky. The sound of killing rang out from the dense forest, accompanied by the roar of the ferocious beast. Ferocious beasts rushed out of the woods. Or strong. Or slender. There was a blood-red light in their pupils, and they were obviously being manipulated. Ta-ta-ta. The soldiers raised their guns. The bullets spewed out tongues of fire and poured out like water. The one-star ferocious beasts, such as the cat demon, grey wolf, etc., had their fur pierced through in an instant, and fell to the ground wailing. Snort! Lin Jing's eyes flashed bloodshot and he snorted coldly. Suddenly, the void twisted slightly, and it seemed that some strange fluctuations were spreading. The soldiers were stunned and subconsciously released their triggers. Another little trick like that! Commander Gu shouted. He held the iron branding talisman in his right hand, clenched his left hand into a hammer shape, and smashed it down. Clang! The sound of blacksmithing was heard. Like a panicky autumn dream, suddenly waking up. The stunned soldier reacted immediately, but the ferocious beast had already pounced in front of him. The two sides fought fiercely. Number 1, number 2, number 3, follow me. Everyone else, group of 3. Commander Gu immediately gave the order quickly. He finally looked at Su Yun and said in a low voice, "Follow my instructions." Su Yun didn't say anything and nodded silently. Before coming, Commander Gu gave him a task. Take action at the last moment and kill Lin Jing. Boom! The two-star evil beast, the unicorn elephant, charged forward. The ground shook, the momentum was astonishing. Seeing this, the soldiers' faces changed slightly and they quickly dodged. Wherever the unicorn passed, even other ferocious beasts were kicked away, their internal organs shattered. It was extremely terrifying. With the help of this battle, I'll see if I can reach the second star level. Su Yun's black hair was blown up by the strong wind, and he thought to himself. Seeing that he didn't move, the soldier shouted, "Watch out!" The next moment, the black hair turned into blonde, burning like flames. With a bang, it was like a bolt of lightning. A fox demon formed from golden light grabbed the unicorn with its claws, restraining it domineeringly and fiercely. 8 extremes collapse. Su Yun took a step forward and punched. He punched the unicorn's jaw with such force that it penetrated its skin and bones, killing it instantly. Ding! The host killed a 2-star beast, a unicorn *1, and dropped an intermediate divine hand *1. Su Yun started to move. These ferocious beasts are all rewards. Don't leave anyone behind. On the other side, tentacles danced across the sky, whipping the air like steel whips, making it whimper. Commander Gu and his 3 companions surrounded and attacked. But the tentacles were as hard as iron, forcing the 4 people to stay away. People who come out of Longdu Tianming Academy are such rubbish. Lin Jing sneered. Commander Gu's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "How dare you, a traitor to the human race, speak nonsense?" Boom! Flames swept over and boiled up from his hands. The iron branding talisman turned extremely red, like a forged iron block. As the tentacles approached the iron branding talisman, smoke quickly began to appear, as if they were being scalded. Veins popped out on Lin Jing's forehead, and he roared, "Damn bugs!" The tentacles connected with his nerves. If the tentacles are damaged, you will also be damaged. The other 3 took action when the opportunity arose. One of them held a long sword and took action immediately when the tentacles became slow. The sword light is like a star, piercing straight into the eyes. The second person, with his fists shining with metallic luster, stepped forward and punched hard. The fist wind is whistling. The third person's fingertips cracked and bones burst out. Lin Jing dodged hurriedly, but one of his eyes was still blinded and bleeding profusely. The pair of iron fists hit the bloody egg with a loud muffled sound, but caused no damage. A swarm of bugs. Lin Jing screamed. The bloody light in the single eye became more intense. Commander Gu shouted, "Retreat!" The 3 wanted to leave, but their brains seemed to be hit by something and their expressions became stiff. Commander Gu smashed the iron branding talisman hard to wake up his companions again. Puff, puff, puff. One man's thigh was crushed by the tentacles. One of them had his arm pulled out forcibly, and he screamed in pain. One person's entire jaw was shattered, exposing his bloody tongue. Fortunately, they were not fatally injured and can still fight. Su Yun took a glance. The battle was fierce. He did not do it on purpose, but Commander Gu gave him the order. Don't mess around. Although you are only a soldier temporarily, you must obey orders. Are you okay? Commander Gu said in a low voice with a pale face. The 3 of them lost too much blood and their morale was greatly reduced. but their eyes remained determined. As a soldier, you must be prepared to die on the battlefield at any time. Commander Gu took a look at the iron branding talisman and gritted his teeth. Lin Jing said quietly, "Do you really think you can restrain me with just some yellow-level trash?" The blood mist rose up from the entire dense forest, like the mist in the early morning. "This is the blood of soldiers and dead beasts. Blood illusion." Lin Jing roared loudly. Boo boo boo. The blood mist was like flowers in a dream, blossoming bit by bit, appearing before Commander Gu and all the soldiers. Escape into the illusion. Lose yourself. Even those ferocious beasts became stupid. For a moment, the fierce battle in the dense forest came to an abrupt end. Lin Jing's face turned slightly pale, and he grinned grimly. "I forgot to tell you that the talent I awakened was a B-level talent, hypnosis. B-level talent also has a bright future." But Lin Jing was suppressed by the wealthy family and rebelled against the human race in anger. Just when Lin Jing was about to kill everyone, the illusion suddenly collapsed for some unknown reason. Everyone took a step back, their heads dizzy. Only Su Yun's eyes were clear. Puff! Lin Jing spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Su Yun in shock. What's going on? The blood illusion realm can even affect high-level warriors. Why doesn't it have any effect on Su Yun? Of course, he didn't know that Su Yun was protected by the 9 llamas and was not afraid of mental illusions at all. Fire seal. Get started. Commander Gu was the first to react. The iron branding talisman released high temperature in his hand, and he slapped it forward, forcibly dispersing the tentacles in front of him. Su Yun moved like thunder, and shuttled between the tentacles like flashes of light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the blood egg. 8 extremes collapse. Su Yun's face turned cold. The heavy punch was wrapped in golden light and hit the bloody egg angrily. Bang! The sound was like thunder, echoing through the forest. The airwaves rolled and the flying debris swept into the sky. The blood egg, which was originally rooted in the ground, flew high up under the astonished gaze of the crowd and finally fell to the ground. Wow! Lin Jing vomited blood in pain, but his face was full of a grim smile. Little bastard, you think you can break my defense? You really overestimate your own abilities. However, Su Yun turned around and said to Chief Gu calmly, "It's done. Collect the bodies." Collect bodies? Everyone was stunned. This person is not dead yet. What corpse are you collecting? Nonsense, go to hell. Lin Jing was angry. The tentacles flew wildly and smashed into Su Yun's back. Commander Gu was about to shout, but his pupils suddenly contracted. The tentacles slowed down until they came to a complete stop, breaking apart inch by inch before finally exploding. Lin Jing, who was hiding inside the blood egg, kept grinning. But his nostrils, ears, and corners of his mouth were bleeding wildly, and he slowly lowered his head. Finally there was no sound. Baji Collapse contains 8 levels of hidden power. 1 hit is enough to kill. Ding! The host killed the 5-star warrior Lin Jing and dropped a high-level divine hand *1. The system's voice made Su Yun's mouth curl up with satisfaction. Sure enough, it feels great to kill enemies above your level. Lin Jing, who had been shouting just now, was killed instantly by Su Yun with 1 punch. This scene made Commander Gu's breathing become extremely rapid. Damn it! This is genius. Wrong. It must be a monster. Which 1-star warrior can defeat a 5-star warrior in seconds? It's not like I'm taking drugs. What are you still standing there for? Deal with the remaining beasts. Su Yun glanced at them and spoke calmly. It seemed like I had just done something insignificant. Commander Gu immediately said, "Clean up the battlefield." Without Lin Jing's control, the remaining ferocious beasts either died or escaped, and posed no threat at all. As the sun sets, the entire area is stained with blood. Some soldiers died and Commander Gu's companions were seriously injured. Fortunately, Lin Jing was successfully killed. In the sunshine, Su Yun let out a breath and smiled. Finally a 2-star warrior. The spiritual energy in the body is like a drop of water, crystal clear, like a gorgeous gem. You are seriously injured. Go back and get treatment as soon as possible. Both pensions and medical expenses will be covered by Kanglan City. Commander Gu comforted everyone. The soldiers saluted and hurried away. Commander Gu looked at Su Yun and said with a smile, "Brother Su, thank you for your help this time. Just remember my merit points." Su Yun replied with a faint smile. "Don't worry, young Master Gu of Longdu will never do such a thing," Commander Gu said with a smile. After doing all this, Su Yun planned to continue practicing. There are only 4 days left for college selection. He planned to be promoted to the 3-star warrior level before participating in the selection. Suddenly, Commander Gu asked, "Are you interested in joining the military or the Gu family?" Su Yun stopped and looked at Commander Gu silently. "Is this an olive branch? If you join the military, there will be a military academy for training. With your talent, you will definitely be put to good use within 2 or 3 years. The Gu family will treat you as their own disciple, teaching you skills in martial arts, even breathing techniques. Genius should not be buried in such a remote place." Commander Gu looked serious. Su Yun glanced at the crimson sky and shook his head. "I don't like being bound." After saying that, he turned and left. Walked decisively. "I will be in the canyon of ferocious beasts during this period. Let's talk when we have time," Commander Gu said hurriedly. The sound was heard, but whether Su Yun heard it or not was another matter. Looking at Su Yun's back, Commander Gu's face flushed instantly. "It's that kind of extremely excited and rosy. Fuck. This guy must be an SS level genius. No, maybe SSS level. I finally found a good seedling, I can't let it go even if I die." He growled in his heart. What is the most precious thing on the blue planet today? Genius. Especially such an evil genius. Base number 1. Commander Gu returned safely and was immediately surrounded by reporters. "Sir, may I ask what the casualties were in this battle? Sir, did you kill the half-blood cultist with one strike? Could you tell me the detailed process?" Reporters asked questions one after another. Commander Gu said sternly, "Lin Jing has been shot dead. This is the end." Lin Jing's miserable condition was photographed and immediately posted online, sparking heated discussion. The interview is over. Commander Gu made a phone call. Soon, a lazy voice came, "What's the matter?" Old Wei, quickly informed the teacher that there are SS level or even SSS level geniuses in Kanglan City. Bang! There was a loud noise from the other end of the phone, like someone falling off a bed. The man was shocked and said, "Is there such a genius in such a small place? What do you think? A 1-star warrior kills a 5-star warrior from the half-blood cult in seconds." Commander Gu yelled in annoyance. Gurgle. There was a sound of swallowing from the other end of the phone. "I'll tell the teacher right away." The man hung up the phone in a hurry. At the same time, a soldier outside the tent narrowed his eyes slightly, took out his cell phone and started sending messages. Exterminating foreign believers is extremely common in China. But because of this phone call, it caused shock in many aspects. Longdu, Tianming Academy. From an ancient building came the sound of blacksmithing. The stuffiness, high temperature and oppression are fully reflected here. Is Gu Duji telling the truth? The high-octave scream attracted everyone's attention. A young man smiled bitterly and said, "Master Lin, you have been with Gu Duji for a long time, and you know that he will not lie. Last year, a genius was snatched away by the Superhuman Human Research Institute. This year, he must be mine." The man known as Master Lin spoke with great confidence. Yangchang, a global university. Inside the office, the middle-aged man received the news and said in astonishment, "Is there a suspected SSS-level genius in Kanglan City? Right now. Immediately. Go to Kanglan City." The middle-aged man picked up his cell phone and yelled. Magic City, Shanglong Academy. That's bullshit. Do you know how rare SSS rank is? What? A 1-star warrior kills a 5-star warrior instantly? I must know the truth of this matter. A serious scolding sounded from inside the building. For a time, Kanglan City, which was originally a third-tier city, became a gathering place for celebrities. Commander Gu was very unhappy now. A whole day. Before he had the chance to talk to Su Yun about life and ideals, he was intercepted. A smiling man stood in front of me. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a light blue combat uniform, and looks very energetic. Go away, don't come here if you have nothing to do. Commander Gu cursed. The man with a smile on his face smiled bitterly. Kudu. Commander Gu immediately took out the iron branding talisman. If you dare to call my name, I will slap you in the face. Ahem. Lao Gu, tell us about that person, don't hide him anymore. The man coughed lightly. Commander Gu frowned and said, a rough estimate is that it's a superhuman reinforced solid. It has high explosive power and enough lethality, it's no exaggeration to say it's SSS level. His tone was extremely serious. The man's expression changed slightly. He has known Lao Gu for 5 years and knows that this man never tells lies. The elemental type is more popular now, and the superhuman type. The man muttered. Commander Gu sneered, Shenzaishu, is the Superman department eating your rice? I tell you, the first awakening 350 years ago was the superhuman type. Once I develop my abilities, I can still beat up the elemental types. Chen Zixu raised his hands repeatedly and said with a wry smile, don't be so irritable, I didn't say that the Superman department is bad. Commander Gu didn't say much, just curled his lips, his eyes full of bitterness. In today's battlefield of all races, to eliminate foreign sects and fight against ferocious beasts, the elemental system is the ultimate killer on the battlefield. The elemental system is commonly known as the magician, and everyone calls him Dad. Whether it is a wealthy family or a university, the military academy must worship the element system. We rely on this group of people to eliminate the enemy on the battlefield in the future. Just then, there were bursts of loud rumbling noises coming from outside. Commander Gu opened the tent and his expression changed drastically. Outside base number 1, armored vehicles and ferocious beasts were coming in a cloud of smoke. Their goal is clear. Gather in Kanglan City. Kanglan number 1 Middle School. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 4 and had heated discussions. Have you heard? All the famous families in China are coming to our Kanglan City. Did they collectively take the wrong medicine? It is said that it is because a genius appeared in Kanglan number 1 Middle School. Just then, Lu Qingshan came over with her long legs. She raised her head, her eyes revealing pride and complacency. At the same time, she sighed in her heart, the gap between me and Su Yun is getting bigger and bigger. I am a fairy from heaven. He is underground mud. Daughter, I told you not to waste your time on that little loser. Mother Lu also heard the news and said excitedly, in a few days, you will be the most glorious genius in China. While the entire Kanglan City was in an uproar, one place in the city was also talking about it. Is that person in the canyon of ferocious beasts? Someone asked in a calm voice. The half-blood believer said respectfully, yes, Lin Jing died at his hands. The person under the light turned around. Delicate facial features, black combat uniform, and slightly squinting eyes. His name is Yumi, and he is the head of the mixed blood sect branch in Kanglan City. Lin Jing is at least a 5-star warrior, but he was killed instantly? Yumi frowned. But he was not angry, instead he smiled. I'll go there and, if suitable, guide you into my half-blood sect. Yumi turned and was about to leave. The believer hurriedly asked, Sir, you will be participating in the election for the leader of the hall in 3 months. Are you still going? A blood-red token flashed in Yumi's hand, and she smiled and said, Do you think I'll fail? I dare not. The believers broke out in cold sweat. Yumi smiled, pushed the door open and left. Canyon of ferocious beasts. An area with strange rocks. A golden figure was entangled with a thick black snake. The black snake's scales are black and red, and its body is up to 20 meters long. It is the black-scaled red python. Its body is full of poison and can kill people unexpectedly. Even medium-level fighters have to retreat. But now, the black-scaled red python was held tightly by a pair of strong arms and could not move at all. Puff! The snake's body broke. Blood spurted wildly. Ding! The host killed a 3-star warrior-level black-scaled red python *1, dropping an intermediate-level divine hand *2. On the 4th day after entering the Canyon of Ferocious Beasts, Suyun was already a mid-stage 2-star warrior. There are 16 intermediate gods' hands now. Let's try 10 times and see if we can win. As for the high-level god's hand, keep it for now. Suyun thought secretly. Intermediate god's hand *10 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, please choose, Pirate World, Doluo World. Suyun's breathing suddenly became heavy. The world of pirates. Give me some devil fruits. CP9 6-style taijutsu would be fine too. I don't mind Whitebeard either. He was howling in his heart. Theft failed. Theft failed. Theft successful. This stolen item, armament hockey. Theft successful. This stolen item, observation hockey. Theft failed. Even without a devil fruit, having hockey is not bad. Suyun nodded with satisfaction. 2 out of 10 is not too bad. Extract. Armament hockey and observation hockey. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange power seemed to emerge in his body. The facial senses become sharper. The breath flowing in the air and the sounds of the ferocious beasts moving around were all clear. Armament hockey enhances one's combat power and defense, as hard as armor, as strong as a cannonball. Observation hockey can strongly sense the anger of living things, and use it to determine their location and number. However, this requires remaining calm, as it will be ineffective if emotions fluctuate. After taking a look at the introduction, Suyun memorized it. He slowly raised his head, and the world in his eyes changed at this moment. 300 meters away, a herd of bloodthirsty sword pigs, 32 of them. 500 meters to the north, there are 113 thunder drum vajra. 1,000 meters away, to the east, a team of warriors is besieging a medium-level warrior-level beast. At this moment, Suyun's facial features were like radars, and everything was reflected in his mind. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. A familiar smell came to my mind. Just like Lin Jing. That's right, it's the smell of Lin Jing's mixed blood. Deep in the jungle. Yumi is approaching Suyun quickly. The flitting shadows and flying blood-red light were so fast that it was difficult to catch. Suddenly, Yumi was stunned. He keenly realized that he had been discovered. Taught by half-bloods? Suyun narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Yumi was even more shocked. How did he find me? Is this a 2-star warrior? There was a flash of blood in Yumi's pupils, and she found a treasure. He smiled kindly and said, Suyun? Killing foreign sects is the responsibility of the human race on Blue Star. Suyun said straight to the point. Yumi didn't refute, but nodded with a smile. You didn't do anything, which means there is something to talk about. What do you want to talk about? Suyun smiled back. Join my half-blood sect, and I will fight for the cultivation resources you desire. The human race seems peaceful now, but in fact, there are turbulent waves secretly. Especially towards you. Yumi guided her step by step. Suyun frowned. I'm a civilian, why are you targeting me? Yumi shook her head and smiled. Many schools have severely suppressed students from poor families, and you are not the only one. Suyun's brows slowly relaxed, and he understood. The struggle between the poor and the rich exists in every world and every era. I was the one who brought Lin Jing into the half-blood cult. He was also from the lower class. He once had talent and ambition, but he was suppressed by the wealthy children of the academy. Don't follow in his footsteps, follow me. I will fight for any resources for you. Yumi chuckled. Su Yun also laughed. He scoffed, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Why should I join an alien race? Yumi suppressed her smile and sighed softly, looks like I have no choice but to force it. Call out. A bloody light flashed. Dozens of large trees were neatly cut off and collapsed with a loud noise. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Su Yun in the blink of an eye. It was a blade. The blade was bloody and cut towards Su Yun's shoulder with a whoosh. Yumi's idea is very simple. Just to subdue Su Yun and bring him back to the half-blood sect by force. However, the next second, the blade barely grazed Su Yun's body and did not hurt Su Yun at all. Yumi frowned. Lucky? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade danced wildly, the cold light piercing the bones. But Su Yun's eyes were cold and he dodged like flowing clouds in water. Not to mention stabbing, even the blade couldn't cut Su Yun's clothes. The contempt in Yumi's eyes disappeared. This is not a fluke. But, seen through. Su Yun's eyes never left Yumi, he was thinking about something. Is it possible to take advantage of the system? The hand of God can be dropped by defeating the enemy, or by killing the enemy. What if? If you defeat the enemy and then kill him, wouldn't you get double the reward? Thinking of this, Su Yun immediately calmed his mind. Don't let the system know. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled, and Su Yun's body was covered with a layer of black and gold luster. He kicked the ground and rushed out like a cannon exploding. Rubble flew everywhere, and all the soil and trees within a 10-meter radius exploded. Before Yumi could see Su Yun's movements clearly, the other party had already approached. Blood Pagoda. He roared angrily, his skin cracked, blood spurted out, and gathered into a blood-red Buddha statue. The blood Buddha glared at Su Yun with murderous intent, and slapped him with his palm. Su Yun didn't dodge and punched out directly. The air whistled like a ship's whistle, and he was extremely domineering. Bang! The blood Buddha exploded instantly. Yumi's arms were broken by the iron fist, and he flew backwards screaming in pain. Ding! The host defeated the 6-star warrior Yumi and dropped the advanced god's hand *1. Su Yun raised his eyebrows, it was exactly as he had guessed. What if I kill him? At this moment, Yumi, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, was shaking wildly. Because he felt death. I don't want to. His eyes were full of desire to survive. However, Su Yun stretched out his hand and broke his neck. Don't you want to? I think. Ding. The host kills Yumi, dropping advanced god's hand *1. Good boy, you're really good at pulling. Su Yun grinned. After successfully taking advantage of the system, Su Yun immediately had many new ideas in his mind. But he didn't dare to think too much, for fear of being discovered by the system. As for killing Yumi? During this period, Su Yun was used to seeing blood in the canyon of ferocious beasts, so killing him was not much different from killing a ferocious beast. He is no longer the youngster he was a few days ago. Is there any treasure on this person? Su Yun began to grope Yumi's body. A blood-colored token was found. The overall metallic texture shines with a dull shimmer in the sun. Adverse engraving, 79. A code name? Or a serial number of something? Su Yun knew little about foreign sects and was a little confused for a moment. Suddenly, Su Yun noticed someone approaching. After a while, Gu Duji and Chen Zixu arrived. Especially Chen Zixu, who looked at Su Yun with shock. Too young. Gu Duji looked at Yumi and his smile turned cold. Mixed blood religion. These lingering bastards. How many merit points is he worth? Su Yun pointed at Yumi. Gu Duji frowned and said, a mid-level warrior, worth 1 merit point. 1 o'clock? Su Yun curled his lips. This is too little. Gu Duji smiled faintly and said, don't think it's too little, the price is clearly marked. Su Yun shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Gu Duji hurriedly shouted, Su Yun, Tianming Academy wants to see you. Yanqing Fanhai University also wants it. Chen Zixu added. Suyun smiled and said, aren't you lobbying for the military or the Gu family? How did it become an institution of higher learning? Gu Duji smiled awkwardly. Not available at the moment. Suyun turned around, waved and left. He still has to brush the hand of God. As for what happened outside, he had no interest at all. After Suyun left, the two men looked at Yumi again with serious expressions. He was severely injured and his neck was broken. Ruthless, fierce, and merciless. Breastbone, arm, ribs, powder fractures. 3 organs ruptured. Chen Zixu checked and couldn't help but gasp. He had to re-examine Suyun. Yumi is an important member of the half-blood cult who the Kanglan military has always wanted to arrest. Now, he is dead. Gu Duji squinted his eyes and said, don't compete with me, and don't spread the news. It's getting more and more lively outside. The top 10 famous universities and military academies from all sides have gathered in Kanglan No. 1 Middle School. Chen Zixu said with a wry smile. Gu Duji gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. I must get this guy into Tianming Academy. Chen Zixu looked at him for a long time and whispered, you are harming him. Fart. Tianming Academy, the academy with the best faculty and foundation in China. You told me you killed him? Gu Duji's face was full of disdain. Chen Zixu said seriously, he's an orphan with no one to rely on. If he enters Tianming Academy, won't he be suppressed to death by those wealthy children? Gu Duji's expression froze. Don't be afraid. Once he enters the Iron Pavilion, who would dare to offend him, he said hurriedly. Chen Zixu smiled, I hope so. In the afternoon. All the internet and TV channels are playing Yumi's videos. He was killed. This is the price for betraying humanity. The mayor of Kanglan City is burly and strong, holding a sharp steel blade. The knife flashed. Yumi's body was broken into 2 pieces, covered in blood. Suddenly, the whole city cheered. Bang! Inside a base somewhere, tables and cups were smashed to the ground. First it was Lin Jing, then Yumi. Drink up all their blood. Leave no one behind. Follow the leader's order, devour the blood of the human race, and strengthen our new race. Under the dim light, the pairs of bloodshot eyes looked like wolves in the dark night, making people shudder. At this moment, a faint voice came from the corner, many students will be sent to the new school in a few days. We can ambush them. Ambush. Eat it and you'll earn money. Crazy roars came out of their throats. The scene is like hell. As the college selection draws closer, Kanglan City becomes more lively. People came from famous universities, military academies, and even sects. SSS level genius. It's not that there aren't any among the human race, but each one of them is a treasure and must be well protected. However, these major forces did not spread the news. This led to rumors everywhere in the outside world. Kanglan No. 1 Middle School Forum. One post read, many powerful people gathered in Kanglan City, their target is Lu Qingshan. Goddess Qingshan, my favorite. She is indeed the goddess Qingshan. I'm so envious. Fuck. When did so many celebrities come here for me? Once Goddess Lu is chosen, she will be the patron saint of China. Posts were sent out quickly. Lu Qingshan was lying on the sofa browsing her phone, the corners of her lips raised involuntarily. Who doesn't like to see compliments? What's more, so many people came for her. Do you still remember that bootlicker in school? That's Su Yun. Don't mention him. I just forgot about him. I'm so sick. You're always pestering Goddess Qingshan, but you don't even consider your identities. The original one-sided praise for Lu Qingshan later turned into a group abuse of Su Yun. Lu Qingshan frowned at first, then locked her phone and didn't want to explain. If you had paid more attention to me, maybe I would have said a few words for you. From now on, you'll never have another chance. With a smile on her face, Lu Qingshan slowly fell asleep. By the stream. The clear river water turned turbid and scarlet. Su-yun was covered in blood and was washing himself. It's been a week, and the college selections will start in an hour. His eyes were filled with boundless calmness. 7 days were like a complete transformation for Su-yun. From a hopeless wretch, he transformed into a 3-star warrior. It's time to go get what's mine. Su-yunlang laughed and strode out of the Beast Canyon. Military Base Number 1. Upon hearing that Su-yun had returned, Gu Duji came to greet him in person. He flattered, going to school, right? Take my car. Su-yun walked straight out and shook his head, no need. He doesn't trust Guduzi. There is no flattery for no reason. Everything approached has a purpose. Gu Duji was disheveled in the wind. I really do what I want. Watching Su-yun leave on the bus, Chen Zishu chuckled and said, this kid has personality, I like him. Stop being so flirty and leave. Gu Duji kicked him away. If it's any later, the person will be snatched away by other institutions. At the gate of Kanglan Number 1 Middle School. Looking around, the crowds of people are surging like waves. Son, you must work hard. If you can be selected by the school, it will be a great honor for our ancestors. My dear daughter, give it your all. Little bastard, don't let me down at the critical moment, understand? The parents gave their children instructions. If you are noticed by a strong person, you will be lucky in this life. Suddenly, the crowd made room. A mother and daughter caused a burst of exclamations. Lu Qingshan was a pretty girl, and her white combat uniform wrapped around her young and blooming body, causing many boys to stare with wide eyes. Mother Lu's eyes were filled with arrogance and pride, and she looked down upon no one. Who created this situation now? My daughter. You poor bastards can only take advantage of it. Be content. Qingshan, congratulations. A young man said with a smile. Lu Qingshan smiled and said, thank you, classmate Zhang. Zheng Tianqing's smile widened. He looked around but didn't see Su-yun, so he sneered. It would have been better if this useless bootlicker hadn't come, but if he had, he would have brought shame upon himself. Zheng Tianqing quickly said, Auntie, Qingshan's achievements are all thanks to your teaching. Oh, he is really good at talking. Mother Lu covered her mouth and giggled. Zheng Tianqing's parents are also a wealthy family in Kanglan City. Of course Lu's mother would not offend. Before my daughter really grows up, I should keep a low profile. Is this Lu Qingshan? She's so beautiful. S-level talent. I wish I had it. Remember, you have to establish a relationship with Lu Qingshan, understand? The crowd was whispering. After a while, the school gate opened and everyone entered in an orderly manner. Su-yun was among them. He walked silently without talking to anyone else. In fact, Su-yun was thinking about the system problems all the way. Now he is a 3-star warrior. Once you kill a low-level beast, the number of God's hands you get will be halved. Not even a drop. It seems the gap between me and the enemy can't be too big. If you want the hand of God, you must fight at the same level, or jump to a higher level. A strange idea suddenly came to Su-yun. Do I have to cultivate my own enemies in the future? It's not impossible. As the saying goes, keep the enemy at bay. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter. But reward the farm. There should be many geniuses in the academy. Su-yun thought as he walked towards the selection field. Just then, the road was blocked by several people. He looked up and was speechless. It's Zheng Tiansheng. This guy is definitely the one who bullies him the most in Kanglan Number 1 Middle School. Everyone knows that Zheng Tiansheng loves Lu Qingshan. In other words, everyone is Zheng Tiansheng. Su-yun, do you want to pester Qingshan again? Zheng Tiansheng said with narrowed eyes. Su-yun couldn't help but sigh. Kid, stop being so stupid, okay? He said coldly, get out of the way, I don't have time to talk to you. Zheng Tiansheng was surprised. Why is this thing a little different? Normally, he would not dare to say a word and would just run away after being beaten. I order you to go over there. Zheng Tiancheng said arrogantly. Su Yun glanced at him and smiled. In a small forest, 5 people surrounded Su Yun. Zheng Tiancheng twisted his shoulders and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Since you failed to awaken, don't participate in the selection." "I agree with this plan," Su Yun said with a smile. The next second, his body was like black steel, and he moved in an instant. Bang! 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 The 4 people nearby were all blown away, crashed into a tree, and fell unconscious on the spot. Zheng Tiancheng still kept shrugging his shoulders, but his expression changed from arrogance to astonishment. Finally, fear. His body changed and turned into a pool of liquid, trying to use it to escape. B-level talent, liquidization. Is it similar to elementalization? Su Yun smiled in his heart and reached out to grab the pool of liquid. Zheng Tiancheng wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape from the 5-finger mountain at all. Even his liquidization was caught. Zheng Tiancheng transformed into his true form and looked at Su Yun with horror. He wanted to speak but was grabbed by the neck tightly. "You have no right to speak." Su Yun's expression suddenly turned cold. "You've beaten me before, and I remember every detail." Snap! One of Zheng Tiancheng's fingers was broken off. The piercing pain was too much for Zheng Tiancheng to bear. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. "Kick me. Scold me. And you even threw urine at me." In the grove, the sound of something breaking echoed along with demonic whispers. Zheng Tiancheng was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face and his face turned pale. All 10 fingers were twisted and the crotch was wet. "I used to be weak and incompetent. Now I'm going to take revenge." Bang! Su Yun grabbed Zheng Tiancheng's head and slammed it against a tree, causing the latter to faint on the spot. Su Yun dusted himself off, smiled again, and turned to leave. "Revenge on those who bullied me. Very cool. So cool." As soon as he left the grove, he looked up at the sky, squinted his eyes and said, "They are all here." Boom! 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 The void hummed, and the trembling sound suppressed the noisy voices below. Everyone looked up, their pupils reflecting the gradually emerging giant vehicle, their expressions dazed. A boat-like vehicle came across. There are also strange beasts flying across the sky, spreading their wings and flying high. They all fell on the platform. There were men, women, and even old people, all looking down with smiles on their faces. Their bodies were surrounded by faint starlight, like gods standing in the sky. "Auntie, you're not dead yet? You old thing is not dead yet, why would I leave first? It's so lively. It's been years since universities have gathered like this." Everyone was chatting happily. The mayor of Kanglan City stood respectfully aside and said at the right moment, "My lords, that is Lu Qingshan." His tone was proud. The appearance of an S-level genius within his jurisdiction is an achievement, and there will be opportunities for promotion in the future. The old man from the Shanglong Academy in the Demon City stroked his beard and smiled, and then? The mayor was stunned. "What kind of answer is that? Do you think a small S-class is worth our deployment?" The middle-aged man from Longdu Tianming Academy asked calmly. This sentence made the mayor wake up. In other words, Lu Qingshan is not the protagonist of this storm. It's someone else. S-level? He looks okay, but his strength is terrible. A young man from Shanglong Academy sneered. The young man was very handsome, with a look of arrogance in his brows. The most noticeable thing is that there is a gun mark between his eyebrows. SS-level talent, Starred Demon Spear. "You are Wei Zonding," someone said in surprise. The others frowned. Why did the old man from the Demon City bring this person here? Could he be here to snipe that genius he has never met? The Wei family is a wealthy family in Demon City. There is a powerful king in the family. There are as many as 20-digit war god-level warriors, with extremely deep combat power and foundation. Wei Zongding is the new genius of the Wei family, and he has awakened at the age of 15. SS level talent, Starred Demon Spear. Belonging to the gun category of spiritual weapons, it is the king of the battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, Wei Zonting will be the feared killing god in the battlefield of all races. With such a family background and extraordinary talents, it is reasonable for him to be arrogant. Now Wei Zonting is 18 years old and has joined Shanglong Academy. Mr. Han from Shanglong Academy said with a smile, "Zonting, keep a low profile. The reason why the strong are strong is that they have the capital to be high profile." The spear pattern between Wei Zonting's eyebrows bloomed with starlight, and he was extremely arrogant. Although the others didn't say anything, they agreed with this statement. Even if the weak are allowed to be high profile, they will just be like clowns and be laughed at. Li Mingzheng from Tianming Academy glanced at Mr. Han coldly. "Do you want to test that SSS level genius?" Old Han smiled without saying a word, stroking his beard. "SSS level? I'm very interested." Wei Zonting sneered. This group of bigwigs were communicating, and the mayor next to them was confused. SSS level. When did Kanglan City have such a peerless genius? As the mayor, how could I not know this? The mayor shuddered and looked at Lu Qingshan and her mother with a bit of pity. Should I remind them? The mayor thought to himself. He thought about it and decided to give up, feeling a bit gloating. Wouldn't the expressions of these two people be amazing when they knew that they would not be the protagonists in the end? There is a fighting arena below the platform. At this time, the director of Kanglan No. 1 Middle School appeared. Colleges have strict rules and regulations for selection. Combat classes require you to demonstrate your combat prowess, while healing classes can increase your chances of being selected into the academy. The director is also a senior soldier, and his voice is as loud as a bell. The parents and students below did not say a word. Whether in reality or on the battlefield, the healing system is indispensable. This time, not only the top 10 universities came, but also slightly weaker training institutions, military academies, etc. You must perform well and strive to be selected. When your name is called, go up on stage to compete. The director announced loudly. Zhang Xiaoyu. Li Yanhong. A man and a woman walked onto the ring and started competing immediately. Su Yun couldn't help yawning while standing below. It was so boring. These students had never fought against ferocious beasts, and although they seemed fierce in battle, they were actually very weak. After 7 days of baptism of blood and sweat, Su Yun is no longer the same as before. He glanced at the heads of various schools not far away, who were busy writing. They will lower their heads to communicate and then decide whether to recruit. The selection continued, and the fastest ended in a dozen seconds, and the slowest took several minutes. How long will this fight last? This is too bad. Wei Zonting's face was full of impatience and speechlessness. He originally thought that this place could give him some surprises, but it turned out to be a bunch of noobs fighting each other. Mr. Han, Zonting, third-tier cities are not as good as first-tier cities. So boring. I'll give them a surprise. Wei Zonting sneered. After saying this, he leaped up and landed on the platform like an eagle spreading its wings. There were 2 other students on the stage, looking at him in surprise. Who is this person? He seems to be with a top 10 university. Even if he's from a top 10 school, he can't interfere with the game. The parents below were whispering. Wei Zonting grinned and said, I'll give you a chance. If you hit me, you can enter Shanglong Academy. The 2 students looked at each other, and their eyes instantly turned red. The opportunity is right in front of you. Son, explode. The parents yelled with red faces and thick necks. The overweight student roared with adrenaline rushing through his body. His right hand turned into a blade, and he stepped forward and swung it fiercely, slashing directly out. The skinny boy screamed, his legs became longer, and his right leg swept out like a bamboo, with a sound of breaking through the air. E-level talent, hand knife. F-level talent, stretch. Wei Zonting's eyes sparkled with stars, and his body swayed like a dancing blade, the blade and his long legs brushing against the edge of his clothes. Bang! Bang! The two students flew out and fell to the ground. It turns out that small places can't produce any geniuses, only garbage. Wei Zongting sighed lightly. Many people glared angrily but did not dare to curse out loud. The director shook his hands repeatedly, and asked, "What should we do with the university selection?" The principal was sweating profusely and did not dare to dissuade him. Old Han smiled and said, "How about this, add some extra ingredients. Survive 10 moves at Zongting's hands and enter a regular training institution. Defeat the Zongting and enter my Shanglong Academy. If we win, it's basically impossible." Without talking about the third requirement, just the first two have given countless parents hope. Suddenly, every student who went up was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "We don't seek to win, we just hope to survive 10 moves, and then we will be admitted to an ordinary training institution." So this resulted in a group of people being beaten black and blue. When someone was about to survive the 10th move, Wei Zongting attacked with a sneer. Bang! Starlight flows, and students fall to the ground. After hundreds of students lost, everyone looked at Wei Zongting and felt oppressed. Like a wall, it prevents everyone from moving forward. "Lord Han, this is against the rules." A teacher from a war academy hesitated. Old Han smiled faintly and said, "Instead of cultivating these wastes, it is better to save the resources for better talents." In his words, he was condescending and looked down upon people of ordinary backgrounds. "I won't fight anymore. I'm going to lose anyway, so I might as well not compete." "That's right. If you lose the fight, you still need treatment. It will take 2 or 3 months to recover." The students whose names were called panicked. Su Yun sighed and looked silently at the training institutions of ordinary universities. You can show amazing perseverance, and there are still people who want you. If you give up before the competition even begins, wouldn't you be a deserter on the battlefield? On the stage, Wei Zongting sneered, "You bunch of cowards, if we really go to the battlefield, I will kill you first." He won't turn his back to these people. Worry about backstabbing. The director smiled bitterly and shouted, "Lu Qingshan." The scene was silent for a moment, and then bursts of exclamations were heard. Kanglan City celebrity Lu Qingshan. S-level genius versus SS-level genius. Lu Qingshan let out a light breath and landed lightly on the stage. Mother Lu excitedly shouted, "Come on, daughter. Everyone is watching you." Wei Zongting savored this and chuckled, "Are you an SSS-level genius?" "No." Lu Qingshan shook her head. Wei Zongting's smile widened. "Is there someone else? Then I'll type them out one by one." There was starlight under his feet, and he looked like a stream of light rushing towards him. Bang! The moment Wei Zongting approached Lu Qingshan, he took a step forward and threw an elbow. The straight elbow was like a gun, tearing the air, leaning hard like an iron mountain. Lu Qingshan's face turned pale, and she felt great pressure. She shouted softly, "Shield of life." The green fluorescence surged and condensed into a light shield. Bang! The green fluorescent shield shattered, and Lu Qingshan retreated 5 or 6 meters with a flushed face. There is a huge gap in combat power between the two. Wei Zongting is at least in the late stage of a 6-star warrior, and Lu Qingshan is at most a 3-star warrior. There is a gap in realm. Finally, I met someone who can fight. Wei Zongting licked his lips and finally became interested. The battle continues on stage. At this time, Su Yun felt someone approaching. Turning around, it was Gu Duji again. Gu Duji chuckled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to meet the elders of the academy." "I want to compete." Su Yun shook his head. Gu Duji curled his lips and said, "What a joke. Wei Zongting is just an idiot. How can anyone else beat you?" "I still like to rely on myself." Su Yun smiled. Gu Duji was humiliated. This guy really doesn't trust anyone. On the high platform, many bigwigs looked at Lu Qingshan and thought she was good. There are many S-level talents in the top 10 prestigious universities. But when it comes to genius, you can never have too many. The resilience is pretty good. The goddess of life belongs to the superhuman system, not the elemental system. It would be even more perfect if it had healing abilities. The elders were talking about it. Old Han smiled and said, "Don't say anything. She will be admitted to my Shanglong Academy." Everyone looked at him speechlessly. Zhou Gulao of Fanhai Academy said with a smile, "You are nothing, do you have the guts to fight?" The others were stunned. How come this fairy lady is more violent than these men? Old Han's face twitched slightly, and he said quietly, "Lord Zhou, we are all old people now, so please be steady. Then compete fairly, or I'll beat you to death." Lord Zhou has a wrinkled face, but he likes to laugh. Looks kind, but actually violent. On the stage, the battle became fierce. In other words, Lu Qingshan had no chance to attack at all. But she is very smart. Since she can't attack, she will concentrate on defense. Goddess armor. Green fluorescence surged and turned into vines that wrapped around his body like armor. Lu Qingshan held the rattan shield in both hands and withstood wave after wave of attacks. Wei Zongding's eyes gradually became impatient. Damn it! This is simply a turtle. Gun! He suddenly shouted. The stage is full of stars, and the stars are falling, forming a dazzling war spear. Wei Zongding held the gun in both hands, his momentum soared, and he waved it forward with a cold look. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The vine shield on Lu Qing's body exploded, and the whole person flew dozens of meters and staggered to the ground. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. Everyone looked at Wei Zongding in shock. This is too fierce. But Wei Zongding's eyes became fierce. Lu's mother was even more shocked below. Star glory! Wei Zongding had no intention of stopping. With a light shout, a fist-sized ball of starlight condensed on the tip of the gun. With a swing of the spear, the ball of starlight floated in a trance and hit Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan gritted her teeth and vines emerged from the ground, trying to forcibly block. However, the starlight ball exploded and she was blown away again. She fell heavily to the ground under the ring and vomited blood 3 times. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged, but was still blown away by the aftermath of the starlight ball. Only Su Yun stood in place, radiating the power of the nine-tailed fox, unaffected by anything. Throughout the whole process, Su Yun's eyes remained calm. He had neither a good impression nor a bad impression of the girl. Just like strangers. Not long after, Lu's mother ran over. She was relieved to see that Lu Qingshan was fine. Then excitement appeared on his face. After holding on for so long, Lu Qingshan will definitely be admitted to the top 10 universities. At this moment, all the big guys on the platform showed surprised expressions. In just a moment, he sensed a powerful aura. Lord Zhou, he is Su Yun. Chen Zixu stood next to Lord Zhou and whispered. In an instant, Su Yun felt the waves of detection and surveillance coming from all directions. Old Han stroked his beard and said, "Steady and steady, it's rare to see such a quality in a child who has just awakened. My Tianming Academy wants him. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me." Li Mingzhang said in a deep voice with murderous intent in his eyes. This person is the one who actually fought his way back from the battlefield of all races. The bigwigs from other schools narrowed their eyes and sneered. It's still uncertain who will win. Stop. Suddenly, shouts were heard from the fighting arena. It was Wei Zongding. He looked down at Su Yun and grinned, "You are very strong, come up and fight me." Are you born in the year of the dog? Su Yun was speechless. Wei Zongding frowned and said, "No." Then why do you bite whoever you catch? Wait until you call my name. Su Yun said calmly. Puff. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wei Zongding's eyes flashed coldly as he said to the director, "Next, him." The director smiled on the surface but cursed in his heart. Damn it! You people in the Demon City are all so high and mighty, aren't you? You just order people around. Finally, the director shouted helplessly, "Next, Su Yun." How could he not know Su Yun? The famous bootlicker of Kanglin No. 1 Middle School. Since entering school, all 5 awakening attempts have failed. He might wake up unexpectedly outside, but what can he do? It's over, Su-licking dog is going to be beaten to death. Although I usually hate Su-yun, I now hope he explodes and defeats Wei Zonting. Come on, Wei Zonting has SS level talent, and Su-yun is at most E level. The students sighed. Wei Zonting ignored everything else and sneered, come up. Let's see who's the dog. Su-yun glanced at Gu Duji and said with a smile, resources are earned through fighting. After saying that, he kicked lightly and landed on the fighting arena. At this moment, everyone is paying attention, including Lu Qingshan and Lu's mother below. Lu Qingshan's eyes were a little dull. He seems to have changed. Mother Lu scoffed, even if a waste awakens, it is still garbage. On the platform, the big guys also became serious. Wei Zonting raised his eyebrows and asked, what talent? It should be SSS level. Su-yun said casually. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard this. How dare you say that? Only Gu Duji folded his hands, hoping that no one would die. Boom! Wei Zonting's body glowed with starlight, and he said loudly, okay, I will treat you as SSS level. He rushed out, his gun flashing like a rainbow, stabbing towards Su-yun's thigh. 8 extremes collapse. Su-yun's eyes widened, and his right fist was like black steel, punching out angrily. Everyone shook their heads. Flesh and blood colliding with weapons? Isn't this asking for death? Clang! At the moment of contact, the sound of metal and iron was piercing. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, Wei Zonting retreated frantically, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. The Starlight War spear shattered into pieces, and his hands were covered in blood. The whole place was silent, not a sound could be heard. The power of one punch is so terrifying. The bosses also widened their eyes and breathed heavily. Damn it! What an SSS level genius! At this moment, the person who was most upset was Lu's mother. She was dumbfounded. What follows is endless fear. The loser who was once mocked and insulted by her is now able to stand on the ring and fight with real geniuses. I let people slander him. Then Mother Lu didn't dare to think about it anymore. Panicked. She was completely panicked. On the ring. Wei Zonting's hands trembled slightly. His eyes became a little gloomy and his tongue was moving wildly on his lips. No more? Su-yun loosened his grip, then it's my turn. Ninetales mode activated. Golden light ripples and the cloak flutters. He flashed out like a golden god of war. Wei Zonting did not give up and roared loudly. Starlight collapses. A star condensed and turned into a war spear in the blink of an eye. This spear is different from the previous ones. The whole body is bright silver, except for the tip of the gun which is pitch black. It is accompanied by millions of stars and exudes a rich aura. Star speed! Wei Zonting shouted softly and also rushed out. His figure blended into the starlight, becoming hazy and strange as it changed. Manual, gun follows. The star demon spear danced wildly, as if looking up at the starry sky, with twinkling stars, leaving no place to hide. Su-yun did not dodge, and the power of the fox demon behind him gathered into the form of sharp claws. The golden claws flew across the sky and blasted out violently. Bang! The starlight shattered. In the face of absolute power, everything is fragile. Wei Zonting's expression changed drastically, and the star demon spear was almost shaken out of his hand. He quickly retreated and stabbed out with the star demon spear. Left arm. Knee. Su-yun remained calm and kept talking. Every time, he could accurately target Wei Zonting's attack position. Wei Zonting was confused. All attacks are ineffective. How did he see through me? On the high platform, a trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the bosses. The combat awareness is beyond imagination. In fact, this is all thanks to the observation hockey. As long as Su-yun keeps calm, he can see the enemy's trajectory clearly. Armament hockey. Su-yun was shocked. Demonic fox claws plus armed color domineering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden claws were coated with a layer of black steel metallic luster, tearing through the air and slapping forward. Wei Zonting sensed a strong sense of crisis and hurriedly waved the star demon spear. But the tip of the gun bent the moment it touched the claw. The crushing attack was like a rotten wood, smashing the star demon spear into pieces. Finally, Wei Zonting fell to the ground exhausted. His aura was weak, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Su Yun released the nine-tailed fox mode and glanced at Wei Zonting indifferently. This guy is good and his ability is okay. Ding! The host defeated Wei Zonting and dropped Advanced God's Hand *1. Wei Zonting was defeated. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the young man with wide eyes. Director, please announce the results. Su Yun reminded. The director suddenly woke up and screamed, Su Yun wins. But no one applauded. They were still recovering from the shocking scene just now. The bosses quickly came to their senses, their eyes full of appreciation. 3 stars versus 6 stars in the late stage, still a crushing victory. Even they didn't expect it. Only Old Han's expression was a little stiff. Decisive and resolute action. Li Mingzhang was full of admiration. Zhou Gulao smiled and said, this child knows the importance of the situation. It's inevitable that he won't get hurt in a competition. The corner of Old Han's mouth twitched. Damn it! You are just waiting to hurt me, right? Very powerful in close combat, if nothing unexpected happens, it's a superhuman type. Superman department joins my Luoyang War Academy. Bullshit, is it my Yanjing Tengwu Academy that's not strong enough? Or is it your Luoyang War Academy that's getting too cocky? A group of people started arguing. While they were arguing, Li Mingzheng quickly rushed down. Under the ring. Before Su Yun could react, he saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. So strong. 2 words emerged in his mind. Su Yun, my Tianming Academy cordially invites you to join. Li Mingzheng extended an olive branch. Everyone exclaimed. Immediately, there were waves of envy and sighs. Little friend Su Yun, come to my Fanhai Academy. In 1 year, I promise to help you reach the level of a general. Don't be fooled by these people. Come to my Luoyang War Academy and I will fully develop your talents. Xianing sect cordially invites you, my friend. You can take as many pills as you want and practice as many martial arts techniques as you want. When the top 10 universities were vying for the top spot, a sect got mixed in. The scene suddenly became quiet. Li Mingzhang, Old Han, Old Zhou and others looked at Xianingzong with unfriendly eyes. The man from Zhuaniyingzong smiled bitterly. Sects are the backward product of today's era, but their strength should not be underestimated. Old Han smiled and said, Su Yun, I won't blame you for defeating Zongting, but you'd better choose Shanglong Academy. Su Yun looked at Mr. Han and smiled. No deal with Shanglong Academy. The threat he made as soon as he opened his mouth was gone from his mind. Nothing good will come of entering such a narrow-minded institution. When Mr. Han saw Su Yun smile, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt suffocated. Did I use the wrong word? Below the stage, parents and students had different expressions. Some sighed, some were jealous, and some looked dejected. The waste that they once laughed at is now being fought over by the top 10 universities. Life. It's really hard to guess. Gu Duji struggled to squeeze in and whispered, Su Yun, join Tianming Academy. Benefits and reasons. Su Yun said with a smile. Li Mingzheng quickly added, 100 merit points. Holy Spirit Secret Realm 2 times. A top-level yellow-grade warrior weapon from the Bintai Pavilion. Stay in Yoshin Garden for 3 months for free. The other big guys gasped when they heard this. You really dare to invest. The Holy Spirit Secret Realm was created by a king-level expert from Tianming Academy by melting the world of a small race. The spiritual energy is several times denser than that in the outside world and is extremely precious. Yoshin Garden is where Tianming Academy provides accommodation for students. Only those who have settled here can understand the benefits. As for the top-level yellow-grade warrior weapons, they only cost a few hundred to 1,000 merit points. Chen Zixu gritted his teeth. These fan-high institutions can also provide it. But what he said was useless. Lord! His eyes gleamed. Lord Zhou stared at Su Yun, who, noticing his gaze, also looked over. If you don't have a good time in Tianming Academy in the future, you can come to Fan High Academy. Lord Zhou smiled kindly. Li Mingzhang said dissatisfiedly, Fairy, what do you mean by this? Lord Zhou shook his head and said nothing more. Thank you, senior. Su Yun smiled at Elder Zhou, glanced at the other leaders, and seeing that no one had raised their bets, he said solemnly, I will join Tianming Academy. It was not until this moment that the onlookers understood. It turns out that the reason so many big guys came was not because of Lu Qingshan, but because of Su Yun. The way they looked at Lu's mother all turned into gloating. My daughter is the protagonist. Oh, that sounds so sour. I heard that Su Yun is a bootlicker? I guess someone is slandering him behind his back. The Lu family is a powerful force in Kanglan City. They can easily destroy a genius. All kinds of weird voices appeared. Mother Lu's face turned pale and blue, and her lips were bloodless. Lu Qingshan kept looking at Su Yun. I don't know why, but I feel empty inside. Su Yun just nodded slightly to her, nothing else. It turns out that I am the clown. Lu Qingshan laughed at herself. What? I am in heaven and he is on earth. It's just self-hypnosis. Li Mingzhang frowned when he heard these words and asked, Su Yun, is someone slandering you? Mother Lu shuddered and looked at Su Yun with her whole body tense. His eyes were full of fear and panic. And a little bit more, begging. However, Su Yun said directly, yes. Kanglan City Investigation Bureau, I'll give you 10 minutes to investigate immediately. Li Mingzhang quickly ordered. Clear. The search agency set out immediately. Mother Lu fell to the ground, looking as distraught as a stray dog. Su Yun once said, those who bully me will be repaid double. Be merciful when you are right? Sorry, I'm not used to that. I am right and I will never let anyone off. Just as Li Mingzhang said. In just 10 minutes, the search agency found the results. The Lu family is suspected of tax evasion and slandering others, and their property is being confiscated. After hearing this, everyone felt even more gloating and looked at Lu's mother with playful eyes. Mother Lu burst into tears and wanted to beg Su Yun for mercy. But the search agency didn't give her any chance and dragged her away by force. Lu Qingshan's face was pale and she looked at Su Yun with pleading eyes. However, Su Yun had already left. Other schools came to Lu Qingshan. S-level genius, you can't give up on this. After some discussion, Lu Qingshan was admitted to Shanglong Academy. She had only one request, to reduce the Lu family's guilt. Mr. Han did not agree immediately. It depends on Lu Qingshan's future development. Very realistic and normal. When the atmosphere calmed down, the director shouted, continue the competition, Zheng Tiansheng, Cui Yuan. A thin boy came onto the stage, looking a little worried. Zheng Tiansheng is very strong, second only to Lu Qingshan. However, despite everyone's waiting, Zheng Tiansheng did not show up. What's wrong with Zheng Tiansheng? His ability to transform into liquid form can easily take out Cui Yuan. He often bullies Su Yun on weekdays, so he definitely doesn't dare to come. The students whispered. The director snorted coldly, what does it matter if you have good talent and strong strength? Not on time, not respecting teachers, disqualified. At this moment, the director felt very happy. Damn it! Finally, I get to show off my dominance. The other side. Tianming Academy was delighted to have such a talented student join them, but at the same time, they were a little worried. The foreign sects are about to take action. Li Mingzhang said in a low voice with a deep look in his eyes. The slightly plump man beside him narrowed his eyes and said, shall we take him away first? Li Ming was looking down at the parents and students below, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his mind. You never know who among these people is a Gentile. They abduct geniuses, kill geniuses, and even force geniuses to go crazy. It's too late. Li Mingjing said softly, why not just use their trick to kill some of the sex strongmen? The people from Tianming Academy nodded heavily. Foreign sects are like rats crossing the street. If they dare to show up, they will be killed. Su Yun, let Guduji accompany you for the next 2 days. Then take my worship to the academy. Li Mingjing turned around and gave instructions. Su Yun nodded slightly. He is looking forward to life at Tianming Academy. Perhaps, rise from the academy and become the guardian of the human race. Fight on the battlefield of all races and seek benefits for the human race. With a new goal in mind, Su Yun felt fulfilled. Because the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The news about Su Yun swept across China like a storm, and even abroad. What is of greater concern at this moment is foreign sects. This is an ancient building. A row of people in black robes sat on both sides of the long table. Kill. We must not keep him here. If it grows up, it will definitely have an impact on the great king. The air was filled with murderous intent. Someone said quietly, Tianming Academy is a place with serious hierarchy. Why don't we wait until they suppress Su Yun before we take him in? The others' hoods moved slightly, as if they were thinking. It takes too long and is hard to control. I suggest killing him. Kill him and be done with it. Many people still disagree. Finally decided to take action in 2 days. Here, the light is dim. There were cups of blood plasma on the table, still steaming. 2 of my half-blood sect members were killed by Su Yun. He must die. 2 days later, kill Su Yun. No objection. A group of people stood up together, holding goblets filled with blood. They had crazy smiles on their faces. Thank you, the Supreme Master. The blood plasma poured out, like flowing humanity, gradually disappearing. Longdu, Tianming Academy. The campus, filled with a strong youthful atmosphere, covers a vast area, like a city. In a place similar to a tea house, a man with gray hair was sitting, holding a bottle of vodka in his hand and blowing it into his mouth. It is a quiet place, but there are people drinking here, which is very strange. Old Dongfang, do you know that my graduated apprentice gave me a gift? A burly man sat down. The man known as the Old Oriental raised his face, his features straight. But because he drank too much, his nose was red and he was drunk. Judging from his face, he is about 40 or 50 years old. Old Dongfang said confusedly, send you a pile of poop? Grass. Lin Sihua rolled his eyes, then said with great joy, an SSS level genius. With powerful mental strength, he's perfect for a blacksmith. Hearing this, old Dongfang held vodka's hand even tighter. Faintly, cracks appeared. Once upon a time, our secret medicine pavilion was also full of talented people. Now, he is the only one left struggling to hold on. I put him. Lin Sihua whispered. Old Dongfang was impatient, get lost, I don't need charity. You. Lin Sihua was a little angry, and finally sighed and left helplessly. But not long after Lin Sihua left, another person sat down. Old Dongfang was about to explode when he glanced at the man and his eyes instantly turned cold. The man had a rosy face, neatly combed hair and was wearing a well-fitting suit. He sneered and said, Old man, there's an SSS level genius coming, did you know? Wang Can, you want me to kill you, right? Old Dongfang said coldly. Wang Can said sternly, if your secret medicine pavilion doesn't produce results and apprentices in another month, I will tear it down myself. Old Dongfang's body trembled. The people who used to be in the secret medicine pavilion are now in my divine pavilion. Also, you owe us a debt. Die in penance for the rest of your life. Wang Can smiled and left with big strides. Old Dongfang's face was gloomy and uncertain. He drank the liquor in large quantities and finally showed a crazy smile, as if he was crazy. The secret medicine pavilion must not be demolished. He roared in his heart, stood up and walked out of the tea house, rushing to the principal's office. The principal's name is Zhang Zhongqing. He has black hair, holds a book in his hand, is polite, and stares at the door. "Come in if you have something to say," he said calmly. The wise eyes seemed to see through everything. Standing at the door was old Dongfang, who said directly, "Enroll students for my secret medicine pavilion this year." Zhang Zhongqing sighed and whispered, "You want that SSS level Suyun?" "Yes. I can't swallow this." When old Dongfang thought of Wang Can's face, his anger grew even greater. Zhang Zhongqing pinched his brows and said, 5 top-level Shin-level pills. Make a deal." Old Dongfang nodded. "Although it is only separated by a door, it is nothing to these strong men. Or maybe they just don't want to meet." "Taiyue, give up," Zhang Zhongqing suddenly said. Snap! The wine bottle in Dongfang Taiyue's hand shattered, and he said fiercely, "If it doesn't happen to you, you will never care." After getting angry, he left dejectedly. Zhang Zhongqing watched the scene with a melancholy look in his eyes, and whispered, "I'm doing this for the stability of the human race's rear." 2 days passed quickly. Suyun prepared to go to Tianming Academy. "Change your clothes, keep your head down and don't speak," said Guduji. Suyun weighed the clothes and frowned. "What's wrong?" "Your current identity is very sensitive, and foreign sects will definitely take action against you. Lord Li Mingzheng has someone impersonate you and use you as bait on his warship. And you take a long-distance bus to Longdu." Gu Duji explained patiently. Suyun nodded and said casually, "Is the foreign sect so outrageous?" "It's a lot more outrageous than this." Gu Duji said seriously, "These beasts sacrificed their lives for foreign races, but did not work hard for the human race. Over the years, more and more humans have betrayed the race. Some of the arrested believers also gave one of the reasons: the decline of the human race. The betrayer sees no future. Rather than this, it is better to rebel against the human race. There are also certain races that promise to transfer the bloodline of human traitors. For example, the Protoss. Once the bloodline is transformed, lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. This temptation is hard for countless people to resist. This also led to the death of many powerful human beings in the battlefield of all races due to traitors' betrayal. Therefore, the human race always has only one word for traitors: kill. Suyun, the myriad races are going to invade Blue Star, don't believe their lies," Gu Duji said in a deep voice. Suyun learned about the current situation of the human race from his words. "It's not as peaceful as it seems." "Okay, I have my own judgment." He smiled and said, "Let's go. The long-distance bus is already ready." After Suyun got on, he saw that the other seats were occupied. 2 of them smiled at Suyun kindly. A powerful general. Suyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. A genius like him cannot be left alone, he must be protected. Moreover, the long-distance bus will stop in other cities to accept other students to enroll together. In midair, Li Mingzheng on the warship saw the car driving away and shouted softly, "Let's go." The warship was wrapped in a layer of light film, and it cut through the sky like a rainbow and quickly left. In the cellar. There are warships and cars? The warships are keeping a close eye on it, and some people are being sent over by cars as well. If there's a chance, kill Li Mingzheng too. The half-blood people grinned grimly. Inside the cabin. Got it. Very well done. Li Mingzheng is leaving. What should we do? Capture Suyun alive and make him the new holy son of the heavenly demon cult. Yes, sir. This group of people seemed very peaceful compared to other sects. However, their eyes were dark, as if they could swallow people's souls. For a time, undercurrents surged. Spending a day on the long-distance bus, Suyun lowered his hat as he watched the increasing number of students. He began to plan his life after entering the university. Gu Duji said that after entering, he must go to the Bintai Pavilion to find his teacher. Reason? Be a backer. But Suyun doesn't like blacksmithing. Since your mental power is so strong, why don't you become an alchemist? Taking drugs to practice, just thinking about it makes me feel that way. He observed the number of God's hands and found that there were many harvests in the canyon of ferocious beasts. Primary God's hand, 478. Intermediate God's hand, 19. Advanced God's hand, 4. God-level God's hand, 0. This cannot be blamed on Su Yun for not working hard. The hand of God drops the corresponding enemies you fight. The primary God's hand will be dropped at the same level, and there is a chance of intermediate and advanced God's hand dropping when the level exceeds the limit. For example, if Su Yun is 3 stars, there is a high probability that he will not drop anything when he kills a 2-star beast. What are the rules of the school? Can I beat people up anytime and anywhere? Su Yun muttered. He was still waiting to beat up Tianjiu and explode the hand of God. Suddenly, a boy came over and asked nervously, "Classmate, how is Tianming Academy?" "I haven't been there, so I don't know." Su Yun replied. The boy smiled bitterly and said, "I heard that the hierarchy is very serious there." "Just be yourself." Su Yun shrugged. He ignored it and looked at the army outside the window. It is normal to have military escorts to avoid attacks from foreign sects. Even if they are ordinary students, they are the flowers of the future. The next day passed peacefully. At this time, all vehicles were full of students. A group of people gathered quietly in the haystack on the road. "If you don't take action now, you will never have another chance," someone shouted. One of them said solemnly, "Ambush, specifically kill students." Fatally, the sound of an engine was heard, and the group immediately hid. When the convoy was halfway through, suddenly appeared. Boom! An armored vehicle crashed to the ground, sweeping up a strong heat wave. Enemy attack. All students are on the bus, no one is allowed to get off. If you die, you'll be responsible. At the same time, the strong men in the army roared. The soldiers immediately surrounded all the cars carrying students, holding guns and carrying swords, and started fighting with the foreign believers. Some students vomited immediately when they saw someone's body being chopped up and their intestines spilling all over the floor. Several middle-aged people present shook their heads secretly. Can't you hold on to this situation? The battlefield of all races and the sea areas under the jurisdiction of China are 1,000 times more cruel than this. Suddenly, everyone felt that it was dark. A man's eyebrows flashed and he shouted, "Wake up!" The shout was like thunder, shattering the illusion. A lot of white and chubby children. "Can you let me take a bite?" "Just an arm." A sinister laugh was heard. The students turned around and saw the soldiers outside the car being controlled. Their heads burst like watermelons and they fell down helplessly. "Withered soul, leave him to me." The man who had just broken the illusion shouted and immediately got out of the car to fight. The whole area was in chaos. When Su Yun saw the strong men in the car leave and only the students were left, he felt something was wrong. This is a diversion. Sure enough, all the car windows were shattered. 3 or 5 people broke in. "Flowering." The man with gold-rimmed glasses said softly. A rose appeared in his hand and slowly blossomed. With a pop, more than a dozen students immediately became stunned, obviously hypnotized. "Don't move, don't blame us if you die." A bald man scanned all the students and finally locked onto Su Yun, who was sitting at the back. The bald man strode over and was about to speak. Puff! A black hand pierced his heart. His palm still held the beating bloody heart. The pupils of the man with gold-rimmed glasses shrank, and he shouted, "The illusion controls him." Upon seeing this, the expressions of the powerful generals fighting outside changed, but they were entangled tightly and unable to split themselves. The enemies inside the car cast an illusion. Another person rushed over, his tongue turned into a giant python, and bit Su Yun's neck. As long as they bite, their mission is accomplished. I will definitely reward you when I get back. However, the mental power fell on Su Yun and instantly turned into green smoke and dissipated. The man with gold-rimmed glasses vomited blood and looked horrified. The illusion was broken before it even formed? How terrifying is this kid's will? Get out! Soo-yoon supported himself on the chair with one hand and swung his right leg like a battle axe. Puff! Under the student's horrified gaze, the giant python transformed from the man's tongue was kicked to pieces on the spot and flew out of the car in a mess. Half of the car was stained with a thick layer of blood. Then, Soo-yoon stared at the man with gold-rimmed glasses and others with his sharp eyes. It's as if I saw my prey. These guys are all elite monsters of the hand of explosion. Never let it go. Soo-yoon, the heavenly demon cult tends to bewitch people. A powerful warrior reminded. Soo-yoon nodded heavily. He didn't give the man with gold-rimmed glasses a chance to speak, and rushed out while breaking the ground. Kill! The man with gold-rimmed glasses roared. He rubbed his hands together, and thin silver needles emerged and floated strangely in the air. The fine needles are flying silently. Another person appeared with a lighter in his hand. With a loud shout, it turned into a fireball with a diameter of 4 meters, whistling towards them. The third person produced a sword and slashed at Soo-yoon with a roar. The fourth person growled, a rag doll appeared in his hand, and he smiled strangely. The rag doll shot out 2 black rays of light. Nine-tailed mode. Soo-yoon whispered in his heart. The golden light shone like flames, rising up, and the blood-red eyes stared at the 4 people like a ferocious beast from ancient times. A black energy body the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand, filled with the aura of destruction. Super mini-tailed beast ball. Soo-yoon held the tailed beast ball and slapped it forward. What needles, fireballs, swords, ragdoll beams. All exploded. The 4 of them were unable to dodge and were forcibly pushed away by the tailed beast ball. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose up, releasing a strong gust of air. Wherever the small-tailed beast ball goes, foreign believers are swept into it. Their clothes were torn to pieces, their bodies were torn apart, and they were deader than dead. What a terrifying power! The powerful general was stunned when he saw this. Fuck! I got tricked by Lee Mingjung. Soo-yoon is over here. Retreat! We can't win. The main force is not here. Lee Mingjung, I'll fuck your ancestors. The various foreign sects cursed and had no choice but to flee. At the same moment, on the other side, the space is distorting and the high temperature is burning. Li Mingjing's whole body was bathed in flames, like a flaming god of war. You fooled me. The enemy who was fighting with Li Mingjing received the message and gritted his teeth. Li Mingjing grinned and said, "It's fun, right? Then you have to stay alive." Boom! The flames swept across like a guillotine falling from the sky, burning the entire sky red. The man couldn't hold on for a few seconds and was burned to death on the spot. Ding! The host killed 5 enemies, dropping 5 intermediate gods' hands. Soo-yoon raised his eyebrows. An unexpected gain, not bad at all. As for the finishing stage, he had no intention of taking action. Otherwise, everyone would think he was a murderer. The mental strength and will are very strong. A powerful warrior praised. Soo-yoon smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, sir. Boy, the Divine Pavilion is a good choice for you." The person who spoke was about 30 years old, with a hint of arrogance on his face. If you are lucky enough to become an apprentice of the Divine Pavilion, the Wang family will be the goal you will be most proud to follow in your life. Soo-yoon didn't answer, but just smiled brightly. Actually, in my heart. Fuck you. There's something wrong with these wealthy families, right? You look so superior, as if everyone in the world owes you something. Damn it, don't mess with me, or no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to help me. Soo-yoon said in his heart. When he returned to the car, pairs of fiery eyes stared at him. Soo-yoon is now widely discussed on the internet and is considered a celebrity. The students all looked at him with admiration. Soo-yoon just smiled, sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Although there were some incidents along the way, we finally arrived in Longdu safely. The road is spacious, and the steps on both sides are lined with lush greenery, giving off a strong youthful atmosphere. Students came in and out, greeting new students from various places. The vehicle slowly stopped. Soo-yun and other freshmen walked down and were shocked by the scene before them. Tianming Academy looks just like the ancient ones in the books. There are many magnificent buildings and palaces. There is a great hall located in the misty mountains, accompanied by the sound of beast roars. Call out. The tall figure fell. It was Li Mingzheng. Seeing that Soo-yun was safe and sound, he smiled and said, I heard that you protected a whole car of people. That's great. It just happened. Soo-yun said calmly. Li Mingzheng, someone will come to pick you up later. We'll leave first. He came in a hurry and left in a swift and decisive manner. Soo-yun smiled. This uncle is quite interesting. After a while, an old student came over. Fellow students, if you don't understand something, just ask. If you have luggage, leave it to us. We are all family members. After entering this door, if you have any trouble next time, just shout. The seniors are very enthusiastic. At this time, a man in his 20s came over and said with a smile, Excuse me, is this Soo-yun? Soo-yun understood that he was here to pick him up. Wow! As soon as the name came out, there were bursts of exclamations. SSS level talent. They are top-notch both at home and abroad. My name is Fail, come with me. The man's smile widened. However, Soo-yun always felt that there was something wrong here. Because this guy's smile is so cunning. It feels like there is a pit waiting for me to jump into. But he just arrived and hasn't offended anyone, right? Soo-yun followed Fail tentatively with a look of suspicion on his face. Fail, is there such a person in our school? A senior muttered softly. He is considered a well-known know-it-all in the school. How come you don't know this person? The atmosphere in the school was very gentle, which made the vigilant Soo-yun relax a little. Senior Fei-lo, where are we going? He asked. Fei-lo said gently, the secret medicine pavilion is your first stop. Secret medicine pavilion? Soo-yun recalled the information he had discussed with Gu Duji. There are professions such as alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters, etc. in Tianming Academy. Each faction has its own faction and the competition is fierce. But when Gu Duji talked about the secret medicine pavilion, he hesitated and seemed unable to speak. After a while, the two stood in front of the secret medicine pavilion. The building is very old and the wooden planks are broken and no one has repaired them. Only the font on the plaque is vigorous and powerful, exuding a strong burning sensation. Once inside, the temperature difference between inside and outside the house appears. There was a strong smell of medicinal herbs and alcohol in the air. An old man was sitting in the middle. It is Taiwei in the east. He said solemnly, from now on, you will be my apprentice at the secret medicine pavilion. You can eat as many pills as you want. You can choose the recipe. As long as you don't burn this place down, go ahead and do it. Dongfang Taiwei looked directly at Soo-yun and spoke in a powerful and forceful manner. Soo-yun was a little confused. Has this entered the secret medicine pavilion? If what this old man said is all true, that would be great. Here, write your name. Dongfang Taiwei pointed to the cabinet application form on the table. Soo-yun looked at the regulations above and felt that there was no problem. He looked at Fei Lu, who is he? Master of the secret medicine pavilion, you have to call me teacher. Fei Lu said with a smile. Dongfang Taiwei snorted twice, as if to say, you dare to question me. Soo-yun lowered his brows in thought. You can't sell me out, right? Signed. Gu Duji once said, after you go in, you must find a backer first. Soo-yun is not very interested in blacksmithing. Just choose to make medicine. Old man, give me the pill. After signing, Soo-yun reached out to take it. Dongfang Taiwei ignored him, looked at the application, and suddenly laughed wildly. Damn Wangcan, he belongs to my secret medicine pavilion. He laughed crazily. Let you mock me. Eat shit. Soo-yun glared. Dry. It seems like I've been cheated. Su Yun was still thinking that he would get the admission reward after signing. Result: dry. I'm still too young. As soon as he saw Dongfang Taiyue smiling like that, he knew something was wrong. Look at fail again. He kept smiling and quietly retreated. After reaching a corner, the body slowly dispersed and disappeared into the air. At the same moment, in the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue's wild laughter echoed. Su Yun asked helplessly, "Well, can I quit?" "No rush. What's wrong with joining the secret medicine pavilion?" Dongfang Taiyue said with a smile. Su Yun doesn't like being deceived. But in order to be able to take pills at will, I endured it. Where are the pills? There are still a few low-grade yellow-grade soul-restoring pills left in stock. Where's the recipe? It was taken away by the Divine Pavilion a long time ago. There's no way anything is left. Su Yun was so angry. Damn it! If you don't have these things, what's the point of making promises? I apply to withdraw from the secret medicine pavilion. Su Yun gritted his teeth and wanted to leave this broken place. Dongfang Taiyue, it takes 3 months to make changes after applying. Su Yun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at Dongfang Taiyue. Alright, all those yellow-grade and black-grade pills are garbage. When I have time, I will refine it for you. Dongfang Taiyue said proudly. Su Yun looked suspicious. Is this guy an alchemist? Suddenly, Dongfang Taiyue calmed down and became serious. Puff! A flame swirled out from his palm, transforming from lavender to bright red. The entire secret medicine pavilion suddenly became stuffy. Like the rising sun. Su Yun sensed a hint of extremely dangerous aura and his pupils shrank slightly. Do you believe it now? Dongfang Taiyue said calmly. Su Yun's throat felt a little dry, and he nodded. He felt a little excited inside. I have a black magic cauldron myself, and with it the ability to make medicine, it's perfect. Dongfang Taiyue nodded and said, Go, and clean up the secret medicine pavilion. This is your responsibility as an apprentice. You don't give me any benefits at all, but make me work as soon as I come. Su Yun curled his lips. Not that he didn't resist. You are not familiar with the place, so keep a low profile. Dongfang Taiyue suddenly said, Don't think you're great just because you're SSS rank. Tianming Academy has at least 10 SSS level students, and quite a few SS level students. Su Yun was stunned. So many geniuses? But what followed was excitement. With so many geniuses, they would probably cry for a long time after being beaten up, right? Or, the sustainable blast of God's hand? Seeing Su Yun's expression, Dongfang Taiyue was a little confused. There's something wrong with this kid. When most people hear that someone has the same level of talent as themselves, they either feel worried or serious. Instead, he became excited. Su Yun naturally did not explain too much. He hummed a little tune and went to clean obediently. Just stay here for 3 months and eat up all your resources before leaving. At the school gate, 2 men walked slowly towards them. The senior students who were welcoming the new students hurriedly greeted them, Master Lin, Teacher Wang. Lin Sihua, the master of Bintai Pavilion. He came specially to meet Su Yun. Teacher Wang's name is Wang Meng. He was called by Wang Can to communicate with Su Yun. Hello, Pavilion Master. Wang Meng was very young, with a middle-parted hairstyle and a sweet smile. Lin Sihua said indifferently, You Wang family members are all laughing like treacherous people. I can't help but beat you up. Traitor equals someone who betrays the human race. Pavilion Master, are you here to see Su Yun as well? Wang Meng slightly restrained his smile. Lin Sihua said disdainfully, He has some connection with my graduating disciple. What do? You have ideas too? Only my Wang family can cultivate Su Yun's talent. Wang Meng laughed. What I mean is, can you get rid of my Wang family? The two of them started to talk in a sarcastic way. At this time, an old student said cautiously, Suyun has left. The two men looked over immediately, their eyes seemed capable of killing. The old man said quickly, I heard that he was taken to the secret medicine pavilion. Grass. Dry. The two of them stared at each other like dogs. How dare you, an oriental dog thief, intercept me? Wang Meng's face turned pale and he immediately took out his cell phone to send a message. Lin Sihua smiled. Is this the secret medicine pavilion's final resistance against the God Pavilion? Quite interesting. At this time, Zhang Zhongqing was meeting with other directors. Wang Can's phone vibrated. He picked up the phone, his eyes gloomy. Principal, Dongfang Taiyue is too outrageous. Wang Can said in a deep voice. The other directors were all confused. What do you mean? Zhang Zhongqing, what's wrong? Wang Can said coldly, Suyun should have joined the Divine Pavilion, but Dongfang Taiyue actually forced him into the secret medicine pavilion. He's a sinner. Why would he accept a disciple? He's just misleading the young ones. What's left in the secret medicine pavilion? What can we use to cultivate Suyun? Don't waste the best time for cultivation. I propose that the secret medicine pavilion be demolished. Wang Can looked a little scary. Zhang Zhongqing was not angry, but smiled and said, Does Suyun promise to enter the divine pavilion? Wang Can was choked by the words. Zhang Zhongqing, that's Dongfang Taiyue's own method. As for cultivation, I think he knows more about it than you do, he added. The directors present chuckled secretly. This is an attempt to smooth things over. They also want to see Wang Can suffer. Over the years, many geniuses have entered the Divine Pavilion, including 2 SSS and several SS-level ones. The other directors were jealous. Zhang Zhongqing didn't say much about this matter. He changed the subject, continuing with the previous topic, I suggest using appeasement to unite with foreign tribes. At this point, his tone became heavy. The eyes of the other people present revealed a coldness, followed by sadness. In the battlefield of all races, the human race is not the top existence. Ranked around 6,000. Lower middle level. In order to have more time to develop, the only choice is to be gentle. Or in other words, marrying with a foreign race. I don't agree. Even if the human race dies in battle, they cannot do such a thing as betraying their own children. This concerns the safety of the entire human race, don't be reckless. The parliament suddenly burst into an argument. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes slightly and held the armrests tightly with both hands. Not just China. Even the United States, the bear country, the kangaroo country, etc. have to do this. Temporary forbearance is for future strength and rise. Sun and Moon Hall. This is where students receive their daily tasks. At this time, Wang Meng and a young man were standing here with extremely ugly expressions. Rob my Wang family's people? The young man had slightly feminine features and a deep voice. Wang Meng nodded and said, Suyun should have known it, but why didn't he say it out loud? The young man Wang Li's eyes changed, and he said coldly, Who cares, uncle, transfer Suyun's reward to me. Wang Meng frowned. Wang Li waved his hand and said, If he wants these rewards, he will definitely come to see me. Besides, as an upstart SSS-ranked individual, he should be grateful that he has this talent and was noticed by the Wang family. He looked superior. Wang Meng thought for a moment and finally nodded heavily. The next day, Suyun came out of the secret medicine pavilion. He had originally planned to stay at Yoshin Garden yesterday. The free residence in Yoshin Garden for 3 months was a reward from Li Mingzheng. It was already midnight when he finished tidying up the secret medicine cabinet, so he had to give up. Remember to take cultural classes. Dongfang Taiyue said something. Suyun understood. The higher the institution, the more knowledge you can obtain. But there was one thing that puzzled Suyun. Am I ugly? How come everyone stared at him with strange eyes along the way? Teaching building. Suyun found the classroom. The space is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people for classes. He walked to the back of the class and didn't talk to anyone else. He is Soo-yoon? Did he really enter the secret medicine pavilion? This guy is really not afraid of death. Even dogs won't enter the secret medicine pavilion. What a pity, such a good talent. The freshmen whispered among themselves. Soo-yoon closed his eyes and ignored him. After a while, the male teacher walked in, glanced at Soo-yoon, and said softly, "My last name is Zhu." "Hello, Teacher Zhu." The students stood up. Teacher Zhu didn't waste any time and started the class immediately. On Blue Star, awakening is divided into 4 major categories: Superman, Spirit Soldier, Elemental, Spirit Beast. The superhuman type, as the name suggests, allows you to possess talents that surpass those of ordinary humans. This is the most common type. Spiritual weapons are weapons that are derived from the body when awakening, and they are the most valuable to cultivate. Elemental, known as the battlefield bomber, controls the elements and destroys the entire battlefield. The Spirit Beast system and the Spirit Weapon system have similar functions, and they can produce animals. Teacher Zhu talked freely. Soo-yoon immediately absorbed this knowledge. It was rarely heard in Kanglan No. 1 middle school before, and even few people discussed it on the internet. For example, the Spirit Beast system has a huge advantage. When you fight him, he can summon the War Beast in his body and double his combat power. Teacher. Soo-yoon glanced at little nine-tailed fox and raised his hand on a whim. Teacher Zhu nodded and said, "Student Soo, please speak. Is it possible to merge with the War Beast inside my body?" Soo-yoon asked. Many students looked thoughtful. Teacher Zhu was a little surprised. This freshman is very imaginative. The faction of the Spirit Beast Department has always been conducting research in this area. But it's hard to find a balance. Or rather, humans and animals are inherently different. How can we integrate them? Some factions can borrow the power of war beasts within their bodies, but the cost is extremely high. After listening to the explanation, Soo-yoon nodded secretly. He himself can perfectly merge with the little nine-tailed fox. If I develop this method, can I sell it and make money? When the class was about to end, Teacher Zhu said, "Private fighting is not allowed in the school. You can fight in the ring. Both parties must sign a life and death agreement." After hearing this, Soo-yoon left the classroom. He's going to collect his reward. After receiving the reward, he immediately used the hand of God to continue practicing. Set your goals and start taking action. Sun and Moon Hall. There are counters on the front and left and right sides of the hall, which can be used to accept or complete tasks. "Hello, senior sister, I would like to receive the reward," Soo-yoon said with a smile. Senior, student card. Soo-yoon took out the card that Dongfang Taiyue had given him yesterday and handed it over. The senior student picked up her student card and swiped it towards the instrument, 17 merit points. Soo-yoon frowned. 5 p.m.? Wrong. It should be 107 points. 100 points was promised by Li Mingjiang. 7 of them were given by Soo-yoon for killing foreign believers. Senior, what about the 3-month residence period in the Holy Spirit secret realm in Yoshin Garden? Soo-yoon took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The senior student looked at him without asking any more questions. She handed back the student card and a piece of paper. It said, "I, Wanli, have taken your reward." A cold look appeared in the corners of Soo-yoon's eyes. It's the Wang family again. The armed color domineering shook, and the paper shattered instantly. This scene happened to be seen by Wang Meng and Wang Li, who were not far away, and their expressions became gloomy. Even if my Wang family gives you a hair, you have to accept it with gratitude. What does destroy mean? You must be Soo-yoon. Wang Li strode over. Soo-yoon looked at him and said softly, "I've never met you before, what do you mean? Why are you, an outsider, talking so much?" Wang Meng suddenly said loudly. Suddenly, many people looked over. Soo-yoon looked at Wang Meng with cold eyes. Yumi was right. The suppression of poor students in Tianming Academy is very serious. Wang Meng's words explained it all. SSS level talent, if given enough resources, can grow into something absolutely terrifying. Others may not dare to offend, but the Wang family doesn't care. The Wang family is a wealthy and powerful family with dozens of war god level warriors, and even king level warriors on the battlefield of all races. He can be said to be the patron saint of the human race. They have the confidence. I'll take your reward. Wang Li whispered, who asked you to join the secret medicine pavilion? You deserve it. Su Yun's eyes revealed a murderous intent. However, he turned and left the Sun and Moon Hall without saying a word. Old rules. Wait until you are at your most proud, and then step on you to death. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue came down from upstairs with a bottle of wine in his hand. In a blink of an eye, he saw Su Yun sitting in a chair, deep in thought. Didn't you say you were going to get the reward? Dongfang Taiyue asked drunkenly. Su Yun glanced at the old man and curled his lips. Drunks are unreliable. I have to rely on myself to deal with Wang Li. He said casually, it was stolen. I'm trying to get it back. Wang family or Lu family? Feng family? Ding family? Dongfang Taiyue mentioned 4 wealthy families in a row. Su Yun was speechless. How many people have you offended? He finally understood why the Wang family was targeting him. The contradiction is shifting. Bang! Dongfang Taiyue's eyes turned cold, he smashed the wine bottle, and pulled Su Yun up. What? Su Yun was stunned. Dongfang Taiyue smiled and said, Teacher will teach you your first lesson today. Don't talk so much nonsense to him, he took our things. Those who stole our things. Hit him. Hit him in the fucking face. He looked a little crazy. Su Yun was even more confused. This drunk teacher seems a bit fierce. Sun and Moon Hall. Wang Meng is talking to Wang Li. Uncle, 2 trips to the Holy Spirit secret realm are enough for me to be promoted to a 9-star warrior. Wang Li chuckled. Wang Meng, it's all thanks to the things sent by these people, ha ha ha. As he was speaking, 2 figures, one old and one young, rushed in. Everyone in the hall looked over and shrank their necks. The old madman is here. Dongfang Taiyue stood in front of Wang Meng and said coldly, My apprentice's things are coming back. Lao Dong. Wang Meng was about to curse. The next moment, Dongfang Taiyue kicked Wang Meng in the face. Boom! Wang Meng flew out and hit the wall heavily. The nose bridge collapsed, the front teeth were broken, and blood gushed out. Everyone was stunned. Even Su Yun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Teacher, awesome. Dongfang Taiyue snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Meng like a chicken. Wang Meng's eyes were filled with horror. This old madman wouldn't want to kill him. This is my apprentice. If you bastards dare to mess around, don't force me to violate martial ethics. I don't care if the younger generation start fighting each other. If you, the big, old ones, dare to interfere, I'll burn you all to death. Also, this isn't a private fight. This is just venting. Dongfang Taiyue looked around. Finally, he slapped Wang Meng on the head. The raging flames burned all the hair on Wang Meng's body. But there was no burn at all. The precise fire control ability is amazing. In the end, Wang Meng turned into a salt-baked egg, which looked funny no matter how you looked at it. I have one last question for you, are you going to return it or not? Dongfang Taiyue's eyes turned slightly red. Wang Meng was so anxious that he almost cried, give it back. Give it back to him right now. This is not paying it back. I guess, the person died on the spot. Wang Li on the side reacted and Jin Meng took out his student card. What about the Holy Spirit secret realm in Yoshin Garden? Su Yun laughed and looked at the senior student at the counter. The senior student was also panicked. Yes, you can use it anytime. You're smart, apprentice, let's go. Dongfang Taiyue pushed Wang Meng away, took out a bottle of wine, and staggered away. Su Yun hurriedly followed behind. For a moment, all those who looked at him unkindly were a little scared. This guy is crazy. After the two left, the talents of the Wang family finally arrived. Seeing Wang Meng's miserable condition, they fell silent. For a moment, I wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiwei turned his back to Su Yun with a faint smile on his face. I've been holding it in for so many years, and now I'm finally going to give you a beating. Su Yun's reward was embezzled, which also gave him an opportunity to vent. Su Yun followed obediently behind. For the first time, he felt protected. Very amazing. As he thought about it, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. Dongfang Taiwei turned to look at him, wondering, what an ugly smile you have. Su Yun rolled his eyes. This drunkard has a really mean mouth. Immediately afterwards, Dongfang Taiwei also sighed. The reason why he recruited Su Yun as his apprentice was simply to vent his anger. The Secret Medicine Pavilion is now short of staff, and the merit points allocated each month are only a few dozen. How to support people? Let's try and see if I have a talent for alchemy. Dongfang Taiwei thought to himself. If not, he would send Su Yun to Bintai Pavilion. It is so immoral to delay other people's future. Teacher, when will we learn to make medicine? Su Yun was eager to try it. Dongfang Taiwei looked up and thought, give me 50 merit points, the Secret Medicine Pavilion is out of herbs. Su Yun looked dazed. Did I see a ghost? The master asks the apprentice for money before even teaching him? In the end, Su Yun transferred the credit points. Bite. Merit points have been credited. Dongfang Taiwei threw out a piece of paper and turned away. In a voice that only he could hear, he muttered, I got the money, let's go buy some wine. Su Yun's face darkened. This guy is such a jerk. He picked up the paper and looked at it. The method of extracting medicinal materials is neatly written on it. Wang Can looked at Wang Meng with a gloomy face, murderous intent rising in his eyes. Second grandpa, that old Dongfang dog is too arrogant. Wang Meng's front teeth were leaking, and he looked extremely funny. Wang Can ignored him and looked at Wang Li, how is Su Yun? After this incident, he will probably be determined to follow the Secret Medicine Pavilion. Wang Li said in a low voice. He embezzled other people's rewards and acted superior. Who wouldn't slap him in the face? But the wealthy family didn't think they did anything wrong. They are exclusive and adapt to their own circle. In the Wang family's thinking, no matter how talented a person is, he has to lie down before he grows up. Wang Can grinned, his white teeth looking cold and grim, it's just another little bastard. If the old man and the young man were obedient, they could live longer. If they dare to resist, everything will be destroyed. Wang Can said coldly, how can an SSS-level genius really turn the world upside down? Suppress them completely. I don't think other families would be willing to see the rise of the Secret Medicine Pavilion. He ordered. Wang Meng was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Wang Li opened his mouth several times before mustering up the courage to ask, Second grandfather, why did the Secret Medicine Pavilion incur public outrage? Wang Can looked at him deeply, and the latter quickly lowered his head. Don't ask too much. You just need to understand that those who colluded with the Secret Medicine Pavilion are the sinners who killed our Wang family. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiwei came back and threw a storage ring to Su Yun. If you can't do what's on paper, I'll send you to someone else. Dongfang Taiwei said seriously, don't waste your time here with me, understand? I understand. Su Yun nodded. Just as Dongfang Taiwei was about to leave, he turned his head and asked, what kind of martial arts did you learn? I didn't learn. Su Yun is very honest. I have talent, but I'm poor. Hurry up and give me a heavenly level technique. Dongfang Taiwei wanted to slap him to death. I don't even have any heavenly level skills. He threw a jade pendant to Su Yun. I got the alchemist skills when I was young, the middle level of yellow rank, it's just right for you. Su Yun placed the jade pendant against his brow to sense it. Intermediate yellow rank kung fu, fiery fire technique. I'm going to sleep for a while, you can take your time to fix it. Dongfang Taiyue drank and left. Su Yun raised his head and sighed. What a lousy teacher. Other families treat SSS-level talented geniuses as if they were treasures. My own teacher, on the other hand, just ignores me. Forget it, just take it as a loss. Su Yun took out the black demon cauldron and comforted himself. Just the fact that Dongfang Taiyue vented his anger for him was enough. He will always remember those who are good to him. If you make him unhappy, you will pay him back double. Wang family, don't even think about having an easy time. Su Yun sneered. Immediately, he looked at the medicine cauldron and was very surprised. The whole body is pitch black, and the first impression it gives people is that it is strong. Flames are carved on the surface, appearing lifelike and as if they are coming alive and burning. He reached out and touched it, and found that a mysterious firepower was gathering on the surface of the black demon cauldron. The chef's knife, the warrior's spear, the blacksmith's hammer, and the alchemist's cauldron. Su Yun whispered and chuckled. He began to practice the fiery art, a very ordinary name. But it's enough. 10 minutes later, Su Yun had mastered it completely. Nothing else, the Hongmeng immortal body is awesome. Comprehension is strong. Su Yun took a deep breath and placed his hands on the spiritual energy input port of the black demon cauldron. Puff! A deep red flame burned in the cauldron. Start! Su Yun moved his fingers and put the herbs in an orderly manner. In the black demon cauldron. The medicinal material is shaped like a tree root, with brown skin and is about 10 centimeters long. This is called bone root. A very difficult medicinal ingredient for beginner alchemists. It's hard. The high temperature will cause it to burn directly, and the medicine will be completely useless. The temperature is low and the medicine cannot be effective. At the same time, it also carries toxins. It needs to be refined more than 3 times before it can be used as medicine. In the black demon cauldron, the bone roots floated up and down in the deep red fire. The epidermis cracked and a light black liquid continued to seep out. As soon as the liquid came into contact with the Dan fire, it turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. Su Yun didn't care too much and concentrated on refining. When the first extraction was successful, the bone root had turned into powder. The powder sparkled like fireworks in the fire. Secondary refining. 3 times of refining. The 3 refining steps only take a few minutes. Su Yun muttered, is this difficult? If Dongfang Taiyue saw it with his own eyes, he would definitely go to hell. No alchemist can guarantee success during the first refining. Su Yun is absolutely a freak. In other words, no one at the same level as Su Yun has such terrifying mental power. This is all thanks to little nine-tailed fox. What will happen if I perform 4 refinements? Su Yun did what he thought. It was getting dark. Dongfang Taiyue came down from upstairs with drunken eyes. He didn't feel any temperature inside in his heart. It seems he has given up. Without any guidance, the herbs would probably have been burned. When Dongfang Taiyue came down, he saw Su Yun standing there with a smile on his face. Why are you standing there if you're not refining? Dongfang Taiyue wondered. Su Yun shrugged and said, it's all refined. Refined, what? Dongfang Taiyue was about to wave his hand when he suddenly glared. Su Yun waved his hand, and portions of refined medicinal liquid and powder appeared on the table. Dongfang Taiyue's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets and his mouth was almost dislocated. But he immediately restrained himself and asked seriously, who did you ask for help? You have offended so many people, who is willing to help me? Su Yun asked back. Dongfang Taiyue laughed dryly, it seems so. But he still couldn't believe it. Did this little thing really succeed? He walked over with an attitude of disbelief. He pinched the bone root powder and his expression changed slightly. As the head of the secret medicine pavilion, he could definitely be called a master in alchemy. Is this bone root powder that has been refined 3 times? This has to be refined more than 9 times. Dry. How did this guy do it? Suddenly, his expression became a little dull. Wouldn't such a gifted alchemy genius be able to restore the former glory of the secret medicine pavilion? Swish! Dongfang Taiyue turned and looked at Su Yun. Eyes filled with excitement. There is also a kind of excitement that makes people feel uncomfortable. Teacher, is it meaningful to extract herbs more times? Su Yun quickly changed the subject. Dongfang Taiyue immediately said, of course there is. The higher the refinement, the better the quality of the finished pill. Generally, we won't increase the fixed number of times to extract ingredients in the recipe. That would just increase the workload, he said disdainfully. Su Yun touched his nose. Is this guy scolding me? But you're still a little immature. Back then, I refined the bone roots 11 times. Dongfang Taiyue stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. That's right. I am your teacher. I'm better than you. He quickly sought some comfort for himself. It's getting late. You should go back to Yoshin Garden and rest. Dongfang Taiyue coughed. Su Yun said oh and turned to leave. After Su Yun left, old man Dongfang looked at Su Yun's back with his eyes hooked like a thief. Holy crap! He's a true genius. Damn Wang Can, you want to tear down my secret medicine cabinet? You're dreaming. In 1 month, I will train Su Yun to become a yellow rank alchemist. He yelled, his eyes a little wet. After a while, Dongfang Taiyue calmed down and looked at the empty secret medicine pavilion. Of the friends and family I once had, now I am the only one left. Dark, lonely. When people leave, the tea gets cold. Dad, uncle, brother, younger brother. Dongfang Taiyue muttered, his eyes gradually turning red. The Dongfang family is not a sinner of the human race. Your innocence will be vindicated sooner or later. He's a little crazy. Laughed and cried. Finally, he curled up in the corner of the secret medicine cabinet, shivering. Only a pair of eyes were staring at the darkness. Like a devil. Leisure garden. A small bridge with flowing water and swaying green bamboos. The spiritual energy here is abundant, which is very suitable for people to practice meditation. It takes hundreds or even thousands of merit points to use Yoshin Garden in 1 month. The closer to the center, the more expensive it is. Only people from wealthy families and those with family background can afford to live there. Su Yun successfully moved into the detached villa. Quiet and fresh, no one disturbs you. Let the teacher come and stay tomorrow. He muttered to himself as he sat on the expensive and soft sofa. Although the drunkard is unreliable, it is worth it to stand up for him today. Night falls. Su Yun faced the small pond, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. When practicing the fiery fire technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surges in like young swallows returning to their nests and is absorbed into the body. The water droplet spiritual energy in his body gradually turned into light purple. So fast. Already a mid-stage 3-star warrior. Su Yun opened his eyes and was shocked. There is a world of difference between having martial arts and not having them. Talent is talent, but it also needs to be matched with skills. For example, the Hongmeng immortal body allows Su Yun to absorb 100% of the spiritual energy. Adding the fiery fire technique, it will become 120%. Don't underestimate this small 20%, it is a qualitative leap. Maybe it was the bonus of the technique, my first time practicing was particularly fast. Su Yun guessed. He continued to practice happily. But in other detached villas in Yoshin Garden, many old students looked depressed. What's going on? Why has the spiritual energy concentration dropped? It's at least 30% weaker. Strange, who has practiced the heaven-level technique? Who is behind this? For a while, there was constant abuse. The instigator is ignored. Just inhale, just inhale. Suck you dry and make myself stronger. The third day in Tianming Academy. Su Yun attended class with great energy and bought breakfast for the teacher. Dongfang Taiyue, who was sleeping in the corner, smelled the fragrance and opened the door suspiciously. A bowl of plain noodles was packed and placed on the ground. He took a few bites and his eyes became moist. I don't eat anything with chopped green onions, it's too spicy. The old man laughed and scolded. Attend class. Su Yun was listening attentively. Teacher Zhu, the bright list is proof of Tianming Academy's genius. Only those who make it onto the bright list can be truly called geniuses, otherwise, they are all mediocre. Teacher, are there any realm requirements? A girl asked. Teacher Zhu nodded and said, you need to be at least a 7-star warrior to challenge the 100th place. Many people are discouraged. They can only get 3 to 5 stars at most, and it will take some time. Get out of class is over. Su Yun tidied up the table and left, ready to continue refining medicine. As he left, a group of people came outside. The leader is Wang Li. Want to embezzle my reward again? Su Yun said with a smile. Wang Li said coldly, Su Yun, you should never join the secret medicine pavilion. Thank you for your advice. Su Yun curled his lips. He was about to leave when Wang Li suddenly sneered, a lowly person and an old oriental dog are a perfect match. After he finished speaking, the others burst into laughter. Su Yun paused and shook his head, saying, Teacher is right. There's no need to talk too much with trash like you. Buzz. His right arm transformed into a black metallic color and swung towards Wang Li. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. How dare he? Presumptuous. Wang Li's expression changed drastically. Boom. He used lightning to spread from his body, forming a shield to block it. Snap. The lightning shield exploded, and the arm-style domineering arm was unstoppable. Bang. A loud and crisp slap echoed. Wang Li flew out and landed in the flower garden. The scene was silent. The teachers and students were stunned. Su Yun clicked his tongue and said, Pa, one-shot kill. Ding. The host defeated Wang Li and dropped 2 advanced gods' hands. School supplies. Outside the teaching building. Wang Li was lying in the flower garden, blood constantly flowing from his ears. Countless teachers and students showed expressions of pain. Oh my goodness. How much effort did this big bitch put in? At the same time, they were shocked by Su Yun's courage. No freshman has ever dared to attack the children of wealthy families. Su Yun looks like a good boy on the surface, but he is really cruel when he gets angry. Law enforcement team. Someone here took action privately. Those who followed Wang Li reacted and shouted hurriedly. Su Yun looked at them coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. Now that he has taken action, he will not regret it. Just hit him. I didn't dare to play yesterday because I wasn't familiar with the rules yet. After a while, 5 people came quickly. They were wearing black and red combat uniforms and looked at Wang Li expressionlessly. According to the first rule of Tianming Academy, no private fighting. If it happens, the minimum penalty is 7 days in solitary confinement, and the maximum penalty is half a month. The law enforcement team began to perform their duties. Su Yun smiled brightly and sunny, and said, I have no objection. Very good. The law enforcement team nodded coldly. The 5 men threw a pair of handcuffs towards Su Yun, which automatically merged together to suppress the circulation of spiritual energy in his body. At this time, Wang Li was still in a trance. Especially the right ear, it felt like it had been bombarded by artillery shells and could no longer hear any sound. Daff? Wang Li reacted and veins popped up on his forehead. He looked like a devil, staring at Su Yun fiercely and roaring, Su Yun, you're looking for death. Next time. Su Yun raised his handcuffed left hand and pointed to his left ear. He didn't say it explicitly. Because this kind of ridicule made Wang Li grit his teeth. Su Yun was taken away by the law enforcement team. There will be no exception just because of SSS level talent. In an instant, the news spread like a storm. In Parliament. Someone slammed the table in anger. Rebellion. He's the first guy who dared to beat someone up 3 days into school. You ignored the school rules and hit me so hard that I even went deaf. Sure enough, they came from the countryside. They're like wild dogs, and there's no way to control them. Many directors were outraged. Principal Zhang Zhongqing looked speechless. It's over. What kind of genius did I recruit? Su Yun is definitely the first person in Tianming Academy who dares to beat someone up less than a week after school starts. He is also the first person from a humble background who dares to challenge the authority of a wealthy family. Honestly speaking, Su Yun cannot be called a poor family. It's no way. My Wang family is fighting bravely on the front lines to protect the human realm. So what if you're a little privileged? Can't you handle a few insults? Even if he has SSS level talent, he might still rebel in the future. Wang Can said this in a sinister tone. The first two sentences were fine, but the last one silenced everyone. Buzz. In an instant, darkness engulfed the area. Wang Can's neck seemed to be strangled by a pair of invisible hands. Zhang Zhongqing's eyes were deep red and terrifying, revealing a strong murderous intent. He said grimly, I don't want to hear this kind of talk from now on. A hint of fear flashed in Wang Can's eyes, and he nodded quickly. The others also looked unhappy. No matter how much internal fighting there is, no one will be killed. This is the bottom line. Swish. Light returned to the surroundings. Zhang Zhongqing said solemnly, execute according to the law. Do you have any objections? Everyone fell silent and shook their heads. The top floor of the shrine. Wanli stood there with an indignant look on his face. Wang Can, on the other hand, smiled broadly and praised, well done, Lear. Second grandpa, what did you say? Wang Li's right ear hadn't healed yet, and he looked puzzled. Wang Can waved his hand and said, don't worry about what happens next. After saying that, he flicked his hand, and 2 pills in green talisman paper floated in front of Wang Li. Small dragon bone pill and spirit gathering talisman. Wang Li looked happy. With the elixir, his ears will recover soon. Wang Can rubbed his head and said gently, practice well. He only succeeded in a sneak attack. It's not a real skill. Don't worry, second grandpa. I will make him pay the price sooner or later. Wang Li swore loudly. Then Wang Li left. Not long after, a man came in. He looked to be about 40 years old. He said respectfully, Sir. Tonight, activate the bone-eroding yin energy on Su Yun in the confinement room. Wang Can said coldly. The middle-aged man shuddered, and without asking any more questions, he stepped back and left. Bone-eroding yin energy can cause damage to human bones. Mild back pain may occur. In serious cases, it will cause irreversible consequences and affect future cultivation. Wang Can stood in front of the window with a gloomy look in his eyes. I will destroy the things and talents that I cannot obtain. You can give it to anyone. The only ones that cannot be given are Secret Medicine Pavilion and the Eastern Old Dog. Genius? If you choose wrong, you'll die. Principal's office. Dongfang Taiyue learned that the precious apprentice had beaten Wang Li and rushed over immediately. He just came in and doesn't know anything. You can't keep it closed for a week. The spiritual energy concentration in the confinement room is too low. I will miss the golden period for cultivation. Dongfang Taiyue just yelled. Zhang Zhongqing suddenly had a headache. He couldn't help but curse, it's you, old man, who taught me that. Dongfang Taiyue could only laugh dryly. It was reduced to 2 days, that's all I could do. He went too far, understand? Be good when you get out. We can talk about other things after you make the bright list. Zhang Zhongqing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Dongfang Taiyue muttered, he'll have to be locked up for 2 more days. You have to protect him. I'm afraid someone will mess around. Roll. Zhang Zhongqing grabbed the table with both hands and was about to overturn it. Dongfang Taiyue ran wildly. After calming down, Zhang Zhongqing felt helpless. Why does it feel like Su Yun is like a depth charge, about to blow up the peace of Tianming Academy? hope is an illusion. At the same time, the university was in an uproar. The children of wealthy families were a little unhappy. The children from poor families were extremely surprised. Wang Xianton, someone in your family was beaten. A red-haired strong man laughed. The man called Wang Xianton was very handsome and had a calm demeanor. The fact that he succeeded in his sneak attack shows that he doesn't have the courage to fight Wang Li. He is a weakling, he said calmly. On the other side, someone was riding what looked like a qilin. He sneered. An orphan with no background dares to challenge the authority of a wealthy family? Sooner or later, he will see the cruelty of the academy. These three people are all geniuses in the top 20 of the bright list. Even in the battlefield of all races, he can make a name for himself. Solitary confinement room. There are gray and cold walls on all sides. Only a tiny ray of sunlight came in. Su Yun found a corner to sit and practice silently. 6 times of high-level God's hand, come on. The corners of his mouth curled up. Advanced God's hand *6 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, please choose. Demon Slayer World, Metal World. Demon Destroyer World. Su Yun didn't hesitate at all. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal failed. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Nezuko's wooden box. Stealing successfully. This time stolen item, Musen's hand towel. Su Yun couldn't help but curse. This system is so funny. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Breath of the Sun. When he heard the last thing, he instantly got excited. School supplies. Su Yun hurriedly looked towards the breathing of the sun. Breathing of the sun, the source of breathing techniques, the inhalation and exhalation possesses the same energy as the sun, having a strong suppressive effect on all evil creatures, and can be used in combat. It's worthy of being a high-level divine hand, the quality is different. Su Yun was very satisfied. He extracted the breathing of the sun, which automatically replaced the fiery art as his new technique. However, Su Yun did not give up the fiery fire technique. The fiery fire technique is a technique used by alchemists and belongs to a special category. Breathing of the sun is used in combat. Therefore, Su Yun decided to focus on the sun breathing and supplement it with the fiery fire technique, without neglecting either. He sat cross-legged in the confinement room, practicing the sun breathing. Faintly, spiritual energy from all directions was being drawn in. Even the spiritual energy outside the confinement room is gradually shifting. The sky gradually darkened. The solitary confinement room without any lights makes people feel inexplicably scared. People with rich imagination always think that there are people or monsters watching them in the dark. The more you keep suggesting this to yourself, the stronger your fear will become. Suddenly, a person came out of the confinement room and landed silently. He was holding a metal bottle. After unscrewing it, a light black gas slowly moved towards the confinement room. Now Su Yun is the only one in the confinement room. In the dark night, Zhang Zhongqing stood in the shadows, staring at the man with gloomy eyes. He really wanted to crush this guy who released the bone-eroding evil energy. However, Zhang Zhongqing couldn't do that, and slowly looked towards the direction of the divine pavilion. I only allow you to do this once, there will be no more. He said to himself. Suppress Su Yun and transfer the resentment of the secret medicine pavilion to him. Zhang Zhongqing naturally didn't want to see it. But there is no way. There are so many things involved here. He looked at Su Yun in the confinement room and sighed slightly. Let this little guy suffer a little. If you restrain yourself in the future, maybe you can graduate successfully. In the confinement room, Su Yun also sighed. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area is too low. Unless he increases the speed of the sun breathing. But that would be too conspicuous. Just then. Observation hockey alert. Su Yun's irises glowed faintly, and he saw wisps of black air surging, carrying a cold aura. Poisonous. Who's so cruel to me? The Wang family. Su Yun immediately figured it out and looked gloomy. The bone-eroding evil energy lurked in the stone layer of the confinement room, gradually seeping into the interior and about to completely envelop Su Yun. I never intended to fight you to death. But you repeatedly suppressed, embezzled, and insulted me. Do you really think I'm a wimp? Su Yun smiled. Extremely angry, but laughing. Since you want to play hard to get, I'll stick with you till the end. Boom! Su Yun raised his head and increased the speed of his sun breathing. The pupils were like two rising suns, illuminating the darkness. In an instant, the bone-eroding evil energy in the confinement room was forcibly pulled and swallowed into Su Yun's body. The person who released the bone-eroding evil energy was stunned. Why can't I control the amount of the bottle? Zhang. Zhongqing noticed the change and his expression changed in shock. Is this kid really not afraid of death? If the bone-eroding energy enters the body, it will not only abolish one's talent, but will endanger one's life. Just as he was about to take action, he felt the surroundings becoming hot. It felt as if my body was covered by the faint sunlight and was warm. Breathing technique. Zhang Zhongqing's pupils shrank sharply. In order to protect himself, Su Yun in the confinement room had to increase the speed of the sun breathing. After the bone-eroding energy enters the body, it is purified by the breath of the sun and produces a rich essence. The droplet-shaped spiritual energy condensation has a more obvious and brighter color. Call. Su Yun let out a sigh. Turbid air rises and corrodes the ceiling. It's almost breaking through to the late stage. He looked delighted. However, the man outside had no idea of the truth and continued to release bone-eroding evil energy. Leisure Garden. After taking the pill, Wang Li almost recovered. He held the spirit-gathering talisman in his hand and said coldly, Su Yun, you can't afford this price. Wang Li is a genius of the Wang family. He has a good family, elders, and talent. It can be said that he has everything, and as long as he works hard, he can surpass countless people. But it also fosters a contemptuous attitude towards others. Except for the wealthy families, the rest are trash. How could he swallow the beating of a little orphan? Revenge. Revenge must be taken. Buzz. Wang Li cast the spirit-gathering talisman, and spiritual energy from all directions gathered together. He closed his eyes and practiced, his body filled with lightning, ready to absorb the spiritual energy. But the spiritual energy did not fall into Wang Li's body, but was instead sucked away by some strong suction force. Ha! Wang Li was confused. Is the spirit-gathering talisman given by my second grandfather a fake? Su Yun, who was practicing in the confinement room, suddenly felt pure spiritual energy coming. He grinned and took a big gulp. He doesn't care who this spiritual energy belongs to. As long as I breathe it into my body, it is mine. Zhang Zhongqing was outside, feeling both amused and helpless. He took a glance, and the spiritual energy almost turned into a small stream and flowed towards him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! The grudge between the Wang family and Su Yun cannot be resolved. Because this spiritual energy comes from Wang Li. Just then, Zhang Zhongqing noticed someone was spying on him. He immediately waved his hand, and the darkness twisted, blocking out these gazes. Strange, I clearly felt a very strong technique. Why are there so many strange things happening lately? Forget it, go back to sleep. Many people stopped watching. Zhang Zhongqing then smiled slightly, and at the same time was very curious about what was hidden in Su Yun's body. When he was about to investigate, his expression froze. Because Su Yun in the confinement room was actually looking at him through the stone layer. He found me? Zhang Zhongqing was shocked. How many surprises are waiting for me with this little thing? The two of them were separated by the solitary confinement room and the night sky, but they were staring at each other strangely. In fact, Su Yun did not see the principal. But it was his observation hockey that made him feel that someone was spying on him. Are there any normal people left in Tianming Academy? Either a peeping Tom or a lunatic. Su Yun muttered softly. Zhang Zhongqing rolled his eyes immediately. I'm protecting you. Don't know how to appreciate good people. After complaining, he laughed again. Finally turned and left. The top floor of the Temple of God. Wang can also notice the strange fluctuations. Before he could investigate, a sinister voice rang out, "There won't be a next time." Suddenly, Wang Can trembled all over and nodded heavily. In his opinion, once is enough. Su Yun will definitely be eliminated. After the decision from above, Su Yun's confinement time was changed to 2 days. The reason is simple: I'm new here. No severe punishment will be given to first-time offenders. Many people agree with this reason. Even if it's just 2 days, being locked up in such a dark place will definitely make the person depressed. If you are not careful, it may even lead to mental weakness. So, on the morning of the 3rd day, many people ran to the confinement room. Do you think Su Yun will regret it? Who knows? Anyway, I really want to see him exhausted. You're such a pervert, but I want it too. The students gathered together to chat. After a while, the law enforcement team arrived and opened the door of the confinement room. They have seen too many people who were arrogant before going in and timid after coming out. Su Yun, who came from the countryside, would definitely be the same. Su Yun, the closure is over. Everyone is looking forward to it. However, no one came out for a long time. This puzzled everyone. He won't die, will he? The law enforcement officers were also confused. What are you doing? At this time, a voice came from the confinement room. This is a good place, I won't go out. Everyone? Are you stupid? Or are you crazy? The confinement room is actually a good place. Come out, you can't make a decision. Another law enforcement officer scolded. Su Yun walked out reluctantly, greeting the sunshine with a bright smile. It's so cool in there. I wish it could be shut up for 2 more days. I love it in there. It's warm and I can practice. If I stay in prison for 2 more days, I can become a 4-star warrior. Su Yun was filled with emotion. At this moment, countless people's 3 views collapsed. Dry. What pervert would like the confinement room? I'm afraid you've watched too many movies. I remember he was only at the early stage of the 3-star warrior when he first entered school. How come he's already in the late stage now? Is there really a treasure in the confinement room? I suddenly have a bold idea. Many people began to murmur. In the distance, Wang Li wanted to see the joke, but was surprised. His face looked a little ugly and he stared at Su Yun. I have to find a way to get him to provoke me. Beat him in the ring. Wang Li narrowed his eyes and his expression kept changing. Can I use my merit points to stay for 2 more days? Su Yun asked seriously. The law enforcement team was left speechless by him. This is the first time I see someone going into solitary confinement on their own initiative. This is the first time I heard of someone using merit points to enter the confinement room. I feel numb. How come such a pervert appeared this year? Get lost. The law enforcement officer had a cold face. Su Yun shrugged and saw Wang Li as he walked up the stairs. He grinned and pointed to his right ear. All right? Wang Li's eyes were cold and he turned and left. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Su Yun pushed open the door and happened to meet the teacher coming down from upstairs. Teacher, I'm back, he shouted. Dongfang Taiyue's pupils turned red, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Yun was fine. Useless thing, you should use thunder and lightning when you take action, but you just ruined an ear. He cursed. Su Yun was speechless. My goodness, the teacher is even more cruel than me. I promise that next time he will have to stay in bed for 2 months before he can get out of bed. Su Yun replied seriously. Dongfang Taiyue was satisfied and said, You are a teachable boy. Come back after class to learn more about alchemy. Good. Su Yun was delighted. He immediately said, Teacher, why don't you live with me in Yoshin Garden? Hearing this, Dongfang Taiyue was stunned at first, and then a warm feeling passed through his heart. It's rare that this brat knows how to respect his teacher. No, I can't leave here for long. Dongfang Taiyue shook his head. You practice well, I'm fine here. Suyun's eyes rolled and he nodded, not quite understanding what she meant. In class, Teacher Zhu said, Blue Star is not only facing foreign invasions, but also threats from our own land. How many types of harm are there in total? Please ask a student to answer, Student Su. He shouted. Su Yun, there are two kinds of disasters. The first is the beast tide in the sky and on land, and the second is the beast tide in the sea. Teacher Zhu smiled and said, very good. How many levels are there in total? Suyun, there are 3 levels in total. Level 3 is the level that can be dealt with by the general, level 2 is the level that can be contended with by the god of war, and level 1 is the level that can destroy a country. Well said. There was once a level 1 sea monster tide that destroyed the Sakura kingdom and the southern dynasty. The world began to lend a helping hand, but in just 10 minutes, the two countries were still completely destroyed. When Teacher Zhu was telling the story, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The students also trembled inwardly. If we really compare them, the sea beast tide is superior to the land beast tide. There are obstacles such as buildings and mountains on land. The sea has no. The tide of sea beasts is like a bulldozer covering thousands of kilometers, crushing the land mercilessly. Two countries have given us a warning at the cost of their lives. That's why we have the current Blue Star Alliance. Suyun said softly. Teacher Zhu calmed down and said, this sentence is the key point. However, teacher, I think there is a third disaster. Suyun suddenly said. Teacher Zhu and the students all looked puzzled. Suyun said calmly, it's a foreign sect. They didn't launch a large-scale attack, but they were secretly eroding us like maggots. Everyone was shocked. Yes. People are also a disaster. Especially those rapists. Student Su gave a very good answer. Teacher Zhu gave a meaningful smile. When the get out of class was over, Suyun saw someone coming to the door. The man was very tall, at least 2 meters, with bronze skin. He also tore off 2 cuffs of the Tianming Academy uniform, exposing his 2 strong and sturdy arms. The muscles are like beef jerky, full of explosive power. Are you Su Yun? He asked loudly with a silly smile on his face. Suyun was puzzled. Who is this again? He's from the Superman department, his name is Panda, nicknamed Second Idiot. A voice came from Suyun's ears. He looked at a classmate, a very handsome boy whose talent might be related to his voice. Suyun nodded at him kindly. He looked at Pang De again and asked, what's the matter? Someone asked me to beat you. Pang De smiled innocently. Suyun raised his eyebrows and grinned, Wang Li. How do you know? Pang De asked in surprise. Everyone was speechless. This guy has no words. Suyun, how much benefit will I give you? Panda, 10 merit points. What cheap labor? Suyun suddenly smiled and said, I admit defeat. You don't have to fight, but you can get 10 merit points for free. How about that? But once I get it, I have to do something. Pang De was distressed. Suyun gave him 2 merit points and said, you are awesome. I am afraid of you, so I will give you merit points. When Pang De saw the credit, he was so happy that his big teeth showed. After sending Pang De away, the handsome boy who had just helped Suyun frowned and asked, what are you going to do? He wants to fight, I'll help him. Suyun curled his lips. Decisively moved towards the elemental system. Elemental system, Thor's main department. This is the place where the elemental system specifically instructs thunder element warriors. The roar was continuous and deafening. Wang Li is waiting for the results. At this time, an uninvited guest broke into the gate of Lei Shin's department. Suyun? Wang Li's expression turned unhappy. Panda took the money but didn't do the job? He's the one who attacked you last time? Next to him, a student holding a sword condensed with lightning said. Anyone would despise such a sneak attack. Wang Li said coldly, if it weren't for the sudden attack, how could he, a 3-star warrior, really defeat my 7-star warrior? Even if Su Yun is SSS level, it is impossible to do it. Whether it is S level, SS level, or SSS level, it is just a starting point. The starting point is high, but if you don't work hard, the end result will be the same. On the contrary, although the starting point is low, as long as you continue to understand, you will eventually make the leap to success. Of course, such examples are rare. But it's not impossible. Many people from the Thunder God's army came over and surrounded Su Yun. Wan Li, if you want to fight, just say it directly. Why let others cause trouble? Su Yun was not at all nervous and spoke in a calm voice. Wang Li sneered, do you have the qualifications to fight me? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to hit me, just say it. Otherwise, I'll deafen your other ear next time. Su Yun shouted. His shout was so loud that it resounded like the sound of a huge bell in the Thunder God's army. All the people who had surrounded him took several steps back, their eyes filled with shock. This is the first time someone dares to shout here. Moreover, he is a freshman. Wang Li's face was gloomy, and he smiled and said, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Although the process was somewhat unsatisfactory, it still met the result Wang Li wanted. Originally, he wanted Pang De to beat Su Yun up. After telling the truth, both sides will fight each other to achieve the effect of massacre. So, Wang Li is not stupid at all, he just found a stupid guy named Pang De. In an hour. Su Yun said and left. The teacher of the Thunder God department frowned and said, Wang Li, be careful. SSS level is also called demigod level. The SSS class is endowed with the talent to fight against opponents of higher levels. Unless the difference is as huge as heaven and earth, we cannot be careless. There's a 4-level gap, he can't turn the tables. Wang Li is full of confidence. He was filled with excitement. I can finally defeat Su Yun with my own hands. Su Yun declared war on Wang Li. Tianming Academy was in an uproar again. Zhang Zhongqing and Guyu are lying on the office chair. One head, 2 big ones. Just 2 days later, something strange happened again. Headache. This guy Su Yun has started again. If I had known, I would have kicked him out to another school. Zhang Zhongqing kept sighing. At the same time, Dongfang Taiyue also learned about it. He looked very happy. Very good, you've made progress. It's not a private fight in the ring. Dongfang Taiyue has suffered too much injustice over the years, and he just wants to see how Su Yun will vent his anger. This Su Yun is really noisy. He's only been here for a few days and already we all know each other. It seems he's a troublemaker. The academy won't be peaceful anymore. Calm? Why should I be calm? My generation of cultivators never cultivate in isolation, cherishing what they have. The senior students were also discussing it. Rumble. As it was approaching 4 p.m., the sky gradually darkened and muffled thunder was heard. Many people's expressions changed slightly. This is trouble. Wang Li is a thunder awakener. The thunderstorm weather is perfect. Some teachers stood in the corridor and under the eaves, watching silently. They were ready to rescue Su Yun in the critical moment. I hope that after this incident, Su Yun will be more restrained. More and more students gathered, all looking towards the arena in the center. Boom! Lightning struck the sky and landed on the ring. The lightning snake spread across the surface of the floor and burrowed into the ground. Wang Li was wearing a light blue combat uniform, his eyes were different and flashing with lightning. The momentum was so strong that it shocked many people. As expected, with the help of the weather, his fighting power has become even more terrifying. I heard that Wang Li has SS quasi-god level talent. His 2 senior brothers are both SSS demigod level, so it's not too much to say that he is quasi-god level. SS level talent, thunder roaring god. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. Crash! A light rain fell, dripping on everyone. The atmosphere is getting heavier. Su Yun, aren't you going to challenge me? Wang Li took a deep breath. The sound had the roar of thunder and echoed in the sky. His hair stood on end, his eyes became brighter, and he pushed straight into the defenses of others. So eager to get beaten? Su Yun's laughter was heard. He flew towards the ring like a flying dragon. When the two meet, the atmosphere becomes more lively. When Wang Li saw Su Yun coming, his smile became even wider. By the way, I'm short on merit points lately. How many do you have? Give them all to me if you lose them. Suddenly, Su Yun grinned. The teachers and students heard the corners of their mouths twitching slightly. I'll join in. What a bold country bumpkin. Are you so sure you can win? Wang Li took out his student card and taunted, 150 points. You are a rich kid but you are so poor. Su Yun said with disgust. Wang Li scolded, then how many do you have? 55 points. Su Yun shrugged. He originally had 107 points, but the teacher transferred 50 points away and gave 2 points to Panda. The two threw their student cards down and the teacher caught them steadily. Rumble. Wang Li no longer wasted time. His whole body was bathed in lightning and he let out long roars. The surface of his body was radiant with golden blue light. Summon the thunder god above and call yourself below. The entire arena was filled with lightning, and the aura of destruction caused countless people to retreat. The elemental system is indeed a battlefield bomber. The scope, power, and destructiveness are beyond imagination. Thunder prison cage. 108 golden and blue lightning bolts intertwined to form a prison, bombarding Su Yun. Boom! The rain that was originally falling suddenly evaporated, as if it had encountered high temperature and turned into water vapor. Even the thunder prison cage was shaking violently. Call. Suck. The sound of breathing was even louder than thunder. Swish. Su Yun rolled up his robe and shook it violently. With the blessing of armed color domineering, it looks like a strange-looking long sword. Waltz. He glared. The blade of the sword ignited with blazing flames. Step and wave. The black shadow spun like a circular knife ring, slashing in all directions. Snap. The thunder prison cage was instantly cut in half, separating the top and bottom. The surface of the sword blessed with armament hockey shattered and gradually began to dissipate. He couldn't withstand Su Yun's power at all. But he didn't stop. His eyes were like rainbows, staring at Wang Li. The figure soared across the sky, upside down. So fast. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. This explosive power is terrifying. Thunder Rising Moon. Wang Li attacked again. The lightning gathered in his hand and formed a knife, which he struck into the air with a sweeping motion. Thunder and lightning roared, like a golden blue moon rising. Deluocean. Su Yun shouted. The flames rolled and spread, like a sun lighting up the darkness. The flames danced, and the attack was slashed vertically downwards. Boom! The thunder sword shattered. Wang Li was crushed by the powerful force and fell to the ground with a bang. There was a deep scar on his chest that was visible to the bone. The blood is bright red. Look at Su Yun again. He landed steadily, trampling the rain. The robe in his hand also turned into powder. You lose. His eyes were as calm as water, and his words were clear and echoed throughout the audience. Ding! The host defeated Wang Li and dropped Advanced God's Hand *1. The rain is getting heavier. The arena stirred up waves of steam. Su Yun was wearing a single layer of clothing, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Surrounded by water vapor, his figure looked so dazzling and domineering. The whole place was silent, not a sound could be heard. The Wang family's new genius was killed instantly in one move. Even the teachers were caught off guard. They had originally planned to rescue Su Yun, but Wang Li suffered a crushing defeat. Su Yun didn't care about other people's eyes and looked at Wang Li, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. Murderous intent. Su Yun is gathering murderous aura. The Wang family had people release bone-eroding evil energy into the confinement room, clearly intending to destroy him. If it was a life-and-death battle, Wang Li would have died long ago. That look! He wants to kill me! Wang Li howled madly in his heart. At this moment, a figure flew over from below. The rain came up against the sky and could not get close to Wang Li at all. This is a man in his 20s. He had cold facial features, a hooked nose, and deep eye sockets, staring at Su Yun like a vulture. It's just a competition, is it necessary to be so cruel? The man shouted. Su Yun smiled, that is, he is in the academy, otherwise he would have died long ago. Everyone was shocked. Does he still dare to kill? How dare you? You're such a freshman, what a bold statement. The hook-nosed man glared. As he shouted, cracks appeared on the entire arena, and it exploded like a wind cannon. Mordo! Competitions have their own rules. Do you dare to break them? A sinister voice sounded. Under the stage, a female teacher's face showed signs of cracks. Modu gathered the spiritual energy in his body, picked up Wang Li, and looked at Su Yun with cold eyes. Boy, I'll remember you. The bright list awaits you. Modu carried Wang Li down the stage and came to another person. When everyone saw this, their pupils trembled. The man was wearing a white robe, standing with his hands behind his back, and nodded at Su Yun with a smile. Mordo, S-level talent, Endless Wind Blade. A member of the Divine Pavilion, currently ranked 98th on the Bright list. Lan Pingyi, SSS level talent, Skyfire Giant Spirit God. Also a member of the Divine Pavilion, ranked 68th on the Bright list. They were admitted to the Divine Pavilion 2 years ago. They are part of the Wang family's foundation in the academy. The handsome boy patiently explained to Su Yun. Su Yun couldn't help but frown. The Wang family's foundation in Tianming Academy is too deep. Any one of them is an S-level talent. Either it is quasi-god level or demigod level. Su Yun, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I hope you can understand this truth. Lan Pingyi said with a faint smile. Su Yun didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. In his opinion, all those who are against him are NPCs of the Hand of Explosion God. As long as conditions permit, Su Yun will kill him. Lan Pingyi looked at Wang Li and warned him, Junior brother, remember this failure and grow up quickly. Some people are orphans, and no one will stand up for them, understand? His smile remained unchanged. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. People who don't get angry are the scariest. You never know where he might come from. Wang Li endured the pain and nodded reluctantly. Lan Pingyi was finally satisfied, this loss was not unfair. He stopped looking at Su Yun and left. However, many unfriendly eyes were cast at Su Yun. There are people from the Divine Pavilion and other wealthy families. Su Yun simply ignored this. Come up if you have the courage. He walked down the stage and took away all of Wang Li's merit points. 205 points. Then, leave in style. Withdrawal successful. In the Temple of God. Wang Can's eyes were gloomy. Lan Pingyi also restrained his smile and stood calmly by the side. Losing is not a big deal. Our Wang family is not afraid of losing. Lear, you have time and talent, you should grow up faster. Wang Can spoke in a low voice. Wang Li lowered his head and said, Second grandfather, I understand. Modu, take Lear to rest. Wang Can waved his hand. Mordo, yes, master. He took Wang Li to recuperate. Wang Can looked at Lan Pingyi, his brows gradually relaxed, and his eyes showed satisfaction. How is he? Wang Can asked. Naturally, it refers to Su Yun. Lan Pingyi replied, very strong, even across 4 levels and still able to crush, it belongs to the top of the SSS level superhuman system. Wang Can answered calmly with one word. Murderous intent rose in his eyes. We can't let Su Yun continue to grow. Even without resources, this kind of genius will soar to the sky sooner or later. He immediately contacted some people and said seriously, don't just watch the show. The rise of the secret medicine pavilion will bring you bad luck. Good. On the other side, the man responded hoarsely. Lan Pingyi asked, Teacher, what should we do next? Focus on suppressing Su Yun. Not only our divine pavilion, but other departments will also take action. Suppress him first. When you grow up, we'll destroy him. Wang Ken is as ferocious as a wolf. There is no killing in the words, but they are full of murderous intent. Lan Pingyi's heart trembled slightly, and he agreed, I understand. Poor guy, being targeted by the 4 major families. Whether you can walk out of Tianming Academy safely is a question. Resource Hall. The hall has 9 counters that serve students 24 hours a day. As long as you have enough merit points, you can exchange them for martial arts skills, elixirs, and weapons. Even other daily necessities, everything is included. Su Yun came here not for these things, but to exchange for blood essence. Blood semen, as the name suggests, is the condensation of blood essence. The blood essence comes from all races, not from ferocious beasts. Many years ago, researchers on Blue Star discovered that consuming the essence and blood of all races has great benefits. For example, a war god-level strongman needs to devour the essence and blood of all races to open up the treasures in his body. There is even a certain chance of inheriting certain innate martial arts skills. The higher a race is on the 10,000 races list, the more expensive its blood essence will be. Ordinary students simply cannot afford to exchange it. If you don't have many merit points, you can choose to exchange them for blood essence for cultivation. But it's best to choose a race with a population of around 900-1000, as it's easier to suppress. Teacher Zhu's words in class echoed in Su Yun's ears. He asked, hello, how many merit points does the Golden Tiger blood essence give? The Golden Tiger ranks around 950 in the 10,000 races list. 1 Golden Tiger blood essence is worth 2 merit points. The lady at the counter said softly. Su Yun thought about it and used 100 merit points to exchange for 50 Golden Tiger blood essences. The remaining merit points are used as an emergency measure. So expensive. Su Yun complained in his heart. In a blink of an eye, 100 merit points are gone. Return to the secret medicine pavilion. Su Yun saw Dongfang Taiyue with a stern face. He took out a bottle of wine and handed it over with a smile. Dongfang Taiyue's expression gradually softened, and he coughed lightly and said, You did well today. This is all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Su Yun flattered him a little. Dongfang Taiyue twitched his nose and asked, Did you exchange it for blood essence? Golden Tiger blood essence. Su Yun answered truthfully. He was a little surprised by the teacher's nose. You can smell it. Dongfang Taiyue saw what he was thinking and said disdainfully, An alchemist's nose is the best tool for distinguishing all things. Got it, you're a dog. Su Yun complained in his heart. Are you calling me a dog in your heart? Dongfang Taiyue asked with a smile. Su Yun was stunned. Dry. Are you really a dog? I was careless. How is that possible? Just like a chef's tongue and an alchemist's nose, they are all accumulated experience. Su Yun said with a serious expression. Dongfang Taiyue kicked Su Yun on the butt, and the latter flew to the medicine cauldron not far away. Starting from today, within a month, I will train you to become a yellow-level alchemist, said old man Dongfang in a deep voice. Identify the medicinal materials, know their effects, how many times they have been refined, and how to blend them. Alchemy is never an easy task. It's enough to take you a lifetime to learn. Su Yun was shocked and kept these words in mind. Dongfang Taiyue began to teach. He taught everything he knew without reservation. For example, there is a medicinal herb called Indi fruit, which belongs to the yellow grade. If a mediocre alchemist extracts the ingredients rashly, he will be distracted by the noise, which will lead to the failure of the entire pill. What method did Dongfang Taiyue teach Su Yun? He punched the baby-crying fruit directly and quickly extracted the liquid. Every word and every action is the most efficient. The whole process left Suyun stunned. The alchemy knowledge guidance lasted for 3 hours. Theory is always theory. It must be practiced to be better remembered. Next, you have to refine a low-level yellow-grade pill. Small wheeling pill, although the lowest level, is enough for practice. Dongfang Taiyue was speaking. On the side, Suyun directly took out the black demon cauldron. Dongfang Taiyue's eyebrows suddenly jumped. Damn it! Where did this brat get such a high-end medicine cauldron? If I sell it to old Lin from the Bintai Pavilion, it's worth at least tens of thousands of merit points. The materials we refined last time are still in your hands, right? Dongfang Taiyue coughed lightly and asked. Suyun nodded. Dongfang Taiyue said, keep the refined medicinal powder and liquid at the same temperature. Suyun took out the materials needed for the Xiaowei Lingdan and placed his hands on the spiritual energy entrance of the black demon cauldron. Puff! The fire of Dan rises, deep red and bright. This was also a test given to him by Dongfang Taiyue. The reheated medicinal powder and liquid will be burned by the elixir fire if not handled with care. Then, he can give Suyun a good scolding. However, Suyun was calm, and the pill fire and mental power perfectly wrapped the medicinal powder and liquid, gradually heating them up without a trace of burning. Fuck, shit. Old man Dongfang, who saw it with his own eyes, exclaimed in his heart. His father treated him the same way back then. He was very decisive, and burned all the medicinal herbs. Just based on this point, Suyun crushed him. However, the next scene left him even more dumbfounded. Xiao Huilingdan requires 4 kinds of medicinal materials: huichi grass, aeration root, compound leaves, and Lindera odorifera bark. The integration of medicinal materials is very difficult. But in Suyun's hands, the 4 medicinal herbs were as docile as little lambs, blending together perfectly. Then, under the refining of the elixir fire, it gradually took shape. It is about the size of a longan and is dark brown in color. At the same time, its surface is covered with densely packed small holes, just like a honeycomb. Don't increase the firepower rashly. The more anxious you are, the worse it will be. Your spiritual energy will be reduced by 30%. Suppress it with your mental strength. It might break. Dongfang Taiyue has a keen eye and teaches attentively. Suyun obeyed obediently and his spiritual energy decreased decisively. I saw the small Huilington gradually filling the honeycomb holes. In less than 3 minutes, a steaming small wheeling pill appeared. Suyun happily took the Xiaowei Lingdan. This is my first pill. Of great significance. You look like you haven't seen the world. Dongfang Taiyue's hands behind his back trembled slightly, but he looked contemptuous. Suyun chuckled. It turns out that alchemy is such a fulfilling thing. Dongfang Taiyue picked up the Zio Weiling pill and sneered, what idiot would refine the huichi grass and tonchi root 10 times? Just a coincidence. Suyun scratched his head. Dongfang Taiyue continued, that's fine too. This is the style of the Dongfang family of our secret medicine pavilion. There's no best, only better. Remember the last 8 words. He glared. Suyun saluted innocently, yes, teacher. I'm tired. Read a book by yourself. I'll go upstairs to sleep. Old Master Dongfang put down the Xiaowei Lingdan and went upstairs humming a little tune. After going upstairs, Dongfang Taiyue slammed the door and gasped for breath. His face looked extremely excited. With a wave of his hand, the flame aura covered the room, blocking out all sounds. What the hell? What kind of disciple did I accept? I successfully refined a pill on my first try, and it's even a low-level yellow rank. Going from 0 to a yellow rank alchemist is as easy as drinking water. Dongfang Taiyue was so excited that he jumped up and down. If it weren't for the sound insulation, the entire school would probably be able to hear it. Dongfang Taiyue knew how difficult it was to refine the elixir for the first time. Forge masters, formation masters, and talisman masters, all they need is strong mental strength. Alchemists are different. In addition to fire elements, the body also contains wood elements. For example, if the fire element is 90%, the wood element must be 10%. Only by combining the two can one become an alchemist. Back then, Dongfang Taiyue failed more than 10 times when he first tried to make the elixir. He is regarded as the most gifted alchemy genius in the Dongfang family. What is Su Yun called? A genius? Wrong. It's a pervert. It's a monster. Perverted monster. Wang Can, just wait for me. You want to tear down my secret medicine cabinet? Dream on. I want to train my beloved disciple to be the first heavenly rank alchemist in the human race. Dongfang Taiyue laughed wildly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Downstairs, Su Yun naturally didn't know that the teacher was going crazy, and continued to wander in the ocean of knowledge. When you refine an elixir for the first time, you will consume a lot of mental energy. It is normal to feel tired. Su Yun was muttering while reading a book. He looked up and thought. Tired? Ever since he had little nine-tailed fox, Su Yun no longer knew what tiredness was. He can go a month without sleep and still be full of energy. Thinking of this, Su Yun released the little nine-tailed fox from his body. The little nine-tailed fox is cute and lively, with a pair of big, sparkling eyes. It nestled in Su Yun's arms, sniffing his scent. As if to say, "The master smells so good. Master, please touch me, whoa." Su Yun smiled and said, "From now on, this will be our home. We won't be wandering around outside anymore." After the incident between Su Yun and Wang Li came to an end, it became a hot topic for many people to talk about after dinner. However, Su Yun didn't take Wang Li seriously at all. What he needs to do now is to improve his realm. In the later stage of 3-star warriors, they are only one step away from reaching 4 stars. Therefore, he wanted to try out the so-called Holy Spirit secret realm to see how mysterious it was. If you want to go, remember 2 things. First, don't cause any damage inside. It can easily cause a roar of spiritual energy. Second, find the right place for you and don't go too deep. Dongfang Taiyue gave a serious warning. Su Yun smiled and said, "Teacher, I am a good boy and I won't do anything wrong." "I don't believe you." Dongfang Taiyue rolled his eyes and said, "Don't act innocent. When you come back, remember to get me 2 bottles of wine." "Teacher, I'm poor." Su Yun sighed. Dongfang Taiyue sneered and said, "You are richer than me, so why don't you sell pills yourself?" "Selling pills?" "Yes. I should be considered a yellow-level alchemist now." Su Yun left with a smile on his face. There is an ancient building in the center of Tianming Academy. The whole thing is forged from metal, but it has no luster in the sun, which is very strange. This is the entrance to the secret realm of the Holy Spirit. 2 lifelike statues stand at the entrance. The statue on the left is an eagle with its wings spread high in the sky, exquisite and heroic. The statue on the right is a whale with delicate stripes, symbolizing longevity. Under the whale statue, there is a sign that says, 1. Do not deliberately talk to disturb others. 2. Do not intentionally destroy the Holy Spirit secret realm. 3. Warrior area, general area, god of war area, go to the area according to your own realm. For all opportunities gained within the Holy Spirit secret realm belong to those who are destined to have them. Are there any treasures in the Holy Spirit secret realm? Su Yun had heard about it from others. The Holy Spirit secret realm was created by a king-level powerful man of the human race, who melted a small world. Grow up in the human realm, and then give back to the human race. He is indeed a hero of the human race. Etc. Is this statue alive? Su Yun suddenly noticed the 2 statues and reached out to touch them. Observation hockey is activated. The 2 statues faintly exude the breath of life. Suddenly, the eagle statue on the left spoke, "Don't touch it, it's itchy." These words scared Su Yun so much that he quickly withdrew his hand. "I'm sorry, teachers." Su Yun looked embarrassed. The eagle statue's eagle eyes moved, and it laughed strangely. "Whale, he calls me teacher, ha ha ha. Ahem, you must be the new Su Yun." The whale statue's voice sounded old. Su Yun muttered to himself. Tianming Academy is really weird. There are many crazy people and voyeurs. Now even the stone sculptures are alive. The more you come into contact with the world, the more interesting things you will discover. You have 2 chances to enter the Holy Spirit's secret realm. Are you going to use them if you only have 3 stars? Asked the whale statue. Su Yun smiled and said, Yes, Mr. Whale. Suddenly, the whale statue's mouth opened, as if it was smiling. Come in, he said. A light gate suddenly appeared. Su Yun saluted the 2 statues and walked straight in. The eagle statue laughed strangely. I like this little thing, it has such a sweet mouth. The first impression is quite good, the whale statue agreed. Less than a minute after Su Yun went in, someone else came. Statue, open the door. One of the 3 said coldly. The eyes of the eagle and whale statues turned cold, but they still did as they were told. The 3 of them went in and the light gate closed. Xiaoming said indifferently, the 3 little bastards of the Lu family. The feud between the secret medicine pavilion and the wealthy family involves that young man. Whale sighed. Xiaoming sneered, I think someone framed the Dongfang family back then, which led to their entire family. Wow! Before he finished speaking, a scene of raging waves appeared around the whale statue. The sound of the waves drowned out all other sounds. Rest. The whale statue said nothing more. The eagle statue didn't care. I'm not afraid. Kill me if you dare. Holy Spirit Secret Realm Warrior Area. The sky and the earth are vast and bright, but there is no sun or moon. The grass is green and soft like a noble carpet. Su Yun was shocked when he arrived. The concentration of spiritual energy here is simply outrageous. He reached out and touched the front, and felt a little wet. This is not mist, but the spiritual energy beginning to liquefy. As expected of an institution of higher learning, this is really interesting. Su Yun smiled. Through the observation hockey, I can sense that there are quite a few people here, at least thousands of them. Moreover, most of the students are at a much higher level than Su Yun. It seems like there are people in the God of War area too. Su Yun found a place to sit down and muttered, keep a low profile for now. As soon as he sat down cross-legged, 3 people followed him without saying a word. Su Yun didn't think much about it and started to practice the fiery fire technique. Buzz. The heaven and earth shook, spiritual energy gathered, and surged above Su Yun's head like a stream. When he was about to devour and refine it, the spiritual energy was divided into 3 directions. Su Yun opened his eyes with a grim expression. Looking for trouble again? If you don't have the ability to steal the spiritual energy yourself, why are you staring at us? A boy with a face full of spots sneered. Su Yun didn't say anything. In the moment he closed his eyes, a cold light flashed. Since you want to play, I'm going to kill you. Call. Suck. The next moment, clouds moved in all directions, and spiritual energy boiled. The spiritual energy in the air transformed into the shape of a little dragon and surged towards them. The 3 freckled boys sneered. It seems that he has mastered some good skills. But, so what? All ours. The 3 of them quickly practiced their skills, preparing to divide the spoils again. However, not only was the spiritual dragon not divided up, but it was snatched away by Su Yun along with the spiritual energy they had gathered. The little dragon entered his mouth and nose, washing every inch of his body, making Su Yun want to moan. Come again. He let out a long howl. At the same time, he took out the golden tiger blood essence and crushed it violently. 10 pieces in total. The blood essence exploded, and the scarlet fluctuations were washed away by the spiritual energy, leaving only the essence. Grab it quickly. Don't let him succeed. Use all your strength to practice the technique. The freckled boy's expressions changed. However, there was a surge of heat between Su Yun's breaths, which knocked the 3 people to the ground. Their spiritual energy mixed with the essence of the golden tiger and was absorbed into Su Yun's body. 3-star warrior late breakthrough. Su-yun successfully became a 4-star warrior. A faint golden luster appeared on the surface of his skin, like tiger stripes. Cool. Su-yun laughed. He glanced at Freckles and the other two, smiled, and said, "Thank you for what you did just now." The freckled boy gritted his teeth. Hateful. The sneak attack failed and he was fucked instead. However, they are unwilling to give up this opportunity in vain. He glared and said, "I'm afraid of you." Su-yun smiled even more happily. 3 more free workers. Cool. Su-yun has been in the Holy Spirit's secret realm for 3 hours. Many people came out one after another. 3 hours, that's about it, said the eagle statue. Whale statue, Su-yun is a superhuman, he should be able to absorb some more spiritual energy. The Holy Spirit's secret realm does not allow you to absorb spiritual energy only through cultivation. As long as you stay inside, the spiritual energy will find a carrier and continue to flow in. So people have limits to what they can bear. At this time, the light gate opened again. 3 people walked out. When I saw the 2 statues of eagle and whale, I was a little stunned. The freckled boys are not like other students who come out with full veins and full of energy. There is a kind of weakness that comes from being squeezed dry. The freckled boy looked like he had indulged in excessive sexual activities, and his eyelids were black. He was completely exhausted, his legs were weak and he almost fell to his knees. That kid is so weird. Ooh, I don't have any left. We've all been sucked dry. The boys with freckles were crying and wailing. There was silence outside the secret realm of the Holy Spirit. Everyone's eyes changed. Shock, astonishment, taste, and so on. The eagle statue screamed, "Goodness! I was wondering why such a talented guy didn't have any girls. Turns out he's just into this." The whale statue felt even more strange and immediately looked into the secret realm. Su-yun was seen breathing in and out, and spiritual energy surged in. Breathing technique. It's a very advanced breathing technique. The whale statue was shocked. He said that these 3 people seem to have been squeezed dry. So that's how it is. Dare to cause trouble for Su-yun in the Holy Spirit's secret realm, you are simply asking for trouble. Holy Spirit's secret realm, warrior area. Su-yun opened his left eye and chuckled. The 3 of them were finally squeezed out. However, he also felt quite regretful. Please bring a few more people. Having someone help him gather spiritual energy can also save him a lot of trouble. Continue. Su-yun took out the golden tiger blood essence and crushed it. Worth mentioning. Blood essence can be refined directly, but one must rely on one's own perseverance to withstand waves of violent will. It is not used in the Holy Spirit's secret realm, as the spiritual energy has a purifying function. 6 hours after entering the Holy Spirit's secret realm, Su-yun was about to break through to the mid-stage 4-star warrior level. It's so fast. It's even more outrageous than when it was 1 star. This is the difference between having resources and not having resources. How about I walk forward? Su-yun had an idea. He felt that he could still hold on. Do it when you think of it. Su-yun walked forward. The further you go, the richer the concentration of spiritual energy becomes. It feels like walking in the fog. After walking about 100 meters, Su-yun stopped. Almost there. The spiritual energy is 3 times richer. He continued to practice using the breathing of the sun. Call. Suck. As he inhaled and exhaled, the spiritual energy was absorbed into his body, constantly washing away the spiritual energy condensates in the shape of water droplets. Suddenly, Su-yun had a very strange feeling. It appeared very abruptly. His breath of the sun had some connection with the secret realm of the Holy Spirit. Plop. Plop. The strong feeling of his heart beating hit Su-yun's soul directly. Observation hockey. Su-yun immediately caught this connection. The vague shape of an egg gradually emerged in my mind. Su-yun was confused. Which childish ghost placed the egg in the Holy Spirit's secret realm? Is this ready to be cooked and eaten when you are hungry? At the same time. A corner of the general area. This place is very close to the warrior area and is considered the junction of the two areas. This is a man with a very rugged appearance, with stubble that doesn't bother him, which shows his free and casual nature. He was wearing a black and gray robe, which was very plain. The key point is that this person is practicing while sitting on a cannon. The cannon is dark gold in color, with tiger patterns carved on the surface, making it look lifelike. Fiery and domineering. The muzzle is shaped like a roaring tiger, causing the space to distort slightly. Is this wave a dragon? The burly man opened his eyes, his irises turning red, and muttered to himself. He jumped off the tiger cannon and turned into a stream of light, merging into one. My tiger respect cannon needs dragon blood to fuse the dragon and tiger together and become even stronger. Dragon blood essence is too expensive, and I've failed several times. The burly man muttered as he walked forward. He shook his arm, and the talisman paper fluttered and stuck to his body. The next second, the talisman paper shone. His beard was chopped off by an invisible force, and his facial features looked quite handsome. The other side. Following the guidance of his observation hockey, Suyin arrived at the junction of the warrior area and the general area. He could tell that there was something underneath. Moreover, it's an egg. Do you want to dig? Suyin was a little troubled. The teacher has warned us not to cause any damage, lest it trigger the roar of spiritual energy. Maybe it's a precious treasure? Suyin thought about it. If something really happens? Then say you were ordered to do so. Just put all the blame on the cheap teacher. Buzz. Suyin raised his arms high, his skin turning into black carbon steel. His eyes narrowed and his arm went straight through. Boom! The soil exploded and the Holy Spirit's secret realm began to become restless. Why is the spiritual energy suddenly so violent? Is there some foolish young man destroying it? No way, there are such stupid students in our school? A large group of students shouted. Puff! Suyun's expression lit up with joy when he touched something hard. With a flip of his palm, he dug out a giant egg. There are blood vessels on the surface of the eggshell, appearing and disappearing from time to time, as if it is breathing. It really is a dragon egg. A surprised voice came. Suyun turned his head and looked at him with a vigilant look. The man who possessed the Tiger King's cannon smiled and said, Gong Pao, a student of the Fuxiang department. Secret Medicine Pavilion, Suyun. Suyun stared at him without blinking. Gong Pao first looked at the dragon egg, then looked at the dug-up dirt ground, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You dug it out? He smiled bitterly. Suyun was also a little embarrassed and said, It should be okay. Get down. Suddenly, Gong Pao shouted. The next moment, the Tiger Lord's cannon manifested from his body, condensing spiritual energy and blasting out violently. The energy body of the cannonball gushed out from the muzzle. At the same time, the Holy Spirit's secret realm rioted. The spiritual energy was like boiling water, in complete chaos. Especially the hole dug by Su Yun, and the energy body of the cannonball from Huzun's cannon exploded instantly. Su Yun was the closest, but fortunately Gong Pao reminded him and he lay down on the ground early. Rumble. The roar of the surging spiritual energy forced countless people to cover their ears. Su Yun hugged the dragon egg, his face full of shock. It's just digging a hole, is it such a big sin? The Holy Spirit's secret realm is a small world that needs balance. If you dig a hole this deep, it means you're opening the floodgates. Gong Pao waved his hand to clear away the smoke and dust and began to explain. Su Yun said with gratitude, Thank you. After it hatches, just give me some essence and blood. Gong Pao laughed. Su Yun didn't think there was anything wrong. Make a deal. Everyone come out. A majestic voice sounded. Su Yun swallowed. It's a bit too early to be happy now. This dragon egg is now a hot potato. Table of contents. Who is causing trouble? From the sound of his voice, it seems to be the director. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. The students of the Holy Spirit's secret realm were whispering to each other. As they walked towards the light gate, they happened to see the dragon egg in the protagonist's arms, and their expressions changed drastically. Someone shouted, "Gong Pao, are you involved too?" "Have no idea." Gong Pao shrugged and said he knew nothing about anything. Suyun felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He originally wanted to put the dragon egg into the system warehouse, but was deeply locked by a force of energy. It was obvious that some important people already knew about this dragon egg. These old guys. Whatever I dig up is mine. Don't even think about taking it away. Suyun made up his mind and decided to do whatever he wanted. He swaggered out of the light gate holding the dragon egg. Many people were stunned. "Wow, you're so brave." Outside the secret realm of the Holy Spirit, many teachers and students gathered. Among them were several directors, their eyes fixed on the light gate. When Suyun appeared, he instantly became the focus. Eggs? Could they be dug out from the Holy Spirit's secret realm? Nonsense, or else he gave birth to it? Those who destroy the Holy Spirit's secret realm should be punished. In an instant, surprise appeared in the eyes of countless people, and then greed filled them. That's right, it's greed. If this race is at the top of the 10,000 races list, it will have super combat power if it is cultivated. If it is compatible with the genius of the spirit beast, its value will be even greater. Suyun's whole body stiffened. Countless gazes suppressed him. Boom! Suddenly, the eagle statue released a wave of energy, shattering the energy. "Thank you, teacher," Suyun said gratefully. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "What are you going to do? I'm not happy about you bullying a kid." "What? You want to beat me to death?" the eagle statue sneered. "Many people are ashamed. This one is even more of a heavyweight, and he wants to kill him as soon as he opens his mouth." At this time someone walked out. She is a beautiful woman. She frowned and said, "Whale, can you tell what kind of egg it is?" Two red rays of light shot out from the stone eyes of the whale statue, looking at the dragon egg in Suyun's arms. Then, a tender dragon roar echoed in the sky. The blazing flames swept across. The scene became quiet instantly. Excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. Dragon! Whether on Blue Star or on the battlefield of all races, it is synonymous with strength. If it can be tamed as a mount or a battle pet, it will undoubtedly be a terrifying killing weapon. Yes, it seems that my Tianming Academy will also have a new battle pet. Wait a decade or two, and it will be able to fight for humanity. Let's discuss it and see who will win. The directors nodded in satisfaction. Only Suyun looked gloomy. Damn it! You really don't take me seriously, do you? I dug this. Suyun said coldly. The middle-aged man said contemptuously, "Whatever you dig up is yours? Put the egg down, you can't touch it." Just as he finished speaking, a black light broke through the air. The light faded and a man walked out. He had thin lips, thin cheeks, and his eyes were fixed on Suyun and the dragon egg. The Holy Spirit's secret realm was created by a king-level expert from my Lu family. The things inside should belong to our Lu family. I command you to put down the dragon eggs. The visitor's tone implied that no rebuttal was allowed. Suyun was shocked by the momentum, groaned, and took a few steps back. His eyes grew colder, but he remained silent. This person didn't take Suyun seriously at all. Totally ignored. Director Lu Guang, don't be so cruel to a child. The whale statue said calmly. He exuded a warm aura that enveloped Suyun. At this moment, Suyun felt ridiculous. The human race was fighting among themselves and constantly persecuting him. On the contrary, these two non-human statues are protecting themselves. Who is good after all? Who is evil? I just want to study hard here and serve the human race in the future. Is this also wrong? Lu Guang, I'll fuck your ancestors. Lu Guang was still staring coldly when a man rushed over from behind and roared. Boom! A deep red light tripod exploded and hit Lu Guang. Lu Guang's expression changed, and he turned around and punched out with his black fist. Strong and fierce waves spread out, echoing like thunder in the sky. Dongfang Taiyue looks like an evil ghost, with flames lingering all over his body, like a constantly reviving fire god. How dare you touch my disciple? I'll kill you! He roared. At this moment, all the teachers and students were stunned. The head of the secret medicine pavilion, who usually only knew how to drink, go crazy, and grin foolishly, suddenly exploded. Su Yun's eyes suddenly turned red. Boom 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 boom. The two fought fiercely. After more than 10 seconds, they separated again. Lu Guang had a gloomy look on his face, his hair and robe were burnt and blackened. On the other hand, Dongfang Taiyue's crazy laughter makes people feel cold. Stop! A soft sigh came from the void. Principal Zhang Zhongqing appeared. Lu Guang said in a deep voice, "Principal, my Lu family is fighting in the battlefield of all races. Can't we even take the things in our own secret realm? Ha, playing the emotional card, huh? Even if your Lu family returns from the 10,000 races battlefield, there will be other families to take their place. Do you really take yourself seriously?" Dongfang Taiyue sneered. Zhang Zhongqing nodded and said, "The Lu family has made great contributions, there is no doubt about that." Lu Guang and the Lu family smiled. At this time, Su Yun, who was at the center of the storm, said, "Principal, I have something to say." Swish! All eyes shifted over there. Zhang Zhongqing didn't show any change on the surface, but he was complaining in his heart. "It's you again. Every time there is a problem, it is definitely you. Less than a week after entering the mansion, so much trouble has already happened. There are people in the Holy Spirit secret realm every day. Why hasn't anyone else dug out the dragon egg? What the hell did I do? Don't be nervous, just say whatever you want to say." Zhang Zhongqing said in a serious tone. "Su Yun, I want to know if the warnings in the Holy Spirit secret realm are useful? The matters were written by King Sanhuan himself, so they are naturally valid." Zhang Zhongqing nodded. Su Yun looked around, not at all nervous. "It says here that all the treasures obtained in the Holy Spirit secret realm will belong to the rightful owner." Everyone present changed color. They were so blinded by greed that they completely forgot about this matter. "Today, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to smash it. And you have no right to ask about it. Is it so great to be from a wealthy family? King Sanhuan is great. He leaves this opportunity to future generations. Unlike you guys, who are all greedy." Su Yun exploded. He has been suppressed and has been resisting. Today is even more excessive. There are records of things, yet you still dare to force us like this. After he finished speaking, no one responded. The look they gave Su Yun was still unfriendly. "Okay, I'll eat it. I've always been curious about what dragon eggs taste like." Su Yun shrugged and took out the black magic cauldron. Now, everyone was shocked. "Is this for real? Eggs. Egg. Eggs. Egg. Headache." Zhang Zhongqing felt like he was about to have a headache. Su Yun is so noisy. Stop. Don't eat. Stop. Bah, shut up. This dragon egg is extremely valuable for cultivation. Whatever conditions you have, just tell me. Everyone shouted. Su Yun then stopped and stared at the group of people vigilantly. The Lu and Wang families were unhappy. These people don't want to own the dragon eggs, but the result after the dragon eggs hatch. The dragon clan is powerful and will become the top combat force of the human race. The wealthy families wanted to take the dragon eggs for themselves. Different levels of thinking. I'll give you one more chance to enter the Holy Spirit secret realm. Give me the dragon egg. Lu Guang backed off. Su Yun smiled. Are you sending away beggars? Countless people rolled their eyes. Which beggar can enter the secret realm of the Holy Spirit? Don't try to take advantage of me. You little thing can't cause any trouble in the academy. Lu Guang's eyes turned cold. If the exchange fails, threaten me. Dongfang Taiyue glared and cursed, Lu Guang, you old dog, do you know how to speak? You can choose any Xian-level weapon, 3 Pashur Dan, and you will also get a place in the annihilation of foreign sects. Wang Can also spoke. Upon hearing this, the student's eyes turned red. Xian-level weapons also include mind-based weapons. The main function of Pashur Dan is to increase the chance of a warrior level breaking through to the general level. One is worth hundreds of merit points. The number of quotas for eradicating foreign sects is also a top priority. This is a large-scale event for many universities. Killing foreign sects can earn you merit points. If you are lucky, you can also get martial arts skills, weapons and other treasures. The most important thing. The whole process will be led by high-level generals and low-level war gods, so the safety factor is guaranteed. Only you guys treasure this junky thing called Broken Shur Dan. I treat it like candy to my disciples. Dongfang Taiyue's face was full of disdain. No one thought this was bragging. Because he has the ability. Suyun pulled Dongfang Taiyue's clothes and whispered, Teacher, do we have money? What I mean is, I pay for your drinking every day. Where did you get the merit to refine the Pashur Dan to use as candy for me? This is called losing the battle but not the battle. Dongfang Taiyue gave Suyun a wink. Wang Can smiled and said, Student Su, there's no reason for you to refuse these conditions, right? That's right, Director Wang. Suyun also smiled, but I don't want it. Wang Can didn't say anything else, and a strong murderous intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. Suyun, if you are short of merit points one day, you can sell the dragon eggs to our spirit beast department. A gentleman spoke. Since force doesn't work, try the soft approach. Suyun nodded, okay, I'll remember it. Everyone is gone. The dragon egg complies with the rules. As for the Holy Spirit's secret realm, it's not like we haven't dug into it before. But if you dig randomly and don't find any treasure, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Zhang Zhongqing warned sternly. This dispelled the ideas of many students. After all, no one can guarantee that their luck will be as good as Suyun's. The Lu family members were still staring at Suyun. Until Lu Guang said in a low voice, let's go. A Lu family member was very unwilling, Grandpa, are you just going to let it go like this? What belongs to my Lu family can't be taken away by anyone. Lu Guang glanced at Suyun. You little bastard, if you have the guts, never leave Tianming Academy. Outside the school, it's not so quiet. You can die if you're not careful. Dongfang Taiyue turned around and looked at Suyun with a smile. This apprentice is really capable of causing trouble. I like. Thank you both teachers for your help. Suyun bowed respectfully towards the eagle and whale statues. He always remembers the kindness someone showed him. The eagle statue laughed strangely, ha ha ha, I just don't like those wealthy families. It's just a piece of cake, said the whale statue. Dongfang Taiyue was happy. How did this kid get hooked up with 2 statues? But that's okay. These 2 people have strange personalities, it's a good thing that they have a relationship. Gong Pao was winking not far away. Suyun waved his hand to show that he remembered his promise. Until finally, everyone dispersed. Dongfang Taiyue then led Suyun back to the secret medicine pavilion. Return to the secret medicine pavilion. Suyun touched the sweat on his forehead. This is crazy. There must be at least 20 or 30 houses along the way that bought dragon eggs from me. He had a wry smile on his face. Dongfang Taiyue said, it's normal. The dragon clan is a powerful clan in the battlefield of all clans. Dragon tribes are high-level warriors in their infancy and generals in their growth period. It's just that it's difficult for the dragon race to reproduce, otherwise it would be really against the will of heaven. After listening to the explanation, Suyun nodded in agreement. However, Dongfang Taiyue smiled jokingly, if you want to take good care of it, you will have to spend a lot of merit points. How much? Suyun's mouth twitched. Mr. Dongfang scratched his fingers and said, not Much, just a few hundred or tens of millions. Suyun's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He searches on QQ whenever he buys something now. Millions or tens of millions of merit points? He gave his life to it. Why don't you just eat it? Suyun felt tired and unloved. Dongfang Taiwa said dissatisfiedly, look at your shameless face, it is worth this much. Teacher, where are you from in the northeast? Suyun retorted. An old man and a young boy were arguing with each other all the time. As for the dragon eggs, hatch freely. Since you don't have the money to raise it, just let it go. Come here and continue studying. Dongfang Taiwei had already prepared the knowledge of alchemy. Suyun sat down immediately. Dongfang Taiwei, don't think that just because you've refined the Zio Weiling pill, you're a yellow rank alchemist. A low-level yellow rank alchemist must master 3 types of pill recipes. You are just one type now, you still need to work hard. Dongfang Taiwei's tone was serious. He looked at Suyun in front of him and did not tell him about the secret medicine pavilion. Mainly because I don't want to put too much pressure on the child. Although there is motivation only when there is pressure. But this pressure is too great. He was afraid that Suyun couldn't bear it. Principal's office. A large number of books were piled on the floor in a mess. Zhang Zhongqing flipped through the records in his hand and muttered, I think I've seen something about dragon eggs in the Holy Spirit's secret realm. Rumor has it that King Sanuan captured the dragon girl of the Fensong Fire Steel Dragon, and the two of them fused together to form this egg. Whether this is true or not cannot be confirmed at the moment, but the egg really does exist. Zhang Zhongqing is crazy about gossip. He felt that King Sanuan was really fierce. That's the holy maiden of the dragon clan. Ordinary people are beyond their reach. The battlefield of all races. A vast and boundless world. On the top of a giant mountain, a tall man was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly sneezed. Isn't that crazy woman scolding me again? The man was handsome, with a bohemian smile on his face. But it's worth it. The man licked his lips, as if savoring the taste. Boom! Suddenly the void exploded and a powerful enemy attacked. The man stood up and sneered, Old man, you really are haunting me. How dare you melt my clan's small world? You deserve to die. The roar echoed, shaking the earth. The war broke out instantly. In the next few days, Suyun was immersed in studying. Bone tempering pill, a mid-level yellow elixir. Its function is, as the name suggests, used to squeeze out the potential of the body. It can increase your combat power by 1 star, but the consequence is numbness and pain in all bones throughout your body, which will last for a week. Inside the secret medicine cabinet, Dongfang Taiwei is providing careful guidance. Suyun remembered everything and asked, Teacher, is it possible to reduce or eliminate the side effects? Dongfang Taiwei shook his head, don't modify the recipe lightly, the consequences will be serious. What if? Suyun scratched his head. Dongfang Taiwei thought for a moment. It's a good thing that the child has his own ideas. He replied, then the bone tempering pill can become a high-level yellow-grade pill. After the morning class at the secret medicine pavilion ended, Suyun got up and left. Before leaving, Dongfang Taiwei reminded him, the first half of the month is almost up, the freshman period is over, and you have to go to the Superman department. I know. Suyun said casually. Dongfang Taiwei, which department are you going to? We'll see then. Suyun waved his hand indifferently. Every new student who enters a university must go through a freshman period. The teachers mainly provide knowledge that cannot be learned outside, and then send it to the 4 major departments. Suyun claims to be a superhuman. In fact, he has dual talents. If he had not yet joined the secret medicine pavilion, Suyun might have confessed. But now, the secret medicine pavilion has become a thorn in the eyes of the wealthy families. As an apprentice, he will inevitably be implicated. If the double talents are spread out, they will suppress even more terrifyingly. Even take an unconventional approach. There are also foreign sects that will not allow Su Yun to continue practicing peacefully. When Su Yun came back from class, he happened to pass by the Divine Pavilion. Today, Xiao Zun refined the Xiao Hui Lingdan, which is of high quality. I know Xiao Zun. He has a very high talent for alchemy and is one of Director Wang's personal disciples. The pills he refines are more gentle and easier to absorb than those made by his fellow disciples. In front of the Divine Pavilion, the students crowded around and whispered to each other. Xiao Hui Lingdan? Low-level yellow elixir? Su Yun pondered. In various universities, pills that restore spiritual energy are very popular. Not everyone is willing to sit down and practice after their spiritual energy is exhausted. More people are willing to swallow pills to shorten the time. One more thing. Practicing martial arts will consume a lot of spiritual energy, which needs to be replenished in time. Therefore, for the warrior level, the Zio Willington can accelerate the proficiency of martial arts. One of the businesses of the Divine Pavilion is selling low-level elixirs, which are moderately priced and quite popular. Start! The apprentice of the Divine Pavilion shouted. A group of people filed in. In less than 1 minute, all the freshly made Xiao Hui Lingdan were sold out. Those who didn't buy it shook their heads and sighed, and had to go buy it elsewhere. So popular? Su Yun was a little shocked when he saw it for the first time. If that's the case, can I also sell pills? Hey, isn't this the disciple of the Secret Medicine Pavilion? At this time, someone from the Divine Pavilion saw Su Yun. Su Yun came back to his senses and smiled brightly. Seniors, hello everyone. Don't be jealous. Compared to the Secret Medicine Pavilion, our Divine Pavilion can only sell small pills. The man said sarcastically. Su Yun smiled and said, of course, my teacher always makes custom items for people, and it depends on his mood. I can't compare with you guys. The man choked. Dry. Although Dongfang Taiyue is crazy, he is the top alchemist of Tianming Academy. But you're right, I'm jealous. Su Yun kept smiling. Someone in the Divine Pavilion whispered, Senior brother Hanfeng, why are you telling him this? Hanfeng waved his hand and said sarcastically, so what if you're jealous? Are you an alchemist? With the reputation of your Secret Medicine Pavilion, who would dare to buy it? After saying that, he took out a small wheeling pill and ejected it. Su Yun reached out to take it, and a warm feeling came over him. Obviously it had just been baked. I'm sending you off. I hope you can recognize your place. Hanfeng was very proud and swaggered back to the Temple of God. Su Yun smiled without saying anything, observing the Xiao Hui Lingdan carefully. The compound leaves, the bark of Lindera odorata, and the Arenkama root are all extracted 3 times. The chi-restoring grass has been refined 4 times. No wonder it sells better than others. Su Yun made an accurate judgment in an instant. An idea came to his mind and he immediately ran back to the Secret Medicine Pavilion. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue said disdainfully, I'm too lazy to sell low-level pills. It's a waste of time. Xiao Hui Lingdan? Too low level. It's an insult to my status as the pavilion master. Then I'll refine it and then sell it. Is that okay with you? Su Yun rubbed his hands. Dongfang Taiyue frowned. That's a good idea. It can not only consolidate the ability of refining medicine, but also can be sold for money. You know, elixirs are extremely profitable. The profit is not doubled or tripled. Do whatever you want. I won't get involved. Dongfang Taiyue agreed. Su Yun smiled at first, then became distressed. He doesn't have enough credit. It would take at least 200 merit points to get him to sell a batch of Xiao Hui Lingdan. Got it. Su Yun suddenly thought of someone. Gong Cannon. Spiritual weapon system. The venue was filled with various weapons, and swords, spears, swords and halberds came into view. Gong Pao was talking to his friends in a corner. At this time, someone said, Brother Gong, someone is looking for you outside. Gong Pao looked confused. My friend jokingly asked, Which department is this girl from? Nonsense. Gong Pao cursed with a laugh and strode away. When he saw that it was Su Yun, he asked excitedly, did the dragon egg hatch? Do you think you're hatching chicks? Su Yun rolled his eyes. He didn't hesitate and said directly, lend me 100 merit points, and I will return you 300 in a few days. Gong Pao was speechless. It turns out to be borrowing money. And he also speaks nonsense. Borrow 100 and repay 300? It's a telecom fraud. No, it's verbal fraud. Gong Pao looked at Su Yun and said angrily, brother, have you installed the anti-fraud app? Don't make trouble, I'm serious. Su Yun said calmly. Gong Pao folded his arms and thought. The two have only met twice, so it's hard to help each other. If I don't return the 300 to you within a week, the dragon egg will be yours. Su Yun added. Gong Pao, deal. You helped me before, so I'm giving you this benefit. No one else is qualified. Su Yun got 100 merit points and laughed. Gong Pao raised an eyebrow and said, I want the dragon egg more. Goodbye. Su Yun turned and left. After leaving the spirit weapon department, Su Yun went to the supply hall. I used 200 merit points to buy a batch of medicinal herbs. It is estimated that after selling this batch, the foreign debt can be paid off and funds will be deposited into the account. Dongfang Taiyue looked at Su Yun's scene with curiosity. Is this guy serious? Teacher, go to bed quickly and don't disturb me from making money. Su Yun said dissatisfiedly. Dongfang Taiyue curled his lips and went upstairs. Boom! The fire in the black demon cauldron was blazing, reflecting Su Yun's face, making it look particularly bright. One night, one tripod. A miracle. Early morning. Dongfang Taiyue came down from upstairs yawning and just saw the black demon cauldron go out of power. He blinked and looked at the medicine bottles scattered on the floor. This kid didn't sleep all night? So excited? Teacher, I just bought some breakfast for you. Su Yun picked up the soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hand. Dongfang Taiyue looked as if he had seen a ghost, and asked in a hoarse voice, aren't you tired? Tired? Not at all. You will sleep forever after death. I am the one who wants to take away the business of Xingu. Su Yun laughed. After saying that, he put away all the shell Wei Lingdan, held the fried dough stick in his mouth, and went out to sell medicine. Dongfang Taiyue sat down on the sofa, his eyes full of disbelief. Which low-level yellow-rank alchemist can make medicine in one night? This must be at least 10 hours. My mental strength has been exhausted long ago. What a great treasure. He surprises me time and time again. Dongfang Taiyue held the thermos cup, his hands trembling slightly. After leaving the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun came to the busiest street in the academy, Sihan Street. Teachers and students from the 4 major departments must take this road. Selling medicine. Selling Xiaohui Lingdan at a low price. Fair and reliable, superb quality, 1 pill is worth 2 from other stores. Su Yun shouted loudly. Teachers and students passing by? Tianming Academy has been established for so many years, but no one has ever been seen selling pills on the street. Moreover, this person is Su Yun, who has been causing a lot of trouble recently. In fact, there are only a few companies that have grudges against the secret medicine pavilion. The other departments and other wealthy families are quite harmonious. Xiaohui Lingdan? How much is it? A curious person came over and asked. Su Yun smiled and said, it's not expensive, 5 pills per bottle, 7 merit points. This price sounds wrong. This is 2 merit points cheaper than the small soul recovering pill from the Divine Pavilion. Other alchemist factions also sell similar pills. The price is generally between 8 and 10 merit points. 7 merit points, really cheap. The secret medicine pavilion hasn't sold elixirs for decades. Does anyone know if there are any problems? The secret medicine pavilion has a criminal record. If there are any problems? Su Yun has been in the academy for just over 10 days and he already knows how to make medicine? He must be a fake. Some people were sarcastic. These words also discouraged others from buying. Suyun said helplessly, I am weak and alone. I only have a teacher who can only drink at home. How dare I offend you all? Everyone was secretly criticizing. What did Wang Li say? It will take at least a month of rest to recover. I'm giving you this bottle of Xiaohui Lingdan for free. Can you recommend a few people to try? Suyun picked up a medicine bottle. Soon, more and more people gathered around. The scene became more and more lively. When the people in the Divine Pavilion found out, they sneered. Brother Han Feng, have you ever seen a pharmacist setting up a stall on the street? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. It's called Xiaohui Lingdan, but I don't know if it's actually sugar beans. The other students who were yellow rank alchemists mocked him. Han Feng sneered, he's an alchemist? Don't flatter him. He just rolls the herbs into mud pills. Health Hall. A group of alchemists looked puzzled. Don't worry about it. Xiaohui Lingdan is not the same kind as our Yangsheng Tang, so we don't have to worry about losing business. A gentle female voice sounded. Others said respectfully, Big sister. Let's go to the theater. The girl called senior sister smiled faintly. Guangyu Pavilion. Back then, the Secret Medicine Pavilion was the largest elixir production base in the entire Tianming Academy. It was closed long ago after that incident decades ago. Did old man Dongfang ask Su Yun to do this today? Is he trying to disrupt the low-level medicine business of the Divine Pavilion? Several middle-aged men were talking calmly. The man sitting upright, wearing glasses, is gentle and elegant. Master, we can help. Someone whispered. The gentleman glanced at him and said, Wait. Yes. Those people had no choice but to agree. The gentleman looked at the blue sky and said to himself, Do you think the alchemist's connections are fake? As the instigator of this little disturbance, Su Yun had no idea what was happening on all sides. He just wants to earn merit points for cultivation. I just finished my cultivation and want to replenish my spiritual energy. A young man walked out with a resolute face. Su Yun opened the medicine bottle. Suddenly a fragrance wafted out, making people raise their eyebrows slightly. The young man poured out a pill and after swallowing it, the medicinal power was instantly dissolved and rich spiritual energy surged out. His expression changed, so fast, the effect is really good. I'm afraid you are someone he hired, someone questioned. The young man sneered and said, Do I, Li Chunzhou, need to do such a thing? When this name came out, it caused quite a stir. Li Chunzhou, the new genius of the Li family this year, is also a person with S-level talent. Li Chunzhou looked at Su Yun and smiled, Your Xiaohui Lingdan is better than the one in Xingu. Give me 10 bottles. You know what's good. I'll give you another bottle. Come often. Su Yun was overjoyed. 11 bottles of Xiao Willingdon. Su Yun earned 70 merit points. First pot of gold is earned. He was genuinely happy. What you earn through your own sweat is always so satisfying. Give me 1 bottle to test the water. I want 1 bottle too. 2 bottles. If something happens, you won't be able to escape. With Li Chunzhou taking the lead, those who were hesitant also made up their minds. In less than a few minutes, all the Xiaohui Lingdan refined by Su Yun were sold out. He earned nearly 800 merit points. Exorbitant profits. No wonder the alchemist industry is so popular. I'm going to be rich. Su Yun screamed in his heart. He laughed and said, If everyone likes it, I will come again. After saying that, Su Yun stood up and left. Spiritual weapon system. Gong Pao's eyes turned red when he looked at the 300 extra merit points from his student card. Earn 200 merit points a day. Damn it! Alchemists make huge profits. Will you accept the investment? Gong Pao asked with a dry throat. Su Yun smiled and said, I have the capital now. I want to buy shares, 1,000 merit points. Gong Pao said hurriedly. Suyun put his hands behind his back and said, "It depends on my mood." Dongpao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How could I forget that Dongfang Taiyue is behind this guy? This protective teacher will definitely help with refining. I'm so stupid. After leaving the spirit weapon department, Suyun happened to meet an acquaintance walking towards him. It's the handsome boy from last time. Quebec. He took out the Xiao Wei Lingdan and threw it over. The handsome boy Kake caught it and blinked in confusion. Suyun smiled and said, "Take it and use it. I'll give you some credit." Kake said quickly. "Suyun, just take it if I give it to you. Tell me when you're done using it and I'll give you a discount." "Okay." Kek smiled. In the next few days, Suyun sold Xiao Wei Lingdan every day. There are more and more repeat customers. Good quality, low price, who doesn't want it? The most anxious one right now is the Divine Pavilion. The business was directly snatched away. The first floor of the Temple of God. Xiao Zun held the Zio Willingdon he had bought in his hand, his face gloomy. There's no way he could refine such a good Xiao Wei Lingdan. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Xiao Zun said in a low voice, "The technique is very skillful. The process of combining the pills was not dragged out at all. The refining is also very good." After saying that, he crushed the Xiao Wei Lingdan and said with certainty, "Suyun couldn't refine it, so it must be the old dog Dongfang who did it himself." Han Feng and others suddenly realized and called Suyun despicable and shameless. Let the alchemy masters tinker with these low-level pills, how can they compete? What should we do? In this week alone, Suyun has taken away 50% of our customer traffic. Han Feng was a little anxious. Xiao Zun's eyes rolled and he said in a deep voice, "Start with his raw materials. Also, arrange for someone to take the blame," he added. Han Feng nodded heavily. "If you dare to steal my Divine Pavilion's business, you're courting death." On this day, Suyun purchased another batch of raw materials for Xiao Wei Lingdan. He kept the number of merit points he earned each day at around 1,000. At Tianming Academy, you have to pay taxes to earn merit points. However, this is not necessary when accepting tasks in the Sun and Moon Hall. 2 reasons. 1. Some of the tasks in the Sun and Moon Hall are issued by the school. 2. The merit points are too few and do not meet the threshold. But even so, selling pills is still a huge profit. Supplies Hall. A young man watched Suyun leave with a sneer on his face. "Is it arranged inside?" Han Feng came out from behind and asked. The young man nodded, "It's done, don't worry. If you are really exposed, the Wang family will support you," Han Feng said lightly. The young man was delighted. He works as a handyman in the supplies hall. If you can get close to the Wang family, you will never have to worry about anything in your life. Han Feng looked at Suyun's departing back, with a cruel arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue was speechless. As an apprentice, I am really an expert at staying up late. I haven't slept for almost a week. The key is that he is still lively and full of energy. Don't you want to sleep for a while? Dongfang Taiyue said angrily. Suyun waved his hand. Teacher, I feel that I am about to be able to refine the intermediate yellow elixir, I can't rest. Snap. The wine bottle in Dongfang Taiyue's hand exploded on the spot. Suyun looked at it in surprise. The old man coughed a few times and said, "What are you looking at? This bottle of wine doesn't taste good. I'll try something else next time." Oh. Suyun didn't care and continued to concentrate on refining medicine. Dongfang Taiyue waved his hand, burned the medicine residue, and slowly went upstairs. Then closed the door. Isolation. All in one go. I just managed to refine a low-level elixir a week ago, and now I'm already at the mid-level? Pervert. Monster. I guess even when I was younger I couldn't beat this guy. Dongfang Taiyue howled. He found that he couldn't look at Suyun with common sense at all. Downstairs. Su-yun refined medicine all night long. He became more and more experienced in refining medicine. No wonder they say alchemists are made of money. This statement is really true. No matter how good your talent is or how strong your mental strength is, if you don't have the basic resources, it's hard for you to grow up too. Suddenly, Su-yun frowned. His mental power sensed something strange inside the skin of the black mulberry tree. This is a magma species. Su-yun's expression changed. There is no change on the surface of this piece of wuya leather. When mental power invades it, one can feel a burning sensation. Magma species is also a medicinal material. But it must be refined using low-temperature fire. Once the temperature is too high, the furnace will explode. Good God, Pavilion, you can't win, so you're using dirty tricks, right? Su-yun immediately guessed who was behind the scenes. At this time, Dongfang Taiyue quietly went downstairs. He sensed the elixir fire was extinguished and thought Su-yun was finally tired. Magma species? This is the old trick of the Divine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes were so sharp that he could see through it at a glance. Su-yun didn't say anything, just stared at the black mulberry bark quietly. Dongfang Taiyue raised his eyebrows and said, "Shall I take you to the supply hall to seek justice? Even if there's compensation, it's only a few dozen merit points." Su-yun refused. He said coldly, "Not only do I want them to be destroyed, I also want them to kill each other." Hearing this, Dongfang Taiyue's eyelids twitched. This disciple seems to be even more ferocious than him. You want to blow up the tripod? He seemed to have noticed something. Su-yun kept it a secret. I'll have to trouble the teacher to spread the word. The publicity fee is not cheap. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes are curved into crescent shapes. Su-yun rolled his eyes. "I buy you wine every day." Although he said this, Su-yun did not stop moving. He put away the black magic cauldron and picked up the most common and lowest level yellow-grade medicine cauldron. Boom! The fire from the pill burned the skin of the black medicine tree so fiercely that it exploded in less than a second. At such a speed, the yellow-rank alchemist couldn't react at all. The medicine cauldron exploded and shattered into pieces. The fierce and intense heat wave of the flames shook the entire secret medicine pavilion. However, Su-yun stood there, unharmed. If it were an alchemist of the same level, he would have probably been lying on the ground unconscious. Immediately afterwards, Su-yun took out the black demon cauldron and refined a new elixir. It's not even a pill. After eating it, my mouth was full of blood. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Taiyue's mouth twitched wildly. So smooth. Was this guy a professional criminal in his previous life? The Wang family of Shenge had provoked Su-yun, and their ancestors were truly in dire straits. "Teacher, then I'll lie down," Su-yun said in a low voice. With a clang, Su-yun lay down directly. After chewing a few blood pills, his face turned pale. He looks like he's about to die. "Su-yun, why did you explode the cauldron out of nowhere?" "Don't worry, as long as the teacher is here, you will be fine." Dongfang Taiyue's acting skills exploded, his face was full of sorrow, and his roar kept echoing in the secret medicine pavilion. In an instant, all the teachers and students living nearby were awakened. The next day, there was laughter and joy in the shrine. "Ha! I heard that Su-yun had a cauldron explosion last night." "That's called overestimating your own abilities. Do you really think you can defeat our divine pavilion? Great! This bastard has been messing up the market for a while now, he deserves to die." Han Feng, Xiaozun and others were very happy. "Wang Li has also come," he said in a low voice. "You guys take this opportunity to provoke him. It would be best to invite him to fight and inflict heavy damage on him once again. Kill him while he is ill." Han Feng and the others nodded heavily and left the divine pavilion with a grin. Over at the secret medicine pavilion, Kukai and Gong Pao came to visit, said a few words of comfort and then left. At this time, a person was peeking outside the secret medicine pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue sighed and said unhappily, "Lao Lin, you old bitch, don't act like a thief." "Ha, I heard that Xiao Suyun was injured?" Lin Sihua pushed the door open and asked with a smile. Suyun looked vacant and listless, and he struggled to get up from the sofa. Greetings, Pavilion Master Lin. Is it because your teacher doesn't know how to teach you? Come to my Bintai Pavilion, no one dares to bully you. Lin Sihua said seriously. Dongfang Taiyue was immediately unhappy. You old thing actually want to steal my girl. The two old guys started arguing immediately. Suyun smiled bitterly and quietly walked out of the secret medicine pavilion. On the street, all teachers and students who had purchased Suyun's medicine gave him a kind reminder to get more rest. Apart from those wealthy families, the atmosphere in the school is still very good. Suddenly, a series of sarcastic voices were heard. Isn't this the alchemy genius Suyun? Strange, how did you get hurt like this? Unskilled and overestimating one's abilities, that's normal for a clown. Hearing this, Suyun's face was gloomy, but he was very happy in his heart. Finally here. He turned to look at Han Feng and the others, gritted his teeth and said, You are talking bullshit. You little piece of trash, the alchemy that old dog taught you is rubbish. Han Feng sneered loudly. Others chimed in, an old dog teaching a puppy, the whole litter is full of shit, ha ha ha. Puff. Suyun was so angry that he vomited blood in the street. Seeing this, passers-by hurriedly supported him. Han Feng and the others were delighted, it worked. Suyun glared at Han Feng and the others, his eyes were red like a beast, and his teeth were chattering. Finally, he roared in a hysterical voice, a life and death battle. Do you dare? Han Feng was even more ecstatic when he heard this, and quickly agreed, why not? Only. They didn't notice at all that at this moment, Suyun had a faint smile on his face. Life and death battle. The storm spread like wildfire and instantly engulfed the entire Tianming Academy. Young people nowadays can't help themselves? The explosion of the cauldron will cause the spiritual energy to dissipate, the elixir fire to flow back, and damage the internal organs. Even if he has SSS level talent, he can't fully display his combat power if he's seriously injured. I remember Han Feng stepped into the half-step 8-star warrior a few days ago. Teachers and students had a heated discussion. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could almost hold a piece of paper. Reckless. Not patient at all. He said helplessly, let's take action later. On the other side, the top floor of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Qin was all smiles, very satisfied with Xiao Zun and the others' methods. After he dies, the dragon egg will belong to my Lu family. Lu Guan called and his tone left no room for doubt. Wang Qin smiled and said, fair competition. That's my Lu family's secret place. Lu Guang said dissatisfiedly. Stupid. Wang Qin cursed inwardly. What else can you say besides this? Hang up and get ready to watch the show. Martial Arts Arena. The crowds gathered more and more densely. The teachers and students who bought the Xiao Wei Lingdan all looked worried. Suyun's pills are affordable and of excellent quality. I'm really going to die. I have to face the sour face of the God Pavilion again. Don't sign. You gave me the Xiao Wei Lingdan for free last time, so I'll do it for you this time. Li Chunzhou frowned. Suyun said in a frivolous tone, thank you, brotherly, but I can't swallow this. You are stupid. When your injury is healed, you can abuse them at will. Why choose this time? Gong Pao also cursed from the side. Suyun, you can't die. My dragon egg blood essence. Kuke also advised, they are right, just bear with it. Suyun, are you scared? Han Feng was not afraid of trouble and taunted, it's okay if you're afraid of death, just crawl through my crotch, ha ha. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter over there. Suyun's face was filled with grief and indignation, they insulted my teacher, I must vent my anger. Many teachers sighed. What a silly yet cute good student. Do you really want to sign a life and death agreement? Once you sign it, you can't repent. The teacher holding the life and death lottery asked in a low voice. Han Feng and others waved their hands and signed their names in a dashing manner. Su Yun's hand holding the pen trembled slightly, and he signed reluctantly. Seeing this, the teacher shook his head. In this state, I'm dead. If something really happens, rush over to save people immediately. Li Chunzhou whispered. Gong Pao and Ku Kei nodded heavily. That's the only way. It's a violation, so be it. It's better than losing your life. Both sides take the stage and are about to fight to the death. In the corner, a group of teachers were communicating quietly. Isn't this too harsh? The Wang family is going too far. Our school advocates a wolf culture, where the weak will become playthings of the strong. Yes, the strong hunt and grow, while the weak serve as prey within the circle. They stopped talking and focused on the battle. On the ring. Su Yun's steps were unsteady, but he stared at Han Feng fiercely. Han Feng laughed and said, remember this in your next life. After saying this, his hands released blue flames. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fire python and shot towards me. Everyone exclaimed. The first move is a killing move. But Su Yun took a deep breath, and red flames lingered all over his body. He kicked the ground and rushed out like a flame. Bang! The dark blue fire python was directly shattered. Immediately following, Su Yun's fist was as heavy as a hammer, smashing Han Feng's right hand. His thigh swung out like a battle axe, hitting Han Feng's knee. Han Feng screamed, flew backwards like a kite, and fell to the ground. He was vomiting blood and it was extremely miserable. The scene was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. Is this a serious injury? On the stage, Su Yun covered his mouth with his hands, blood flowing from between his fingers. His appearance was no less miserable than Han Feng's. It seems like we're going to have to force a fight. Alas! Someone sighed immediately. Han Feng almost fainted, sweating profusely from the pain, and screamed, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up!" The others gritted their teeth. If you win, you will have a lifetime of wealth and glory. If you lose, it's all gone. Spell. 3 people in total. The first person went up, and Su Yun's entire arm, like black steel, smashed his head and killed him on the spot. The second person attacked, but Su Yun used his hand instead of a knife, performed the breathing of the sun, and chopped him to death. The third person was so frightened that he screamed, "I won't fight anymore." It's not up to you. Su Yun was bleeding from all 7 orifices and looked like a devil. The 9-tailed mode was activated immediately, and the fox's sharp claws gripped him tightly. Snap! The man was like a twisted dough stick, his internal organs were pierced by bones, and he was no longer breathing. Ding! The host defeated Han Feng and killed Xin Wan and his 3 companions. 3 intermediate gods' hands and 2 advanced gods' hands were dropped. After doing all this, Su Yun also fell down. The scene was covered in blood. Everyone was stunned. Except for Han Feng, the other 3 are worse than each other. This is a life and death battle. Su Yun taught you a lesson today. If you sign, you will have to decide life and death. If Su Yun had chased Han Feng just now, it would have been in accordance with the rules. The teacher holding the death warrant shouted loudly. Countless students shrank their necks. This battle made those students who thought school life was wonderful know what reality is. Han Feng's face was filled with pain, and he swallowed the pill tremblingly. The broken bones made sounds and were rapidly reset. I'm going to kill you too. Even though Su Yun was lying down, his eyes were still fixed on Han Feng. Han Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He didn't have the courage to go up. Even though Su Yun was seriously injured. Give your credit to Su Yun, and forget about this life and death fight. Wang Mang couldn't help it and spoke. Han Feng was so scared that he could only limp and do as he was told. Almost at the same moment, Dongfang Taiyue appeared. He picked up Su Yun and glared at him. "What are you looking at, you little bastard?" Snort! Wang Mang flicked his sleeves and took Han Feng away. Today, everyone got to know Su Yun again. 4 words, ruthless. Why not kill Han Feng? Dongfang Taiyue asked curiously. Suyun closed his eyes tightly and whispered, he is still useful. Dongfang Taiyue didn't ask any more questions. After a long time, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Su Yun is so cruel. Nonsense. I want to kill you too. Are you going to stand there and get killed? Everyone was talking about it. Wang Can's eyes were gloomy. I failed to kill Su Yun this time, I don't know where the next chance will be. The assessment will be held in a few days. Tear down the secret medicine cabinet for me, he said coldly. Yes. Wang Mang and others nodded respectfully. One day later. Su Yun is back to being lively and energetic again. The external statement is, the teacher's elixir is invincible. No one doubted this. Dongfang Taiyue does have such strength. At the same moment, in the supplies hall. The young man who had helped drug Su Yun's raw materials before was talking to Han Feng. Are you okay? The young man asked. Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, it's a big loss. I want him to pay the price. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and he quickly hid himself. Not long after, Su Yun came in. Su Yun approached the young man and whispered, thank you for your help last time, my friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to trick them. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's pupils were filled with blood. It turns out, you bastard are a two-faced person. It's all acting. Su Yun smiled and turned to leave. The young man looked at Han Feng, who was on the verge of a rage, and hurriedly explained, he's talking nonsense. Die. Han Feng was going crazy and grabbed the young man's neck with one hand. Emotional outburst. Suddenly, the supply hall was in chaos. The young man struggled frantically, grabbed the medicine knife on the table, and stabbed it directly into Han Feng's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out. Han Feng fell down with an unwilling look on his face. Everyone looked at the young man, puzzled, shocked, and incredulous. Only Su Yun, who was standing at the gate, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If you mess with me, no one can escape. A murder occurred in the supply hall. The young man was taken away. But he didn't dare to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. If he gave Su Yun away, the fact that magma seeds were mixed into the raw materials would be exposed. This will definitely involve the Wang family. By then, the consequences for the young man's family will be unimaginable. So, Su Yun was not afraid at all. I'm sure you don't dare. 2 more days passed. Tianming Academy gradually returned to its former tranquility. Su Yun came to the supplies hall again. Excuse me, do you have the blood essence of the Ghost Demon clan? He asked. The receptionist said, yes, but the quantity is not much. 1 blood essence is 20 merit points. The Ghost-Spotted Demon clan ranks around 700th in the 10,000 clan battlefield. Their bodies are very strong and they are said to be born with the divine power of markings. The burst of striped magic during battle is enough to reverse the situation. So Su Yun set his sights on the Ghost-Spot Demon clan and prepared to temper his body. If the effect is good, Su Yun will try other races. Okay, give me 100. Su Yun said casually. The senior student was immediately frightened. For an ordinary student, having dozens of merit points a month is considered to be well off. When buying blood sperm, buy it in small amounts. Every penny is carefully calculated. Su Yun, on the other hand, just opened his mouth and asked for 100. A total of 2,000 merit points. During this period, Su Yun paid taxes and all the money he earned from selling medicine went into his own pocket. He now has some assets. Merit points exceeded 5,000. A mere 2,000 merit points, I really don't care about it. After casually marking out 2,000 merit points, Su Yun went back to the secret medicine pavilion to attend classes. Freshman period ended recently and he did not go. The reason is simple, he was injured. At night, Su Yun returned to Yoshin Garden. He sat down cross-legged and took out the blood essence of the Ghost-Spotted Demon clan. The shape of the blood essence has signs of cracks, like cracks in the earth. The overall color is black, with a drop of black blood flowing inside. Boom! A violent will surged out and madly attacked Suyun's mind. Faintly, black giants were trampling towards them. They were wearing armor, their exposed skin was covered with cracks, and spiritual energy was flowing through it. They roared and roared, as if they were going to break the heaven and earth apart. Suyun said disdainfully, "It's almost the same for me to come, but the blood spirit still dares to shout." He suddenly crushed 10 blood essences of the ghost-spotted demon clan. In an instant, murderous intent and tyrannical will blended together, completely enveloping Suyun. This is the process of devouring blood essence outside the Holy Spirit's secret realm. Surrender the tyrannical will. Enhance yourself. However, these non-tyrannical wills could not harm Suyun, but were completely destroyed by him. Suddenly, a strong essence flowed in Suyun's body. Breath of the sun. Call. Suck. Suyun closed his eyes tightly and breathed in the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of Yoshin Garden turned into a storm and gathered together madly. Fuck. Who is it again? It happened once not long ago, and this time it's even more outrageous. Could it be that the elder is secretly absorbing spiritual energy? Yoshin Garden became noisy again. The elders of Tianming Academy are the principals and those below the level of directors. It can be said to be the hidden power in the academy. No one knows exactly how many elders there are. But at this moment, the elder of Yoshin Garden wanted to curse. Dry. These wolf cubs are really talking bullshit. Do I need to steal your spiritual energy? Let's open the spiritual energy river. An elder said helplessly. Another elder said depressedly, "Is it really going to open? Didn't you see that brat named Sue is like a range hood?" The elder cursed. The next moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in Yoshin Garden returned to normal. This calmed the students' resentment. Suyun also noticed this change and was surprised. He pondered, could it be that the heavens took pity on me and released more spiritual energy specifically for me? Yeah, that must be the case. Elders? Damn it! You look so shameless, but you really have some of the charm of an old Oriental guy. With this great opportunity, I will definitely break through to become a 5-star warrior tonight. Suyun's heart was full of heroism. He took out all the blood essence of the ghost-spotted demon clan and smashed them one by one. Boom! Before the tyrannical will became stronger, it struck like a heavy hammer. Suyun didn't care. Breath of the sun. Suck it for me. The elders secretly observed this scene and their eyelids twitched. So much blood sperm. And the speed of breathing in and out spiritual energy that is beyond life-threatening. This body is too perverted. This, a demigod-level body is awesome. You know what, this kid has a bit of the vibe of the number 1 on the bright list. Even that person wouldn't be able to do that at the warrior level. The elders were stunned. As for Suyun, he continued to breathe in and out spiritual energy without stopping for a moment. 4-star warrior midterm breakthrough. Later. There are no more obstacles in the later stage, and we can break through again. The spiritual energy in his body became more and more vigorous, with a faint golden light in the light purple. At this moment, the void twisted slightly. Zhang Zhongqing looked at Suyun speechlessly. Can't you just let me live in peace for a few days? Headaches can kill you. Principal, you have to take care of the expenses of the spiritual river. Someone laughed in the darkness. Zhang Zhongqing said calmly, as it should be. In fact, he cursed in his heart. Taiwei, you old thing. I shouldn't have accepted those Shen-level pills from you in the first place. What a huge loss. Although he was cursing, Zhang Zhongqing was worried about Suyun. No one at the warrior level dares to absorb spiritual energy so crazily. Finally, it exploded. Yes, it really exploded. The kind that is in pieces and bloody. Breakthrough? Zhang Zhongqing was shocked. In Yoshin Garden, Suyun easily broke through to become a 5-star warrior. The people who were watching the show secretly were all shocked, just like Zhang Zhongqing. It was destined to be a sleepless night for them. I just happen to have some free time, let's do a 10-game stealing streak. Suyun hummed a little tune with a happy face. Intermediate God's Hand *10 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, please choose, Yu-Gi-Oh! World, Cinderella World. Suyun was speechless. Cinderella World? Did I steal her crystal slippers? I'm not a fetishist. Decisively choose Yu-Gi-Oh! World. The Yu-Gi-Oh! World has been connected. Steal failed. Steal failed. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Steal failed. I was unlucky and only succeeded once. Suyun didn't care either. All attention is focused on the Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline, Kaiba Sito's signature card, the epitome of purity, a legendary race, powerful enough to destroy any enemy. Its bloodline can change the future of the dragon race. For humans, or for ferocious beasts? Suyun was a little troubled. Suddenly, his expression changed. Oh shit. I still have a dragon egg. The Blue Eyes White Dragon as a mount is so cool. UGIO. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Break through to become a 5-star warrior and obtain the bloodline of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Suyun expressed his happiness. Should I break through to 6 stars in one go? Suyun rubbed his chin, looking serious. The spiritual energy here is free and very rich. Why not? Those elders who originally wanted to leave almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Zhongqing's face turned black. Once your breathing method is released, it will really swallow up the sky and the earth. Can't you consider others? The more Zhang Zhongqing thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Finally, he kicked Suyun secretly and accurately, knocking him unconscious. Comfortable. Zhang Zhongqing breathed a sigh of relief. When the work is done, I will leave, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. The elders of Yoshin Garden all gave thumbs up to the principal. Good kick. This is what it means to sleep like a baby. Wait until around 7 o'clock the next day. Suyun woke up with a groggy head. Damn. Who attacked me last night? He glared. Suyun was extremely sad and angry. As a model student in the school, what's wrong with me absorbing some of your spiritual energy? Internal competition is not allowed, right? He left Yoshin Garden cursing and headed straight for the secret medicine pavilion. A dragon egg lay in the corner, unattended. With Dongfang Taiyue around, Suyun is not afraid of being robbed. Suyun squatted down and patted the dragon egg. His technique was very similar to checking whether a watermelon was ripe. Extract. He took out the Blue Eyes White Dragon bloodline from the system warehouse. A bluish-white crystal, with blood as exquisite as a gem swaying inside. Sprinkle it directly? Suyun held the bluish-white crystal in his hand and was thinking of a solution. When he brought the Blue Eyes White Dragon bloodline closer, the dragon egg suddenly shone with a bright color. The blood vessels of the eggshell emerge. The bluish-white crystals actually merged together automatically. Is that it? Suyun scratched his head. He no longer paid attention. Keep grazing. When it can be hatched, it can be cultivated again. By the way, I have to go to the new classroom today. Suyun thought of this incident. Superman Department, main building. When Suyun walked over, many people nodded to him kindly. Suyun naturally treats people with courtesy who have no ill intentions. It's you. A silly voice sounded. Suyun turned his head. Panda. Hello. Suyun extended his hand. Pangda looked alert. You won't crush me to death, will you? Suyun was speechless. Do you really think he is a violent person? Tell me seriously, was it bad last time I fought you? Panda was bent over, looking very funny. Suyun said seriously, no, we are just sparring. Panda ran away. A man's mouth is a lie. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't fight with you. Suyun shook his head and smiled. This big fool is quite interesting. When I walked into the classroom, everyone looked at me. There is curiosity, thinking, hostility, and deep fear. The teacher is very strong and his surname is Xiong. Well, the name suits the person. As strong as a big bear. Teacher Xiong smiled and said, Student Suyun was injured a few days ago and didn't come. Please introduce yourself. No need for that. Everyone in the school knows him, said the boy with a crew cut. Another girl grumbled, he's from the same school, and yet he kills people. His intentions are not right. Suyun stood on the podium with a smile on his face, like a boy next door. He looked at the girl and said calmly, the flowers in the greenhouse are so beautiful. The eyes at the scene immediately became horrified. Especially that girl. It seems that these years of peace and stability have made you lazy. If someone put a knife to your neck, I don't know if you could still be so sarcastic. Suyun's gaze instantly focused, his expression indifferent. In that case, I will let you wake up. Buzz. A murderous aura swept out from his body. Those who wanted to refute felt their whole bodies stiffen, as if their throats were being pinched. Next second. Suyun restrained his smile and said calmly, my name is Suyun, from Kanglan City. One moves, the other is still. Can be freely controlled. Teacher Xiong nodded secretly. This kid is really fierce. After the introduction, Suyun walked downstairs and chose his seat. Suddenly someone stretched out his foot, trying to trip Suyun. In response, Suyun continued to move forward, gathering armed color domineering energy at his toes and kicking out fiercely. Suddenly, more than a dozen tables collapsed. A large number of students stood up quickly. You? The students who fell to the ground were furious. Suyun glanced coldly, is there something wrong? No. More than a dozen people were frightened by the glare and lowered their heads, not daring to shout. Suyun ignored him and sat down in the last row. This group of people are vassals of the Wang and Lu families. That's why I'm targeting you specifically. Kuke was also in the same classroom and transmitted the message. Suyun nodded, not at all surprised by these people's actions. Seeing this scene, Teacher Xiong not only did not stop it, but smiled brightly. We, the Superman department, are the benchmark for fighting all races with our physical bodies. Power is authority. Submit to whoever is stronger. All schemes and tricks are useless. Want to play cunning? Go to the elemental system, it's more suitable for you. Teacher Xiong said with great dominance. All the freshmen were stunned. Only Suyun had a look of approval on his face. He doesn't like beating around the bush. Just do it. Classes officially begin. Teacher Xiong said, the Superman system relies on the physical body, so tempering the physical body is of utmost importance. Skin, bones, tendons, blood, flesh, and internal organs all require training. For example, if you can exert 500 kilograms of force, by developing your own talent, your ability will increase exponentially. Suyun raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question. Explain. Teacher Xiong shouted with full energy. Suyun, teacher, the superhuman system is the physical body, is the elemental system pure mental power? Not entirely. Could it be that the physical body of a powerful elemental war god is weak? Teacher Xiong shook his head, it depends on your talent to choose a development path. The Superman system focuses on spiritual energy to cultivate the physical body, while the elemental system focuses on mental power. The spirit beast system is about cultivating both. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The spirit weapon department emphasizes the unity of man and weapon. It's a natural treasure that becomes more terrifying the more it is developed. Suyun listened very carefully, absorbing the knowledge quickly like a sponge. After class, Suyun prepared to go back to the secret medicine pavilion to make medicine. Suddenly, a dull pressure appeared at the door. A burly figure walked over, followed by many people. This group of people are wearing vests and their muscles are extremely strong. The man walking in front had long hair that fell to his shoulders, handsome features, and was about 2 meters tall. Wherever he walked, a layer of black and purple crystals appeared. Din Lei? Kokei's expression changed slightly, and he reminded Su Yun he is also an SSS level genius recruited by Tianming Academy this year, just like you. Ding Lei, the new genius of the Ding family, possesses SSS level talent. He exuded a majestic aura as powerful as a mountain and strode towards Su Yun. A pair of eyes were extremely cold, and he said arrogantly, Su Yun, your secret medicine pavilion will be demolished in a few days. Su Yun frowned. Is this guy crazy? Why demolish the secret medicine cabinet for no reason? Do you think Dongfang Taiyue, who protects you, is a good person? Back then, it was because of the Dongfang family that a powerful king from my Ding family was killed. Ding Lei's eyes were murderous. Every word is unforgettable. King level. Not only are they the backbone of the battlefield among all races, but they are also the bargaining chips between nations in the human realm. The loss of one person is irreparable for China. Su Yun didn't know about these things. After hearing this, he realized that he hadn't seen his teacher's relatives in the past month. Are they all dead? Leave the secret medicine pavilion and join the Ding family. From now on, the affairs of the secret medicine pavilion have nothing to do with you. Ding Lei has a sharp gaze and is extremely strong. The other students were shocked. It turned out that Ding Lei said so much because he wanted Su Yun to give up and become a member of the Ding family. In fact, any smart person will make a choice at this time. If you offend the 4 major families, the consequences will be disastrous. However, Su Yun sneered, it's none of my business. What did you say? Ding Lei's face darkened. Su Yun curled his lips and said, it's none of my business how many people from the Ding family died. I'm an apprentice of Dongfang Taiyue now, not the Dongfang family. What does the previous grudge have to do with me? However, if you want to play dirty or ruthless, feel free to find me. I'll stick with you till the end. Because in the end, you're the only ones who die. Su Yun's smile was unruly, like that of a madman. Everyone was shocked. As a member of the secret medicine pavilion, he actually said it was none of his business? But you're right. That was a mistake made by our ancestors. What does it have to do with people today? Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted. Ding Lei's face was gloomy. How much has my Ding family contributed to the human race? Are you qualified to comment? He said coldly. Su Yun shrugged and said, I don't know, and I'm not interested in finding out. I don't have time to argue with you right now. If you want to fight or kill me, let's talk about it in a few days. After saying that, he took a step forward and pushed Ding Lei away. This scene made everyone's eyes change in shock. Ding Lei failed to stop Su Yun. Su Yun! Killing intent spread in Ding Lei's eyes, but he took a deep breath and suppressed it. Very good. Since you don't want to leave, then kill me. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Su Yun hurried back and wanted to ask why the secret medicine pavilion was demolished. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Dongfang Taiyue sitting on the sofa reading a book. Without even looking up, he asked, I heard you had a conflict with the Ding family? Just a fool looking for trouble. Su Yun answered casually. He was secretly surprised. The teacher is well informed. Dongfang Taiyue continued, want to ask about the secret medicine pavilion? Su Yun nodded. Dongfang Taiyue showed a hint of pain. Any research institute, cabinet, or hall within the academy must undergo an assessment. They wanted to demolish the secret medicine pavilion many years ago. In order to preserve it, I sold them the recipe as collateral. I'm completely broke right now. If I fail the assessment in a few days, the secret medicine pavilion will cease to exist. Su Yun suddenly realized. No wonder the secret medicine pavilion is so poor now. The secret medicine pavilion must be the teacher's last wish. Su Yun, teacher, they say you are a sinner. There. Not wrong. Dongfang Taiyue's expression became even more miserable. About 50 years ago, the Secret Medicine Pavilion was the most famous and prestigious alchemist family in the human realm. Fame. Talent. Resource. It can be said that it is a waste. The Dongfang family is the target of many wealthy and powerful families. But in the most famous Tianhai battle, 2 king-level warriors and hundreds of high-level war gods all perished. The reason was that he took the elixir from the Secret Medicine Pavilion, which led to his destruction by the army of all races. That day, the sky seemed to be crying. The rain fell mercilessly, like the blood of the dead. The Secret Medicine Pavilion instantly became a target of public condemnation. In order to prove their innocence, all members of the Dongfang family set themselves on fire in public. When he heard this, Su Yun took a breath. The teacher's family is so awesome. I should have died, but I escaped because I was in seclusion. Dongfang Taiyue's expression, which seemed like he was half crying and half laughing, was heartbreaking. Su Yun was in a heavy mood. I finally understand why so many people have such strong opinions about me. Here's the reason. Teacher, do you think there will be problems with the Dongfang family's pill refining? Su Yun said in a low voice. Dongfang Taiyue didn't even think about it. Impossible. So, there must be a conspiracy here, and we must find out. Su Yun said seriously. He really had no control over what happened in the past. But these people wanted to attach the grudges of the past to him. Sorry, you all have to die. Dongfang Taiyue slowly calmed down and said seriously, Kid, I lied to you. Teacher, stop talking. The most urgent thing is to protect the Secret Medicine Pavilion. Targets come one by one, don't rush. Su Yun interrupted. In this cold and indifferent world, he only felt a touch of warmth from his teacher. In this case, we must continue on this road no matter how difficult it is. Dongfang Taiyue smiled. Perhaps, he was right to choose Su Yun. The assessment requires that the Secret Medicine Pavilion must have at least one yellow-rank alchemist. At the same time, there must be guardians, or in layman's terms, thugs. On the day of the assessment, you will have to undergo the test with the others to truly become an alchemist. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a little headache. There is absolutely no problem in becoming a yellow-rank alchemist, he already is one. Keykeeper is a big trouble. Anyone who joins the Secret Medicine Pavilion now will become a thorn in the eyes of the 4 major families. Who dares to come? The old man and the young man looked at each other and fell silent. This situation is a bit difficult to handle. The 2 men squatted on the ground, scratching their hair, and kept thinking about the right candidate. That person must be fearless and preferably of noble status, the kind that the wealthy and powerful dare not touch. As Su Yun was scratching, a token fell out of his arms. Dongfang Taiyue looked at it and couldn't help but asked in surprise, how do you have the blood order of the half-blood cult? Su Yun recounted the process of obtaining the blood order. Dongfang Taiyue smiled and said, don't underestimate this thing, it's just a token. It's actually the work of a blacksmith. Su Yun was stunned. Is it related to the blacksmith? He quickly asked, how do I use it specifically? I don't know much about this, I just heard about it back then. Dongfang Taiyue shook his head. Fortunately, the Bintai Pavilion is not far from the Secret Medicine Pavilion. At that moment, he took Su Yun directly to the Bintai Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Iron Pavilion, they felt the heat and stuffiness coming towards them, accompanied by the clanging sound of iron hammering. When the people from the Bintai Pavilion saw these 2 people, their expressions froze and they whispered, Master Dongfang, is there something wrong? Lin Sihua. Come out here. Dongfang Taiyue glanced at him and started yelling. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire Iron Pavilion. Those blacksmith apprentices and formal blacksmiths were all stunned. Court death. Who dares to make trouble in the Iron Pavilion? But Lin Sihua was not angry at all and walked out with a smile. You sent me an apprentice? He raised his eyebrows wildly. Su Yun bowed and saluted, hello, Pavilion Master Lin. Don't be ridiculous. Do you recognize this thing? Dongfang Taiyue went straight to the point and took out the blood order. Lin Sihua took a quick look and said in a low voice, just go do what you need to do. Don't just stand there like an idiot. The others quickly scattered. Otherwise, the pavilion master will beat them up. Lin Sihua held the blood order in his hand, and his other hand turned into an illusory black hammer. The black hammer fell, striking 4 times with precision. Suddenly, blood began to condense on the surface of the blood order, as if an instrument mechanism had been activated. Suyun watched from the side with his eyes wide open. This thing is so precise. Lin Sihua looked calm, but was very proud in his heart. See it? Blacksmiths are so awesome. This blood order is crudely made. The date should be written on it. Lin Sihua said calmly. Suyun took it in his hand and took a look. There was indeed a countdown-like device inside the blood order. Dongfang Taiyue explained, this thing is used to run for the leader of the Half-Blood Church. You can earn 500 merit points by handing it over to the academy. Suyun showed a bright smile. Hand it over to the school? I'm stupid. It must be for your own use. At this moment, a brilliant plan emerged in Suyun's mind. That is the election for the leader of the Half-Blood Church. Then find an opportunity to sell the Half-Blood sect. There are still almost 2 months left, that should be enough. Suyun smiled secretly in his heart. This period of time is enough for him to become a high-level warrior or even a general, right? Just as he was about to pull the teacher away, Lin Sihua said with a smile, Xiao Suyun, I will teach you something. Dongfang Taiyue pretended not to hear or see anything. Lin Sihua took out a jade pendant and handed it to Suyun. Suyun immediately closed his eyes. 10 minutes passed. Suyun opened his eyes and said, Master Lin, I have learned it. Lin Sihua was shocked by these words. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and caused the room next door to collapse. The teachers and students of Bintai Pavilion were confused. What's wrong with you, Pavilion Master? Let the foundry department come and take a look. The quality of this room is too poor. Lin Sihua said hurriedly. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he said to Suyun, what did you just say? Suyun didn't say anything. With 5 fingers spread out, his mental power gathered into a black iron hammer. This is the martial arts technique recorded in the jade pendant, the iron hammer technique. Lin Sihua's eyes gleamed brightly, and he reached out to grab the rough piece that an apprentice was hammering. It looks like a piece of red plasticine, very irregular. Ham it! Lin Sihua shouted. Suyun glanced at the teacher. Dongfang Taiyue nodded imperceptibly. Suyun held the black hammer and smashed it down suddenly. Clang! The deafening sound of metal and iron echoed. Don't stop! Suyun waved his arms and swung the hammer. Under the gaze of everyone, impurities were constantly smashed out of the rough piece. Madman! 18 consecutive hammer blows, doesn't it hurt him? Monster! As an apprentice, I could only hammer 4 times, and then I had to sit down and rest. Everyone was stunned. It is not an easy task for a blacksmith to forge weapons. This is the violent aesthetics of mental strength, willpower, and sweat. As a forger, you must withstand the recoil force generated by the mental hammer hitting the rough workpiece. Some people have weak willpower, and if they hit something rashly, they will fall into a coma on the spot. In severe cases, permanent damage may occur. But unfortunately, Suyun's strength lies in his willpower. He didn't know anything about forging and just hammered around randomly the whole time. As for the pain, it's just so. It's completely within the acceptable range. In just a few minutes, a lot of impurities in the rough draft were removed. The entire Bintai Pavilion was silent. Especially Lin Sihua. He held the rough piece in his hands, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. Suyun, we adults have something to say to each other, please go out first. His face looked a little unhappy, and he forced a smile at Suyun. Suyun said, oh. He turned around and happily left the Bintai pavilion with the blood order. You old bastard from the east. I'll fuck your ancestors. Lin Sihua exploded as soon as Su Yun left. He picked up the hammer and smashed it towards Dongfang Taiyue without saying a word. Dongfang Taiyue fled frantically, cursing, "Old man, are you crazy? What a great seedling! With a strong will and tremendous spiritual power, he is simply the chosen one. Damn it! You actually stole my apprentice. I'm going to kill you today." Lin Sihua is about to cry. If tears could flow backwards and become a river, they would be able to drown the entire Tianming Academy. What a blacksmith fears most is weak willpower. Lack of willpower means that you will basically never be able to forge weapons or mental tools above the Xian level in this lifetime. Su Yun is definitely the most evil forging genius he has ever seen in these years. Everyone in the Bintai pavilion was bewildered. A group of people watched the two big guys chasing each other, muttering something. Although Lin Sihua appears rough on the outside, he is actually very meticulous and has long cut off the conversation between the two. That's my apprentice. I want to train him to become a heavenly rank alchemist. Dongfang Taiyue was also anxious. Lin Sihua's eyes widened. Bullshit, do you have the resources to train him? Dongfang Taiyue was stunned. Yeah, do I? So, quickly let Su Yun transfer to Bintai Pavilion. Lin Sihua said hurriedly. Dongfang Taiyue was silent. In the end, I sighed helplessly. Only then did Lin Sihua realize that his words were a bit harsh. Dongfang Taiyue said nothing, walked silently to the door of the Tai Pavilion, and then ran away. How dare you, old man, play tricks on me? Lin Sihua was furious. He wanted to chase him again, but he could not see any trace of Dongfang Taiyue. There are still 5 days left until the secret medicine pavilion assessment. Now we are still missing a guardian. This is the school's rule and must be followed. After much deliberation, Su Yun finally decided to find Li Chunzhou. He is the genius of the Li family and must know more than me. The two met. Su Yun threw out a bottle of Xiaohui Lingdan and asked, I'm looking for a guardian. Is there anyone suitable? Who dares to offend the 4 great families? Li Chunzhou is also a smart guy. If you get something for free, there must be something wrong with it. Immediately, he said seriously, you can go to the Spirit Beast department. Spirit Beast system? Su Yun was no stranger to this department. If his dual talents were revealed, little nine-tailed fox would be a Spirit Beast type. What's the reason? He asked. Li Chunzhou, of the 4 great families that have grudges against the secret medicine pavilion, only the Lu family is involved in the Spirit Beast system. So you still have a choice. Also, I heard that the secret medicine pavilion is related to one of the research institutes of the Spirit Beast department. Su Yun nodded slightly, and had some ideas in his mind. Thank you. I'll give you discounts on Xiaohui Lingdan and other elixirs in the future. He nodded and turned to leave. Li Chunzhou looked at Su Yun's back and muttered, is this guy an alchemist? He didn't believe that he could go from 0 to a yellow-level alchemist in such a short time. If that were the case, it would be a monster. After returning to the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun told him what he was thinking. Spiritual Beast Department, now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of it. Back then, I had business dealings with the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute of the Spirit Beast Department. Dongfang Taiyue recalled. Fusion Bloodline Research Institute? Su Yun pondered the name, wondering if he could really absorb the blood essence of ferocious beasts or all races into his body? Normally warriors refine blood essence to practice. If foreign blood really enters the body, it is very likely to backfire and cause death. In your impression, how do spirit beasts fight? Dongfang Taiyue asked. Su Yun said, control the spirit beast and fight 2 against 1. Dongfang Taiyue nodded and said, this is the current fighting method of the Spirit Beast Department, but it is not the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute's way. It can briefly fuse with a spirit beast, unleashing immense combat power, but the cost is also significant. Dongfang Taiyue seemed to have thought of something and shuddered all over. Su Yun was stunned. Wouldn't that be the same as nine-tailed fox mode? Dongfang Taiyue pondered, but maybe he can become the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. In a corner of Tianming Academy, a research institute stands. It is very similar to the secret medicine pavilion, with an old appearance and has not been cleaned for many years. There is a sign hanging on it, a Blood Fusion Research Institute. Lao Zhang, come out and meet people. Dongfang Taiyue kicked open the iron gate and walked straight in. At this time, the door of the institute slowly opened. A girl came out. She has short black hair, wears student clothes, wears glasses, and holds a book in her arms. Hello, what can I do for you, teacher? The girl with glasses asked softly. Dongfang Taiyue frowned. Su Yun quickly said, Senior, let's go find Director Zhang. Roar! Before the girl with glasses could say anything, a painful roar was heard from the research institute. Dongfang Taiyue's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, Old Zhang! The next second, the door was knocked open. A humanoid monster was covered in blood. He raised his eyes, murderous intent surging. Su Yun's whole body stiffened. Deep in my heart, a breath of death spread out. Dongfang, quickly suppress me! The monster roared in pain. Dongfang Taiyue rushed out violently, and a medicine cauldron was formed in his hands. The flames in the cauldron appeared a strange blue-green color. The medicine cauldron suppressed the monster tightly, and the blue-green flame began to burn the blood crazily. Suddenly, a foul odor filled the air. After a long time, the monster gradually degenerated into a human form. He was a white-haired old man with a thin body, so thin that you could see his bones. He panted heavily, looked up at Dongfang Taiyue, and said in a low voice, Get out of here. Is this your attitude even though I saved you? Dongfang Taiyue said unhappily. Zhengyu sneered, No one comes to visit you for no reason. You must be looking for me to be your guardian. No way. Damn it, I knew your attitude. Dongfang Taiyue cursed, If I had known, I would have made you suffer more. The two quarreled more and more fiercely, and there were signs of violence. Song Yi. The girl with glasses smiled. Su Yun shook hands with her. Su Yun. Is it time for the assessment at the secret medicine pavilion? Song Yi asked. Su Yun, yes, that's why I want to ask Director Zhang for help. I'm still busy studying the method of blood fusion, so I don't have time. Zhengyu stood with his hands behind his back, his tone unkind. Dongfang Taiyue suddenly had a headache. Zhengyu is a guy who is even more irritable and angry than himself, and he is stubborn and refuses to listen. The key point is that this crappy bloodline fusion method has been studied for almost 60 years, but there is still no result. Director Zhang, can I see your bloodline fusion method? Suddenly, Su Yun spoke. Zhengyu glanced at Su Yun and said unhappily, Who are you? I'm your apprentice. Dongfang Taiyue snorted coldly. Zhengyu sneered, a lousy alchemist trying to meddle with the sacred bloodline fusion technique? Dongfang Taiyue was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. What is a stinky medicine refiner? You ate a lot of my pills back then. If I can solve the director's problem, would you be willing to become the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion? Su Yun was not angry and always had a smile on his face. Zhengyu was slightly surprised. Why did he feel that the little guy in front of him looked confident? He glanced at the old man from the east, then threw a jade pendant to Su Yun. It contains the foundation of the bloodline fusion method. I advise you not to interfere with the great research of the Spirit Beast Department. If you can really do it, I, Zhengyu, will be at your disposal. Zhengyu deliberately mocked. Su Yun smiled even brighter. I hope the director will keep his word. He pulled Dongfang Taiyue and the two left. Zhengyu looked at Song Yi and said, What are you looking at? Come in quickly. After saying that, he walked into the research institute on his own. Song Yi turned to look at Su Yun who was leaving, and there was a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Leisure Garden. Su Yun finished reading the bloodline fusion method. I have to say, Zhengyu is a genius. His research direction is very similar to the nine-tailed fox model. But later on, the direction went astray. He did not continue to develop his own awakened spirit beast, but instead delved into the fusion of ferocious beasts. This is putting the cart before the horse. While thinking, Suyun summoned the little nine-tailed fox and used his observation haki to observe the surroundings. He nodded secretly when he found that there was no one watching him. The little nine-tailed fox jumped into Suyun's arms, rubbing here and there, which was very cute. If we use the nine-tailed fox mode as a foundation and combine it with the bloodline fusion method, can we create a new technique? Suyun's thoughts raced. Suddenly, it seemed as if all things were connected with spirits and resonated with the great Tao. The abnormal comprehension ability of the Hongmeng immortal body was fully demonstrated at this moment. Sudden. Suyun and little nine-tailed fox developed a strange connection. Like a river flowing freely, there is no obstruction. This is not the original nine-tailed fox mode, but a completely new mode. The little nine-tailed fox transformed into light and merged into Suyun's torso. His eyes gradually turned black, and his bloodshot pupils exuded a murderous aura. Behind him, 9 layers of phantom light like blood-red mist extended out, like a fox's tail swing. Suyun looked at his brand new body and couldn't help but curse, "Fuck, I really figured it out through experimentation." He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Versatile Blood Research Institute. Blood Research Institute. The next day, the master and disciple came to the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute again. Zhengyu did not go crazy today, but her face was still as pale as paper. "Don't tell me you created a better technique in one night." Zhengyu's face was still full of sarcasm. Dongfang Taiwei sipped his tea and sneered, "A frog in a well." "What did you say?" Zhenyu slammed the table angrily. Suyun quickly stopped him and said, "Director Zhang, I really understand. Your bloodline fusion method was correct in the early stages. The direction of research in the middle and late stages is off track. We should focus on ourselves rather than integrating external things. An awakened spirit beast lives and dies with a warrior. What fuses with the warrior is not blood, but body." Suyun spoke very seriously. Snap. Dongfang Taiwei crushed the teacup with one hand and stared at Suyun in amazement. Is this a conclusion that a superhuman can come to? Song Yi was also startled. The most shocked person was Zhang Yu, who looked at Suyun stupidly. "I've tried the method you mentioned, but it didn't work." He shook his head. Suyun continued, "You are wrong, it is the awakened spirit beast that merges with you, not you that merges with it. Warriors of the spirit beast system treat awakened spirit beasts as tools rather than parts of themselves. Because even if the spirit beast dies, it can be reunited after a period of time. But when a warrior dies, they perish together." When Zhang Yu heard this, her eyes lit up. "Yes. Why didn't I think of this theory? This is the beast mixing method I created. According to my inference, it can increase the original combat power by 25%. Suyun said. He took out the jade pendant from yesterday, which contained the martial arts he had created. Zhang Yu, Dongfang Taiwei, and Song Yi were stunned. What the hell? Did he really create this technique in just one night? It can also increase the combat power of spirit beast warriors by 25%. Zhang Yu's hands trembled slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, do you know the value of this sentence?" Ah. Now it was Suyun's turn to be confused. Value? Dongfang Taiwei said quietly, "This means that the human race's cultivation system will undergo a reform. Do you understand? Some warriors can sign blood pacts with ferocious beasts or the cubs of all races, similar to the awakened spirit beasts of the spirit beast system." Song Yi said hurriedly. Oh shit. Suyun's expression changed in shock. Doesn't that mean that all of humanity can practice the beast mixing technique? This undoubtedly enhances the survival rate of the human race. To put it in a broader sense. What about war god level training? King level? Even the strong ones who are above the king level? See the big picture from the small details. Dongfang Taiyue quickly said, Old Zhang, try it. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and looked at Su Yun seriously. Is this guy really a Superman? He placed the jade pendant against his forehead and instantly absorbed the knowledge within. Then, Zhang Yu's body shook imperceptibly. Dongfang Taiyue hurriedly pulled Su Yun and Song Yi back. Next moment, a huge monster appeared beside Zhang Yu, emitting a burst of black light. This is a monster that is 20 meters long, with thick limbs, black scales, and a hideous and terrifying head that makes people feel scared. S-level talent, Great Abyss Black Lizard. Suddenly, the Great Abyss Black Lizard turned its head and pounced on Zhang Yu, as if it wanted to crush him to death. At the moment of contact, the Black Lizard of the Abyss turned into darkness and wrapped Zhang Yu up. Zhang Yu's aura surged and exploded. When the black light dissipated, Zhang Yu was no longer skinny, but became strong and domineering. The body is made of armor made of scales, and the helmet is in the shape of a trident. There is a black spiked tail more than 10 meters long on its back, which dances gently and causes a sonic boom. Ha 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 ha. I finally succeeded. What a bullshit bloodline fusion method. The beast blending method will be the mainstream in the future. Zhang Yu laughed wildly. Dongfang Taiyue stared at Su Yun with a perverted look. What the hell did I get? Others haven't succeeded in 60 years, but you did it in one night. Song Yi's expression also changed. First think deeply, then hesitate, and finally make a complete decision. Whoa whoa. Suddenly, Zhang Yu started crying. 60 years of hard work is not as good as Su Yun's one night. I'm broken. What blood fusion error? What rejection? It's all bullshit. All the beast mixing techniques have been solved. Old man Dongfang, transfer this kid to the Blood Fusion Research Institute. Zhang Yu grabbed Dongfang Taiyue with red eyes. Dongfang Taiyue rolled his eyes and cursed, get lost. I won't give this child to anyone else. Then, the two old guys started fighting. Zhang Yu was really going crazy. How come such a good seedling ended up in the secret medicine pavilion? Damn old oriental dog. Su Yun was still a little unresponsive and smiled bitterly. I think I accidentally made a big noise. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. The teacher never accepts disciples easily. Song Yi smiled with her hand covering her mouth. Su Yun's nose twitched and he smelled a familiar scent. This smell came from Song Yi. It's not that he has a bad nose, but rather his strong memory due to his observation hockey. Su Yun showed a simple smile. Where is your hometown, senior sister? Lanwei City is also a third-tier city under the jurisdiction of Longdu. Song Yi replied with her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes. Su Yun smiled but said nothing. There is something wrong with this product. The other side. Dongfang Taiyue and Zhang Yu finally finished fighting. Both of them had bruises on their faces. I wonder if those directors dare to withhold my aid funds. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. He looked at Su Yun and grinned. Boy, you will be an important figure in changing the human race's cultivation system. Director Zhang, I didn't think that much. Su Yun scratched his head and said, I'll give you the mixed beast technique. Please don't count me in it. People are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. He should just stay calm and develop first. You are so stupid. Once the beast mixing method is promoted, everyone who practices it will have to give you credit points. Zhang Yu said with disdain. Su Yun immediately said, write it. You must write my name in it. Dongfang Taiyue and Zhang Yueman had black lines on their foreheads. Good guy, he wants money but not life. Okay, the fame goes to you, and the credit points go to Su Yun. Dongfang Taiyue spoke up. He is still young, so he shouldn't attract too much attention. Zhang Yu thought about it and agreed. Su Yun quickly said, Director Zhang, what you promised before. From today on, as long as the secret medicine pavilion survives, I, Zhang Yu, will be its eternal guardian. Zhang Yu agreed without hesitation. Su Yun clenched his fists excitedly. In a few days, as long as the assessment is passed, the secret medicine pavilion will be saved. Looking at Suyun's excitement, Dongfang Taiyue's eyes softened a lot. This kid is busy running around for the secret medicine pavilion. It's so hard for him. He thought to himself, maybe I should cheer up. By the way, Director Zhang, please don't tell anyone about your becoming the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. Suyun suddenly looked at Zhang Yu. He grinned and said with a harmless look, I'm going to make Wang Can and the others look bad in public. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Boy, is your last name really Su? Why is he so much like Taiyue when he was young, just as cunning and vindictive? Suyun smiled innocently and said nothing more. Everything is ready. Next, we just have to wait for the assessment. Tomorrow is the day for the yellow-level alchemist assessment. All the departments, divisions, and halls related to alchemists are in full swing of training. Once you become an alchemist, your identity and status will be very different. Even if you are mediocre in college in the future, you will have a skill that can make you successful in second and third-tier cities. It is the Divine Pavilion that is responsible for the alchemist assessment this year. Wang Can looked at the group of people in front of him and said softly, Is everything arranged? The medicine cauldron, medicinal materials, and location are all ready. Wang Meng said respectfully. Wang Can said indifferently, Remember, Suyun must not be allowed to pass the test. Second Grandpa, do you really believe that he can become an alchemist in just 1 month? Wang Li couldn't help but ask. Wang Can raised a cold smile. The Dongfang family has a grudge against our Wang family, but we have to admit Dongfang Taiyue's ability. He himself is an alchemist, and he feels that he can't compare with Dongfang Taiyue. Therefore, the secret medicine pavilion must be demolished. Play it safe, understand? Wang Can warned. Wang Meng's heart trembled, and he said in a deep voice, Yes. Secret medicine pavilion. Recite the ingredients of the yellow-grade intermediate pill formula I taught you yesterday. Dongfang Taiyue said seriously. Suyun said. Akebia fruit, burning heartgrass, Trachelospermum officinale, white poison rhizome, thatchgrass soft leaves. The bone tempering pill is slightly poisonous, but it can unleash a combat power higher than 1 star in a critical moment. It is not recommended to use it normally, as it will cause you excruciating pain afterwards. Dongfang Taiyue nodded with satisfaction. This brat has a good memory. You bought the materials for the bone tempering pill in the supply hall, right? Dongfang Taiyue said casually. Suyun's face froze, and he laughed dryly, Teacher, your calculations are really accurate. Your left hand has the sweet taste of white poison rhizomes, and your right hand has the residual taste of burning heartgrass. Dongfang Taiyue pointed out casually. Suyun was amazed. The teacher's nose, cough cough, his nose is really sharp. You are not allowed to make medicine on your own during the assessment. You will use a unified prescription. Dongfang Taiyue saw through Suyun's thoughts at a glance. Isn't it just that you want to refine a yellow-grade intermediate elixir in the assessment and make a splash? TSK, can you really hide the little tricks I used back then from me? All right. Suyun sighed and gave up the idea. Return to Yoshin Garden. Suyun's realm has reached the middle stage of 5-star warrior. Now, whenever he started practicing, all the elders of Yoshin Garden sighed. That reckless brat is here again. He is even worse than a bandit. How about we just kick him unconscious? Forget it, he has a test tomorrow, so I'll reduce his spiritual energy a bit. It's strange. He refines medicine, sells pills, studies, and even competes with the 4 great families. How can he still cultivate so fast? The elders discussed secretly. Sure enough, genius cannot be measured by common sense. The annual alchemist assessment is about to begin. This is a major event for Tianming Academy. The examination venue is extremely large and can accommodate thousands of people refining medicine at the same time. At this time, all 6 doors were open. The crowds are surging and the noise is endless. Some of the freshmen were startled when they came in. Apart from being a little nervous, the old man didn't have any other emotions. Teacher Wang, doesn't refining medicine require quietness? A freshman asked doubtfully. Wang Mang said disdainfully, if you can't even stop a little interference, how are you going to participate in the competition in the future? This is just a small venue. Wait until the alchemy competition and you'll know what a huge crowd is. But we didn't think that far ahead, the students said with bitter faces. Wang Meng's expression turned cold. If you feel you can't make it, get out immediately. Now no one dared to speak. Those who took the test received their own number plates and walked to the prepared medicine cauldrons. Su Yun was also among them, and happened to look at Wang Meng. Teacher Wang. He showed a harmless and sunny smile. Wang Meng's mouth twitched, and he smiled unnaturally. Do your best. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wang. Su Yun said with a smile. Looking at Su Yun's walking back. A trace of gloom flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. You also want to pass the test? Dream. Many people saw Su Yun, and all of them looked surprised. Can he really make medicine? Weren't those Shao-Huiling pills that Su Yun sold made with the help of Pavilion Master Dongfang? 1 month? A yellow rank alchemist? Seriously? Countless people are full of questions. Su Yun was too lazy to explain and stood in front of the medicine cauldron. The yellow-grade medicine cauldron is relatively small in size and light brown in color. Its surface is very flat and smooth without any lines. But even so, the yellow-grade medicine cauldron is worth hundreds of merit points. Unless you buy second-hand, it is cheaper, but there is no guarantee. Who knows if the medicine will explode halfway through refining? Su Yun glanced around and saw that he was in the middle, so he didn't think much about it. Today we are testing the qualifications of low-level yellow rank alchemists. The content of the test is bone healing pill. Suddenly, countless people's expressions changed slightly and they sighed deeply. As the name suggests, Yugidin is a pill that has a healing effect on bones. For an alchemist apprentice, there is a difficulty in refining the bone healing pill. The herb in Yugidin is called Kajaya Hype. A low-level yellow-grade alchemist can only refine once at most. If even the 7+ black skin cannot be extracted, it means it will end early. Soon, the staff delivered the materials to the students. Wang Meng shouted softly, begin. Next second. The Dan fire is boiling. The temperature in the venue suddenly rose. All the students input spiritual energy and control the medicine cauldron with all their strength. Hundreds of people were refining medicine together. The scene was really shocking. Someone was too nervous, causing the spiritual energy to be interrupted and the Dan fire to be extinguished. Others are restless and their minds are blank. There are many scenes like this, which have caused a lot of calls. Su Yun placed his right hand on the input port of the medicine cauldron and easily ignited the pill fire. He threw out the 7-spice black peel and started to refine this medicinal ingredient first. Just when Su Yun began to increase the temperature of the pill fire of the person next to him suddenly increased. At the same time, the students in front, behind, and on the left all strengthened their Dan fire with indifference. This caused the temperature of Su Yun's medicine cauldron to rise sharply, almost burning the Qijia Hype. People from the Divine Pavilion. Su Yun's eyes were a little gloomy. It seems that these people would rather give up their qualifications in order to prevent him from passing the assessment. Su Yun was not afraid at all and controlled the fire accurately. Just as he was about to counter-suppress, his expression suddenly changed. Because a crack appeared at the bottom of the medicine cauldron. The bottom of the medicine cauldron was curved and had a slight crack. The fire from the elixir is leaking out madly. Shellac. Su Yun cursed inwardly. Shellac is a substance produced by medicinal herbs. It has sticky properties and is used for general repairs. But it cannot be used to repair the medicine cauldron. Once the fire in the medicine cauldron is increased, the insecticide will melt, exposing the damaged areas. Afterwards, no one found any trace of the shellac because it had been burned away completely. Su Yun felt increasingly gloomy. The Divine Pavilion will stop at nothing to interfere with me. He even speculated that there must be something wrong with one of the medicinal ingredients in the bone healing pill. But he no longer needs proof. With someone interfering and the medicine cauldron leaking, it was impossible to complete the medicine refining. At this time, everyone was busy refining medicinal materials. Only the fire in Suyun's medicine cauldron was getting smaller and smaller, like a candlelight. Seeing this, Wang Meng sneered secretly, "Little bastard, this is the territory of the God Pavilion, you can't turn the world upside down. So what if you have talent? You have to bow down in my territory. Do you really think it's so easy to pass the alchemist exam? He has a bit of talent but he shows off everywhere. He has no moral integrity. I have a teacher to support me, what am I afraid of?" Countless mocking words were passed over. A cold smile slowly appeared on Suyun's face. "You won't let me have an easy time. I won't let you live in peace either." Boom! Suddenly, the fire in Suyun's medicine cauldron surged as if it were doused with kerosene. The fire in the elixir surged wildly, roaring like a fire dragon. The medicinal herbs on top were also burned to ashes, leaving only a pile of residue. Everyone present was shocked. What's wrong with this guy? Wang Meng sneered even more, giving up on himself? The cracks at the bottom of the medicine cauldron were getting bigger and bigger, and the whole cauldron was shaking wildly. Once it exceeds the limit of endurance, it will explode. Rumble! The dozen or so people around Suyun all felt a violent force gathering. Before they could react, a powerful and violent force exploded, carrying fragments of the medicine cauldron and splashing in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. All the alchemist apprentices from the divine pavilion vomited blood and fell to the ground. Some people even had fragments of the medicine cauldron stuck in their thighs and bodies, screaming in pain. Not to mention the examiners, even the spectators were completely stunned. Oh my god! Really exploded? Wang Meng's mouth twitched with anger. He stood up and shouted, "Suyun, you are not a skilled practitioner. Your improper control caused the medicine cauldron to explode. I hereby announce that your qualification for the assessment is cancelled." The cold voice echoed in the venue. Many teachers and students frowned, thinking that this was a bit too much. No one wants to see the cauldron explode. Suyun, however, dusted himself off calmly and said, "Who told you I'm here to assess the lower level of the yellow rank?" What? Wang Meng was stunned and didn't understand for a moment. Suyun glanced at the apprentices of the divine pavilion who were wailing on the ground and sneered, "Low level? I don't care. I want to take the test for the intermediate yellow rank." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. Everyone's expressions were incredibly wonderful. Stunned, shocked, horrified. Even more hilarious. Ha ha ha. This guy must have been stunned by the explosion of the medicine cauldron. He's only been at the academy for a month, and he's already refining a mid-level yellow-grade elixir? What a boast. Suyun is definitely qualified to be the comedian of the year at Tianming Academy. Countless people laughed. Even Wang Meng couldn't help laughing. "Boy, are you still asleep? Hurry back to the secret medicine pavilion and let that old thief Dongfang give you some insanity-inducing pills." Suyun stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Well, if I succeed, you people in the divine pavilion will line up to let me slap you. On the contrary, I will never touch alchemy again from now on." From his tone, everyone could tell that he looked very confident. Wang Meng's smile gradually faded, and he thought to himself, could there be something fishy going on here? Promise him. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Wang Meng immediately did as he was told. "Okay, I promise you." Bang! The black demon cauldron appeared and landed heavily in the stadium. Anyone with a keen eye could instantly see that this medicine cauldron was extraordinary. Not to mention the teachers and students, even Wang Meng was jealous. Grass. Dongfang Taiyue cries poor every year, yet he casually gives Suyun such a high-end medicine cauldron. Look at Su Yun again. He concentrated his mind and calmly took out 5 medicinal herbs. He wants to refine bone tempering pill? This pill is one of the more difficult to refine among the intermediate yellow grade pills. Is this kid serious? All the teachers and students were shocked. Wang Meng had a bad feeling. Even the students who were taking the test stopped and looked at Su Yun stupidly. Su Yun picked up the mutong fruit and threw it into the black demon cauldron. With a swish, the peel cracked and quickly seeped out a green liquid. This ball of liquid churned rapidly in the Dan fire and was refined 3 times in a row. This made everyone's eyelids twitch. Damn it! The refining speed and mental power are exquisite to the extreme. This is 18 years old. It has come to this in just 1 month. The second item is the burning heartgrass, which looks and is made of materials similar to wicks. Baked at low temperature, gradually turned into powder, refined 4 times in a row. The third item is the ivy vine, which is made up of many small vines intertwined together. It is also baked into medicinal powder without any difficulty and refined 3 times in a row. The fourth item is the rhizome of the white poison. The baby's forearm is thick and the overall color tends to be light red. This is a difficult point. If the rhizome of the white poison is not refined properly, it will contain toxins. A teacher whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun began to roast the rhizomes of the white poison, maintaining the temperature at an extremely perfect level. A trace of blood-like liquid seeped out. The fire of the elixir surged, and the blood color turned into pitch black, with a faint fragrance. Continuous refining, 5 times. Countless people were suffocated and horrified when they saw this. This is so perverted. Does he have so much mental strength? The fifth item is the soft leaves of thatch, which is even easier to make and only needs to be refined once. After these materials were refined, Su Yun added them one by one and slowly blended them together. Until this moment, Wang Meng and Xingu both felt the crisis. Something is wrong. I don't believe he can make the elixir successfully. Wang Meng refused to admit defeat. At this moment, the bone-tempering bitter pill in the black demon cauldron was full of holes, and the pill fire quickly filled the small holes. Boom! The fire in the pill surged, completely enveloping the bone-tempering pill. When the last hole was filled, Su Yun immediately removed the danhua. The whole process was smooth and there was no drag. Finally, a gray-black, round pill appeared in everyone's sight. The bone-tempering bitter pill is done. The venue was silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The person who was most shocked was Gong Pao, who was watching the show. His eyes were dull and he wanted to slap himself twice. He should have shamelessly invested in the company in the first place. An alchemist with average talent would need a year to learn how to combine pills. This is the kind that is guided by someone. Those with good talent may be able to become a low-level yellow-grade alchemist in half a year. Unprecedented and unrivaled. In the audience, Wang Meng's face turned pale as he stared at the bone-tempering pill. The entire process of refining medicine was witnessed by a group of teachers and students, so it can't be faked. We just agreed to line up and get beaten. Su Yun smiled brightly. Or do you think that the Divine Pavilion is going to go back on its word? All the apprentices in the Divine Pavilion looked at Wang Meng with embarrassed expressions. It's bad enough that I get beaten, but I also have to queue. How embarrassing. Su Yun, we are from the same school, there is no need to make things so awkward. Wang Meng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Su Yun sneered. Is there still a chance for reconciliation between you and me? One last thing, get in line. Otherwise, if I meet a Divine Pavilion apprentice in the future, I will slap him. Su Yun's words were sonorous. His life motto is, never give in when you are right. Teacher Wang. The apprentice from the Divine Pavilion shouted. Wang Meng said with a gloomy face, line up. At that moment, all the apprentices of the Divine Pavilion, nearly 100 in total, were lined up in a straight line. Everyone was watching in a state of both laughter and tears. What is this? A good alchemist assessment turned into a slap in the face. Su Yun looked at the first Divine Pavilion apprentice and said with a smile, little brother, how many stars is it? 4 stars. The man was timid throughout the whole process. Just finished speaking. Bang! Suyun slapped the man, and he flew out on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Suyun waved his hands like a spatula for frying eggs on the street, and at one point even an afterimage appeared. Those Divine Pavilion apprentices flew to the left and right one after another, some lying on the ground, some covering their faces, and some even lying on the ground, all crying. Men and women are treated equally. They all need to be beaten. Oh my god, is this a slapping meeting? Gong Pao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Li Chunzhou also smiled bitterly. I think we can give Suyun a nickname, Slapman. Many people laughed out loud. This nickname is so fitting. The slapping session continues. Moreover, Suyun's attacks became more and more severe. Anyone who glared at Suyun viciously was beaten until his mouth was full of blood and several teeth were lost. Ding! The host defeated the Divine Pavilion Apprentice *89, dropping Primary Divine Hand *57 and Intermediate Divine Hand *32. Suyun was very satisfied. That's why there's a slap, hand of the exploding god. All the apprentices in the God's Pavilion are elite monsters. Or the kind that just stand still. So cool. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes widened, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Suyun was seen standing in front of Wang Meng, looking a little shy and a little secretly happy. Wang Meng glared, "What do you want to do?" "Teacher, please forgive me for being so rude." Suyun smiled shyly. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. You're a shy bubble teapot. It was the first time they saw a student trying to slap a teacher. So rebellious. Suyun swung his arm and slapped Wang Meng in the face with a big slap. Bang! The moment the palm touched the cheek, the crisp and loud sound made everyone shrink their necks. The palm-picked warrior is the strong one. So awesome. Wang Meng was even beaten so hard that he took a step back, his neck tilted to the side. After a while, a red slap mark appeared on his face. Are you so shameless as a general? I should have used all my armament hockey. Suyun felt emotional. However, it feels pretty good. Wang Meng turned his head back, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and he wished he could tear Suyun apart with his bare hands. A member of the Wang family was slapped in public and couldn't even fight back. This is such a shame and humiliation. Second grandpa, I really want to fuck you. Forget it, I can't get down. Then am I considered a yellow-level intermediate alchemist now? Suyun said with a smirk. Wang Meng gritted his teeth and said, forget it. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Suyun once again showed a harmless smile to Wang Meng. Then, he ran away. Since you have achieved the result you wanted, there is naturally no need to stay. Who knows if Wang Meng will go crazy? As for Wang Meng, he felt like he was going crazy and his head was buzzing. Okay. Suyun, just wait for me. Not long after. Suyun's deeds instantly swept the entire Tianming Academy. And there is the great humiliation of the Divine Pavilion. The storm that had finally calmed down has risen again. Inside the secret medicine cabinet, Suyun stood in front of the teacher. Obediently. Dongfang Taiwei asked calmly, did you pass the test? Passed. Suyun was very obedient. Let me see the pill. Dongfang Taiwei stretched out his hand. Suyun handed over the bone-tempering pill. Dongfang Taiwei observed it for a moment and said in a serious tone, the temperature control is not perfect. There are still flaws inside. Having said that, Dongfang Taiwei's heart was already in turmoil. Is this pill not good? Wrong. That's great. Even a top-level yellow-rank alchemist would find it difficult to successfully refine the materials for this bone-tempering bitter pill. The reason for saying this is to make Suyun be less arrogant and impatient. Teacher is right. Suyun responded humbly. He always had a smile on his face, knowing that the teacher was doing it for his own good. Dongfang Taiwei threw the pill back and whispered, I heard you had another conflict with the Divine Pavilion? They tampered with the medicinal ingredients in the medicine cauldron and sent people to interfere with me. Su Yun answered truthfully. Dongfang Taiyue said dissatisfiedly, you did well this time. If you encounter a tough problem in the future, remember to call me. Su Yun was stunned. An old man and a young man looked at each other. Then they all showed a smile that said, I understand you. Teacher, that secret medicine cabinet. Su Yun changed the subject. Dongfang Taiyue waved his hand, don't worry about this little thing, just practice hard. Looking at this attitude, Su Yun knew that the secret medicine pavilion was fine. He jumped up with joy. Dongfang Taiyue looked at the noisy Su Yun with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He works so hard for me and the secret medicine pavilion. As a teacher, I must not let him down. The top floor of the Temple of God. Wang Can's face turned as red as pig liver. He was so embarrassed today that he even brought shame to his grandma's house. Second grandpa, I'm sorry. Wang Ning's cheek was swollen and he knelt down without daring to look up. Wang Can said coldly, it's okay, go down and rest. After Wang Meng left, Wang Can cursed in his heart, waste. All his plans failed. He originally planned to swallow up all the recipes in the secret medicine pavilion and demolish the secret medicine pavilion in front of Dongfang Taiyue. Severe humiliation. Now Su Yun suddenly appeared, disrupting all the tracks. Su Yun, Dongfang Taiyue, you must die. Killing intent flashed in Wang Can's eyes. A day passed after the assessment. At the meeting, all the directors, cabinet leaders and directors were present. There are two surprising old guys today. Secret Medicine Pavilion, Eastern Taiyue. Fusion Bloodline Research Institute, Zheng Yu. The 1-month deadline for demolishing the Secret Medicine Pavilion has expired. Master Dongfang has failed to gain support from the general or god of war levels. I suggest demolishing it. Wang Can stood up first and spoke indifferently. Second. Agree. I second that. Many directors expressed their support. Zhang Zhongqing looked indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zheng Yu raised her hand and said, I don't agree. Swish. Everyone looked over instantly, confused. The parliament was silent. Everyone looked at Zheng Yu. They knew that Zheng Yu had a good relationship with Dongfang Taiyue. But after so many years, the two have hardly seen each other. Could it be that Dongfang Taiyue asked him to act as a guardian? With Zhang Yu's bad temper, there is no way she would agree to it. Wang Can's eyes turned cold and he said, Zheng Yu, don't forget that the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute is also on the demolition list. Then what? You want to threaten me with this? You idiot. Zheng Yu sneered. The other directors, the pavilion master, and the director all coughed. Zheng Yu is notorious for her foul mouth. Zhang Zhongqing smiled bitterly and said, Director Zhang, please have a good chat and stop swearing. The Fusion Bloodline Research Institute requires 300,000 merit points every year. But what have you accomplished in all these years? You're just a wasting vegetable. You and the secret medicine pavilion must be demolished today. Wang Can scolded with a gloomy face. As a director of Tianming Academy, he naturally has this right. Zheng Yu sneered, bullshit. You've been deducting my merit points for the past 10 years. How can you explain this? Termites don't deserve merit points. Wang Can said coldly. The two sides were in a fierce quarrel. Only Dongfang Taiyue remained calm and at one point he picked up his phone to play Candy Crush. Stop arguing. Zhang Zhongqing finally spoke. He cleared his throat and announced, without rules, there will be no order. Since Zheng Yu is willing to be the guardian, and the secret medicine pavilion also has Su Yun, a yellow-rank alchemist, it does not need to be demolished. The directors of the Wang, Lu, Feng, and Ding families all looked unhappy. After finally reaching this point, I was actually blocked by Zheng Yu. And that's Su Yun. Okay, I'll listen to the principal. Wang Can took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute has not produced any results in years. I propose to dismantle it. Second, I've wanted to demolish that crappy research institute for a long time. I second the motion. Zhang Yu, this isn't a public matter, it's a personal vendetta. I second that. Many people agree. The main reason is that Zhang Yu scolded too many people back then, and countless people hold a grudge against him. The blatant intention is to demolish the Blood Fusion Research Institute. However, Zhang Yu was not nervous at all and continued to sit there calmly. Wang, Ding, Lu, Feng, and several others, you are very good. He sneered repeatedly. Immediately following. Boom! The Great Abyss Black Lizard appeared behind Zhang Yu. The huge beast scanned the entire audience coldly. Just when everyone was confused, the Black Lizard jumped up, opened its bloody mouth and bit Zhang Yu. Wang Can and others were stunned. Spirit Beast devours its master? Only Zhang Zhongqing's pupils shrank, and he trembled and said, he succeeded. Buzz. The moment the Great Abyss Black Lizard touched Zhang Yu, it turned into light and underwent a huge change from the inside out. Although he was thin, he was majestic and powerful, wearing scaly armor and his aura was surging. Zhang Yu, who was originally a 3-star war god, soared to a 5-star war god. Hiss. Everyone gasped and stared at Zhang Yu in horror. Don't underestimate this small 2-star improvement, the improvement will be absolutely terrifying in real combat. I originally planned to talk to you in the most normal manner. It's a shame you keep pushing me. Well, let me be frank. My research is a success. Zhang Yu's face was full of pride. Dongfang Taiyue next to him curled his lips. What are you pretending for? Show off with my disciples' achievements. Shame on you. Zhang Zhongqing's voice trembled a little as he said, Old Zhang, how much combat power can be increased? 25%. Zhang Yu grinned. Bang! Someone got so excited that he broke a chair into pieces. Especially the director of the Spirit Beast department, he was so excited that he was almost in tears. Zhang Yu, you must sell your research results to us. What do you want? Or how many merit points do you get per year? Tell me. Just give me the authorization, and I'll agree to any conditions. Everyone went crazy. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes, gripped the armrest tightly, and the veins on his neck twitched. Finally the results are out. Can it only be used for spirit beasts? He suddenly asked. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, pets that have signed contracts can all be used, but they must be trained more. This will change the entire human cultivation system. Lu Guang couldn't help but say. The situation gradually became out of control. At this moment, Zhang Zhongqing's eyes suddenly turned dark, and the darkness swallowed up all sound and light. Everyone was shocked and dared not speak nonsense anymore. Zhang Yu, what are the conditions? Zhang Zhongqing twisted his 5 fingers, regained the light, and asked calmly. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with a hint of fear, and she said softly, I'll leave the mixed beast method to the academy. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't monopolize. I don't allow the Wang family, the Ding family, the Feng family, and the Lu family to practice. Zhang Yu immediately added. Directors Wang Can and Lu Guang looked embarrassed. This was trouble. Zhang Zhongqing sighed inwardly, then said, I agree. Anyone who dares to practice cultivation privately will be killed by me. With the principal's assurance, Zhang Yu smiled even more cunningly. That's fine. Remember to allocate funds for me to continue my research. He glanced at the entire audience arrogantly. The other wealthy families, directors, and pavilion masters all showed expressions of gloating. Are you done? Dongfang Taiyue put away his phone and added, the secret medicine pavilion has been reopened. Remember to allocate funds to me. No. Wang Can almost blurted it out. The secret medicine pavilion was the holy place for refining medicine in the human world back then. Although it is now a dilapidated pavilion, it is still a threat. It has a huge impact on the divine pavilion. Wang Can, you're meddling too much. Dongfang Taiyue said contemptuously, there is no order without rules, as the principal said. Seeing that Wang Can wanted to say something, Zhang Zhongqing said, "The secret medicine pavilion has passed the assessment and can apply for financial assistance." He knew in his heart that Dongfang Taiyue reopened the secret medicine pavilion simply to cultivate Su Yun. Once the beast mixing method is released, what will countries like the United States say? One of the directors changed the subject. Zhang Zhongqing said calmly, "Exchange resources for this. This is our Chinese intellectual property." Everyone nodded. Inside the secret medicine cabinet, Su Yun naturally didn't know what would happen in the meeting. He can't get involved now. He closed the door and prepared to steal. He now has 546 primary God's hand. The exchange rate is 50:1, and you can get 10 intermediate God's hands in exchange. There are 59 intermediate God's hands, continue to redeem. In other words, Su Yun now possesses 4 high-level divine hands. Start stealing. Advanced God's hand *4 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, Pirate World and Alliance World. Pirate World. Su Yun rubbed his hands excitedly, hoping to be given a fruit or something. Steal failed. Stealing successfully. This time stolen item, Boa Hancock's high heels. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Conqueror's hockey. Stealing successfully. This stolen item, Supreme Greatsword 12 skills, Mirakumo Giri. Su Yun was confused. No way. Kosugano Kiri plus Conqueror's hockey? Did I steal from Whitebeard? Su Yun stared at Song Yunqi and the domineering aura. As for the Empress's high heels, she didn't even look at them. How many times have I said he is not a fetishist? This system is dishonest. Hanoi hockey, the symbol of a king, cannot be cultivated, innate aura. A person with weak willpower will collapse, terrified, and unconscious with just one glance. Mirakumo Kiri, one of the 12 supreme blades, Edward Newgate's exclusive weapon. Su Yun's heart was filled with excitement. I finally have all 3 tyrants. Next time you meet a small character, just show your domineering side to their faces. A really big brush. Su Yun seemed to be able to see a large number of divine hands rushing towards him. As for Kanji Unki, this needs no further explanation, those who understand will understand. Su Yun learned the breathing of the sun, and he could better exert his power if he had something to carry. Song Yunxie is just what you need. The more he thought about it, the more excited Su Yun became. This excitement was like a spice, adding a little more hope to his life. After a long time, Su Yun gradually calmed down. Now his situation in Tianming Academy is becoming increasingly difficult. Especially the 4 major clubs. Therefore, he must be stronger. Extract the Conqueror's hockey. Rumble. Above Tianming Academy and even the entire Longdu, the clouds were rolling, revealing an oppressive feeling. The powerful war gods in the academy all looked up, staring in astonishment at the clouds gathering from all directions. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing's expression changed drastically. What a terrifying aura, no less than the king of all races. Could it be? The principal's eyes fixed and he disappeared on the spot. The spiritual power like a huge net enveloped the entire Tianming Academy. However, this phenomenon lasted less than a minute and then disappeared. The entire school was in an uproar. What a terrifying spirit, like a subject kneeling before a king. I have a misconception that the clouds will fall and shock us all to death. What is going on? The war gods and powerful men talked endlessly. The warrior and general levels are not that strong. Because, they can't feel it. Inside the secret medicine cabinet, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. His temperament seemed no different from before. But when his eyes turned, there was an expression that looked down on everyone. You'd better not provoke me, otherwise my domineering aura will be blind. Su Yun laughed heartily. Just then, Dongfang Taiyue came back humming a little tune. Su Yun hurriedly asked, "Teacher, what's the situation?" "With the teacher here, it's all just a piece of cake," Dongfang Taiyue said confidently. Suyun asked quietly, how many merit points were allocated? Look, during the heyday of the secret medicine pavilion, it was worth millions of merit points every year. At that time, there were many people and the production of pills was high. They were not only sold at Tianming Academy, but also elsewhere. A hint of gloom flashed across Dongfang Taiyue's eyes, but he still said with a smile. Suyun was greedy. Millions of merit points. If I were to take all of this, I would definitely be able to easily reach the level of a general. Dongfang Taiyue tapped his head and said with a smile, now it's just the two of us, and some people don't want to give more. Tisk, when I have the ability, I will allocate funds to the teacher every day. Suyun curled his lips. Dongfang Taiyue smiled and said, okay, I'll wait. An old man and a young boy continue to learn about alchemy according to the daily routine. The main building of the Superman department. Suyun is listening to the class attentively. Teacher Xiong said, starting this afternoon, the Bright List will be officially open. All the students' eyes lit up instantly. The opening of the Bright List means that competition among students is about to become fierce. The Bright List is also called the Genius List. All those under the Bright List are mediocre. If you can't climb up, you are mediocre. Teacher, what are the benefits of being on the Bright List? Suyun raised his hand. Those who are unhappy with Suyun secretly cursed, this guy is so realistic. Students on the Bright List can receive merit points every month. Ranking affects the amount of merit points you earn. The higher your ranking, the more merit points you get. What's more, it can also increase the funding of your department, ministry, or hall. Teacher Xiong explained patiently. Suyun nodded, then lost interest. He had heard that those ranked at the bottom would only gain a few dozen or 100 points per month at most. It's better to make more money by selling medicine yourself in a day. In fact, Suyun fell into a misunderstanding here. Those who only know how to practice cultivation rely on the merit points from the Bright List for support. Special professions such as alchemists and blacksmiths are extremely profitable and will be regulated by major organizations. Therefore, even if they refine something, it is difficult for them to sell it on their own. Suyun is different. Dongfang Taiyue completely let him go and let him do whatever he wanted. Just finished class. Someone shouted, the Bright List is open. Students from the 4 major departments all came out and looked up at the sky above the school. Buzz. Good fortune descends from heaven, and purple air from the east spreads in all directions. A dazzling and gorgeous list came down. It is as smooth as the most precious silk in the world, carved with unknown patterns, noble and ancient. The Bright List was slowly spread out. The name of the top 100 is branded on it. 1. Feng Luoxiu. 2. Wang Yuntung. 3. Li Tiangang. 4. Ding Hao. 5. Lu Huina. 68. Lanping River. 98. Mordo. 99. Piromon Monk. 100. Gong Cannon. These 100 people are the strongest geniuses of Tianming Academy. At this moment, all the students' eyes were focused on the Bright List. This year's list is going to undergo a major overhaul. Countless people have been waiting for this day. If you rank in the top 50 of the Bright List and are noticed by a powerful person, your journey will be smooth. Some people lie dormant for a year just to make a big splash. How come there's a foreigner here? Suyun asked in surprise. Kuke explained, he's a mixed blood, A-level talent, very hardworking and very strong. Suyun nodded. In today's blue planet, weak countries have long since perished. Powerful countries need to form alliances to counter the entrances and exits of the battlefields of all races. The rear is responsible for cultivating talents, so there may be some friction, but it is harmless. There must not be any internal unrest in the front, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, China will also send some people to other countries for further study. Naturally, foreigners can also allow people to come to China to study and practice. Keck asked, do you want to challenge? It depends on the situation. I don't want to fight if I meet someone I know. Suyun shrugged. Gong Pao has a good relationship with him, so there is naturally no need to fight. If you encounter the four great families, humph. Beat him to death. Temple of God. Wang Can said in a deep voice, if Suyun shows any signs of entering the bright list, snipe him with all your strength. Yes. Wang Li and others shouted in unison. Wang Can's eyes were cold as he added, even if it means lowering your ranking, understand? He absolutely cannot let Suyun get on the bright list. Once the latter receives financial assistance, he will definitely grow faster. We must stop Suyun at all costs. It would be even better if we could have a life and death battle. The Lu family. Lu Guang also gave the same order. Can I ask why we are targeting Suyun? Someone asked in a low voice. Lu Guang said calmly, you don't need to know, just do it. The man was silent. Tianqian, Mao, you are in 87th and 83rd place, find a chance to come down. Lu Guang looked at the man and woman in front of him, and his voice left no room for doubt. The two of them didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Feng family. So far, the Feng family has not had any contact with Suyun. But as long as there is the relationship with the secret medicine pavilion, the two sides cannot ease their relationship. Director Feng was wearing a light golden robe, standing with his hands behind his back to the students. Stop Suyun and don't let him make the list. Even if he's disabled, he'll be healed by the Divine Pavilion's elixirs. I will not be able to practice in the future, but the Feng family will take care of me until the end of my life. His voice was filled with determination. Ding family. Director Ding looked so majestic that his robe seemed to be about to burst. He held the cigar between his legs, took a deep drag, and whispered, kill him. Grandpa, don't worry. Ding Lei grinned. Director Ding looked at Ding Lei, his brows full of satisfaction. This child is very talented and will definitely become a successful person in the future. If he doesn't take action, force him to do so. Director Ding said coldly. Ding Lei raised a cold smile and nodded heavily. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Suyun was refining medicine, and Dongfang Taiyue was giving him guidance. The alchemist's elixirs are important, but connections cannot be ignored either. If you can leverage your strengths and win over some people to work for you, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Pashur Dan is one of your methods of winning over people. Dongfang Taiyue taught in a deep voice. Suyun, teacher, isn't Pashur Dan the top level of the yellow rank? I haven't learned it yet. I'm just giving you an analogy. You can use similar methods to attract others. Dongfang Taiyue rolled his eyes. After the instruction, Dongfang Taiyue suddenly said, you should be careful recently. Suyun scratched his head in confusion. Dongfang Taiyue, if nothing unexpected happens, the four great families will block you from making the list. Hearing this, Suyun sneered, so what if I'm on the list? Can it be more comfortable than selling medicine? Being on the list can increase your funds, Dongfang Taiyue said with a smile. While sweeping the floor, Suyun said, I think it's good now. The teacher can use all the funds on me. Dongfang Taiyue burst into laughter. That's the truth. Suyun earns his own money and spends it on himself, and he can even buy wine for his teacher. Isn't that great? Besides, he is about to enter the late 5-star stage. When the time comes, I will find an opportunity to infiltrate the Half-Blood sect and reap a lot of rewards. Afternoon. The bright list began to change. The names kept changing from 90 to 100, causing bursts of exclamations. In this atmosphere of chart topping, Ding Lei was arranging people. Brother Lei, there are only 4 people who are related to Suyun at the moment. Kek, 7-star warrior, superhuman A-level talent, sound shell. Song Yi, half-step 8-star warrior, S-level talent of the spirit beast system, soft metal beast. Li Chunzhou, 8-star warrior, S-level talent in the spirit weapon system, military sword body. Gong Pao, estimated to be a late-stage 8-star warrior, with a spirit weaponry A-level talent, Tiger King cannon. One person reported in detail. Ding Lei's eyes were cold, focus on attacking Kuke and force Suyun to take action. Everyone else should also take action. It would be best if it were a round-robin battle. Yes, Brother Lei. Others agreed. There are many 8-star and even 9-star fighters among these people. At this time, Kuke had just come out of the Sun and Moon Hall. He completed the task and received 10 merit points. Are you also from the Superman department? Someone suddenly asked. Kuke felt strange, but still nodded politely. Yes, senior. That's not right. I remember that the superheroes were all very strong. How come you are as thin as a bamboo pole? The senior asked doubtfully. Kuke was a little dissatisfied, but said on the surface, I'm still growing. At this time, Ding Lei came over with his men and frowned. What do you want to do to my junior? Kak was surprised. Ding Lei actually spoke for him? You know, Ding Lei and Su Yun almost got into a fight at that time. The senior laughed dryly and said, Junior Ding Lei, I'm about to make a breakthrough. I want to find someone to fight with. I see. Ding Lei nodded, looked at Kuke and said softly, it's just practice. Kuke, try it with the senior. It will be good for you too. But Kuke was a little anxious. Before he finished speaking, Ding Lei's eyes darkened. Show your superhuman dignity and accept the challenge. It's okay, Brother Lei is watching. You coward, don't embarrass the Superman department. Accept the challenge. The person next to Ding Lei started shouting. Kuke suddenly felt a lot of pressure. How did he become the face of the superhuman system? But he had to agree. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the Superman department in the future. Ding Lei raised a cruel smile. He wanted to let everyone know that anyone who had anything to do with Su Yun would be in big trouble. The battle between the sparrows was no surprise from the very beginning. Bang! The senior student rushed out, condensed his frost boxing gloves, and slammed towards Kuke. Kuke's mouth emits sound waves, forming a sound wave barrier. A translucent plate blocks the front. But in the next moment, the frost gloves broke through the sonic barrier and smashed into Kuke's abdomen like a devastating blow. Bang! Kuke's face turned red and he fell to the ground with a bang. A streak of scarlet seeped from the corner of his mouth. What a waste! I thought he had such a good relationship with Su Yun and was very powerful, but it turns out he's so weak. The senior student mocked me. He stamped on Cockatoo's face with his money boot. Then he stepped on Kuke's finger and broke it. Kuke, who had been unconscious, was instantly awakened by the pain. His eyes were wide open, veins popping out. Old Yao, don't go too far. Fighting is fine, but there's no need to trample on others' dignity. Some people couldn't stand it and shouted. Old Yao ignored him completely, reached out and grabbed Kuke, and slapped the latter's cheek. Kid, remember this lesson and don't approach just anyone. After saying that, he threw Kuke off the stage, landing right at Ding Lei's feet. Everyone stepped aside, as if they had tasted something. What a disgrace to the Superman department. Ding Lei glanced at Kuke and said disdainfully, if I were you, I would be too ashamed to stay in Tianming Academy. Finally, the group of people left. At the same time, Li Chunzhou, Gong Pao, and even Song Yi were invited to fight. With the opening of the Bright List, there will naturally be more and more battles. Injuries are inevitable. Therefore, in the eyes of others, Kuke is just overestimating his own abilities. No one even went to inform Su Yun. The next day, morning class. Su Yun walked into the classroom with a fried dough stick in his mouth. Many people in the classroom looked at him with teasing eyes. Su Yun had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. These people are all dogs raised by wealthy families, so naturally they are not kind to him. Kuke is seriously injured and recuperating, so he didn't come to class. Teacher Xiong said casually after he came. Su Yun frowned when he heard this. In his mind, Kuke was a very quiet person, so how could he be suddenly seriously injured? He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what happened to Kak? I got injured while sparring with someone yesterday. Teacher Xiong looked at him meaningfully. You dare to fight others when you don't have the strength, you deserve to be beaten. No way, whoever asked him to get close to someone, he will bear the consequences. You didn't see how miserable he was yesterday. Many people smiled in a sarcastic manner. Soo-yeon's expression changed slightly. If you can't deal with me, then target those who are close to him, right? In that case, forget about it. There was a cold light in Soo-yeon's eyes. When the get out of class was over, Soo-yeon walked straight up and blocked the group of people. What? You still want to go to the solitary confinement room? Someone shouted with a sneer. Bang! Soo-yeon stretched out his hand and grabbed one person's neck. The 5 fingers pierced into the skin like iron spikes, causing the man's neck to bleed wildly. Shut up. Answer each question I ask, or I'll kill you all. Just as the rest of the people were about to scold, Soo-yeon immediately threatened them in a cold voice. He exuded a murderous aura that silenced all the students, their hearts pounding wildly. Who came up with this idea? Soo-yeon asked. The man whose neck was being strangled said with difficulty, Ding Lei. He'll make it known that anyone who has anything to do with you will be in trouble. He was totally frightened and didn't dare to tell a lie. Ding Lei. A murderous look flashed in Soo-yeon's eyes. You want to die, right? I'll help you. Who hurt the bird? Yao Feng. After getting the answer he wanted, Soo-yeon threw the man aside. From now on, if I hear you guys blabbering again, regardless of your background or not, I'll kill you all. After saying this, Soo-yeon left. Only the group of people were left standing there, sweating profusely. In just a few seconds, their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. In Tianming Academy, people with background live in Yoshin Garden. Those from poor families can only live in ordinary dormitories. In the dormitory, Soo-yeon looked at Kuke and said in a deep voice, I am a burden to you. It's okay, just rest for a few months. Kuke said weakly with a pale face. His fingers were broken, his right eye socket was bleeding, and his breath was still very weak. The roommate gritted his teeth and said, those guys said they were here to spar, but they were actually trying to get seriously injured. Soo-yeon's expression became increasingly gloomy. The murderous intent spread out uncontrollably. This is the bone healing pill, the small spirit rejuvenating pill, and the clearing pill. He took out 3 bottles of pills and placed them on the head of Kuke's bed. Afterwards, Soo-yeon gave a bottle of Zio Willingdon to Kuke's roommate. Please take good care of him for me, he instructed. Those people quickly agreed. Kuke hurriedly said, Soo-yeon, don't be impulsive. This is obviously a setup against you. He was afraid that Soo-yeon would lose his mind. Soo-yeon stared at him and said, I know. Since they want to force me to take action, then come on. He has a good relationship with Kuke. Now that he had caused him to be injured, how could Soo-yeon let it go? Beat. Hit hard. We have to beat them until all the guys are scared, that's enough. After Soo-yeon left, Kuke looked at the ceiling and whispered, the storm is coming again. After leaving the ordinary dormitory, Soo-yeon went to the supply hall and spent 1,000 merit points to exchange for the blood essence of the Ghost Demon clan. Then, he found out Yao Feng's location and went there directly. At this time, Yao Feng was talking with his friends and laughing happily. For suppressing a small piece of trash, Ding Lei will give 50 merit points. This is too easy to make money. Old Yao, Soo-yeon is here. Suddenly, someone whispered. Yao Feng looked at Soo-yeon walking towards him from a distance and sneered. Finally can't bear it anymore? Soo-yeon smiled kindly and said, are you Senior Yao Feng who injured Kuke? What? You want revenge? Yao Feng sneered loudly. Soo-yeon waved his hand and said, no, it's normal for Kuke-kai to lose. Yao Feng was stunned. This isn't right? Logically, Soo-yeon should be furious. How can you be so calm? I hate that wimp too. You fought well. Soo-yeon smiled and said, so, I prepared some gifts. Yao Feng was suddenly confused. What is this guy up to? Many people were attracted nearby. Yao Feng subconsciously thought that Soo-yeon would not dare to hit anyone in the street. However, he was wrong. Su Yun is so brave. When he approached the group of people, a burst of fire suddenly ignited in Su Yun's hand, and it exploded instantly. Boom! A strong push shook everyone away. Su Yun cursed, "Yao Feng, you little bastard, how dare you sneak attack me?" After saying that, Su Yun rushed directly towards Yao Feng. The two of them pulled each other together, and others also came forward to help. Yao Feng was still in a daze. He saw Su Yun rushing towards him and subconsciously reached out his hand. A group of people were entangled together in an instant. Because on the street, the law enforcement team arrived quickly. The law enforcement officer glanced at Su Yun, Yao Feng, and the others indifferently and shouted, "Take them all away." Yao Feng struggled and said, "He was the one who beat me, why are you arresting me? You still dare to talk back?" The law enforcement officer said coldly, "Lock them all together." Hearing this, Su Yun raised a cold smile. "I'm going to destroy all of you." Su Yun, Yao Feng, and more than a dozen others were thrown into solitary confinement. Bang! The door closed and darkness came. It seems isolated from the outside world. Yao Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yun, you..." Before he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light pierced the darkness of the confinement room. Su Yun activated the nine-tailed mode. A fox demon's sharp claws extended from behind, pressing more than 10 people including Yao Feng against the wall. "It's hard to do it outside, but here, I have no worries." Su Yun stared at Yao Feng and the others with bloodshot eyes, grinning grimly, "Are you ready?" Fell into a trap. This guy did it on purpose. Yao Feng suddenly realized, and his eyes revealed endless fear. Click, click. Su Yun crushed Yao Feng's bones with the fox's sharp claws. The rest of the people were not spared either and were all killed. The entire confinement room was stained red with blood. The smell of blood continued to overflow. Then, Su Yun gave them bone healing pills. This has been refined many times and the quality is excellent. In the pool of blood, the bones of Yao Feng and others made a crackling sound like frying beans, and fell to the ground one after another. "Stop hitting us. Please don't torture us. We really don't dare. Ancestor Su Yun, we know we were wrong." Yao Feng's bones healed and broke again and again, and his psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. They all knelt down and cowed out frantically for mercy. However, Su Yun's eyes were as cold as ice, and he simply uttered 2 words, "Continue." At this moment, Yao Feng and others felt like they were falling into the abyss. Despair is spreading again. Have you heard? Su Yun has been put in solitary confinement again. Does this guy really regard the detention room as his home? Yao Feng and his group are so unlucky. Why would you mess with him? The news that Su Yun had a fight with someone spread again. The students were whispering to each other. When Ding Lei learned about this, he laughed heartily. "This guy can't help it anymore, he's ready to block it." Yes. Others agreed. Because it was just a minor friction, it only needed to be closed for 1 day. But when the law enforcement officers approached, they smelled a strong smell of blood. Their expressions changed in shock. Su Yun wouldn't kill anyone in there, would he? F***CK. When the law enforcement officers opened the door and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but swear. The entire confinement room was covered in blood. The foul smell of blood can make people vomit on the spot. It's like sure hell. Yao Feng and a dozen other people stood behind Su Yun with pale faces and empty eyes. Su Yun smiled brightly and said, "We had a friendly exchange." "What about this blood?" The law enforcement officers were a little scared. Su Yun spread his hands and said, "I was bored and wanted to add some color to the colorless confinement room." "Use blood? Are you serious? Did he hit you?" The law enforcement officer couldn't help but ask Yao Feng and the others. Yao Feng's eyes began to focus. This is not hope, but panic from the abyss. He hurriedly said, "No. It's all because of our bad mouths and our lowbrow nature." The law enforcement officers' mouths twitched. What exactly did they experience that day? Let's go. They didn't want to get involved too much. Yao Feng and others did not dare to move. Everyone looked at Su Yun in fear. Seeing Su Yun nod, they walked out of the confinement room. However, the moment they walked out of the confinement room, more than a dozen of them knelt down and kowtowed to Su Yun frantically. "Ancestor Su Yun, we are leaving." Su Yun smiled and said, "Go ahead." The law enforcement officer was stunned. These people were cursing and swearing yesterday, but today they act like grandsons. Su Yun, so scary. Ordinary dormitory. Kuke stared at Yao Feng and his group in amazement. Some gave gifts, some were rewarded for their contributions, and some even kowtowed to admit their mistakes. "Kek, please forgive me, my dear lord, for your kindness." Yao Feng's face was pale, and his smile was uglier than crying. Kuke exchanged a glance with the people in the dormitory, his heart filled with shock. "It's definitely because of Su Yun." "What happened?" Kuke asked. "No. Don't ask anymore. Please, I just forgot something." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Some people collapsed on the spot, covering their ears with their hands and wailing in pain. Finally, they stood up and ran outside like crazy. Kuke and the others were dumbfounded. Su Yun is so cruel. It just broke their will. It seems that people like Ding Lei will not have a good life. Kuke said with a dry throat. Naturally, he was not afraid. "Having a friend like this makes me feel safe." The secret realm of the Holy Spirit. The two statues saw Su Yun coming again. "Little bastard, you're going to use your second chance for 5 stars? The eagle statue laughed strangely. Su Yun nodded, "That's right, Teacher Ing." "Little Su Yun, are you planning to break through to 7 stars in one fell swoop?" the whale statue said calmly. They could guess that Su Yun was after the bright list. However, martial artists' training emphasizes stability. Continuous breakthroughs require extremely high foundations. Only then did they begin to advise. Su Yun smiled but didn't say it directly. The whale statue looked at Su Yun and said, "It's a matter of loyalty to stand up for a friend, but you also have to consider the consequences." "As a result of?" Su Yun shook his head and smiled, "I really hope to fight a life-and-death battle, but I'm afraid they don't dare." After saying that, he stepped into the secret realm. The eagle statue said, "Is this kid really human? His murderous aura is even stronger than those guys in the 10,000 races battlefield. Did Tianming Academy recruit a genius or a killer?" The whale statue sighed helplessly. His stone eyes looked silently into the air. The void twisted slightly and disappeared in an instant. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing slowly opened his eyes, looking hesitant. Holy Spirit Secret Realm, Warrior Area. Su Yun crushed the blood essence of the Ghost Demon clan and began to practice immediately. He had met Li Chunzhou, Gong Pao, and Song Yi before he came. These 3 people all have their own methods and trump cards, and were basically unharmed. But there are some troubles. Ding Lei, I disdain to resort to despicable tactics. Su Yun's pupils turned red with a tyrannical will, and he grinned, "I will make you pay the price and make you fear me for the rest of your life." Breath of the Sun. Call. Suck. The essence and rich spiritual energy in the blood essence rushed into Su Yun's body frantically. The 5-star warrior loosened up in the middle stage and broke through. Late stage. Su Yun did not delay and continued to crush the blood essence and continue to practice spiritual energy. Focus on retreat. The 4 powerful families learned that Su Yun had used the second secret realm opportunity. They understood that Su Yun was anxious. "Without 7 stars, I can't challenge the bright list. I can't bear to see my friends suffer, so I'm anxious." Those who don't know their place are even more terrifying than the geniuses on the list. If you force your way up, your foundation will definitely be unstable. You won't have to worry about it anymore. Tell them to prepare themselves and stop Su Yun with all their strength. They sneered. Everyone knows that Su Yun and Ding Lei had a very unpleasant quarrel. It is even more clear that Su Yun will definitely fight with this group of people when he comes out. The atmosphere in the school is becoming increasingly depressing. Like a storm is coming. Stupid, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Sihua was extremely dissatisfied. Zheng Yu also frowned and said in a deep voice, I think this kid is usually quite calm, how could he make such a decision? The two of them were very optimistic about Su Yun and wanted to take him as their personal disciple. Dongfang Taiyue sat on the sofa, silent. He has been with Su Yun for a long time and knows that this kid will never suffer any loss. Why are you standing there like an idiot, teacher, and not trying to give them any advice? Lin Sihua complained. Dongfang Taiyue glanced at him and whispered, double pressure, one is the poor family, and the other is me. If this pressure can make him grow faster, everything will be worth it. Aren't you afraid of too much pressure? Zhang Yu snorted coldly. Dongfang Taiyue said calmly, if he is disabled, I will take care of him. If he is injured, I will make pills. If there's still pressure in a battle of equal level, you deserve to lose. He stood up, his tone suddenly clear. At this moment, Lin Sihua and Zhang Yu seemed to see Dongfang Taiyue when he was young. Domineering. Ruthless. Dare to charge and fight. The sky was gloomy and the wind was howling. Sometimes there are thunder explosions during droughts. At this time, many people gathered in front of the secret realm. They were all waiting for Su Yun to come out. 12 hours, is this guy serious? The eagle statue screamed. The whale statue sighed, he's determined to break through to the 7 stars, and he's out. Suddenly, the light gate rotated. Su Yun strode out. He looked at the teachers and students, his black hair rustling in the wind, his eyes revealing endless arrogance. From today on, I will trample those so-called geniuses from wealthy families under my feet one by one. The teachers and students standing in front of the secret realm quickly sent messages one by one. They all have the same content, Su Yun has come out of confinement. Inside the school. Winds and clouds gather, and thunder roars continuously. All the teachers and students were shocked. Su Yun has come out. The storm finally arrived. Su Yun, if you want to be on the list, you have to get past me first. How can I let you challenge the 100 geniuses on the bright list so easily? 7-star warrior? I can't stand it. On the street. As soon as Su Yun appeared, he was stopped by more than a dozen people. This is already a blatant ambush. Su Yun stopped and smiled crazily, then, a life and death battle? The sneers on the faces of more than a dozen people froze instantly. Is this person crazy? The moment you open your mouth it's a life and death battle. Their mission is to stop and consume Su Yun, not to fight to the death. Just a few hundred merit points a month, there's no need to risk your life. Ha, Su Yun, it's just a sparring match. There's no need to fight to the death. A teacher hurried to smooth things over. Su Yun looked at him coldly, then smiled. Teacher's last name? Seal up. The teacher's eyes changed slightly and he smiled. Su Yun nodded and said, since it is the teacher's suggestion, I accept it. Let's go together. Wow. The scene was somewhat shocking. 1 against more than 10? Although SSS level talent is incredible, Su Yun has just broken through to the 7 stars, so his aura should be unstable. Can you really fight? Since Junior Su has spoken, we have no choice but to do as he says. These so-called seniors laughed wickedly. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. There was only one expression on their faces. That's sluggishness. On the ring, Su Yun faced more than a dozen people alone. The opening was extremely hot. Su Yun, don't mess around. Dong Pao also came and shouted to stop them. Li Chenzhou said, you should rest for 2 more days, don't be so anxious. I'm very busy today and don't have time to waste with these people. Su Yun smiled faintly. The eyes of the dozen or so people opposite became gloomy. You, Su Yun, actually don't even take them seriously. You're looking for death. Let's start. Su Yun said calmly. As soon as the words fell, those people immediately displayed their talents, all of them were A-level. However, Just as they were about to take action, they saw Soo-yun's black pupils shrink slightly. Buzz! An aura of supremacy erupted. The momentum took shape and surged out like a raging storm. In an instant, the entire space began to tremble, and seemed to be accompanied by strange lightning phenomena. Tianming Academy seemed to pause and remain silent for 1 second. Look at the ring again. The dozen or so people had dull eyes and drooled at the corners of their mouths. One by one they leaned forward and took a few steps before finally falling to the ground. I feel dizzy. Eyes rolled back and foam came out of mouth. It was as if he was knocked unconscious by Soo-yun's gaze. Ding! The host defeated Senior * 15, dropping Primary God's Hand * 23, Intermediate God's Hand * 17. The whole audience was silent. Everyone had an expression of horror on their face. How is this done? Can a look kill? Is he gifted with heterochromia? At this moment, countless thoughts emerged in everyone's mind. It's not talent, but one's own temperament. This is the aura of a king, the aura of being the only one in heaven and on earth. There's a fun guy coming to the academy this year. Dozens of figures appeared on the roof not far away. They are all among the top 50 people on the Bright List. Not only the Bright List, but even the teachers, directors, and elders were observing in secret. Zhang Zhongqing's expression changed drastically, and he said in astonishment, it was him who caused the commotion that day. He originally thought that the target was a foreign sect lurking in Tianming Academy. I never expected that the power came from Soo-yun. In front of the secret realm. He is resolute and fearless, and hates evil with a vengeance. If he ever unifies Blue Star, no one will resist. The whale statue rarely exclaimed. The eagle statue was somewhat shocked and asked, you mean, he is a hero? Blue Star needs such a hero, said the whale statue in a deep voice. Some people are optimistic about it, and naturally there are people who want to strangle Soo-yun in the cradle. For example, Wang Can, Lu Guang and other wealthy families. This is the first time a 7-star warrior has shown his prowess. What will happen in the future? Find an opportunity to severely injure him. Hurry up and lower your ranking. Stop it immediately. They were anxious. On the ring. Soo-yun was surrounded by a domineering aura. I am the only one who is supreme in heaven and on earth. He looked down at the crowd and said, who wants to continue? Ding Lei wanted to go up, but someone pressed his shoulder. He is very confident now. Don't be impatient. Let others dampen his enthusiasm. The middle-aged man warned. Ding Lei said dissatisfiedly, I don't need it. I don't need these methods to fight him. You can't lose. The middle-aged man left no room for doubt. Ding Lei was speechless and could only stare coldly at the ring. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, I'm coming. Everyone looked at the newcomer and immediately cursed, Feng Jiao, you're ranked 97th, are you here just to bully others? Feng Jiao ignored everyone else and went straight onto the stage, look for yourselves at the Bright List. At this time, the Bright List had changed. Feng Jiao's name has long been removed, or has fallen off the list. The teachers and students immediately understood what was going on. Lower your ranking to block Soo-yun. The suppression will continue to the end. Shameless. Is it really that bad to treat a freshman? Are the wealthy families really going to suppress us poor kids like this? All the poor disciples roared in anger. They don't understand why the wealthy families want to suppress them. But, more people didn't say anything inside in their hearts. Soo-yun's eyes grew colder, and he smiled at Feng Jiao, Senior Feng, do it. Good. Feng Jiao responded in a deep voice. The next second, his body shone with white light and a silver-white sword emerged. The knife, accompanied by a stream of silver light, instantly shattered the surface of the ring into pieces. Feng Jiao leaned forward, took a step, and rushed out like lightning. Boom! A white sword light appeared on the ring, shining like a hanging galaxy, and slashed towards Soo-yun. Cyclone Silver Moon Slash. Feng Jiao roared. Observation Hockey. Soo-yun caught the trajectory instantly, and dodged it easily like a dragon playing in the water in the endless swordlight. Then, his fist was wrapped in armament hockey, and it enlarged in Feng Jiao's pupils like black steel. Bang! With a heavy punch, Feng Jiao was knocked out as if by a truck, falling outside the ring like mud. His nose was collapsed, his front teeth were broken, and his eyeballs were bulging out, which was very scary. A moment. It was quiet all around. Everyone felt their heart stuck in their throat. Feng Jiao, ranked 97th, was killed instantly. Ding! The host defeated Feng Jiao and dropped 4 intermediate gods' hands. Is the seal weak? Definitely not weak. A-level talent, family training, and was on the bright list last year. Maintained the ranking for a whole year. But now, he was killed instantly by a freshman with just 1 punch. Junior Su, I have the audacity to ask you for advice. Before everyone could react, another person came on stage. Shu Ting. No need to ask, he also demoted himself. These people are nothing. All the children from poor families gnashed their teeth. On the ring. Zhu Ting was wearing a black and blue combat uniform and had a handsome face. His eyes were an eerie orange color. Please. Su Yun looked indifferent. Since we are prepared to stop him, we must also be prepared to be severely injured. Disintegration. Shu Ting suddenly shouted. He created an orange light wave and hit the ring. In an instant, the ring seemed to fall apart and began to shake violently. The arena was made of special gravel, but now it has turned into sand. It's so soft that it's hard to stand. Super mini-tailed beast ball. Su Yun immediately activated the 9-tailed mode, and a black energy body emerged from his palm. A violent and terrifying wave shook the space, making everyone's scalp tingle. Shu Ting sensed this aura and immediately said, "Blood Sand Fighter." The dust around him instantly condensed and turned scarlet. The darker the color, the paler his complexion became. All the teachers and students were speechless. This is no longer a competition, but a fight for life. The blood-colored sand condensed into a 9-meter-tall human-shaped sculpture, holding a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right hand. Rumble. The blood sand fighter raised his shield and moved forward to block, stabbing out violently with the sand sword in his hand. The sky is full of wind and sand, and the noise is huge. Su Yun's eyes were cold and he threw the tailed beast ball in his hand away. The black energy body became violent, swallowing up the surroundings and slamming heavily onto the shield of the blood sand fighter. Bang! The blood sand fighter staggered suddenly. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar echoed over the school. The blood-colored sand and dust collapsed, and Zhu Ting flew out covered in blood. Looking extremely weak. Shu Ting, defeated. It's also a one-hit kill. Ding Lei. Are you a fucking wimp? If you want to fight, I'm here. Get out here. Su Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly shouted. At this moment, he was like a god in the eyes of countless children from poor families. Fight against the wealthy alone. Countless people were excited. Some seniors had tears in their eyes. They have also been suppressed by the giants. The repression is gradually released. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy wave permeated the air. Ding Lei's strong and muscular figure appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were fierce, like a tiger out of its cage. The students who were originally very emotional felt a chill in their hearts when Ding Lei glanced at them. SSS level talent. A superhuman magic diamond spirit, known as the strongest warrior class defense. Some junior generals don't believe they can hurt him. Countless people were discussing in low voices. Su Yun also looked at Ding Lei. He could tell that Ding Lei had at least the strength of a late-stage 8-star warrior. However, he did not keep his eyes on Ding Lei for too long and turned to look elsewhere. Mordo. The last time I yelled it was really loud. Su Yun beat Ding Lei, and now he's next. He never waits when it comes to revenge. I just happen to be the goalkeeper of the bright list. If I defeat you, I will be on the list. Ding Lei said sarcastically. Obviously, he also lowered his ranking. Soo-yun retorted, I don't think you have that chance. Ding Lei's smile froze, which was creepy. A layer of black diamond crystals appeared on the surface of his skin, sparkling. Bang! With one step, Ding Lei shot out like a cannonball. People often have a misconception that a huge body must be extremely slow. Actually, it is not. When these people exercise their muscles with all their strength, their explosive power is even more terrifying. Ding Lei's overwhelming power made many students feel like they had difficulty breathing, as if a huge stone was pressing on their chest. Open the sky. The moment he approached Soo-yun, Ding Lei took action. His right fist was wrapped in diamond light, sounding like a long, humming ship's whistle. The sharp claws of the demon fox. Soo-yun was not afraid at all. The golden light behind him shone, forming claws that slapped forward. Boom! The punches and claws collided head-on, stirring up a strong gust of wind. Ding Lei took more than 10 steps back in the recoil, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Ding Lei actually lost in a head-on confrontation? I only know that Soo-yun is a superhuman, I don't know what type of talent he has. Suddenly, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another. Half of Ding Lei's face was covered with black diamonds, leaving only one eye staring at Soo-yun, licking his lips excitedly. You are not that weak, he grinned. The next moment, a black iron stick appeared in his hand. It is about 3 meters long, painted red on the front and back, wrapped in gold rings, and has a diamond in the middle. A low-level Shen-grade weapon, the black magic stick, someone exclaimed in surprise. Only the freshmen from these wealthy families can afford this kind of thing. With the blessing of the black magic stick, Ding Lei's combat power will definitely double. However, Soo-yun smiled. With weapons, right? Don't blame me for being rude. The next scene is jaw-dropping. Soo-yun released the nine-tailed fox mode, and a giant sword appeared in his hand. The length is more than twice that of the black magic wand. The blade is wrapped in black and red diagonal lines, forming a spiral shape. The tail end was tied with white cloth and then with a rope. It landed gently on the ring, making a roaring sound. The cold light flashed, as if it could cut off everything in the world. Soo-yun held the Tsongyun sword in his hand and danced it horizontally, stirring up a whistling. Wind. He grinned and said, Want to play with weapons? I'll play with you. At this moment, not only Ding Lei was confused, everyone had a dazed look on their faces. It can be seen with the naked eye that Soo-yun's weapon is more advanced than Ding Lei's. Who gave it to him? Secret Medicine Pavilion? This is impossible. I want to see if you can block my stick. Ding Lei quickly came to his senses, and the black diamonds covered his entire body, extending to the black magic stick. He kicked off the ground and leaped into the air. The entire black magic stick is thickly covered with black diamonds and is extremely thick, like the stick of the Monkey King. Drilling Demon One-Purpose Stick. Ding Lei swung the black magic stick across the sky. Black diamonds gushed out, forming a faint crystal layer in the sky. The force was so great that the entire arena sank, making a rumbling sound. However, Soo-yun below suddenly exhaled and then inhaled. Call. Suck. Raging flames surged out from within his body, violently rushing upwards. Yang Hua too. Soo-yun grasped the Kasugawa cut with one arm, and a ring of flames exploded, lingering from the blade to the edge. At this moment, flames shot up into the sky, as if piercing the sky. Bang! The moment of contact, the black diamond shattered into pieces. The black magic stick exploded under the astonished gaze of countless people. Phew! Song Yunxia pierced through Ding Lei's chest like a knife cutting tofu. Blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. On the ring. Song Yunxia pierced Ding Lei's chest. The flames continued to burn the black diamond crystal layer, causing Ding Lei to scream continuously. Finally, Soo-yun swung the knife and threw Ding Lei off the stage. A group of teachers rushed forward to observe and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a life-and-death battle. It is impossible for Soo-yun to challenge the school rules just to vent his anger. At the same time, The strong man from the Ding family stared at Su Yun with murderous intent. Especially when they saw Ding Lei's miserable condition, the uncontrollable murderous intent in their hearts continued to spread. Su Yun was not afraid at all. As long as this group of people dare to take action, the teacher will definitely not sit idly by. They are about to fall out, and it's still unclear who will win or lose. If we lose, Ding Lei loses too. One punch, one knife, and the battle is over. Ding Lei definitely won't be able to recover in a short time. It's so cool. Countless people gloated over his misfortune. They have long been dissatisfied with Ding Lei. Ding! The host defeated Ding Lei and dropped 3 advanced gods' hands. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Yun's lips. As expected, we have to find top talents. The lowest level is the high-level god's hand. The next second, he restrained his smile and said loudly, "If you still have any opinions, feel free to come to me. If you dare to play tricks again, I will beat up everyone in your department." Ding Lei is an example. The domineering remark shocked the entire scene. Everyone was secretly shocked. This guy is really not afraid of the confinement room. Yao Feng and others were trembling as they watched from a distance. Now they would rather go to the battlefield of all races than face Su Yun. He is simply the devil. Ding Lei was taken for treatment, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Just when everyone thought it was about to end, Su Yun shouted, "Modu! Get up here!" All the teachers and students were shocked. Still fighting. From the time Su Yun came out of retreat until now, except for those who were defeated for free, all the people he fought were well-known geniuses. Are you crazy? Modu frowned. Su Yun sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense, fight me if you have the guts. If you want to challenge me, you have to fight them one by one, you idiot." Mordo sneered disdainfully. Su Yun defeated Ding Lei and ranked 100th on the Guangming list. Now the 99th place is Gong Pao. 98th is Pyromon Monk. Number 97 is Mordo. "Ha, I won't fight with him. I'll give up." Gong Pao laughed. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Pyromon is a mixed-race boy, very handsome, with melancholy eyes, regular features, and short black and gold hair. "Su Yun, please." Pyromon made a gentlemanly please gesture. This action and smile caused many girls to scream. Su Yun clasped his fists and said, "I appreciate your kindness. Mordo, now." He looked at Mordo again, his eyes as sharp as a sword. Mordo was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at Gong Pao and Pyromon with resentment. He really doesn't want to fight with Su Yun. Even though his realm has reached the early stage of a 9-star warrior, he still feels a little nervous. After all, he didn't dare to say that he could consistently defeat Ding Lei. But now the situation is pressing and Mordo has no choice but to fight. Something's not right. Take this pill. Suddenly, someone stuffed a pill into Mordo's hand. Mordo took a deep breath, and his sunken eyes became even gloomier. Snore. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up. Mordo put his hands behind his back and strode onto the ring. Green wind blades appeared and disappeared, lingering around him, cutting the air madly. Do you really think that the geniuses on the bright list have no trump cards? Modu said in a cold voice. Su Yun did not answer. He grabbed Kusagano with one arm, and the blade was coated with armed color domineering. The blade pointed diagonally at the ground, and a trace quickly spread across the floor of the ring. Mordo immediately yelled, "Wind prison!" Boom! Green light exploded, and wind blades filled the sky, one after another, forming a wind blade tornado that was 10 meters high. Whatever gets caught in it will be instantly reduced to dust. It seems like the prototype of a natural disaster. Everyone's expression was moved. It's worthy of being an elemental system. No other system can compare with it in terms of combat power, range and destructive power. In front of the wind blade tornado, Su Yun was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. He was seen holding Song Yunxia in his hand, taking a sudden step, and chopping down with it raised above his head. With one knife, the world opens up. Bang! The originally terrifying wind blade tornado was actually cut in half by Soo-yoon with one knife. In an instant, the wind and the sea became calm, without even a hint of roaring sound. Look at Mordo again. His chest was cut with a bloody wound so deep that the bone was visible. He was vomiting blood and was breathing his last breath. Ding! The host defeated Mordo and dropped two advanced gods' hands. Now, not only the teachers and students watching the game, but even the directors, elders, and even the principal began to tremble with fear. Damn it! Jump over 2 levels in a row and kill them in one blow. Could this weapon be of Earth tier level? Zhang Zhongqing's face turned black. Damn Dongfang Taiyue, crying poor every day. Then where did your disciple get his weapon? Dry. At this moment, Dongfang Taiyue was also stunned. Wow, I didn't dare do this when I was young. I defeated the talented children of the 4 major families in one day. He muttered to himself. At the same time, Dongfang Taiyue felt proud. This is my disciple. The disciple is better than the master. Under the ring. Seeing Emodu seriously injured and dying, Wang Li yelled angrily, Soo-yoon, you are crazy. Soo-yoon glanced at him coldly and said, you don't agree? I'll chop you down too. Wang Li felt a chill in his heart. This guy is really crazy. If it weren't for the school rules, this guy would have killed a lot of people. Lu Guang hid in the dark. He gritted his teeth and said to the 2 Lu family disciples, you two, get ready. I don't believe he isn't tired. The interception must succeed. Even if the loss is huge. However, after Soo-yoon defeated Emodu, he jumped off the ring and said with a smile, no. More fighting, it feels good. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard this. It's okay to run away after having a good fight. Soo-yoon, since you want to challenge the authority of the wealthy family, don't run, someone shouted. Soo-yoon smiled harmlessly and replied, according to the rules of the Bright List, there is a 3-day protection period after being listed. We'll talk about it on the 4th day. The man was stunned. This is so true. In the end, he could only watch Soo-yoon leave. But today, the reputations of all the major wealthy families were trampled upon by Soo-yoon without a trace left. What a rich and powerful man, he was defeated in one move. What a genius from the Divine Pavilion, seriously injured by a single blow. He is simply a lawless devil. Interesting. Some elders laughed. They felt that Soo-yoon's appearance was actually a good thing. In recent years, the academy has indeed become lazy and lax. It needs to be rectified. With Soo-yoon's good start, those who wanted to challenge the Bright List also started. But no one else can imitate Soo-yoon's crazy fighting style. A well-deserved unique one. Inside the secret medicine cabinet. Dongfang Taiyue felt Soo-yoon up and down and muttered, there's no injury at all, how strange. Teacher, I am invincible. Soo-yoon said seriously. Dongfang Taiyue slapped him directly, causing the latter to gasp in pain. Still invincible, the old man glared. Soo-yoon curled his lips and didn't say anything back. Dongfang Taiyue felt that Soo-yoon had been attracting too much attention recently and needed to be more restrained. If you show off too much, it will not only attract the attention of certain people in the school, but also foreign sects. Study hard these days and don't go out and cause trouble. Dongfang Taiyue said earnestly. Soo-yoon also understood and nodded obediently. At this time, the door of the secret medicine pavilion was pushed open. Lin Sihua walked in with a smile. Hello, Pavilion Master Lin. Soo-yoon greeted politely. He really has 2 faces on and off the stage. I can go on stage and beat up the rich and powerful. I will respect the teacher if I can make medicine. Okay. Lin Sihua laughed and said, old Dongfang is right. Come and learn forging from me during this time. Soo-yoon was stunned and looked at the teacher suddenly. It's okay to learn a skill. Then you won't have to worry about starving to death when you work as a blacksmith. Dongfang Taiyue allowed it. Lin Sihua said dissatisfiedly, I am a noble blacksmith, not a blacksmith. It's all the same. Dongfang Taiyue said indifferently. In fact, the two wanted to use blacksmithing to suppress Su Yun's personality, and it would be better if he could be more calm. Su Yun looked aggrieved. He really doesn't want to work as a blacksmith. Xiao Su Yun, there is a reason why I asked you to forge iron. Lin Sihua restrained his smile and said seriously, in the battlefield of all races, the human race is fighting every moment, and the supply from the rear must keep up. Moreover, the passage to the human realm has been somewhat turbulent recently. Dongfang Taiyue said in a low voice. Su Yun's eyes narrowed. Are humans and all other races fighting? The battlefield of all races. Outside the human border passage. In the endless mountain ranges, the military tents look like giant dragons leaping and surging. Closest to the passage, there are many palaces floating in the air. The aura is heavy and majestic, shocking everyone. Outside the military camp, tens of millions of soldiers are training, resting, and practicing everywhere. The soldiers here have murderous eyes. It seemed that anything that passed by them would be slaughtered. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, divine light flowed, and colorful petals fell, as if a god had descended to the earth. Snap. The void vibrated violently, reflecting the scaly patterns, and the life trajectories were filled with strong and violent fluctuations. A group of dragons leave their nests, shaking the world. Another place. The evil energy is rampant and penetrates the void. A huge hole formed by magic light expanded wildly, and human figures appeared one after another. Gods. Demons. Dragon Clan. There are also other top-ranked races vying to appear, and all races descended to the outside of the human realm. Form a formation. The generals roared in rage. The soldiers quickly formed a battle formation, unleashing a spiritual pressure that shook the sky and shattered the rolling clouds. Their eyes were fierce and they stared at all the races. Why are you doing this? A calm voice sounded from the human side. In the void, dozens of human figures appeared one after another. The leader had a square face, black hair and black eyes, wore a scarlet combat uniform, and carried a giant sword on his back. He is the whole heaven. It's a knife. Shock everything. King Dragon, do you humans really want to keep all the treasures you have recently obtained in the Abyss Sea for yourself? An old man from the God clan spoke. The Dragon King Slayer said calmly, those who are destined to receive it will receive it. This has been the norm since ancient times. Then we will break through the human realm and exterminate all human beings in order to use the strong to defeat the weak. An arrogant voice sounded from the Dragon Clan's clouds. A man beside the Dragon King Slayer grinned and said, then you can try it. I won't let any dragon of the opposite sex go. King Sanhuan, you are seeking death. The clouds echoed with shocked and angry voices. Back then, King Sanhuan melted a small world of the Dragon Clan and abducted the Dragon Clan saint. This is a shame for the Dragon Clan. He, hand over all your treasures, and we will choose a place in the human realm as a concession. The sound inside the demon's black hole was harsh and eerie. As soon as the word concession was uttered, the Dragon King and a group of Chinese warriors changed color. The Chinese army's pupils were filled with blood and their faces were hideous. Fuck you, all the races. You wanna fight, right? Concession. Rent your mother's head. Kill if you want, there's only death. There must be no concessions. We would rather die in battle. The army was in a state of complete turmoil. Quiet. Another person walked out, his voice like the sound of a Huangjong Dalu, echoing throughout the heavens. The angry army soon quieted down. A soldier's duty is to obey. The Dragon King's eyes were filled with gloom as he said, if you really want to do this, we will die in battle. Kill. 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 The soldiers were excited and the shouts of killing shook the sky. The strong smell of blood rushed straight into the sky, causing many people of the myriad races to change their expressions slightly. The human race has only been around for 300 or 400 years, so it doesn't rank high. It's amazing that they have developed from the bottom to where they are today over the years. No fighting. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the other side. The man had blonde hair, green eyes, a stubbled face, and a typical Western appearance. He hurriedly said, "When it comes to killing the Dragon King, everything can be discussed, but we absolutely cannot fight to the death." "Ross, we cannot agree to the concession," said the Dragon Killer King resolutely. "Once a concession is formed, the consequences will be unimaginable. There will be chaos behind the human territory. What's even more infuriating is that foreign sects will interfere. All races deserve to be killed." Ross is a powerful king-level warrior in the United States, guarding another passage. As soon as he heard the news, he rushed over immediately. "It's not appropriate to start a war now. It's not good for us," Ross said in a deep voice. The man next to the Dragon King Slayer closed his eyes and said softly, "We really shouldn't fight, but we can't agree to the conditions either. The Blue Star Alliance of the major powers in the human realm is led by China. This is because China has the most powerful kings, who are responsible for guarding the main passage. We cannot agree to the concession issue." At the end of the discussion, the Dragon King still refused to give in. The old man from the God Clan smiled and said, "Do you really want to fight? Then fight." The Dragon King slowly drew out his giant sword. In an instant, murderous aura shook the sky. When the situation became tense, the Dragon Clan spoke up, "How about we both take a step back?" "What do you mean?" The powerful demon sneered. The Dragon Clan strongman said, "How about sending our descendants into the human realm and competing with each other for the treasures of the human race this time? It's a good idea. It will not only help us understand each other better, but also solve the problem perfectly." The old man from the God Clan said with a faint smile. The Dragon King Killer and the others pondered and discussed again. "Ancestor, the human race is ranked so low, wouldn't the Protoss just sweep it all away? The human race has been able to rise in the past few hundred years. There must be treasures in the human realm. At the same time, we must also be on guard against other races. Do you think that the one who fell back then died in the human realm, which led to the rise of the human race?" Other tribes also talked in their own circles. These powerful tribes are suspicious of each other and it is impossible for them to truly cooperate. Besides, the human race is too mysterious. They dare not advance rashly. "Okay, we agree." Kill the Dragon King as a spokesperson, and finally said. The old man from the God Clan smiled and said, "Then let's discuss the details of the move-in process." Gradually, the myriad races that surrounded the human race dispersed. The Dragon King Killer and the others looked gloomy. Good people are often bullied. If the 10,000 races had not been unsure, they would have invaded the human realm long ago. Now, they can only choose to endure and wait for the opportunity to rise. A huge storm is about to sweep across the human realm. What happened on the battlefield of all races was quickly reported back to the human realm. In an instant, the waves surged. Not to mention universities, military academies and other places that cultivate talents, even ordinary people are indignant about this. Posts discussing this topic appeared one after another on the internet. The practice of all races entering the human realm was resisted by most people. My father died in the 10,000 races battlefield a few years ago. He was killed by the Blood Demon clan. As long as the 10,000 races dare to enter the human realm, even if I die, I will splatter their blood. We have no objection to paying taxes every year. But when it comes to getting along with all the other races, that's simply impossible. Not only on the internet, but also in the streets and alleys, there are curses. The atmosphere in China was particularly tense, with some people even organizing protests. In their perception, the entry of all races is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. After a long time, some people will surrender. This is an open conspiracy. The myriad races will use their civilization to invade us. By then, it will be too late to regret. Kill the Dragon King, Demon Eye King, you can't do this. On the street, dense crowds of people were roaring. As the mayor of Longdu, he was even more troubled at this time. Even if he is a powerful god of war, he cannot suppress the masses. Because, they are right. But now, the situation of the human race in the battlefield of all races is not optimistic. If the human race possessed the same foundation in combat power as the gods and demons, they would rather die than surrender. Mayor Wang, what should we do now? In the office, the secretary lowered his head. Helplessly. Mayor Wang's real name is Wang Jian, and he is an important member of the Wang family. At this moment, he couldn't understand why the ancestor agreed to this request. Has the human race completely lost its position in the battlefield of all races? Let's see what's discussed inside Tianming Academy. Wang Jian looked at the heads moving about downstairs and felt powerless. Tianming Academy. The news coming back from the battlefield of all races also caused an uproar. Basically, no students agreed to allow all races to enter the human realm. Because it's too dangerous. They even talked about giving them a concession, and I spit in their faces. Damn it! My two uncles served in the military, but were crushed to dust by the 10,000 races last year. It's even better if they come. I want to see how strong these bastards are. The students were filled with righteous indignation and spoke harshly. The 100 geniuses on the bright list were even more dedicated to their cultivation. They understood that the human world was about to change. In the end, they are the only ones who can bear all this. It was a cloudy day. There is a huge rock pressing on everyone's heart. In Parliament. The previous secret targeting and intrigues have now disappeared without a trace. All the directors had gloomy faces, their chests heaving, trying hard to suppress the anger in their hearts. The atmosphere was dead silent. Principal, Wang Jian wants to ask how to ease the anger of the people. Wang Can said in a muffled voice. Zhang Zhongqing's face looked very ugly and his eyes were extremely gloomy. In fact, he agreed with the conciliatory strategy. But I didn't expect that the 10,000 races would become more and more aggressive and even want to come to the human realm. Kill. The moment Zhang Zhongqing raised his eyelids, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and were terrified. During this period of time, arrest all foreign sects. Live it live on the entire internet. Behead anyone caught. This will make the people feel better, and it will make us feel better too. Zhang Zhongqing gave the order coldly. He can't control what other universities do, nor does he want to control it. At least Zhang Zhongqing can still make decisions about Tianming Academy and the affiliated cities under Longdu. If I can't kill all of you, can't I kill your running dogs? Soon, the order was transmitted to Longdu and its affiliated cities. All major armies should be dispatched immediately. Lilongshanji, a second-tier subsidiary city of Longdu. The army stormed into a large compound. The owner of the compound asked anxiously, "My lords, what happened? You are colluding with foreign sections. The evidence is conclusive. Behead them immediately." The general commanding the troops responded coldly. There were 30 or 40 people in the compound, and they were all stunned. They found that some soldiers were holding cameras and broadcasting live. Just as the soldiers attacked, the group erupted. Die. But before this group of people could escape, a loud shout like thunder resounded. A giant golden ape appeared, holding a long stick and lying like a mountain. Puff, puff, puff. With one blow of the stick, dozens of people turned into blood mist on the spot, with no remains left. Good. Well done. These damned bastards. Trafficking human intelligence and deceiving others into becoming the running dogs of the 10,000 races. You deserve to be killed. The online live streaming platform was flooded with comments, and everyone was cheering. Too many relatives and compatriots died on the battlefield of all races. Now when people see all races, their hearts are filled with disgust and hatred. This kind of hatred flows in the blood. On this day, China was filled with anger and blood. It seemed as if even the sky was dyed with a touch of crimson. Tianming Academy, Secret Medicine Pavilion. When Su Yun learned everything, he didn't say a word, nor did he lose his temper. He knew that he was still very weak. There is no point in being furious. But Su Yun still clenched his fists, and blue veins were wriggling on the back of his hands. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. He took a deep breath and swore secretly in his heart. Work hard. Dongfang Taiwe walked to Su Yun and gently stroked the latter's head. What this child lacks is time. And the human race lacks it even more. Su Yun continued to refine the medicine, his eyes fixed on the jumping pillfire, and he said in a firm tone, Teacher, if one day I master the human realm, I will make all the races get out. What if someone objects? Dongfang Taiwe pondered. Kill. Those who don't listen to me will be killed. Those who disobey me will be killed. Those who worship all races must be killed. Su Yun said coldly. He felt very depressed. The human race cannot control its own destiny and has to depend on the wishes of all other races. But the weak have no human rights. This is the law of survival in the battlefield of all races. You must be stronger and more ruthless to gain a foothold. Dongfang Taiwe stared at Su Yun's back and sighed deeply. The current atmosphere among the human race lacks this kind of driving force that no one else can do it but me. After so many years of being gentle, I have forgotten how to be cruel. It's too early to tell. Dongfang Taiwe smiled, but his tone was serious, but I believe that you will definitely become the pillar of the human race. Yes. Su Yun nodded heavily. The human world is his root. Never let the myriad races get involved. The divine realm, the land of the gods. The vast world is boundless. Brilliant colorful lights appear from time to time in the distant sky, like a gift from God. There are many temples among the endless mountains. This is the base camp of the gods. The old man who appeared in the human passage in the past now smiled as brightly as the wind, making people feel warm in their hearts. A brilliant divine light lingered around him, and his soft white gold hair fell to his shoulders. You must be extra careful when you go to the human realm this time. The old man warned. Standing in front of him were two extremely handsome men. The person on the left has long platinum hair hanging down to the ground, but it is supported by an invisible force and is not stained by a trace of dust. His facial features are as beautiful as a fairy, but he is a man. To describe it in modern terms is sissy. The man on the right has short platinum hair and a captivating smile on his face. Especially his eyes, whose irises were dark gold, seemed to contain infinite mysteries. Emperor Ku, Your Grace, I obey your command. The two bowed slightly. The old man looked at the two people's protector, who was an old woman. He whispered, I suspect that the one who was besieged by all races back then has fallen in the human realm. You must investigate thoroughly. Yes. The old woman was shocked and agreed immediately. Demonic world. The demons are the strongest force in the battlefield of all races. There is no peace among them, and it is full of intrigues. It is this kind of atmosphere that has created countless strong people. Because, if you are not strong, you will die. Demons are a general term, which can be further subdivided into mixed blood demons, hell demons, abyss demons, etc. At this time, they each had their own thoughts. This time, the demons have nearly 300 spots to enter the human realm, and I, the half-blood demon, want 200 of them. Old bastard, do you not take my purple hell demon clan seriously? Hurry up and fight, it's best to fight to the death. Dozens of demon kings gathered in a scarlet hall. As soon as the discussion began, 2 demon kings rushed out of the hall and started fighting on the spot. Not long after, the demon king of the half-blood demon clan came in with a head in his hand and a crazy smile on his face. And that head was still clamoring, I, the purple hell demon clan, want 100 spots. Boom! The devil sitting in the main seat slapped down with his palm, shattering the head. Blood was dripping and the atmosphere was bloody. The other demon king sneered, having long been accustomed to it. The quota is divided equally, no one can take advantage. However, this time when we enter the human realm, we must make some plans. Every time the human race meets, they become stronger than the last time. There must be something fishy going on. The demon king gave the order. The other demon kings nodded in agreement, showing that they understood. The world of 10,000 dragons. This place looks very much like the primitive world in online novels. A giant ape hundreds of meters long was pulling the wings of the giant bird and drinking blood in big gulps. There is also a giant one-horned bull standing on the top of the mountain, and the sound it makes is like thunder. There are countless rare and exotic animals. But no matter how presumptuous these beasts are, they will eventually submit to the master of this world. Dragon Clan. The human race has become incredibly powerful in just a few hundred years. It must be due to the environment. After you enter, you must practice more and see if you can gain anything. The best thing is to awaken the long dormant blood in your body. The powerful dragon said in a deep voice. The dragon geniuses and protectors who got the places nodded. In addition to these most powerful races, other races that have obtained the qualifications to enter the human realm have also begun to mobilize. The atmosphere is getting hotter and hotter. Outside the human border passage, the Dragon King Slayer and the others looked at the waves coming from afar without any expression on their faces. I'm so sorry to have you all waiting here for us. At this time, a series of laughs rang out. Powerful figures from the gods, demons, dragons and other races arrived together. The geniuses stood at the back. The scene was quite grand. Worth mentioning. There are about 5,000 geniuses from all races entering the human realm this time. A huge number. They will be dispersed and not concentrated in any one country. Slow. Just as all the tribes were about to enter the passage, the Dragon Killer King suddenly shouted. He stared at the 10,000 races, his eyes as cold as ice. If these guys die in the human realm, we will not be responsible. Of course. If you lose in a fight between equals, you are a waste and your death is not a pity. If there's a sneak attack from a master, they have protectors, so there's no need to worry. It's just a trip, there's no danger at all. The 10,000 races laughed confidently. The implication is that your so-called geniuses in the human realm are simply vulnerable. All the powerful kings in the human realm suddenly frowned. These bastards are really going too far. Let him go. The Dragon King Slayer shouted. In an instant, the passage opened up, absorbing all the geniuses of all races. The geniuses of all races who came to China were not sent to various universities, but gathered at Tianming Academy. The reason is simple. The one who killed the Dragon King was the ancestor of the Wang family. Since he agreed to this matter, he naturally has to take responsibility. Rumble. Outside the school, a huge warship flew over. All the teachers and students looked up silently with gloomy faces. Why are there so many strange and bizarre things in the human realm? Look, the humans down there are like a bunch of ants. If you step on them, they'll all die. You're so ugly. I thought there were good-looking people on the human race. The geniuses of all races on the warship were chattering. After the warship landed, they slowly walked out. They are all arrogant and proud. Seeing this, the crowd immediately became noisy. Countless teachers and students glared angrily. Some people wanted to take action, but were held back by their companions. Zhang Zhongqing had informed the entire government in advance. Must treat each other with courtesy. No fighting allowed. But these geniuses from all races didn't care at all, and their words were extremely harsh. To use human terms, these trash are clowns? Ha ha ha, I think it's good. At first glance, there's nothing that can be beaten. Hey, little bug, I'll give you a chance. How about a life and death battle? The most arrogant are the demons. Whether on the battlefield of all races or anywhere else, they always have this arrogant attitude. Fuck. Come on. Many people had blood in their pupils and roared loudly. As soon as they finished speaking, they were kicked by the teacher and forcibly pulled to the back. If you are not on the bright list, you have no qualifications to fight against the geniuses of all races. It will only bring shame to you. The demon genius laughed even more happily. The atmosphere on the scene was very divided. One side was mocking loudly, while the other side was gritting its teeth in frustration. Suyin stood at the front of the crowd, holding the grilled cold noodles in his hand, eating one mouthful after another, and it was so delicious. Everyone around was speechless. You can still eat it this time. Suddenly, a freshman rushed towards the demon genius and killed him with a ferocious look on his face. But before he could make a move, the demon genius glared at him, and the freshman froze on the spot. It's rubbish. The demon genius waved his hand and directly blew the newborn away. He didn't even think of killing because he was afraid of dirtying his hands. The freshman who was blown away rolled in front of Suyun, splashing dust all over the ground and dirtying the cold noodles. Suyun looked at the freshman who had fallen to the ground, then looked at the genius of the demon clan and said coldly, "Does this count as dirtying my food? Is that the word, clown?" The demon genius asked, then sneered, "Clown, I just soiled your food, so you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, I'll dig out your eyes." At this moment, everyone in the mansion looked at Suyun, swallowing saliva wildly. It's this troublemaker again. Why bother with him when you can just mess with anyone else? Zhang Zhongqing, who was hiding in the dark, also sighed. But in the next moment, Suyun's entire arm, along with the roasted cold noodles, was wrapped in armed color domineering, and he slapped him hard. With a loud bang, the demon genius vomited blood, flew out on the spot, and smashed down a high wall. Ding! The host defeated Qi Luo and dropped two advanced gods' hands. The whole audience was silent. Everyone looked at Suyun stupidly, stunned. The human race and all other races were all stunned. No one present could react. Suyun really dares to take action. It's not that the protectors didn't react. But they didn't expect that someone would dare to beat up the genius of all races in public. Before they came, Tianming Academy made a special statement. Private fighting is not allowed in the mansion. Anyone who violates it will be immediately imprisoned in solitary confinement. If someone dies in a private fight, the other person must pay with his life. Therefore, even these geniuses from all races are just satisfying their desire to talk. However, Suyun didn't care about the rules at all, and just hit his face with a big bag. You're wasting food and you still think you can do that? I'll chop you into pieces. Suyun took out Song Yunxie and was about to chase after him. The demon protectors appeared hurriedly and surrounded their master. Where are the law enforcement officers? Take it away quickly. Quickly take Suyun to the confinement room. The teachers were worried that Suyun would make a big deal out of it, so they started shouting. Soon, more than a dozen law enforcement officers grabbed Suyun and took him to the solitary confinement room without looking back. But this time, the law enforcement officers' cold features were somewhat gentle. Even the movements were much lighter. Well done. They spoke in a low voice. The 10,000 races are too arrogant. Relying on the power of the 10,000 races battlefield, he thought he could do whatever he wanted as soon as he arrived. Well done to Suyun, he gave the geniuses of all races a warning. Good. He should be beaten hard. That feels so good. Suyun gave a great slap. All the students roared excitedly. Zhang Zhongqing in the dark was sweating coldly. To be honest, he knew that Suyun was brave, but he didn't expect him to be so brave. Just do it when you say it. You really don't take the other person seriously. The teachers and students of Tianming Academy became more and more excited, and all their previous frustration was swept away. The geniuses of all races looked indifferent. Qi Luo is at the bottom of our group. How could these humans be so happy? It's normal. Those who haven't won are like this. It is said that there is a bright list. Where is Feng Luoxiu? The gods, demons, dragons, and others disagreed. In their eyes, the human race is nothing. Boom! Suddenly, purple light filled the void. A terrifying pressure swept over like a raging storm, spreading in all directions. Looking closely, there was a figure. God's holy grace, come out and fight me. Feng Luoxiu's voice was calm, yet full of dominance. Shangyan's entire body was bathed in a mysterious light, like a handsome man in a painting, dimming all other colors. He chuckled and said, "Come on then." However, before the battle began, a director walked out quickly. "All the races have come from afar, let's take a rest first." Director Foam had a smile on his face. The God Clan's protector was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to the humans. He also smiled and said, "I agree." At this point, the first meeting between the genius of the human race and the genius of all races ended abruptly. But all the races remembered one person today. His name is Su Yun. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue, Zheng Yu, and Lin Sihua looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I told you not to let him out, but you didn't listen." Lin Sihua rolled his eyes. Dongfang Taiyue sneered, "My apprentice fights well. If it were me, I would definitely kick him a few more times." "Come on, stop bragging," Zheng Yu said seriously. "With all the geniuses from all races gathered at Tianming Academy, other academies will surely be unable to sit still." The other two kept sucking their teeth. A new storm is about to emerge. You should keep little Su Yun steady these days. Zheng Yu glanced at Dongfang Taiyue and said, "You can kill people if you want, but you must be absolutely sure. These powerful tribes are not easy to deal with. They all hold trump cards in their hands." Lin Sihua also reminded. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist and refine all these geniuses from all races." Hearing this, Lin Sihua and Zheng Yu sighed secretly. They knew that the demise of the Dongfang family was caused by the involvement of all races. But the human race and all other races have agreed that they must not act recklessly. Now I have to endure. Just when everyone was applauding Su Yun's behavior today, the person in question was lying on the bed in the solitary confinement room, with a look of regret on his face. "I was slapped and they locked me up for 2 days. If I had known this, I would have knocked all his teeth out." Su Yun cursed. At the same time, a message was delivered. The Guanming list is going to be reformed. Kuke brought Su Yun some donkey meat hot pot and said, "Your ranking has been squeezed out." "I don't care about this. Let's talk about reform." Su Yun chewed the donkey meat hot pot with an indifferent look on his face. "Ranking? That's not something you can do casually." As for the dozens of merit points, Su Yun looked down on them even more. How could the little prince of alchemy in the secret medicine pavilion be short of it? Now geniuses from all races can also make the list. In just 2 days, nearly half of the senior students on the list were severely injured. But the 10,000 races didn't get much good out of it either. Many people were injured. Also, the Divine Pavilion's medicine business is even more prosperous. Kuke explained them one by one. Su Yun nodded. Once there are too many fights, someone is bound to get hurt. If you get injured, you have to take pills. After recovering quickly, you can continue fighting. This is a virtuous cycle. Kuke asked in return, "Do you know why the competition has been so fierce in just 2 days? The reward for ranking high is the wife of the ancestor of the gods?" Su Yun deliberately joked. Kuke was speechless. The ancestors of the gods are thousands or tens of thousands of years old. His wife must be old and outdated. As long as you make it into the top 50 on the bright list, you can enter the divine palace. Kuke said excitedly. Su Yun was also a little surprised. He has been in the academy for more than a month and knows some things. Shrine. That is the holy land of all human beings on Blue Star. Someone once calculated that any genius who entered the palace of gods would definitely become a powerful god of war, or even be crowned a king. However, the temple is extremely dangerous, the competition is extremely fierce, and the mortality rate is very high. It is said that the treasures obtained by us human realm warriors in the battlefield of all races will also be used in the temple of God. Kuke whispered. Su Yun, I was wondering why the 10,000 races suddenly wanted to come to the human realm. They probably wanted to take a fancy to these treasures. But then he thought about it and it didn't make sense. The gods are powerful tribes and will be interested in these spoils. Perhaps the drunkard's intention is not to drink. Attention is actually the human environment itself? Su Yun's eyes narrowed, and he sneered in his heart. The 10,000 races are so scheming. Are you ready to compete on the list? Kokei looked at Su Yun curiously. Fight when you have time. It's not difficult anyway. Su Yun looked casual. What he needs to do now is to practice. In these 2 days, he has reached the middle stage of 7-star warrior. Didn't think too much about the others. Leave the confinement room. When Su Yun walked on the street and saw all kinds of strange figures, he truly realized that the academy was not just for humans. At the same time, elixirs are much more popular than before. I can take advantage of this period of time to earn more merit. Su Yun came up with a plan. His elixirs are of good quality and low price, and are very popular among both young and old students. It just so happened that I came across the fiercely competitive Guangming list, and it would be unreasonable not to make a fortune. As for the charts, there are a lot of geniuses on the bright list, and each of them is staring at the 10,000 races. If a 7-star warrior really needs to stand up, the human race might as well perish. It is true that every man has his share of responsibilities. But it's not mindless. You have a great talent. I'll help you develop it when I have time. After saying something to Kokei, Su Yun left. He has to buy raw materials. Return to the secret medicine pavilion. As soon as Su Yun saw the teacher, he smiled and took out 2 bottles of wine. Dongfang Taiyue was about to scold loudly, but he forgot about it when he saw the good wine. He hummed, "Just be quiet for a while, things are really chaotic lately." Su Yun immediately assured, "Don't worry, teacher, now is a good day for us to earn merit points in the secret medicine pavilion, and we will never cause any trouble." How could Dongfang Taiyue not know what this brat was thinking? While others compete, he sells medicine to make a profit, and then uses his merit points to buy blood essence to improve his realm. This is a very correct and stable path. Therefore, Dongfang Taiyue nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, which ones are you going to sell?" The 3 intermediate yellow-grade elixirs are Bone Tempering Pill, Blue Sea Pill, and Red Bone Burning Pill. Su Yun replied. The Bone Tempering Pill has been mentioned many times, so I won't elaborate on it again. Blue Sea Pill is a pill that restores spiritual energy. It is better than Zio Willingdon in that it can provide continuous recovery. For example, the Zio Weiling pill can instantly restore 30% of your spiritual energy. Blue Sea Pill can restore 50%. At the same time, a blue sea of qi will appear in the body for a long time, which is conducive to combat recovery. The price is naturally expensive. Red Burning Bone Pill is a medicine used to heal bones. Its effect is stronger than the bone healing pill, but one must endure the pain of being burned by flames. Su Yun knew very well that the competition on the bright list was fierce, and broken bones and serious injuries were inevitable. Therefore, elixirs such as those that can heal bones are bound to be in great demand. Aiming at this point, Su Yun only needs to sell these 3 types. If all the races also want to buy from you, will you sell it? Dongfang Taiyue asked with a smile. Su Yun shouted, "Sell it, but you have to pay more." Dongfang Taiyue was relieved. This kid will never suffer any loss, and will not let all the races have an easy time. Take these 2 pills. Dongfang Taiyue, who was about to go upstairs, threw 2 pills at him. Su Yun took it in his hand and a fragrant scent of elixir filled his nose. It is the size of a longan, and is light purple in color with interwoven floral patterns on it. The purple Ling poison pill smells pretty good. Su Yun didn't think much about it and swallowed it in one gulp. Dongfang Taiyue hesitated to speak and went upstairs cursing. Dry. I originally asked you to take 1 a day. I'm not asking you to chew on peonies like a cow. Forget it, the Superman series is awesome, that's enough. The purple Ling poison pill is a Xian-level pill that can both detoxify and increase resistance to poison. Dongfang Taiyue had no funds before, so he couldn't make elixirs. Now that the secret medicine pavilion can receive funds, and Zhang Yu also receives merit points for the beast mixing technique, he can barely be considered wealthy. Therefore, he prepared to devote all his efforts to training Su Yun. Inside the secret medicine cabinet. Su-yun took a deep breath. Let's get started. Raise the cauldron, light the fire, and refine the medicine. At the entrance of the shrine, a large group of old and new students gathered together. The yellow-grade elixirs in the divine pavilion are so expensive. There's no other way. Pills are necessities. Where can I buy cheap and good pills? They went in with bruised faces and noses and came out sighing. In order to make it to the charts, many people work hard to practice. The best training is actual combat, and getting injured is normal. Xiaozun from the Divine Pavilion glanced at the group of people and said disdainfully, "If you don't have any merits, don't come here." They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. At this time, geniuses from all races also came to buy pills. Xiaozun neither went forward to meet him nor spoke, but silently made way. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard on the street outside the shrine. Countless eyes were drawn to it, and everyone was instantly delighted. I have some excellent medicine. Just pass by. Don't miss it. Su-yun beat drums and gongs and shouted. Su-yun's old customers were delighted. Su-yun Down Pharmacy is finally open. As for the people in the divine pavilion, their faces turned black. Damn it! You wouldn't choose to sell it anywhere else, right? Right at our doorstep. Xiaozun's eyes were even more gloomy. Blue Sea Pill, a yellow-grade intermediate pill, 5 pills per bottle, priced at 10 merit points. Bitter Bone Tempering Pill, 1 pill costs 30 merit points. Red Burning Bone Pills, 10 pills per bottle, priced at 9 merit points. Su-yun introduced with a smile. Many people's eyes turned green after hearing this. Oh shit! The price is much lower than that of the God's Pavilion. The most important point is that the quality is great. 2 bottles of Blue Sea Pills. Master Su. Leave me 3 bottles of Red Burning Bone Pill. I don't have enough merit points. 2 bone tempering pills. All the students in the Divine Pavilion rushed out. In an instant, Su-yun's stall was packed. The yellow-rank alchemist of the Divine Pavilion said depressedly, "Senior brother Xiaozun, what should we do now?" "I'll go take a look." Xiaozun's eyes rolled, and he waved his alchemist robe and walked towards the stall. "Junior brother Su, business is good." Xiaozun pushed through the crowd and spoke with a smile. Su-yun smiled brightly. "Yes, senior brother Xiao, the business of Shin Pavilion is also very good." The people around him twitched their lips when they heard this. Please be a human being. You have taken away all the business from the Divine Pavilion. Where is the business left now? How many pills do you have left? I want them all. Xiaozun still had a smile on his face. The others became anxious. I am planning to come to Su-yun to purchase goods and then sell them. Su-yun also smiled. Okay, 10,000 merit points. You have a maximum of 5,000 merit points. Xiaozun said with a forced smile. Su-yun motioned for everyone to make way, waving his hand and saying, "The Tao is ready for you. If you don't want to buy it, get out." Puff. Everyone laughed. It's indeed Su-yun's style. Su-yun, it's your turn. Xiaozun's smile turned cold and he turned and left. The price is lower than ours, right? We surrender too. Not long after Xiaozun left, Wanzu came to the stall. The leader was a boy with blue markings on his face and dark green irises, looking very intimidating. He had 2 soft animal ears on his head, and he whispered, 3 bottles of red burning bone pills. All the students around them exuded murderous intent and stared at them ferociously. 90 a bottle. Su-yun said with a smile. The boy with animal ears widened his eyes. Isn't it 9 merit points? How did it increase tenfold? Foreigners will be charged a higher price. Su-yun smiled even more happily. You're asking for too much. We're going to complain to the board of directors about you. The person behind the boy with animal ears shouted viciously. What the hell? Buy it if you want. Su-yun clicked his tongue and looked at the boy with animal ears coldly. I don't care what tribe you are from, you'd better keep a low profile here and don't shout everywhere. This is the human realm, not your place. I said this bottle of pills costs 10,000 merit points. If you have money, buy it. If you don't, get out. If you dare to say another word, I'll beat you all to pieces. After all, I can still make medicine in the confinement room. The boy with animal ears was very angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. The demon genius Chi Luo is a living example. He is still lying in bed unconscious. The human in front of him looked harmless, but in fact he was more ferocious and cruel than them. Su Yun, right? That's interesting. The boy with animal ears suppressed his anger and sneered, you are indeed a lowly race. You only bully us in this way. After saying that, he snorted coldly and led his men into the divine pavilion. Su Yun's eyes were cold. Damn it! Sooner or later, I will crush all of you geniuses from all races to death, and by the way, I will also unleash some god's hands. No one can escape. Brother Su is so fierce, bring me a few more bottles of blue sea pills. If you can talk, talk more. I love to listen. Support Brother Su, give me 3 bone tempering pills. Many people gave a thumbs up. After a while, all of Su Yun's pills were sold out. Excluding raw materials and tax costs, the net profit is 3,000 plus merit points. Previously, it was a fixed amount of 1,000 merit points per day. Now is a special period, the price has tripled. However, after what happened in the past 2 days and today, Su Yun has completely become a thorn in the eyes of the geniuses of all races. This guy named Su Yun must be eradicated to serve as a warning to others. The dragon genius said lightly. Su Yun has made so much money these days. Of course, the more you earn, the more taxes you pay. The taxes will be used in various aspects and will also be used to supply the troops on the front line of the 10,000 races battlefield. Even though geniuses from all races have come to the human realm, the scene is still harmonious. Once humans meet other races on the battlefield, a deadly battle will inevitably break out. Surface is surface. It's another story behind the scenes. Supplies Hall. Su Yun asked, hello, how much is the blood essence of the Chuanmu Dragon Clan? 1 for 90 merit points. The senior student at the counter said with a smile. The Chuanmu Dragon Clan is also a member of the Dragon Clan. They are auxiliary positioning and are good at treatment. Therefore, the ranking can be squeezed into around 3,000 among all races. It's so fucking expensive. Su Yun complained in his heart. In the end, he still took out the money and bought 50 of them at once. He will use the remaining money to buy raw materials for making medicine. There is a teacher in the secret medicine pavilion now. As for the pills, there must be enough. It is not a problem to enter the late stage of 9-star warrior in the short term. With luck, he was able to directly advance to the general level. The senior student at the counter saw her eyelids twitching. She had never seen a freshman have so many merit points in less than 2 months after entering the school. Alchemists make huge profits. There is no way, there are only 2 people in the secret medicine pavilion now, the master and the disciple. If Dongfang Taiyue doesn't train Su Yun, who will he train? Do I have to pour medicine on the dragon eggs every day? After leaving the supply hall, Su Yun quickly ran towards Yoshin Garden. Now not only he is practicing, but others are also improving madly. He is not the only genius in Tianming Academy. When you are making progress, others are growing too. We must not slow down. Leisure Garden. Su Yun sat cross-legged, took out 20 blood essences of the Chuanmu Dragon Clan, and crushed them all. Suddenly, scarlet air mixed with a hint of wood attribute washed over Su Yun's body like a raging wave. A vein appeared between Su Yun's eyebrows. In terms of tyrannical will, the Dragon Clan is more than 10 times stronger than the ghost-spotted Demon Clan. Roar! A faint dragon roar sounded. The violent aura not only impacted his body, but also affected Su Yun's willpower. But he remained unmoved and endured it silently. Not long. The realm barrier shattered. Su Yun successfully entered the late stage of 7 stars. However, he did not stop there. The breathing of the sun was activated with all its might, almost greedily devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is required to break through. So Su-yun chose Yoshin Garden. The spiritual energy here is rich, and combined with the blood essence of the Chunmu Dragon Clan, it is enough to break through to an 8-star warrior. Buzz! Not long after, Su-yun's body shook slightly. Spiritual energy from all directions gathered together and surged through every part of his body. The realm barrier shattered again. 8-star warrior. The elders who were watching secretly were sweating profusely on their foreheads. How come this kid's breakthrough is as easy as drinking water? It's really outrageous. However, they were more relieved. The stronger you are, the more confident you will be in dealing with all races. At the same moment, many geniuses from all races frowned, all feeling that their spiritual energy had dissipated a lot. Some defenders of the faith were bold enough to find out the reason. As soon as they appeared, they were stopped by the elders. It is disrespectful to break into other people's residence at will. Please go back, the elders said with a smile. The demon guardian sneered and said, "You humans are really lacking in spiritual energy. Don't worry, there is the spiritual river." The elders still smiled. The group of guardians snorted coldly, "Why don't you open it quickly?" After saying that, a group of protectors walked away in a swagger. Seeing this scene, all the elders' faces turned dark. These protectors are so arrogant. They really think this is their place. Open the spiritual energy river. Tell Su-yun to suck it to death. We can let our own people get away with it, but we can't let these foreigners get away with it. I want to see how arrogant you guys will be later. A group of elders roared. The scene was heated for a while. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing held his head tightly. Damn it! It's all my money that's being spent. You guys are having a great time. What about me? If you keep playing like this, I'm quitting. Rumble. The spiritual river opens. The spiritual energy that permeated Yoshin Garden almost turned into thick fog. The geniuses of all races and the geniuses of the Bright List were inspired and began to practice with all their strength. Could it be that God sees that I'm making slow progress and is giving me some special treatment? Su-yun opened his eyes and muttered seriously. The elders rolled their eyes when they heard this. It's so unfair. Are you still slow? Then they threw a stone at Su-yun. Su-yun tilted his head and reached out to grab the stone. Absorb with all your strength. A flat voice came from the stone. Su-yun glared and said, God has really shown his power. Breath of the sun. Run. In an instant, it was as if a storm surged into Su-yun's mouth and nose, sweeping up the spiritual energy with great force. 2 dragon-like streams of spiritual energy were swallowed into the stomach in the blink of an eye and refined in an instant. The spiritual energy condensed in the dantian has now turned into light gold. Crystal clear, becoming more and more dazzling. What's going on? Didn't they say the spiritual river was opened? Grandma, could it be that the human race is deceiving us? Strange, why do I feel the movement of breathing techniques? The spiritual energy absorbed by the geniuses of all races is even less than before. Everyone's face was full of question marks. The protectors' faces became increasingly grim. Just as they were about to investigate, a group of elders came up with smiles on their faces. Tianming Academy is indeed home to hidden talents. A guardian with dragon horns on his head said coldly. The elder laughed and said, There's nothing I can do. There's a genius in my mansion who has awakened the talent of flush toilets. It's very difficult to support him. Su-yun? Will you let us meet? The protector of the gods smiled faintly. A grumpy elder grinned and said, I advise you not to act rashly, or you'll die without knowing how. You guys are very good. The guardians suddenly laughed. It's okay if these elders refuse to listen. If they want to know, there are naturally other channels. Not long after. Soo-yun's location was known to all races. This Soo-yun again. He actually knows how to breathe. Such a terrifying absorption speed, even our clan's 108 dragon-seeking techniques cannot match it. It's hard to do things inside the palace, but what about outside the palace? The geniuses of all races sneered. Including today, Soo-yun has been in Tianming Academy for 2 months. At this time, he was looking at Kuke in the backyard of the secret medicine pavilion. Inbei? Soo-yun kept rubbing his chin, looking thoughtful. Kak was a little nervous. Soo-yun is helping him develop his abilities, but he doesn't know if it will be successful. I can control the volume of the sound and form a sound barrier. However, my melee ability is average. As long as the opponent has high explosive power, they can easily crush me. Kek further explained. Soo-yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Can you lower your voice?" "For example," asked Kek. Soo-yun said carefully, "The sound of landing, the sound of waving fists." "Okay." Kuke nodded. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of light gray air, and his whole body seemed to be wearing a transparent coat. After that, no matter how the bird moved, there was no sound, like a midnight ghost. Soo-yun was shocked. This is simply a natural-born assassin. Water. Drinking water. Water. Drinking water. Soo-yun was very surprised. The bird was helpless. So what if there is no sound? If you fight someone head-on, won't you still get beaten up? Whoever fights you head-on the battlefield, whichever method works best is your father. That pedantic, dead-end mind should have been thrown away long ago. Just remember one thing, you have a strong talent, even stronger than some S-class. Soo-yun said very seriously. Kek was confused. Perhaps due to his personality, he always believed that the battle between the two should be fair and just. I never thought of kicking him from behind or stabbing him in the back. If your abilities can be further developed, use the sound shell to minimize your own voice. It's best to conceal your presence, then you can even kill an SSS level enemy. Soo-yun became more and more excited as he spoke. But Kuke had cold sweat running down his forehead. Chatting with Soo-yun is really full of mommy content. But immediately, his face was filled with excitement. A level shakes SSS level. Is this really possible? Next, I want to ask you a serious question. Soo-yun suddenly became serious. Kuke said seriously, "Please speak. I want to support you, are you willing?" Soo-yun became more serious. Ah. The bird was stunned. Dongfang Taiyue, who was watching the show upstairs, crushed the wine bottle with a look of horror on his face. It's over. There is a problem with my beloved apprentice's sexual orientation. What the hell? He's never been around girls at his age. I'm such a failure as a teacher. Dongfang Taiyue wanted to slap himself twice. I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a teacher. Kuke looked timid and whispered, "Soo-yun, I like women and I have a fiancé at home." Fiancé? Soo-yun cursed in his heart. Suffered 10,000 points of damage for no reason. However, he remained serious on the surface. Don't talk nonsense, I used the wrong words just now. I want you to be the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. Your cultivation will be guaranteed by the secret medicine pavilion. And you only have one goal, and that is to hit the charts. Ranking can increase the funds of the secret medicine pavilion. This is Soo-yun's purpose. Now the entire university students are basically absorbed by various departments. The rest will join wealthy families and be trained by special people. Kuke was too close to Soo-yun, so naturally they were not accepted by others. I'm in. Of course Kuke was extremely willing. As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled bitterly and said, "Can I really make it to the charts?" He couldn't even beat Yao Feng. A man can't say no. Soo-yun said dissatisfiedly, "You don't believe in yourself, so why don't you believe in me?" Kuke took a deep breath. When I look back on my life decades from now, will I regret agreeing to join the secret medicine pavilion? Not sure. But now is the best chance. My image. Kuke clenched his hands and trembled with excitement. Suyun snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, I'll go through the formalities later and get you some body skills. As for the weapons, I'll make them myself. Don't forget, Suyun is also a blacksmith apprentice. During this period, he went to the iron pavilion every day to learn how to forge iron. Wouldn't it be stupid to spend money on buying weapons?" Suyun acted decisively and left with Kuke. Supplies Hall. "Senior, do you have any top-level Huan level or low-level Shin level body techniques? It's better to lean towards the dark attribute." Suyun asked straight to the point. The senior sister at the counter immediately checked and got the result soon. "According to your standards, there are 22 top-level yellow gradebooks and 9 low-level mysterious gradebooks. The price of top-level yellow grade body skills is between 800 and 1000 merit points. The price of a low-level Shin level body movement technique is 1200-1500. Kuke's scalp tingled when he heard this. Since he entered the mansion, he has only earned 20 or 30 merit points. Not even a fraction is enough. The price is not too expensive. Let me see the low-level Shin level body skills." Suyun looked calm on the surface, but his heart was bleeding. "If I have the chance in the future, I will also sell my martial arts skills." Finally, Suyun chose a book called Ghost Mystery Body Technique, which was worth 1250 merit points. Kuke was deeply moved and secretly vowed to get the secret medicine pavilion on the bright list. Then, Suyun gave the credit to Kuke and asked him to buy it himself. The university has rules. Pills and weapons don't matter, martial arts techniques are personally authorized. You bought it, and only you can use it. When swiping the card, the senior student's eyes widened. Oh my god. Buy low-level Shin level body skills for a 7-star warrior. Suyun, that's not right. Brother Su, are you missing any accessories? Suyun ignored the resentful look of his senior sister and left with Kuke. I'm going to test your skills tomorrow, so go practice now. After leaving the supplies hall, Suyun waved his hand. Kuke nodded and hurried back to the secret medicine pavilion. Suyun was not idle either. He was preparing to go to the Bintai pavilion to continue learning forging. Have you heard? The Iron Art Clan is challenging people everywhere in the mansion. The Iron Art Clan are such bastards. They're born blacksmiths, and yet they bully us just because of that. It is said that the earth steel has been forged into high-level yellow-grade weapons, TSK. On the way to the Bintai pavilion, Suyun heard a lot of news. But I didn't care. He is just an apprentice blacksmith, so why should he care about these things? As you step into the Iron Pavilion, you will be hit by a scorching heat and the sound of intense blacksmithing. Hello, seniors. Suyun greeted politely. After spending some time together, Vintage also felt that Suyun was a good person and responded with a kind smile. Stop talking nonsense and come here quickly. Lin Sihua shouted. Suyun hurried over and watched obediently. Ding! 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 Lin Sihua held a hammer in his hand and kept hammering a rough piece. Sparks fly and the rough draft continues to take shape. Soon the prototype of the long sword appeared. Watch carefully. The casting of the vessel will produce vessel light. If the vessel light is hammered into the container, it will become more powerful. Suddenly, Lin Sihua shouted loudly. A ball of light the size of a baby's fist suddenly burst out from the rough piece of long sword. This is the light of the instrument. Clang! The moment the hammer touched the light, sparks vibrated and hammered into the rough sword. Ding 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 ding. 7 times in a row. Finally, the light of the instrument was perfectly integrated. The rough sword also became round and exquisite in shape at this time. Suyun was amazed by what he saw. This is weapon refining. Kind of handsome. Lin Sihua enjoyed this look very much and said proudly, there are many tricks here. Fortunately, I am here so that you can grow. Yes, teacher. Su Yun saluted innocently. Immediately afterwards, Lin Sihua asked Su Yun to start hammering the rough draft. 7 times of instrument light is low-level yellow rank, 14 times is mid-level, and so on. And what you need to do most right now is to stabilize yourself. Don't think you can release the weapon light. Lin Sihua explained on the side. Suddenly, everyone in the Bintai pavilion screamed like dumb people. Lin Sihua frowned suddenly. These bastards actually interrupted my explanation. He turned around and shouted, "You guys, F***CK. The national curse is rampant." On the forging table, the rough piece in front of Su Yun suddenly trembled, and a light of the tool appeared. The light from the instrument shook violently, as if it was about to escape. Su Yun immediately mobilized his mental power to tightly wrap the weapon light. Don't be impatient, suppress it and then hit it back. Forcibly smashing it back will affect the quality of the rough piece. Now. Lin Sihua held his breath, feeling extremely excited. Good. Su Yun's eyes were shining. He held the hammer in one hand and smashed it hard, and the light of the weapon smashed directly into it. And then, ding 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 ding. 7 times in a row. Perfect. The entire iron pavilion was in deathly silence. Dry. Such enviable insight. The small rough pieces were hammered into the shape of daggers. This was typed by Su Yun casually. He just wanted to try and see if he could make a low-level yellow-grade weapon. Unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first try. This happened suddenly. Lin Sihua looked at the rough dagger and fell silent. Damn it! This talent makes me want to cry. It has been less than a week since Su Yun entered the Bintai pavilion to study, and he is already able to forge low-level yellow-grade items. Teacher, how is the quality? Su Yun asked. Lin Sihua said disdainfully, generally, it can only be sold for a few dozen merit points at most. It's rubbish. Su Yun curled his lips. As long as it succeeds, it doesn't matter whether it's rubbish or not. By the way, teacher, if it is a yellow-level weapon used by assassins, does it require any special materials? Su Yun asked hurriedly. Assassin. Lin Sihua pondered for a moment, then said, the intermediate-level yellow-grade phantom dagger is quite suitable. Hey, please give me some guidance, teacher. Su Yun smiled naively. Lin Sihua was suddenly amused. In fact, he liked Su Yun's character and talent. Especially character. You know, alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters and other craftsmen are all afraid of one thing. That's betrayal. You have devoted all your energy to teaching a disciple, almost pouring your heart and soul into it. In the blink of an eye, this person turned ruthless. This kind of grievance, frustration, and even the urge to die are what they least want to see. Therefore, educating people starts with moral education, and paying more attention to a person's character. In Lin Sihua's opinion, Su Yun is a good person. He can handle the situation of the secret medicine pavilion. It can be said that he has a pure heart. I think your kanjiunki is very good. Why do you need the phantom dagger? Lin Sihua took out the weapon prescription and asked casually. Su Yun said honestly, it's for a friend. Good boy, you know how to train manpower. Lin Sihua nodded with satisfaction. After all, Su Yun is his apprentice. As a master, you will be happy if your apprentice has a promising future. The backyard of the secret medicine pavilion. After a day of practice, Kokei initially mastered the ghost mystery shadow movement technique. This is a rough draft of a dagger. Take it for now. As soon as Su Yun met him, he threw him the dagger he had forged yesterday. Kokei quickly caught it, and as soon as he held it in his hand, he felt that it was a perfect fit. Come, kill me. Su Yun said softly. Kokei was stunned, huh? Like I told you yesterday, don't engage in direct combat. Use your own abilities to minimize movement. You can use it to stab the kidneys, pierce the heart, or even cut the neck. Su Yun's eyes gradually became serious. Kokei was instantly shocked by Su Yun's attitude. He has never killed a human or a ferocious beast in his life. This kind of ferocious attack method has never been thought of. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. Soo-yun suddenly took a step forward. He must correct Kek's weak character. It's okay to be quiet. But after being quiet, there is an extreme outburst. The next second, sensing the murderous intent, the bird flew to the left like a ghost at a very fast speed. But in the blink of an eye, Soo-yun caught up. Kill! He let out a soft cry. With a shake of his arms, he was surrounded by domineering aura and smashed towards Kuke with oppressive force. Kuke rolled to the side in panic, and heard a bang next to his ears. A hole was smashed into the ground by Soo-yun. His eyes gradually turned red. I remembered the bullying by Ding Lei and Yao Feng that day. However, Kuke did not rush forward madly. Instead, he silently exhaled a light gray airflow from his mouth, concealing his own voice. Swish! A hazy gas flowed through his body, like the aura of a ghost. At this moment, Soo-yun turned around suddenly and could not see Kuke's figure. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seems that the frustration suppressed in the heart has burst out. Suddenly, Soo-yun felt a sound on the left and punched out horizontally. But this punch missed. Behind him, a dagger appeared at the position of his kidney and pierced through it directly. Clang! In the end, the dagger was blocked by a layer of black carbon steel-like substance and could not penetrate even a little bit. Kak was a little stunned. How come this can't be pierced through? You really want to pierce me? Soo-yun scolded with a smile. Kuke scratched his head in embarrassment. He was a little too excited just now. Fortunately, Soo-yun had the observation haki and sensed Kuke's attack in advance. If it were someone else, their kidneys would have been cut off by now. But it also proved that Soo-yun's vision was correct. The sparrow is a promising species. Were you making a feint to the east and attacking in the west just now? Soo-yun asked. Kuke nodded and said, yes, I will first use Yin-bei to amplify the sound in your left ear, and then attack from the back. Smart! Soo-yun praised. Those who can draw inferences from one example are all smart people. The bird was also very excited. When the abilities are developed, the excitement is self-evident. When you are ready, it's time to challenge the wealthy and powerful families and the myriad races. Soo-yun said in a deep voice. Kuke's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, how long? Maybe a few days, maybe half a month. Soo-yun was not sure either. Kuke suddenly felt the pressure coming. At this time, Dongfang Taiyue came over and ejected 2 pills, give the bear demon pill to Kuke, and the purple ling poison pill to you. Bear demon pill, a top-level yellow-grade pill, is used to strengthen muscles and bones. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Kuke held the pill in his hand, as if filled with heavy expectations, and expressed gratitude. Soo-yun swallowed the Z-ling poison pill casually and said, Teacher, you are rich now, no need to thank me. When we are on the list again, we will have more money. You little bastard. Dongfang Taiyue cursed with a smile. Then, Kuke swallowed the bear demon pill. A black bear shadow appeared behind him, roaring continuously. All his bones were creaking slightly. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of his whole body, soaking his entire clothes. This is the scene of ordinary people refining elixirs. Look at Soo-yun again. He was fine and was even ready to start refining the elixir. Dongfang Taiyue was speechless. This disciple is becoming less and less like a normal person. How long have you been awake? He asked. Soo-yun said casually, more than 2 months. Good job. Dongfang Taiyue called him a madman in his heart. Teacher, don't worry about me and go to sleep quickly. Soo-yun said with a chuckle. This made the old man so angry that he kicked him and went upstairs cursing. Apart from this, Soo-yun has been very obedient during this period. He doesn't cause trouble and practices diligently. Go to class after training the sparrow in the morning. At noon, at the Thai Pavilion. Practice in the afternoon. Make medicine at night. Sleep? It doesn't exist. Iron Pavilion. As Soo-yun walked over whistling, he saw that the Thai Pavilion was surrounded by people. The Iron Art Clan has arrived at the Bantai Pavilion. It is said that more than a dozen forging institutions in our school have all lost. Bantai Pavilion should be able to win. A group of teachers and students discussed in low voices. Soo-yun frowned. Iron Art people? Isn't this the foreigner who was causing trouble everywhere a few days ago? His eyes turned cold. You really think humans are a soft persimmon, don't you? Soo-yun went in through the small door and just happened to see the center of the Iron Pavilion. A man who seemed to be made of steel was hammering a rough prototype with the seniors from the Bantai Pavilion. Lin Sihua was there too, looking unhappy. Soo-yun immediately guessed that the situation was not good. Ding ding dong dong. A dozen seniors from the Bantai Pavilion are competing with Tugong from the Iron Art Clan. Including Tugong, there are a total of 3 senior yellow-level people, and the others are intermediate yellow-level people. In their forging tables, there is an irregular rough piece that is being hammered madly. Every time it hits, it will cause a strong recoil. Tugong was wearing a white robe, and his skin had a metallic feel. He held a silver hammer in his hand, glanced around with a sneer, and smashed it down hard. Clang! The trembling sound makes the eardrums bulge. The closest senior from Bantai Pavilion had blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and looked in pain. After a while, several people fell down. The human race is so weak. Can this kind of willpower be called a yellow-rank intermediate blacksmith? If such a person went to our Iron Realm, he would probably be beaten to pieces without leaving any residue. Tugong grinned, showing a mouthful of big steel teeth. The taunt value is instantly maxed out. Both the Bantai Pavilion and the teachers and students watching the play were furious. But, they had no choice. My skills are not as good as others. The senior yellow-rank student's entire arm was shaking. He gritted his teeth and smashed down with all his strength. Clang! The shockwave swept across, but Tugong remained unmoved. Then, the silver hammer in his hand turned into an afterimage and hammered the rough piece twice. Puff! Puff! 2 senior yellow-level students vomited blood and fell unconscious on the spot. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Tugong's eyes, and he wanted to give him another blow. That's enough. Lin Sihua stopped it in time. Tugong looked at Lin Sihua with some fear, with a sneer on his face. The Iron Art Clan's protector said with a smile, Pavilion Master Lin, we agreed beforehand that if Tugong wins, your pavilion's void chi stone will belong to him. Lin Sihua's face darkened, and his eyes revealed a strong unwillingness. Are his disciples weak? No. The disciples he personally taught were all excellent. 3 years after entering the mansion, there are already 2 yellow-level senior blacksmiths with extremely strong comprehension. But when you meet a natural blacksmith like the Iron Art Clan, there's really nothing you can do. They have a natural affinity with blacksmithing. Besides, Tianming Academy is not a holy place for blacksmiths, otherwise they would not have lost so badly. Teacher, we are sorry for you. The seniors bowed their heads in shame. Although they would sometimes engage in battles of willpower, if they lost they would just be laughed at. But the humiliation of losing to all races is too strong. Lin Sihua sighed softly and said, have a good rest. Soo-yun quietly came over and stuffed a handful of pills into the hands of the seniors. Thank you. The seniors felt a little warm in their hearts. Soo-yun asked, brothers, if you want to challenge someone, then just challenge them. Why are you betting on the void chi stone? As soon as the Iron Art Clan arrived, they took a fancy to the teacher's void chi stone. This is a Xian-level forging material. No need to forge weapons, just a pure clash of willpower, hammer after hammer. Whoever slows down loses. This is a process of coping with stress. Alas, we have been slacking off recently. The seniors sighed and shook their heads. Soo-yun knew about the void chi stone, which came from the battlefield of all races. It is integrated into weapons or telepathic devices to reduce the fluctuations generated during attacks. At this time, the Iron Art Clan protector saw Soo-yun and his eyes turned. The Dragon Clan had previously said that they would eliminate Su Yun to serve as a warning to others. The Iron Art clan ranks around 3,500th among all the clans, neither high nor low. It would be great if we could get on the good side of the Dragon Clan. Isn't this Su Yun? Are you interested in a clash of willpower with earth and steel? The protector asked with a smile. Tugon glanced at Su Yun with a look of disdain on his face. Junior Su has just joined Bintai Pavilion for a week and doesn't understand anything yet. A senior student hurried to protect Su Yun. Tu Gang sneered, if you don't understand, just get out of my sight. Hearing this, Su Yun was not angry, but showed a harmless smile. He was just thinking about how to get the Void Stone back. The Iron Art family came right to our door. Very good. I'm going to beat you to death. Su Yun turned around and said to Lin Sihua, Teacher, I have always been a peace-loving person. Everyone who heard this rolled their eyes. You? Peace-loving? Let's nuclearize it. In the 2 months since I entered the mansion, so many troubles have occurred, and it's all your fault. Lin Sihua smelled a hint of conspiracy. What do you want to do? Since this big steel teeth is interested, I'll play with him. Everything is for the sake of friendly coexistence. Su Yun looked like he was trying to calm things down. Lin Sihua thought about it. This kid Su Yun has a strong will, almost like iron, maybe he can save some face. If it really doesn't work, he will try to stop it. I'm already embarrassed, so I don't mind losing a little more. The Iron Art clan's protector's smile grew even more intense. Tu Gang sneered, You still want to play tricks on me? Be careful or I'll smash you to death with a hammer. Yes, what should we do if he really died? Su Yun asked, pretending to be afraid. The Iron Art clan's protector smiled and said, Weaklings have no right to live in this world. If you die, you die. Everyone can bear witness to this. Hearing this, everyone present began to panic. Su Yun is very powerful and is also a yellow-level intermediate alchemist. Logically, willpower is definitely not weak. But when it comes to natural blacksmiths like the Iron Art clan, the gap is still quite large. If you are not careful, someone might die. Little human, I hope you can survive my first wave. Tu Gang looked down at Su Yun with great arrogance. Su Yun smiled and said, Okay. On the forging table, the rough blank appears irregular. Tugong received the order from the protector to hammer him to death. At that moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he raised the silver hammer high and suddenly dropped it. Clang! The deafening sound of iron hammering spread. An even more terrifying recoil force swept out. All the seniors from Bantij who had competed with Tugong were shocked. Did this guy use all his strength before? Everyone was already a little worried about Su Yun, and now they were completely panicked. But they were gone in a blink of an eye. Su Yun is fine. It was as if the recoil force that just swept over him didn't touch him at all. Finished? Then it's my turn. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. The little nine-tailed fox in his body couldn't wait any longer and was frantically concentrating its mental strength. The next moment, Su Yun activated the iron hammer technique. The black hammer emerged, releasing powerful pressure at this moment. Die! With a low roar, the hammer came down. Clang! An almost materialized recoil force surged out, enveloping the earth and steel like a huge wave. The sneer on Tugong's face instantly turned into fear. The situation changed so quickly that even the guards nearby had no time to react. Boom! Tugong's willpower completely collapsed. The soul is directly annihilated. He knelt down on the spot, his eyes empty. Dead. Everyone looked at Tugong, who was lying limp on the ground in a daze. This genius from all races who swept across the young generation of blacksmiths at Tianming Academy was actually killed by Su Yun with a single hammer. The soul is reduced to ashes. Ding! The host killed Tugong and dropped two advanced gods' hands. You are considered a high-level yellow-level blacksmith? Su Yun glanced at the corpse, then raised his gaze to lock onto the Iron Art clan's protector, mocking him, what a disgrace. This feeling, this scene. Everyone was shaking with excitement. So relieved. Good job on killing Su Yun. The eyes of the Iron Art Clan's protector were burning with flames, and a bloody aura emanated from his body, as if he wanted to tear Su Yun apart alive. Do you want to die? Lin Xiao's eyes were deep. Everyone just heard it. The weak have no right to live in this world. If they die, they die. What? You can't afford to play? If you can't afford to play, get out. Stop pretending to be such a jerk. The crowd also started to make a fuss. Su Yun stood with his arms folded, smiling, without saying a word. Finally, the Iron Art Clan's protector took a deep breath, picked up Tugong's body, and said through gritted teeth, I remember. After saying that, he left. Wow! Everyone cheered. Su Yun also smiled. It feels so good to be united against external threats. The school was shocked. Tugong from the Iron Art Clan was smashed to death by Su Yun with a hammer. It's still a life and death battle in the ring. But he died from a clash of willpower. Tugong is the first person from my clan to die since we came to the human realm. What a shame. I can't even deal with that annoying Su Yun, and I'm getting myself into trouble. What a waste, you've brought shame upon your grandma. When the geniuses of all races learned about this, they were all furious. Now all races have the upper hand in Tianming Academy. Most of the people on the bright list are theirs. It can be said that the human race has been suppressed. Now that Tugong is dead, people feel that the 10,000 races are not scary at all. The powerful tribes such as the gods, demons, and dragons didn't say anything. The weak are weak wherever they are. If you die, you die. This guy called Su Yun is quite interesting. The smile of the God Emperor Ku is like the bright sunshine, warming people's hearts. The demons laughed heartily, watching Qi Luo, who was slapped away that day. Qi Luo. You have actually fought with him, so tell me what you think? A young girl from the demon clan said with an enchanting smile. Qi Luo's face turned black. Grass. Did I call that a fight? He was not. Unconscious for several days by a slap. Just woke up. Qi Luo said solemnly, it's just a sneak attack. If I get a chance, I will definitely crush it to death. The dragon genius was dressed in a golden robe, had long flowing hair, had 2 horns, and looked very handsome. He said calmly, I told you long ago that this man must be eradicated, but you just didn't believe me. It's just a small piece of trash, nothing special. If you're not on the bright ranking, you won't stand a chance against us. Many people are dismissive. Shengyan of the God Clan whispered, no, keep a close eye on him. Someone with breathing skills will become a hidden danger sooner or later. Compared to the tense atmosphere among all races, the students of the academy were extremely excited. Su Yun killed 2 gang, which boosted their morale. These young men from wealthy families only dare to fight each other, not fight for their lives. That's right, he's not as decisive as Su Yun Lai. That's awesome. If a few more of the 10,000 races die, I'll send a banner to Su Yun. There was intensive discussion in the streets and alleys. The main building of the Superman department. Su Yun is in class. He has no time for public opinion. The language we learn is the universal language, so we can communicate with all races. This was also the decision made jointly by the powerful kings after the passage was opened. Common language can help us better understand the myriad races. Teacher Xiong explained. He then began to explain the characteristics of the Superman system and some common training methods. When the get out of class was about to end, Teacher Xiong glanced at the students present. He said seriously, the hunting competition will begin in a week. Wow! The students were stunned at first, then cheered excitedly. The so-called hunting competition is a large-scale activity held within Tianming Academy. Various ferocious beasts are transported from all over the world and placed in fixed locations. In the hunting competition, you can form a team or go alone. The reason why it is so popular is that you can get merit points by winning the hunting competition. At the same time, you can also hunt for the bright list. If you encounter a lone genius on the bright list, just surround him with a group of people and the problem will be solved. Among the school competitions, hunting competitions are the most popular. Kill the ferocious beasts and defeat your opponents. Also, all races will participate this year. The bottom 50 on the bright list can also participate. Teacher Xiong gave another warning. This made many people feel relieved. Among the 100 geniuses, there is a huge gap between the top 50 and the bottom 50. For a moment, the entire Tianming Academy became bustling with activity. Su Yun and Ku Kei hurried back to the secret medicine pavilion. Have you heard? It seems that people from other schools are coming. Ku Kei said in a low voice. Su Yun smiled calmly and said, "It's normal. Our school is the only one that has all the races. I'm afraid the storm will come again." Ku Kei said with a wry smile. Su Yun's eyes were focused, and he said in a deep voice, "If possible, I would like the storm to be bigger." Yangchang, a global university. After this, you are temporary students, so please behave yourself. We must strive to be in the top 50 of the bright ranking and secure a spot in the Divine Palace. The president of Fanhai University is mobilizing. The students' eyes were gleaming with murderous intent between their brows. This time they went to Tianming Academy to get a place in the Divine Palace and to kill the geniuses of all races. Shanglong Academy. Focus on winning a spot in the Divine Palace. Remember not to get too tangled up with the geniuses of all races. Why? Do you have the ability to kill them 100%? If not, then stop. Many schools have gathered at Tianming. This is a great opportunity for communication and growth. Do you understand? Both the principal and the teachers told them not to fight a life and death battle with the 10,000 races. Saving your life is the most important thing. At this time, someone said in a deep voice, "What about the genius of our human race?" Beat. The principal said calmly, his hands behind his back. Many people didn't say anything and secretly clenched their fists. The enemy is right in front of you, but you can only vent your anger on your own people. Frustrating. Luoyang War Academy. The atmosphere of this institution is very similar to that of the military, with strict enforcement of orders. The principal is very majestic, standing in a military posture like a gun. Don't conflict with our own people. Once you encounter the myriad races, injure them severely enough to cripple them. If you die, your parents and the school will help raise you. You are useless, the school will support you. But you are not allowed to tarnish the reputation of the War Academy. The principal's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill. 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 The students of the War Academy roared, shaking the earth. One institution, one attitude. Some people choose to fight to the death, while others choose to turn the gun on themselves. Tianming Academy. At the parliament, Zhang Zhongqing was already aware of the wishes of the various universities. He didn't stop. Because it can't be stopped. Open it, but increase the fees at the same time. Zhang Zhongqing said softly. The directors' mouths twitched slightly. Still want to make some money at this time? Zhang Zhongqing was too lazy to explain. You guys don't know how expensive fuel and rice are. It cost a lot to open the spiritual river twice. There are other miscellaneous items, which one doesn't require credit points. On this day, above the school, warships and flying monsters appeared one after another. Over there are the Wei and Lin families of Shanglong Academy. This is the Hua family from the War Academy. What a terrifying look. Damn, at least 10 schools are here. Tianming Academy became more lively. Local students of the school, geniuses of all races, and prodigies from other schools. The three parties are intertwined, and there is a sense of tension that a storm is about to come. For a while, the matter of Su Yun killing two gang was gradually suppressed. At this time, the instigator was learning forging in the Iron Pavilion. Since becoming a blacksmith apprentice, he has come up with several ideas. Not just forging weapons. still trying to create a space vessel that can feed people. For example, while others are unaware, you can take them in and raise them. He used the grazing method to let these people fight each other, and the winner would be killed by Su Yun. This way you can enjoy the battle and also get the god's hand. Your idea is very dangerous. When Lin Sihua found out, he was stunned. Su Yun scratched his head naively. Actually, he only told Lin Sihua that it was troublesome. I haven't mentioned the idea of raising Gu yet. Otherwise, Lin Sihua would definitely send Su Yun to a mental hospital for treatment. This is no longer dangerous. But, it's terrifying. Su Yun is learning blacksmithing. At this moment, someone rushed in from outside. The Wufu clan of the War Academy killed the genius of the six-winged flying tiger clan. Tu Wu of the War Academy severely injured the genius of the Skyfire Demon clan and was also seriously injured. Shanglong Academy's Wei Paitian fought against the God clan and was slightly defeated. Some seniors told him everything that happened outside. The atmosphere froze instantly. Su Yun was secretly shocked. You just came in and you already started doing it? At the same time, he was very interested in people with the surname Hua. This name is so domineering. Fu clan? Ambush and kill all races. Teacher, who are the Huafu people? Su Yun asked. Lin Sihua replied, while swinging his hammer. The War Academy belongs to the Hua family, and they are also the main war faction of the human race. The Hua family once had two great kings, the King of the Exiled and the King of White. The white-robed king was so high-spirited back then. He killed the gods and demons in the battlefield of all races and was known as the youngest king. But that day, the 10,000 races took advantage of the opportunity to ambush and kill the white-robed king under the pretext of negotiations, paying the price of 5 great kings in exchange for him. The more Lin Sihua spoke, the redder his eyes became. He hammered the rough piece frantically, as if he was venting his anger. Su Yun took a breath of hot air. This king in white is so awesome. He finally understood why the Hua family genius named the tribe Huafu. It turns out there is this meaning. Xiao Suyun, maybe we have cooperation with some of the races of the 10,000 races. But don't assume they are all good. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Lin Sihua gave serious instructions. Suyun nodded and said, I understand, teacher. After he left the Bintai pavilion, he pushed the cart to the door of the shrine. Selling medicine. Xiao Zun and Wang Li's faces in the divine pavilion turned dark. Dry. Here we go again. Now the price of the yellow-grade elixirs in the divine pavilion has also been reduced. But no matter how much the price is lowered, no one will come in until Su Yun has sold out. Price is one thing, quality is another. After all, no one would refine a medicinal ingredient more than 5 or 6 times. It's only Su Yun. Thanks to the influx of students from various universities, Su Yun's business is better than before. The merit points he earned made him happy even when he was refining medicine at night. From the War Academy? I'll give you 2 extra bottles, free of charge. How can this be so embarrassing? Take it, or I'll have to raise the price for you next time you come to buy it. As long as he meets someone from the War Academy, Su Yun will give it to him for free. Just so that they can focus on fighting all the races. But over time, some institutions began to feel jealous. Someone from the Wei family of Shanglong Academy came and said sinisterly, give us a little more. Believe it or not, I will sneer at you? Su Yun said with disdain. The Wei family member narrowed his eyes and asked, how dare you offend a wealthy family? Go ask, haven't I beaten enough rich kids? You're the only one who wants to ask more from me, get out. Su Yun had a bad impression of Shanglong Academy. These guys are quite shameless now. The other schools all laughed when they saw this. Wei Jia glared at Su Yun fiercely and said grimly, boy, something bad will happen to you sooner or later. After saying that, he turned and left. Such a little episode did not affect Su Yun at all. After selling the pills, he went home immediately. This period is a time for making huge profits. At the same time, it is also a period of improvement. No delay. Inside the secret medicine cabinet, Ko-kei returned to the dormitory. Soo-yun continued to refine the medicine. Don't try too hard, Dongfang Taiwe warned. Soo-yun smiled and nodded. He also sat down obediently, ready to steal some tonight. Intermediate God's Hand *10 has been condensed. Host, please choose the world you want to steal. 2 worlds will be opened randomly, please choose, Monster World, Great Sword World. The world of the tough guy. Soo-yun suddenly became excited. The set attributes in Monster Hunter are really interesting. Connecting to the monster world. Steal failed. Stealing successfully. This time stolen item, Fire Dragon set equipment. Stealing successfully. This time stolen item, Angry Hair Hammer. Stealing successfully. This time stolen item, Disaster Greatsword, Seal. Steal failed. Steal failed. Soo-yun's mouth turned into an O shape. Fire Dragon set equipment recipe. This is not a finished product, but a recipe. The Fire Dragon suit has the function of destroying parts. It also has fire attribute enhancement and strength amplification, as well as wind pressure resistance. Big shipment. Soo-yun screamed in his heart. The Wrath-haired Hammer and the Disaster Greatsword are finished products. He was wondering, can the Angry Hair Hammer be integrated into the Iron Hammer technique? Wouldn't this make my hammer even stronger? Have to ask tomorrow. Just then, Soo-yun saw the dragon egg in the corner. It's been so long, and it still hasn't hatched? Soo-yun picked up the dragon egg and slapped it. Suddenly, the dragon egg gently bumped into Soo-yun and responded. It seems to be growing well, so let's keep waiting. Soo-yun became more and more satisfied. Tonight, I had a great harvest. The next morning, Ko-kei came to the secret medicine cabinet. The hunting competition will be held in a few days, and you have a mission. Soo-yun looked at Ko-kei and said softly. Kek stood up straight and listened attentively. I will give you a set of equipment, and you must defeat 5 of the 10,000 tribes in the hunting competition. This is a test for you, Soo-yun said seriously. Ko-kei took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Soo-yun is not a charity organization. Since you have decided to follow him, you must produce corresponding results. You won't attack your own people, right? Ko-kei asked. Soo-yun rolled his eyes. This hunting competition is only for the 10,000 races, other grudges will be put aside for now. He always prioritizes priorities. When there are outsiders, we must unite against them. The top floor of the Temple of God. Recently, Wanli and Modu obtained a batch of resources and will soon be able to break through to the general level. Although they lost to Soo-yun, Wang Kan did not abandon them. Pingy, you go target Soo-yun in the hunting competition, Wang Kan said softly. The grudges of all races must be settled, and personal grudges must also be settled. The opportunity this time is better, we can fight against the minority with the majority openly. Lan Pingyi said calmly, yes, teacher. On the side, Wanli and Modu looked at each other and laughed softly. Lu family. Lu Guang said in a low voice, see the opportunity and deal a heavy blow to Soo-yun. Yes. Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao said in a serious tone, then the myriad races. Someone else took action. Lu Guangping replied calmly. He was still thinking about the dragon egg. Must get it back. Nowadays, the beast mixing method is gradually being opened up. If the dragon eggs are hatched and then fused with a contract, the power will be immeasurable. Although the 4 great families were forbidden to study by Zhang Yu, there will always be a day when they can be opened. At the same time, the Feng family and the Ding family had the same idea. Iron Pavilion. Soo-yun just came back from the supplies hall. The materials for a set of Fire Dragon set are about 150 merit points. He bought 2 sets. There are no Fire Dragon beasts in this world, but something similar will do. Hammer. Su-yun is full of confidence. Inside the iron pavilion, Su-yun was hammering the rough piece frantically, one hammer after another, without any hesitation. The senior student standing by was sweating all over. Oh my goodness! This has been hammered for hundreds of times. Does the recoil force really have no effect on Su-yun? Besides, this kid's mental energy is endless? You must know that after the rough billet is hammered, you must use your mental power to slowly change the shape of the rough billet. It's like the soul is burned by flames, extremely painful. Su-yun, however, remained unscathed and defeated one low-level yellow-grade weapon after another. In fact, the reason why Su-yun did this was to increase his forging experience. He now has merit points. You can forcefully accumulate experience. Whether it is a profession like alchemy or forging, it requires daily accumulation. What are you looking at? Lin Sihua came back from outside and said with a strange look on his face. A senior student smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, does junior Su-yun never take a break?" Lin Sihua curled his lips and said, "He's quite tough. You should learn a lot from him." The people from Bintai Pavilion nodded obediently. Study? What the hell? Lin Sihua heard about it from Dongfang Taiyue. Su-yun never sleeps. Whenever he has time, he practices, refines medicine, and reads books to increase his knowledge. He is talented and hardworking, a true king of involution. Lin Sihua walked over and saw the ground full of low-level yellow-grade weapons. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. This willpower is too strong. Teacher. Su-yun looked at Lin Sihua and asked quickly, "Teacher, I have a hammer. Can it be integrated into the iron hammer technique? Do you want to replace the hammer condensed by the iron hammer technique?" Lin Sihua immediately guessed what Su-yun meant. Su-yun nodded repeatedly. You can just practice a technique like fusion technique. Lin Sihua said, "By the way, I'll give you something as a gift for entering the iron pavilion." After saying that, he threw a jade pendant to Su-yun. After Su-yun took it, he placed it directly against his forehead. Since becoming their disciple, he also regards the two teachers as his own family members. There is a technique in it. It is called Lin's fusion method. Is this technique from your family, teacher? Su-yun asked with a little surprise. Lin Sihua said casually, "Well, almost everyone is dead." After Su-yun pondered for a long time, he said seriously, "Teacher, I will take care of you and teacher Dongfang until the end of your life." Lin Sihua immediately rolled his eyes. Unfilial son. Are you looking forward to sending me away? Get lost and practice hard. Lin Sihua scolded with a smile. But his heart was slightly warmed. He remained unmarried and had no children. Suddenly someone said that they would take care of him until the end of his life, and I was deeply touched. After saying this, he went to the upper level of the iron pavilion. Su-yun scratched his head and smiled, then sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the angry hair hammer. Next second, a huge hammer appeared in his hand. The handle is made of golden and black bristles, which makes it very comfortable to hold. There is a bone connecting plate at the junction of the hammerhead and the handle. The most striking thing is the shape of the hammerhead, which looks like the head of some monster and is purple-black in color. The two short horns are spiral-shaped, with bone nails in the middle. Su-yun reached out and stroked the angry hair hammer, carefully feeling the violent wool within it, and at the same time began to adjust his breathing. Lin's fusion method states: when the blacksmith's skills are integrated with weapons, an extremely strong repulsive force will be generated. It's like a tug of war. Su-yun was seen gathering a black iron hammer in his left hand and holding the angry hair hammer in his right hand. As soon as the two got close, a terrifying vibration erupted. The vibration was so strong that it almost crushed Su-yun. Melt it for me. Su-yun burst out with his mental power, which turned into two big hands and forcibly merged them together. Bang! The vibrations grew stronger. All the low-level yellow-grade weapons behind him were blown away. Swords flew everywhere and spears flipped. Everyone in the Bintai Pavilion was shocked. Lin Sihua and several elders upstairs took a look and all smiled bitterly. Mastered the Lin's fusion method in less than 20 minutes. Strong willpower is powerful. I was able to suppress the vibrations. Master, you have accepted a good disciple. The elders were jealous. Lin Sihua still wanted to pretend. However, the smile on his lips rose uncontrollably. It needs to be knocked down, otherwise it will be too floating. He pretended not to care. The elders of the Bintai Pavilion all scorned him. Before you hit me, stop shaking your legs first. It's none of your business. Lin Xiao's old face turned red and he started cursing. After a while, the tremors below gradually ended. The fusion of the angry hammer and the iron hammer method was successful. Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately looked at the hammer in his hand. The original shape of the black hammer was a bit like the angry hair hammer, with a mane. The hammer head is purple-black. There was also a faint golden lightning flashing faintly. Strike while the iron is hot. Try to cast a fire dragon suit. Su Yun stood up, looking excited. Everyone in the Bintai Pavilion was speechless. Bro, stop rolling. Can't you just take a break? You'll make us look like trash. The fire dragon set consists of 5 pieces of armor. First up, the helmet. Su Yun took out the forging materials, fused them into a rough draft, raised the new hammer and smashed it down. Clang! Sparks flew, accompanied by faint lightning. Next second, the Thai pavilion was completely quiet. Even the pavilion master and the others pressed their faces against the window, their expressions filled with astonishment. Because the rough draft showed the light of the object. Fuck! Lin Sihua speaks pure Chinese quintessence. A hammer smashed out a flash of light. Normally, impurities need to be hammered out one by one before the light of the tool appears. But Su Yun doesn't follow the usual path at all. One hammer and the weapon flashes. Just in time. Su Yun laughed loudly, and the purple hammer fell again. Ding ding ding. 7 rays of light fell in. The rough piece was hammered into the shape of a helmet. But just when everyone was holding their hearts, the 8th ray of light appeared. Pavilion Master. Yellow grade intermediate armor. Fuck me. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. The elders were so excited that they almost took heart pills. Perhaps to this group of masters, the intermediate yellow level is nothing. But how long has Su Yun been exposed to forging? Just over a week. This has created the intermediate yellow rank. Maybe it's due to the fusion method, but it's also outrageous. At the same moment, Dongfang Taiwei, who was refining medicine in the secret medicine pavilion, sneered. Are you shocked by this? Still too young. Lin Sihua came to Su Yun in an instant and said in a deep voice. The higher the level, the more intense the burning your spirit and soul must endure. You must endure it. Su Yun didn't say anything and nodded silently. He could feel a burning sensation in his soul, and his heart became more and more excited. The purple hammer hits again. The light of the device is integrated into the rough draft. The helmet began to glow with silver, red, and black. The 3 black spikes are even more eye-catching. Don't be impatient. Stay steady and fight. Yes. That's right. Perfect timing. Lin Sihua provided careful guidance. This is a battle of sweat, physical strength, and willpower. Sparks flew. A fire dragon helmet took shape and fell into Lin Xiao's hands. He was shocked inwardly, but outwardly remained calm and indifferent, saying, It's just average, only mid-level yellow rank. Wow! All the apprentices of the Bintai Pavilion cried out. This is how we can create an intermediate level. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Su Yun bowed gratefully. Lin Xiao's mouth corners curled up wildly, and he coughed lightly. Oh, it's what I should do. I have to work harder in the future. Yes, teacher. Su Yun bowed again. The other apprentices quickly gathered around, filled with envy. When Lin Sihua went upstairs, the elders teased him, "Is this your knock? Are you sure you're not being slapped in the face? Get lost." Lin Sihua rolled his eyes and then burst into laughter. The Lin family forging method has a successor. The backyard of the secret medicine pavilion. Kukei's eyes were full of shock and excitement. He was wearing a set of intermediate yellow-grade armor and could clearly feel the powerful force filling his body. A set of fire dragons. The armor on the face, arms, chest, and thighs is silver, exuding a cold and chilling light. The shoulders, skirt, and scaled boots are dark red mixed with black. The exposed black spikes contain a cold light and can easily pierce the torso of a ferocious beast. The overall look is flawless. Suyun nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, how do you feel?" "It feels like it's increasing my strength." "It feels great." Kukei's face was full of excitement. Suyun nodded secretly. It seems that the set attributes are working. Kukei integrated the fire dragon set into his body and could put it on with just a thought, which was very convenient. Things are external objects after all, and a blacksmith must be strong himself. Suyun warned. Kukei nodded heavily. He is feeling the pressure now. The more benefits we get, the more we cannot let Suyun down. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky. In the bright sunshine, a shadow that covers the sky falls. Suyun narrowed his eyes and smiled. "We've started transporting ferocious beasts from all over the world. It seems that the ferocious beasts in this hunting competition are at the 8-star and 9-star levels, and there are even some at the general level," said Kukei. Suyun nodded slightly. Any student can participate in the hunting competition, and only the bottom 50 students on the bright list can join. But there is no shortage of general-level geniuses on the list. Conserve your energy. Suyun waved his hand. Kukei asked, "Where are you going?" "Selling medicine." Suyun pushed the cart away. Leisure garden. Basically, the top powerful tribes such as the gods, demons, and dragons all live here. Those who don't have money can stay in ordinary dormitories. Hunting competition? Interesting. Is this our activity of hunting humans? He. Fighting weak beasts? That's too boring. Let's kick all the humans out. The geniuses of all races chatted and laughed. Shi Luo grinned and said, "Killing the human race at the beginning, I like it. That's a good idea." Sheng Yan smiled and nodded, "Don't kill anyone, but it should be okay to cripple them." Suyun should also participate, so you guys should pay more attention. The dragon genius Long Yunxiang said calmly. The dragon clan member behind him sneered, "10th prince, don't worry." Emperor Ku glanced at Long Yunxiang and said gently, "You seem to have a lot of resentment towards him? I heard that he has a dragon egg. I'll use his life to exchange for the offspring of my clan." Long Yunxiang's tone gradually turned cold. The others nodded in understanding. Final decision. Hunting competition, expel all human beings. This day. There was a constant roar in the sky. Countless figures rushed to the back mountain of the school. It was a vast dense forest where many ferocious beasts lived. In order to cooperate with the hunting competition, ferocious beasts were transported from all over the world. Even from a distance, the roar of the ferocious beast can be heard. Worth mentioning. There was a faint light flickering in the sky above the back mountain. This is the joint result of the Talisman Master and the Formation Master. The back mountain has been completely blocked to prevent the ferocious beasts from escaping. Dear audience friends, this is Longdu Channel 1. There is also a live broadcast on site. Zhang Zhongqing and all the major directors gathered on the platform, along with the protectors of all races. I hope that the human race and all other races can compete with each other. Zhang Zhongqing said with a smile. The Protoss Guardian smiled meaningfully, I hope so too. The directors couldn't help but frown. Why do these words feel like a bloody knife, so bloody and cold? Below. The law enforcement team is maintaining order. The teachers are explaining the precautions. Don't be so stubborn. If you're in danger, just crush the jade pendant. Stay in groups of 3 or 5, and never fight alone. The hunting competition is just to liven up the atmosphere. Don't risk your life. Teacher Xiong gave a serious warning. Su Yun and the others each had a crude jade pendant in their hands, which contained a hint of aura. If they crushed it, the teacher would come to rescue them. Su Yun looked around and secretly clicked his tongue. There are probably thousands of people participating in the hunting competition this time. It also includes all races and students from other institutions. Such a scene is unprecedented. Su Yun, I'll go first. Ku Kei said. Su Yun nodded, looking forward to his performance. Suddenly, he caught several cold auras. Observation hockey. Among them are human race and all races. Su Yun's eyes turned cold, and he muttered to himself, "Are you looking for death?" His goal this time is to hunt all races and explode the hand of God. If a wealthy family wants to die, he will show no mercy. Next batch. The law enforcement officer shouted softly. Su Yun strode forward, and someone immediately hurried to catch up with him. Call out. A mysterious and pure wave flashed by, randomly teleporting Su Yun and others to somewhere in the back mountain. The forest has dense vegetation. The sun's rays are scattered all over the place, like a sea of mottled stars. Su Yun fell among them. Let me see. 1,000 meters to the east. Oh, a fight with a ferocious beast. Going against all the races, the Hua family is awesome. This road is good. I will ambush there. The observation hockey is like the eyes and ears that can see and hear from afar, capturing all the information in Su Yun's mind. Nine-tails mode. He turned into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Originally, Su Yun wanted to see where Ku Kei was, but it was out of range, so he had to give up for the time being. At the same time, inside a small mountain, there are 3 demon clan members here. Their skin was a pale purple, and their eyes shone with the light of fire. Let's go hunt the humans, the 3 grinned. Just as they were about to leave, a strange figure suddenly appeared. Right. It's very abrupt. Not a sound at all. Puff puff puff. One of them had his ear, middle finger, and ankle cut off instantly. Blood splattered and screams continued. The other 2 were horrified and shouted angrily, "Who is it?" It's very quiet around. It was eerily quiet. An inexplicable feeling of fear gripped my heart. Suddenly, the second demon clan member heard a voice of agreement in his ear and turned his head subconsciously. Just a moment. His 2 ears and 1 kidney were cut off. What the hell is that? The man covered his lower back and ears and screamed. The third person was horrified. What's going on in the back mountain of the human race? No trace, no sound, not even a ripple. This scene happened to be filmed and immediately transmitted to the human race and all other races who were watching the show. Suddenly, there were continuous exclamations. Especially those people like Yao Feng, their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Who did they see? Ku Kei. That loser actually played 3 demon clan members in the palm of his hand. Those eyes were no longer as quiet as before, but violent. In the picture, the third demon clan member's mentality completely collapsed, and he directly crushed the jade pendant. At the moment the jade pendant was crushed, all 5 of his fingers were cut off. Soon, a teacher came and looked at what was happening in front of him in shock. Take us away quickly, the 3 demon clan members howled. Only after they were taken away did Ku Kei walk out of the darkness. He slowly raised the visor of his fire dragon helmet, his face as cold as ice. So cool. The bird's heart was beating violently, as if it was slowly releasing its nature. The bird at this moment. He is the ghost of darkness. The layout of the ferocious beasts is different in the inner and outer circles. The ferocious beasts on the periphery are likely to be 9-star warriors or peak warriors. The ferocious beast inside is at the general level. Therefore, the geniuses of the human race are constantly advancing. As long as you kill more ferocious beasts, you will be eligible to take first place. At the same time, if you meet someone on the list who was alone on the way, you can easily take care of him and get on the list. The geniuses of all races are different. They just want to drive the human race out. Boom! The majestic atmosphere is stirring. There was a fierce battle going on below. Ha, you, a human woman, are quite interesting. A cold laugh was heard. A 5-man team looked ahead vigilantly. The person who laughed walked out slowly, with dragon horns on his head and wearing dark blue armor. It is over 3 meters tall and looks majestic and powerful. Especially those dragon eyes, deep and cold. Long Sihai, number 89 on the bright list. Someone in the team recognized the person. Long Sihai is definitely a pervert who came to Tianning Academy for further studies. He didn't plan to make it to the charts, so he just stuck at position 89. Simply block the human race. He surrenders as soon as he encounters the 10,000 races. How shameless! Deng Yuan from Luoyang War Academy, SS level talent. Long Sihai ignored everyone else and stared at the girl standing in front of him. The girl is very beautiful, with short black hair and firm eyes that reflect her heroic temperament. Deng Yuan's eyes lit up brilliantly, and she shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, trees on all sides were uprooted and pulled by an invisible force. The trees shed their bark like a carpenter whittling them down to stakes. Crumbs flying everywhere. The wooden stakes shot out like cannonballs. Elemental SS level talent, Lord of the Forest. The other 4 were not afraid and quickly rushed towards Long Sihai. Rumble. The wooden stakes danced wildly and pierced through. The surface of Long Sihai's body was rippling with a blue ocean-like luster, forming 9 waves of light. Sea Dragon Divine Art. Flow pressure. He roared like a dragon and took a step forward to punch. The power of the fist struck the void, and 9 layers of light waves exploded. The wooden stake was crushed into pieces, and Deng Yuan's expression changed slightly. Long Sihai was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, and the other 4 people flew backwards in pain. Not a match for him. But he had no intention of letting him go, and he tore one man's ear off alive, causing blood to spurt out. The second person was hit in the abdomen by a punch, and vomited blood mixed with internal organ fragments. The third man's right leg was directly broken, and his flesh and blood were blurred. He forced himself to hold a mouthful of hot blood and sprayed it on Long Sihai's face. The fourth man roared and counterattacked, but was hit by a punch on the shoulder and was crippled. "How dare you, a bunch of trash, stain my noble body." Long Sihai wiped the blood off his face in disgust. Just when he was doing this, an extremely thick tree hit him with great force, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Deng Yuan shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Pinch. The 4 of them gritted their teeth, feeling helpless and desperate. 4 of them were eliminated in a 5-on-1 match. The jade pendant was crushed and the 4 people were immediately taken away by the teacher. "Well, you're very courageous." Long Sihai's eyes were gloomy, white marks were left on his dark blue armor, and his face was grim. Deng Yuan took a deep breath. "I am ranked 95th on the bright list. But Long Sihai is definitely more than just 89th. Maybe it has a combat power of 70. Forest cabin. Deng Yuan roared. All the trees within a radius of 50 meters were moved over to form a walkable wooden house. From the appearance, it looks more like a house with legs. The 2 huge trees were arms, smashing towards Long Sihai fiercely. "You don't use your good abilities. Your large size means you're vulnerable to attacks in many places." Long Sihai sneered. His body surface flashed with blue light waves, his speed increased, and he dodged the attack. Boom! The huge tree crashed to the ground, stirring up smoke and dust. "Call out." The next moment, Long Sihai emerged from the dust and pushed his palm forward. With a humming sound, the blue jade-like palm print, filled with the power of light waves, shook the giant wooden house. Boom! The giant wooden house collapsed on the spot. Deng Yuanyuan's pretty face turned pale as she fell from a high altitude. When the teachers at Luoyang War Academy saw this, their expressions changed in shock. They have been correcting the problems mentioned by Long Sihai. But she just wouldn't listen. Deng Yuanyuan fell on her back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. She felt weak all over but still struggled to get up. Before she could make any move, her right hand was trampled by a big foot. Snap! The piercing pain of broken bones instantly dyed Deng Yuanyuan's eyes red. Very good, I like your screams even more. Long Sihai looked down at Deng Yuanyuan, but suddenly frowned and said, "What are you looking at?" Deng Yuanyuan remained silent, but the murderous intent and hatred in her eyes grew stronger. She wanted to crush the jade pendant, but Long Sihai shook her away. "Should you make a sound?" He grabbed Deng Yuanyuan's neck with one arm and tore one of her arms off. Hot blood gushed out from where the flesh was connected. Many people turned their heads aside when they saw this scene. "I can't bear it." More people were furious. "Just fight, why torture her?" Deng Yuanyuan's face became paler and paler. She never said a word and just stared at Long Sihai. "You are looking for death." Long Sihai growled. He just doesn't believe it. A tiny human dares to be stubborn in front of him. How could a blood food have such qualifications? "That's enough!" The teacher of Luoyang War Academy shouted. He couldn't bear to see his own student go to waste like this. He personally took action and appeared in the back mountain. Long Sihai saw the person coming, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "Just a sparring match." After saying that, he threw Deng Yuanyuan to the teacher with a relaxed look on his face. The teacher didn't say anything, just picked up the person and left. At this moment, the hunting competition that was originally thought to be entertaining seemed to be starting to change. Zhang Zhongqing, the director, and teachers from various universities all had extremely grim expressions. This is a slap in their face. You can't kill people, right? I am useless. Is this how the human race cultivates talents? How adorable. The dragon protector smiled faintly. Zhang Zhongqing forced a smile and said, "Everyone has their own strategy." Many defenders laughed. At this moment, teachers and students all felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. Because not only Deng Yuanyuan, but other geniuses were also treated like this. Even if it is cured, it will delay the foundation of cultivation. At this time, Long Sihai was in a good mood and continued to hunt for human geniuses. Because it feels great. Killing noobs is his favorite thing to do. When he found the human race again, his expression lit up with joy. It's Long Sihai. The 5 members of this team suddenly changed color and rushed forward with a roar. But before they had advanced 100 meters, they saw a person standing in front of them. It was Su Yun. Brothers from the War Academy? Su Yun raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Please." "Thank you, Brother Su." The 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. When Long Sihai discovered that his prey was missing, a trace of anger rose in his heart. However, when he saw Su Yun standing beside him, he was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, the human beings outside the back mountain who saw the live broadcast were all excited. "Here we come. The big devil is coming. Little earthworm, what color is the blood of your clan?" Su Yun grinned. Long Sihai sneered, "I'm afraid you won't see it." Boom! In an instant, Su Yun held the kanjiunki in his hand, and instantly burst out with armed color domineering, appearing above Long Sihai. Breathing of the sun blue sky. Puff! Before Long Sihai could react, an arm was chopped off. Red? I thought it was green. Su Yun landed slowly, his tone revealing strong disappointment. As expected, novels are all lies. Seeing this scene, the human race and all other races fell silent. Next second. The quintessence of Chinese culture resounds throughout the outside world. Long Sihai, who had just been killing others, had his arm cut off by Su Yun as soon as they met. Long Sihai felt the pain and burning sensation eroding his nerves and retreated frantically. His facial features were distorted with pain, and he roared in his heart, "What a pervert!" But Su Yun didn't give him any chance to escape. "Just pick up your knife and go." Clang! Song Yunxia was raised, and the trees within a radius of 100 meters were cut off at the roots and collapsed with a loud roar. Taishan Hualong Ding! Lon Sihai's expression changed in shock. He grabbed the broken part of his left hand with his right hand and growled. The dragon's blood is alive and floating in the air. A three-legged tripod with a roaring dragon emerged. "What are you yelling about? I want to eat dragon meat." Su Yun raised Song Yunchi again. It is surrounded by domineering aura, like a black guandao. With one knife, chop down. With a loud bang, the dragon tripod shattered on the spot. Long Sihai was bleeding from all 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground wailing, almost dead. Puff! His other arm was cut off. Su Yun opened his legs, his face stained with dragon blood like a demon. He used his waist as the axis and swung the Kusugawa kris from left to right. Rumble! When it was swung, a fierce flame exploded, cutting off Long Sihai's 2 legs again. Breathing of the sun around dance. Someone, don't let him die. Su Yun grabbed Long Sihai's arms and legs and yelled, "Don't die. I don't want to lose my life." After saying that, he took out a pill and put it into Long Sihai's mouth. Ding! The host defeated Long Sihai and dropped Advanced God's Hand *1. Wow! The back mountain was in an uproar. Especially the Luoyang War Academy, they were very excited. Su Yun, you are my fucking father. I love Su Yun so much. Great job on chopping. Su Yun, when we go to the War Academy, I will marry you as my husband. The War Academy is so cool. Deng Yuan, who was originally preparing to rest, jumped up excitedly. She even said she wanted to give birth to a baby for Su Yun. Countless people are ashamed. Oh my god. The girls at the War Academy are so fierce. On the other hand, the atmosphere among the 10,000 races was a bit weird. Especially the Dragon Clan. All the protectors looked gloomy. From Su Yun's attitude, it can be seen that he is ready to hunt down geniuses from all races alone. Interesting. The Divine Grace smiled. Emperor Ku took a fancy to the Song Yunxia in Su Yun's hand, and his smile became even more intense. The demons were excited, their eyes burning with passion. Aren't you afraid of causing the atmosphere between the human race and all other races to become tense? Wang Can said coldly. Lu Guang said solemnly, tell him to be more restrained. The Feng family and the Ding family also have the same attitude. They can't stand Su Yun's insolence. I think he did the right thing. Director Li said calmly. Zheng Zhongqing waved his hand and said, stop talking. Just watch. There was an imperceptible excitement in his eyes. Good boy. Well done. But Su Yun's next move made the Dragon Clan completely furious. Build a fire, build a fire. Fuck. This is my first time eating dragon meat. Su Yun cut the Song Yun and stuck it into the ground, then skillfully grilled it. At this moment, all human beings in the world burst into laughter. So awesome. Others come to hunt, you come to eat dragons. He blasphemed our clan. He must be executed, roared the Dragon Clan protector. The other tribes stopped smiling and their eyes turned cold. Boom. On the other side, intense high temperature is rising. Dongfang Taiwei roared, old reptile, I'll kill you first. You really think we dare not resist? Lin Sihua was also furious. Alchemists and blacksmiths are known as the most violent professions. Exposure to fire all year round, are you kidding me? Dongfang family? The Skyfire Demon Clan's protector laughed sinisterly and said, we were so powerful back then. With the help of internal forces and external attacks, only one person survived. This sentence completely angered Dongfang Taiwei. The expressions of others changed drastically. This topic will always be a taboo for the human race. Buzz. 100-foot-long flaming cauldron releases 3 kinds of flames. Bright red, blue-green, and the last black. The 3 fires gather together in the flame cauldron, and their power is even greater. Dongfang Taiwei was like a fire god at this moment, and he said fiercely, "You will die too." The flaming light tripod was thrown directly towards all races. Everyone was shocked. This old lunatic. At least 3 protectors had to take action to dissolve the cauldron. Otherwise there would be countless casualties. "You," said the other races gloomily. Zhang Zhongqing turned around at this moment, his eyes dark, and said softly, "I don't allow you to bring up this topic again." "Ha, it's just a joke, no need to be nervous." The protector of the gods smiled and put away his anger. Lin Sihua and others also hurriedly held down Dongfang Taiwei. The atmosphere was temporarily suppressed. Zhang Zhongqing took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions again. "Su Yun, don't do this." He sent a message to Su Yun. Su Yun, who was grilling skewers, was puzzled. He put away the dragon meat with a sigh and said, "What a pity for my dipping sauce." Countless people's mouths twitched when they heard it. "Who is this? Do you also carry dipping sauce and barbecue sauce with you?" Suddenly, Su Yun's observation haki captured something. He turned and stormed away. Nine-Tails mode activated. At this time, some gods were chasing the team from Tianming Academy. Boom! A roar exploded. When the team saw the newcomer, they exclaimed in surprise, "Su Yun." "Hey, good morning." Su Yun said mischievously, "He gave it to me. Please." The team was eager to squeeze through and turned around and ran away. The other party is a god. They are no match at all. "It's okay if you come to my door yourself," the man said calmly. Su Yun carried Song Yinshe and raised his eyebrows and said, "You god clan members look like sissy boys, so sign up yourself." "Light-winged gods, shine in the sky," shouted the god's genius. Ranked 71st on the bright list. Su Yun curled his lips, "I don't know him." Buzz. Yao Kong has 6 wings on its back, and the holy light clears everything. He swung out with his palm, and the holy light turned into a wheel, buzzing like a rolling wheel, slashing towards Su Yun. Super mini-tailed beast ball. A black energy body appeared in Su Yun's palm and was thrown out directly. Boom! The energy colors of light and darkness blended together and exploded in the center. A mushroom cloud rose up and blasted the surroundings to pieces. The 6 wings dance in the sky, scattering light powder. Every time he came into contact with the light powder, his speed would increase a bit, and he would quickly approach Su Yun. 6-winged sword. Yao Kong's eyes were cold, and his 6 wings were like cicada wings, but they suddenly expanded at this moment. The wings turned into swords and stabbed out violently. 8 extremes collapse. Su Yun's roar was like thunder, and its power exploded the ground. Step forward and punch. The wind from the fist whistled, sharp and piercing. Boom! Yao Kong's expression changed slightly, and he burst out with great force, and was thrown into the air unnaturally. There is hidden power. He instantly became aware of the holy light vibrating in his body, trying to dispel the dark energy. Bang! The last level of dark energy erupted, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, as if he had been struck by lightning. Immediately afterwards, Su Yun kicked the ground and appeared behind Yao Kong. The fox demon grabbed the wings with its sharp claws and crushed them to pieces. Meat. Grilled. Grilling. Barbecue. Grilled. Meat. Barbecue. Grilling. The wings are like dust, floating in the dense forest. Yao Kong fell to his knees with a look of pain on his face. The tribe's iconic light wings shattered into pieces. You. Shut your stinking mouth. Before Yao Kong could finish his words, Su Yun scolded him domineeringly. His fists rained down on Yao Kong's body. Punch to the flesh, leaving no stone unturned. He even took the time to slap Yao Kong twice. Finally, Suyun threw a jab, and Yao Kong fell to the ground as if he had no bones. Ding! The host defeated Yao Kong and dropped Advanced God's Hand *2. Yao Kong was beaten beyond recognition and was only breathing his last breath. I can't kill you. I'm sorry. Suyun glanced at the unconscious Yao Kong and sighed. Seeing this, the outside world couldn't help but gasp. Suyun is so strong. Both the Dragon Clan and the God Clan fell into his hands. That's not all. Suyun turned his head and looked towards the place where the crowd was the largest. At this time, not only Suyun was fighting, but other geniuses were also fighting. There are quite a few 7-star and 8-star warriors among the human race, but the number of 9-star warriors is average. This is a very obvious disadvantage, and it was exposed immediately. Although there were geniuses from other schools, they could only compete for a short time. Beat them up one by one and throw them out. This is what I'm most willing to do. I've already taken care of more than 20 of them, why are you so slow? All races laughed wildly. The universities looked at each other and gritted their teeth. At the same time, Wanli, Modu, Ding Lei and other disciples from wealthy families looked at each other and retreated silently. Modu, what are you doing? Someone asked in confusion. Modu said indifferently, the hunting competition is to hunt ferocious beasts, not to fight with the myriad races. After saying that, he took Wanli away. Ding Lei glanced at Wanzu, gritted his teeth and turned around. All races sneered. Still fighting among themselves at this time? The human race is so interesting. When Wanli and the others found Lan Pingyi, the latter whispered, wait here, I can sense him. Wang Li and others knew who they were talking about. Suyun. I think I smell prey. Just as the myriad races were about to expel the remaining humans, a faint laugh was heard. In the dense forest, Suyun came into everyone's sight. He held Song Yunxie in his hand and looked at the 10,000 races excitedly. You guys go first, leave these little gadgets to me. Suyun looked at the geniuses from various prefectures. A war general level beast cannot be given to all races. If we want to win, humans must win. We'll stay and help you, someone gritted his teeth. Suyun waved his hand and said, don't worry, they won't let me use my full strength yet. Boy, you're a little crazy, roared a foreigner with a tiger head and a human body. Did I ask you to speak? Suyun glanced away coldly and said, I didn't ask you to speak, so shut up. Presumptuous. There are geniuses from the demon clan among them, he said angrily. Buzz. However, bloodshot filled Suyun's eyes, and black lightning waves appeared in the void. An aura of supremacy swept out like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the geniuses of all races fell to the ground with dazed eyes and drooling. Only a few scattered people were left standing tremblingly. Ding. The host defeated the myriad clan members, dropping 12 primary gods' hands and 9 intermediate gods' hands. We are indeed not needed. Those who originally wanted to help ran away. Grass. His talent is so weird. The weak can't touch him at all. Wang Li's heart trembled slightly in the dark. This guy has become even stronger. Mordo's eyes were gloomy and murderous. Ding Lei also stopped, a black diamond layer appeared on his body, and his expression was cold. Lan Pingyi said calmly, remember, launch a surprise attack together. At this time, when the outside world saw all the races suddenly fall to the ground, they were all stunned. Especially the protectors of all races in Chang'an, who are in the top 50 of the light list. The King's Majesty. For the first time, Emperor Ku lost his smile and his voice became low. The look in the eyes of the God Clan's protector also changed. If the human race really wants to rise, maybe it's this guy named Suyun. A person's achievements can be seen at a glance. A powerful person can bring about huge changes in the entire race. Dongfang Taiyue and Lin Sihua were very excited. My disciples are awesome. I raised it. The 4 wealthy families had blank expressions on their faces, their minds full of thoughts. Zhang Zhongqing took a deep breath, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He is scared. Afraid that Su Yun is too outstanding. That will make you the target of public criticism. Not only the human race, all races, but also those foreign sects. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Just because they saw Wang Li and others. Are they going to ambush Su Yun? In the back mountain, Su Yun sensed danger coming. Without hesitation, he was surrounded by domineering aura and raised Song Yun Kiri to slash. Boom! The sky and the earth were dark, thunder roared, and thick lightning fell like a roaring dragon. The wind-powered fly ash gathered and blasted towards Su Yun like an air cannon. At the same time, a wooden stake cut into pieces and covered with a thick layer of crystals tore through the air. You are looking for death. Su Yun was furious. He originally wanted to put aside their grudges and deal with all the races first. But this group of people would rather face the pressure of all races than not inflict heavy damage on him. Hateful. Hateful. Even more infuriating. The ideological awareness is not at the same level. At the critical moment, a fire dragon set appeared on Su Yun's body. Boom! A cloud of dust rose into the sky. Wang Li, Mo Du, and Ding Lei appeared with indifferent expressions, staring at the center of the field. After the smoke and dust cleared, the expressions of the three people changed slightly. Su Yun was seen unharmed, wearing a fire dragon suit. But the hand he was holding tightly to Song Yunxia was shaking violently. Good. It's you who like to do evil. Then you have to pay the price. Su Yun laughed softly. The laughter was cold and sinister, and the red eyes were filled with anger. Lan Pingyi's expression changed in the back, and he shouted, Wang Li, be careful. A strange figure suddenly appeared and stabbed Wang Li's lower back with a dagger at close range. One hit and it disappears immediately. Wang Li screamed, clutching his bleeding lower back, and shrieked, Who? As soon as he finished shouting, the figure appeared again. This time he cut towards Wang Li's ankle. Wang Li roared, and violent lightning burst out from his whole body, destroying the surroundings. Lan Pingyi stretched out his hand, and a fire god emerged from behind him, spanning 100 meters, grabbing Wang Li and pulling him back. The figure ran extremely fast and disappeared the moment it was touched by the lightning. Ding Lei Modu's heart trembled. Damn it! What on earth has gotten mixed into the hunting competition? Boom! Suddenly, Su Yun jumped up and flashed out like a flash of light. His cold pupils are emotionless. Only murderous intent. Song Yunxia slashed down, severing the connection between the fire god and Wang Li. Lan Pingyi finally lost his composure at this moment and shouted to attack. Wang Li fell to the ground and just happened to see Su Yun's eyes. You're done. Su Yun grinned grimly. Swords flashed everywhere. Wang Li was instantly cut into a stick. This bloody scene is deeply imprinted in the souls of countless people. Wang Can and the others were even more stunned. It's over now. Wang Li is disabled. Although he is not dead yet, his disability will definitely cause the Divine Pavilion to bleed heavily. Modu, beware of the people in the dark. Ding Lei, follow me. Lan Pingyi shouted with a gloomy look in his eyes. Modu's expression changed in shock, and a large number of wind blades burst out from his body. It's piled up layer by layer, for fear of being hit in the kidneys. Ding Lei's eyes were fierce. Don't order me around. Despite what he said, he still kicked the ground, and mud flew everywhere. The whole person was like a black diamond tearing through the air. Ding Lei, you've forgotten my fear, haven't you? The pupils behind Su Yun's mask were frighteningly cold, and he grinned. A golden light emerged from the surface of his body, and he activated the nine-tailed mode. The fox's sharp claws burst out from behind and smashed towards Lan Pingyi. Su Yun himself was facing Ding Lei, holding Song Yunxia in his hand. Right now. Just like that moment. The scene of that day appeared in Ding Lei's eyes. He was so determined, but his heart trembled. I don't believe it. You sinner's disciple. Ding Lei's face was ferocious, and the black diamond layer on his body became thicker and thicker, shining brightly in the light. He reached out and grabbed the tree, uprooting it, and in the blink of an eye it turned into diamond. Boom! Ding Lei swung the diamond tree and hit Su Yun. The air was torn and whistling. Su Yun breathed in and out through his mouth and nose, his body was covered with raging flames, and Song Yunxia danced quickly in his hand, leaving behind afterimages. Breath of the Sun, Halo Dragon, Head Dance. The blade flashed with fire, cutting through all the diamond trees. With the high-speed slashing, it was already approaching Ding Lei. Cut! Su Yun swung Kanji Unki fiercely, and when it hit the black crystal layer, there was some resistance at first, and then the fire dragon set amplified the power. Puff! Ding Lei was cut diagonally from the waist to the thigh, almost cutting him in half. Even so, the powerful and tenacious vitality of the Superman system made Ding Lei gasp for breath wildly and did not die immediately. Ding Lei's eyes were filled with fear. He was at a loss as to how to crush the jade pendant, but it fell to the side. Waste! Su Yun scorned and trampled the jade pendant into pieces, then faced Lan Pingyi, who was blown away. The elders of the Ding family appeared and looked at Ding Lei's miserable condition with blood filling their pupils. Wang Li was also taken away. They lost this battle miserably. When Mo Du saw Ding Lei being defeated in seconds upon meeting him, he became even more frightened. Suddenly, the wind blade protection around him was strangely cut open. Puff! One of his kidneys was punctured. Mordo was in agony and mad, roaring, "If you have the guts, fight me. There's no point in hiding." The bird was hiding in the dark, with tension in its eyes, but more of disdain. I dare to poke S level too. I dare even more to be at SSS level. When Su Yun looked over, Mo Du hurriedly crushed the jade pendant. You can't hit me! He practically screamed. When Shingu saw this scene, his face turned very ugly. Ding! The host defeated Wang Li and Ding Lei, dropping for advanced gods' hands. The tens of thousands of races over there are given to you, Su Yun said. Lan Pingyi didn't know who he was talking to. But there is one thing he is very clear about. The guy hiding in the dark won't make a move. I did underestimate you. Lan Pingyi stared at Su Yun and said in a deep voice. Su Yun didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. He didn't want to confront the people from the academy in this situation. But these people do it again and again. Su Yun couldn't bear it. Boom! The next second, Lan Pingyi's entire body turned red, and a fire spirit appeared behind him. A raging fire broke out within a radius of hundreds of meters, as if it was going to burn the sky and boil the sea. Elemental SSS level talent, Giant Skyfire Spirit. Moreover, Lan Pingyi is a 1-star general. River of Fire. He roared to the sky, and the fire god came like an ancient being, roaring and shaking the sea of fire in all directions. Rumble. The fire god's giant fist blasted out, and the entire air was wailing. The fireworks surged wildly, containing the power to destroy everything in its path. The earth burned and the trees exploded. The power of the general level is much stronger than that of the warrior level. It can also mobilize the mysterious power in the body. But Su Yun did not dodge or evade. He put away the Song Yunqi in his hand and activated the iron hammer technique. Suddenly a purple hammer appeared, swelled up in the wind, and turned into the shape of an angry-haired hammer. Su Yun raised the hammer high above his head, and the purple hammer was surrounded by domineering aura. It seemed as if I could vaguely see the space slightly distorting, hitting the flames that were rushing towards me. Boom! The long river of fire that was about to penetrate the past was extinguished by a hammer. Countless people are not mistaken. The flame was extinguished directly. Strong winds extinguished most of the raging fire in the forest. The earth shakes. The cracks are terrifying. Su Yun used the force of the purple hammer hitting the ground to leap into the air. With a loud bang, the originally bright sky was now ablaze with flames. Spiral-like flames wrapped around Su Yun's body and were finally injected into the purple hammer. He fell like a comet, holding the purple hammer in both hands, and roared, "Kill!" At this moment, both humans and all other races saw the flaming meteorite that streaked across the sky. But that's not a stone, but a living person. Blood spirit cross kill. Lan Pingyi was shocked and burst out in anger, not daring to hide it. He merged into the fire spirit behind him, his skin slowly cracking and bleeding. This is a life or death approach. He is still unable to perfectly integrate with his own talents, but there is no other way. The eyes of the fire god gradually showed a hint of clarity. He crossed his hands into a cross, transformed into sky-high fire, and fought against Su Yun. Bang! But at the moment when the purple hammer fell, fire intertwined with fire, spreading out in a shape like a ring of fire, shaking the sky. The fanatical and intense high temperature burned the void and caused it to distort continuously. Snap! But the fire god suddenly cracked and was broken apart by Su Yun's hammer. With a loud bang, Lan Pingyi was covered in black smoke and was deeply stuck in the mud, no longer able to fight. A crushing defeat. Ding! The host defeated Lan Pingyi and dropped 4 advanced gods' hands. The participants of the Divine Pavilion's hunting competition suffered a complete defeat. The outside world was silent. The directors were breathing heavily. Am I seeing this right? An 8-star general beating a 1-star general is like a father beating his son. So perverted. Wang Can's eyes widened and he almost spitted fire. 2 people were seriously injured in an entertainment match. It's a big loss. Dongfang Taiyue and the others laughed wildly. Well done. Great fight. If it weren't for the fact that killing people is not allowed in hunting competitions, Wang Li, Ding Lei, and Lan Pingyi would have been dead by now. Su Yun took off his mask, and his frighteningly cold expression made him look like a god of death. You should be thankful for the Academy's iron rules, he whispered. He vented his anger and his mood returned to normal. Look at these humans, the internal strife is really serious. As for the human race, we are good at internal fighting but not external fighting. Ha ha. He must be very tired too. At this time, Su Yun heard the voice of Wanzu and looked over silently. I saw a few people from all races mocking arrogantly. But the next moment, Su Yun's whole body was like black carbon steel. With his powerful punches and kicks, he instantly made these people of all races vomit blood. A bunch of idiots, do you like being beaten so much? He sneered coldly. Why don't you get away from him and let him beat you? All races are also idiots. After Su Yun dealt with the chattering Wanzu, he silently shifted his attention to the back mountain. Not surprisingly, that's where more people gather. There will be a general-level ferocious beast appearing there. Kek, how was the battle? He asked with a faint smile. Kuke appeared silently like a ghost, and with a flick of his hand, all kinds of ears, fingers, and internal organs appeared on the ground. Su Yun was also happy to see this. This guy really blew the kidneys of all races. I passed. I'm very satisfied. He nodded with a smile. Kuke finally let go of his worries. He understood that this opportunity was given to him by Su Yun, and he was very grateful. Su Yun, do you dare to come with me to hunt for the war general level geniuses of all races? Dare. Kuke was shocked inside, but his face showed uncontrollable excitement. Once you slowly release your nature, you will not be able to go back to your previous life. You will miss the excitement and thrill of these days. Facing the weak again will only be boring. Inside the back mountain. This is a winding and rugged mountain range. Suddenly, the vegetation collapsed. Roar! A roar echoed. A giant beast that seemed to be covered in heavy armor was running. Wherever it goes, it destroys everything in its path. It is about as big as 2 tanks, with thick skin like armor that even artillery shells cannot penetrate. A unicorn horn that looks like it's cast from pure mercury is particularly eye-catching. The other side. The black fog was spreading, and a giant python emerged from it. It is 40 meters long and its trunk is as thick as a water tank. The most eye-catching thing is the slightly raised bulge on its forehead, which looks like a fleshy horn. The python turns into a dragon. This is a sign of transformation into a dragon. Its entire body is covered with black scales, which have no color in the sunlight and appear extremely dark. Even though there are only two general-level beasts, they are both the dreaded war rhinoceros and mandrake black python. Even warriors of the same level would be unable to withstand these two ferocious beasts. The eyes of the war rhino and the mandragora black python revealed their thoughts. When they reach the general level, they already have wisdom. At this moment, geniuses from various universities have arrived and are looking at the two ferocious beasts. The geniuses of all races were also there, but they were looking at the genius of the human race. The goals of both parties are different. First, kill the humans, then win the hunting title. Yeah, I understand. I'm not one of the top 50 geniuses anyway, so I don't care. The geniuses of all races sneered. Just when they were about to hunt the war rhino or the mandrake black python, uninvited guests arrived. Suyun came slowly, his body covered in blood. Brother Su. Come here. If it weren't for my brother's help, we would have quit long ago. Brother, can I give you the last blow from the war rhino? It's just a token of my appreciation. Countless people shouted enthusiastically. Suyun helped a lot of people this time. Popularity naturally soared. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're one family." Not far away, the faces of all the races looked unhappy. They knew that Suyun was expelling them. Or rather, hunting. Humph, you're complacent after solving some minor problems. Chi Luo sneered and said, "The human race has been living a miserable life these past few years." Many people of all races laughed out loud. The human genius looked on coldly. But at the moment, they must first get rid of the general-level beast. We must not let the 10,000 races win the hunting competition. I'm not interested in this person. I'll give him to you. Suyun glanced at Chi Luo and said calmly. Chi Luo is actually not weak. After coming to Tianming Academy, his realm has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has already stepped half a foot into the level of a general. Because he is not an adult yet. It is actually difficult to define the age of all races when converted to Blue Star, and it can only be estimated at best. Another demon genius said calmly, "Ignore him for now and deal with the beast." When all races and humans chose to temporarily cease fire, Suyun didn't care at all. What a crappy general-level beast, with thick skin and flesh, it's not as easy to kill as all the races. Rumble. Suddenly, gullies appeared on the ground where the 10,000 clans were, which scared them. You're crazy. Chi Luo couldn't help but curse. Suyun sneered, ceasefire? Did I agree? People outside watching the live broadcast broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god. This guy is a real killer. You have no intention of stopping, right? Puff puff puff. Just as all the races were shocked and angry at Suyun's sudden action, something happened in the rear. More than a dozen people from different races had their kidneys stabbed, lungs pierced, legs cut off, or hands chopped off by a strange figure. Except for not being able to kill, Kek will do anything to get what he wants. Suddenly, the ground was dyed red with blood. Suyun, what on earth are you going to do? The demon genius pupils were oozing with blood as he growled. Suyun walked slowly, and the sense of oppression was at its peak. He said coldly, "Get out." After saying that, Suyun rushed out violently, and the sharp claws of the demon fox burst out from behind him, smashing out with a rumbling sound. The geniuses of the human race were stunned. Especially those from Luoyang War Academy. Grass. Everyone says we are warmongers. Bullshit. Look at Suyun, this is a real macho man. Tianxi, let's fight him, the demon genius shouted. A man from the God clan walked out. He had no arms but looked very noble. Bird-like wings sprouted from the man's back, and with a slight shake, his speed increased dramatically. You are fighting me and Moroso alone. I don't know whether you are ignorant or stupid. Tianxi said calmly. Roar. On the other side, Moroso roared, blood flames burned on his body, and cracks began to appear on his face. These cracks opened strangely, revealing red eyeballs inside. I'm going to hit you. Soo-yun grinned. Boom! The three of them collided head-on, and the strong wind that broke out cut off more than half of the hillside. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, sand and rocks flew. At the same moment, Wanzu was also pierced from behind by Kek. He did not fight against all the races at all, and made full use of his shadow advantage. There were wailing sounds everywhere. Those who have lost their kidneys and ears. There are even worse cases, where all fingers and toes are cut off. The human genius who was gradually recovering from his shock at this moment howled. Fuck! Hit them! Who cares about the general level? Beast? Kick them out! They howled with excitement. It was Soo-yun who blew the clarion call for counterattack. It was Soo-yun who raised the banner of resistance against all races. At this moment, when Zhang Zhongqing saw this scene, he felt an urge to cry for some reason. He seemed to see a scene of rise in Soo-yun. As the instigator, Soo-yun had no idea what kind of shock this battle would cause. He only understood one thing. This group of myriad races are all elite monsters of the exploding god's hand. Don't miss it! In the forest, blood flames exploded. The whole mountain was filled with the rumbling sound of fire and wind, which was quite shocking. Moroso walked out from it, like a demon lord. The other side. The god-given wings spread out, and every feather was emitting a strong divine light, aiming to kill Soo-yun. But Soo-yun was seen breathing in and out, dancing wildly in the clouds, like a path of brilliant flames, cutting through all the divine light. Flash! Tianxi looked at Soo-yun who was approaching, and his wings suddenly expanded 3 times, shining like a sun. Soo-yun's eyes felt stinging and he couldn't help but close them. Moroso seized the opportunity, his 36 eyes widened, and he shouted, "Demon Candlelight!" 36 blood-red flames blasted towards Soo-yun. The power is so terrible that the surrounding volcanoes are attracted here. But even with Soo-yun's eyes closed, his heart remained calm. His figure is like a dragon playing in the water or a bird spreading its wings, avoiding them all. This. Tianxi and Moroso were shocked. If it were them, they would not be able to escape. People outside were even more shocked. The eyes are the sense organs that take in everything that happens. Once closed, all you can rely on is feeling. Or rich combat experience. Just like that, Soo-yun closed his eyes, held Song Yunxie, and was instantly surrounded by domineering aura. Step forward and slash sideways. Rumble. The sword wind was so terrifying that all the trees in front were cut down and fell to the ground. Tianxi had already retreated. Although he was not injured, he was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. But Moroso was in a miserable state. His escape method was a little poor and his middle finger was cut in half. Several eyes on his face burst and were bleeding. As expected of a goalkeeper ranked in the bottom 50 on the bright list. Soo-yun opened his eyes and sneered. The surface of his body was rippling with the luster of golden flames, and the nine-tailed mode was activated. Call out. When Soo-yun turned around, he appeared in front of Tianxi like a flash of light. At the same time, a black energy body appeared in his hand. Super mini-tailed beast ball. 7-colored flashing god. Tianxi shouted loudly, and his feet shone with 7 kinds of light. He kicked out dozens of times in succession, various lights converged and superimposed, exploding in an instant to fight back. Boom! At the moment of contact, the black energy body exploded. A terrifying aura of brutality swept over, destroying the god-given foot skills. The overwhelming force crushed him out, and his legs were turned into debris. Finally, with a loud bang, he lay in the pit, his whole body covered in blood. Ding! The host defeated Tianxi and dropped Advanced God's Hand *1. Soo-yun dealt with Tianxi, then looked at Moroso and took out the purple hammer with a sneer. Moroso was still in shock. Is Tianxi just like this? He is not from the warlike faction among the demons, but from the Demon Eye clan. So, Moroso decided to crush the jade pendant. Dry. Soo-yun cursed inwardly, "You bastard." In an instant, he raised the purple hammer and smashed it into the ground, causing a strong vibration. The jade pendant of Moroso trembled and flew up. Soo-yun, do you really want to make this relationship awkward? Moroso's expression changed. Soo-yun ignored him completely. Losing the hand of God is more painful than anything else. He raised the purple hammer and smashed it hard. Moroso roared, bleeding, dozens of eyes emitting bloodshot, trying to hold on. But I can't stand it. There was a loud bang. Moroso was smashed into the ground by Soo-yun and was dying. Ding! The host defeated Moroso and dropped 2 advanced gods' hands. Cool. It's still more comfortable to play against these geniuses. The drops are all high-level gods' hands. The other side. No less than 50 tribes were killed by Kokei, including Chi Luo. Today is not Soo-yun's day of becoming a god, but him. He was originally an ordinary person, just one of the A-level talented people. But now, he can not only kill S-level, he even dares to kill SSS level. Now, let alone all races, even universities and colleges feel a chill when they see Kokei. After all, who wants to be punched in the kidneys every day? Even teacher Xiong, who was watching the show, was confused, is this my student? While Kokei was excited, he also became more grateful to Soo-yun. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. At the same time, 2 war general level beasts also fell into the hands of the genius of Fanhai Academy and were besieged to death. Soo-yun knew very well that the Wanzu could not win the hunting competition. It doesn't matter which institution of learning the human race goes to. Tianxi and Moroso were seriously injured and were protected by the guardians. Soo-yun, don't be so arrogant. Wait until you get into the top 50. Tianxi said in a very weak voice. Soo-yun sneered and said, don't worry, I'll let you see it in a few days. Charting? Of course he has to fight. Moreover, they have to step on the faces of the wealthy and powerful families. We won. This is the first time I've won so happily. All the damn tribes, we've driven them all out this time. People from various universities were laughing wildly. Soo-yun also grinned. Although some unpleasant things happened during this period, I was able to vent my emotions. And after returning, Soo-yun will investigate the wealthy family thoroughly. Who is best suited for sniping? The outside world was also cheering. This is the first time I've won so comfortably. Compared with the human race, all other races were silent and looked very unhappy. They all performed well in the competition. Zhang Zhongqing said with a smile. The directors wanted to laugh but held it back. The principal is so sinister. There are obviously more people from all races who have been ruined than from the human race. The God Clan's guardian said indifferently, Principal Zhang, don't be too happy about some things too soon. Zhang Zhongqing smiled and did not answer. Just taunt them appropriately, there's no need to provoke them. Withdraw. The Talisman Master and the Formation Master shouted in unison. All of a sudden, all the students in the back mountain were transferred out. Although there was blood on their bodies, their faces were filled with joy. Especially Soo-yun, who was walking in front. In the eyes of many people, he is like a leader. Boom! At this moment, all races were stirred by strong waves and murderous intent spread. Soo-yun, leave behind the dragon flesh and blood of our clan. This man has tarnished the bloodline of our clan, so he must be killed without mercy. How dare you treat my flesh and blood as food? You're courting death. The dragons were angry. Especially the scene where Soo-yun roasted dragon meat was a great humiliation for them. Dongfang Taiyue and the others were also angry. Reptiles, you are looking for death. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. The heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone's heart, making their heartbeats accelerate. The power of the Dragon Clan cannot be insulted. The Dragon Guardian said indifferently, for our peace, while returning the dragon's flesh and blood. He destroyed his own fighting power. We can just pretend that this incident never happened. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people's faces changed. This is simply an insult. Soo-yun, hand it over. Wang Can said coldly. Lu Guang said coldly, don't let things get awkward because of you. Veins bulged on Su Yun's neck and his fists were clenched tightly. He grinned and said, want to take the things back? Sure. The wealthy and the myriad races laughed. But Su Yun's next words made them freeze. But you must use Uranus to hold the dragon meat and send it back. Su Yun's smile was a little crazy. The attitude is rebellious. You want it, but I won't give it to you. In the eyes of the world, Su Yun is always so rebellious. I will never obey the wishes of all races. When directors like Wang Can and Lu Guang heard this, their eyes became gloomy and murderous intent gathered in them. Their children were chopped into human sticks by Su Yun, and many of them were seriously injured. Now, Su Yun still spoke words full of insults. This is really unbearable. That's enough. Zhang Zhongqing couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at the dragon protector and said softly, since Su Yun got it, it belongs to him. Also, self-destruction is simply impossible. If I lose, it's just because you dragons are good. I've said it before. Whatever happens to the myriad races in the human realm is simply due to their lack of strength. The dragon protector's eyes were extremely cold, and he wished he could tear Su Yun into pieces. There is no order without rules. Although Su Yun went a bit too far this time, it is also reasonable. Zhang Zhongqing said calmly. The dragon guardian smiled and said, good, you humans are great. He narrowed his eyes into slits, and felt a strong murderous intent towards Su Yun. Since the principal said so, I would like to ask. Suddenly, Long Yunxiang spoke. Everyone frowned. What does the 10th prince of the dragon clan want to do? Zhang Zhongqing said calmly, well, go ahead. A dragon egg of our clan fell into his hands. Can it be returned? Long Yunxiang asked. Many people were surprised, and this incident caused a big stir at the time. Especially the Lu family, despite using threats and inducements, they were unable to get the dragon egg. For us, the 10,000 clans, if a young child or cub is lost, we must find it. Because some guys are going to mess around with our blood. If the dragon egg is returned, the dragon clan is willing to compensate with corresponding resources. Others from the 10,000 races also spoke. After hearing this, Zheng Yu turned her head and whistled. What did you say? I don't understand. I just killed thousands of foreigners. When doing experiments, necessary sacrifices are the stepping stones to research courses. Sorry, once you enter my house, you have to follow the rules. The dragon egg belongs to Su Yun, he has the final say. Zhang Zhongqing smiled. Swish. Countless eyes were focused on Su Yun. You don't have to worry about the dragon meat, but the dragon eggs must be returned. The threatening look seemed to make Su Yun not know what is good for him. However, Su Yun grinned and said, I'll eat the eggs and leave some poop for you guys. Su Yun, are you looking for death? Long Yunxiang said coldly with dark eyes. The entire dragon clan was even more furious. Too outrageous. Don't worry, I will be on the bright list sooner or later. If you want to die, I will help you. Su Yun said coldly. Long Yunxiang smiled. What a courageous blood eater. I'll wait for you, he said in a deep voice. From today on, the atmosphere between the human race and all other races will become more tense. The main reason was the hunting competition. Su Yun had destroyed too many races. Basically, there is no one among the 10,000 races who does not hate Su Yun. Of course, this also includes the Wang family and the Ding family. The Feng and Lu families were expelled by all the races before they could even deal with them. So, the hunting competition award ceremony ended abruptly. Zhang Zhongqing looked at the sky and sighed inwardly, oh, I can't calm down. Ever since Su Yun entered the mansion, the peace of this prestigious school, which had been peaceful for countless years, ended. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue was in high spirits, drooling at the corners of his mouth with joy. Teacher, wipe your saliva. Su Yun smiled and handed over a tissue. Dongfang Taiyue glanced at him with dissatisfaction and said, you two performed well, but don't be proud and complacent, understand? Yes, teacher, pavilion master. Su-yun and Kokei saluted innocently. The hunting competition ended, and the rankings of the bottom 50 on the bright list changed dramatically. Su-yun is now ranked 51st. Only one more person is needed to qualify to enter the shrine. Kokei is not weak either, he is ranked 60th. When he saw his name on the bright list, Kokei roared excitedly. Once upon a time, he also fantasized about being able to step onto the bright list. He just wants to touch the edge, and now he is at 60. It's worth being happy about. Su-yun also congratulated and clapped his hands. Kek was breathing frantically and almost deprived of oxygen to his brain. Dongfang Taiyue was also astonished. A-level talents have greatly increased in strength after being guided by their own apprentice. The 8-star dares to wander back and forth in front of the general level. And every time they enter, they must remove a kidney or some parts. Dongfang Taiyue's mouth twitched when he thought of this. Damn it! What the hell is this teaching? It's okay to poke the kidney. There is no need to worry about the small number of people in the wealthy family. He looked at the two little things in front of him and felt sad for people of the same generation. A killer star. A widow maker. There are 2 perverts in my secret medicine cabinet. Su-yun, when are we going to compete on the list? Ku-kei asked. Su-yun pondered and said, take a few days off, and then compete again. After saying that, Dongfang Taiyue threw out 2 pills, both the size of longan. A black mudball exudes a faint pungent smell, with a faint black gas steaming on the surface. The other one was as red as jade, and felt warm in the hand, with circles of light red, dark red, and blood red engraved on it. Ghost pill and red candle pill. Su-yun said in surprise. The effect of the ghost pill is to increase the control of breath, while warming the 5 internal organs and adjusting the circulation of spiritual energy. The red candle pill is used to refine the body and strengthen the hardness of bones, and it contains very strong medicinal power. Both are Xian-level pills. Kokei took the ghost pill and swallowed it, then practiced slowly. A black aura emanated from his body, wrapping around every inch of his skin. After a while, he seemed to be covered with carbon powder and gradually merged into the shadows. Su-yun also swallowed the red candle pill, and his skin turned a burnt red color. The high temperature continued to affect the outside world from inside the body. In particular, he felt that the bones in his limbs became harder after being calcined in the fire. Immediately afterwards, pure spiritual energy surged around the secret medicine pavilion and gathered into Su-yun's body. Teacher, I have made a breakthrough. Su-yun opened his eyes and scratched his head. The effect of the pill is too strong. Dongfang Taiyue was no longer surprised by this and said calmly, then continue to absorb the medicinal power and consolidate your 9-star realm. After Su-yun finished refining the red candle pill's medicinal properties, he laughed and said, it's peak.